Analysis of myths. I'm invincible upon knowing the plot. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 651, The Art of Transformation. Thunder Talisman, Thousand Snakes. As the voice sounded, the spiritual patterns in the void vibrated, and the rules of heaven and earth intertwined in it, bursting with infinite light, emitting huge lightning, and a talisman appeared in the center. There are too many patterns. It is covered with tens of thousands of Dao rhymes, each of which is extremely mysterious, and filled with dozens or hundreds of changes. This kind of pattern, just looking at it is enough to make people dizzy. If you want to understand, or even master it through spiritual consciousness, it is enough to make the brain of the cultivators at the foundation building, or even the level of the tower realm overheat and damage. This kind of change is already difficult to understand with magic. What is shown inside is interwoven, as if it is facing the tower itself. Damn it. The yellow light, the leopard monster, one of the three commanders of the monster Udeo realm, turned green at this moment, and the whole monster was like a bitter gall bursting. It ran very fast, and hardly dared to stay in any place for more than 0.001 seconds. Behind it, all around it were white snakes formed by lightning, frantically encircling it. Facing this scene, its heart was broken at the moment, and it couldn't help wanting to curse, but it didn't dare to stop, because if it stopped, something would happen. To be honest, if it could choose its opponent, even if it had to face the human Udeo realm, it didn't want to face the Chengdeo realm human who was ordered to kill by the Demon King himself. It's not that it hasn't seen this human magic before, and it has even learned it. Don't believe it? Give it a minute, and it can cast a human magic called Ignition. Although the spell is only at the entry level, in fact, it is very difficult. It takes a long time to learn the Tao text, understand and effectively control it, and resonate with the heaven and earth to cast it. This is very difficult. It practiced for almost a month before it finally compressed the time to 1 minute, which means it was finally able to use it. As for the power and scale formed, it is not worth mentioning at all. The reason for learning is mainly because it fell in love with the food called cooked food and no longer wanted to eat a mouthful of blood, but its own innate instinct does not exist in Ignition, or it has the skill of fire, so it was forced to learn. Therefore, the leopard demon was very disdainful of the human race's magic. It was so troublesome. Compared with its own innate magical powers, it was simply unbearable. Even if the human race that was roasted and eaten by it once said that the final state of this method could be compressed into the blink of an eye, it didn't care, because it could kill the opponent more than 10 times in that instant. So, looking at the lightning white snake chasing it around, the leopard demon was almost going crazy, because it knew about this kind of magic and understood the composition inside. It has not reached the surface of the Udeo realm, but still the Chengdeo realm. But how deep is the understanding and feeling of the Tao to form such a terrible change? Tracking, locking, mutual coordination. It's like a short program with hundreds of application equations stuffed in it. It looks like a little bit of the size of a fingernail, but it has a full 10 ton of content. Let's not talk about how you loaded it. How can your magic power withstand such a large amount of information? Before breaking through the Udeo realm, the power of the Chengdeo realm can only carry so much power. There were many burnt black spots on the leopard monster's body, and its internal organs were bleeding. This was not the first time it was hit by the opponent's magic. Fortunately, the opponent's realm was not high enough, and it was only a Dao. Although the way the Taoist magic was performed was extremely exaggerated, it completely subverted the leopard monster's understanding of the Taoist magic, but fortunately the power was not great. Even if it was hit head on, it could not cause huge damage and seriously injure it. It was not just the leopard monster. The python monster and the blue bull monster were all like this at the moment. The situation of this battle really broke their three views of the monster body. It was not so difficult to face the human race's Dao realm cultivators. The most terrifying thing was that the opponent's understanding of the great way of heaven and earth made the blue bull monster feel like turning around and running away. Before, when the Demon King issued an order for the three of them to join forces to kill a Deo Realm cultivator, it undoubtedly felt absurd and extremely disdainful. It once thought that the Demon King was sending an elephant to kill a mosquito. No, to kill an ant, which was really making a fuss. It was just a Deo Realm cultivator. With a lift and a drop of its bullhoof, not even a rash would be left. At this moment, it was extremely fortunate. If it were not so, it would have really made history. The Imperial Demon who was killed by the Deo Realm was remembered by history. The Green Bull Demon was very tired, even more tired than when it was not a demon, and worked for the human race. With every step, its hooves would sink several feet into the ground, and it felt that the power of the world in its body was about to be squeezed out. There were many mountains hanging on it. Watation, Huashan, Songshan, Hengshan. One talisman was a mountain, pressing it down tightly, and this huge pressure was not limited to its back, but all over its body, not sparing any hair. This was the art of suppression. The Green Bull Demon was very knowledgeable, and had even tasted it. Using the power of heaven and earth to seal was the most popular method used by the human race, because it could not be defeated head-on. The means of breakthrough were also simple. Before it was completely formed, it would break through with absolute brute force, disrupt the laws of heaven and earth around it, and break the connection between its magic and it. In fact, it did so. The result was completely beyond its expectations. The method that had no problem at all could not pry it open. The opponent's magic was too deeply rooted in the world, as if it had formed a hole. Its demonic power was poured into it, and it was impossible to identify whether it was the opponent's magic power or the power of the world. This situation was simply incomprehensible. You know, at this moment, there were 3 Deo Realm monsters besieging the opponent. How did he do it? The Green Bull monster was bleeding all over, and his skin turned red. The pressure was too heavy, and the flesh in the vulnerable parts could not bear it, and was torn apart. Fortunately, the power that the opponent could borrow was insufficient, and it did not really form the power of mountain. If he was in the Deo Realm, I'm afraid it would be a different ending. The 5 mountains alone would be able to kill it. As for the python monster, it couldn't calm down at this moment. The snake face changed, and the eyes rolled with an incomprehensible look. Although the 3 of them were beaten a little embarrassed, it was completely unlike the scene that the Deo Realm would form when facing the Cheng Deo Realm. It also accepted it. Compared with the other 2 monsters, it had a deeper understanding of the talented and charming people. Hundreds of years ago, when it was still very young, it encountered 2 terrifying monsters confronting each other. They possessed extremely terrifying abilities. It almost died just by hearing their voices from afar. In the end, although it managed to save its life with great difficulty, it took 100 years to recover. You have to know that at that time, it was already in the Deo Realm, and the monster that made the sound was almost at the same level as it. From then on, it understood that monsters are different from monsters, and the truly terrifying existence is far beyond your imagination. The human in front of it should be that kind of surface layer, with extremely terrifying talents. He walked an extremely amazing distance on the road, far beyond the level that others can understand. But even so, it still couldn't understand why. It's not about the height of strength shown, but the situation of the battle between the 2 sides. No matter how good his talent is, he is only in the Cheng Deo Realm, not the Deo Realm. Although the 2 sides fought for only a few minutes, in fact, it, who is not good at speed, has already fought hundreds of times. Not to mention that there is a leopard monster with speed talent among the 3 monsters. The collision between the 2 is close to more than 10,000 times. The Blue Bull Demon struck the opponent several times, shaking the opponent's body to pieces. The Leopard Demon tore the opponent's body 8 times in a row. Don't look at their embarrassment. No matter how embarrassment they are still in the realm of Imperial Deo. As a result, it shouldn't be like this. Its breath is a special innate magical power, which can be regarded as its life force. It can also be ranked in the forefront among the demons. Although it is lacking, it is undoubtedly close to the dragon's breath, which is a magical power. Several times in a row, it has undoubtedly hit the opponent. Even the magic weapon of the level of Imperial Deo can't be safe and sound. It will be corroded and destroyed. As a result, the opponent injured it, as if it was not affected at all. This is not right, it shouldn't be, and it is impossible. How could someone be able to endure it with a flesh body? This is not its boasting. The Python demon has a very clear understanding of its own magical power. A demon king once evaluated it. Although it is rough, it is also the limit of the mortal level, and has reached the top. Thinking of this, the Python demon not only got an amazing result, that is, the opponent's magic power is not in the surface of the mortal realm, but is higher. The method of the immortal. Instantly, its pupils could not help shrinking. Even among the immortals, there is usually only one method that can achieve this level. The art of transformation. This is the only way to explain the situation of the opponent in front of him. In this world, the art of transformation is not an ordinary trick, a simple eye-catching magic. It is a trick that can avoid the three disasters and is the key to whether the immortal can live forever. Therefore, this so-called transformation is not as simple as a flash of light, but it can change the nature of one's own life from one species to another. This is a terrifying magical power that involves a deep level and has a power beyond the understanding of ordinary people. When it comes to the art of transformation, the strongest in the world is undoubtedly the art of Disha. Almost every monster that can achieve the realm of Udeo has learned and mastered one or two of the two sets of spells, so that they have the power of transformation and are difficult to kill. Most of the monsters can learn and master the Disha method. This method has 72 changes, which takes the path of material transformation. It is relatively simple to get started, but extremely difficult to master. However, once you master it, you will not only have multiple lives, but more terrifyingly, you will reach the extreme of material transformation and master the indestructible power. As for the other Xiangang method, not only are there few people who know about it, but there are also very few people who have it. Moreover, these people are basically related to the heavens, and will never pass it on to others. However, this method is extremely difficult and the entry is very high, because the changes it involves are different from the Disha method, which takes the path of virtual transformation. Therefore, it requires extremely high enlightenment, and one must have a deep understanding of the rules of the Tao. Looking at the situation of the person in front of him, the Python monster couldn't help but take a breath and thought of a possibility. The art of Xiangang transformation? Xiangang Disha. In fact, there is no difference between high and low. As the same art of avoiding the three disasters, each has its own path of extreme transformation. The strength depends on the practitioner. As long as you get started, you will have amazing abilities, and once you become a master, there are very few people in the world who can kill you, unless you also learn the method of change, or master some kind of magical power that transcends the rules of change. Can't kill. Realizing this possibility, no, maybe it can't be said to be a possibility, it should be said that only in this way can it be killed. The Python demon's killing intention changed and completely reversed. It can't go on like this. Although the three of them are amazing and extraordinary, it is really impossible to kill the existence of the beginner of the art of change. If the prepared formation is activated, there is still a glimmer of hope. This formation is very special. It is formed by demon power. It will form an independent world and run completely different rules. Even the art of change will be affected. At least the art of change at the level of the realm of enlightenment will be greatly restricted. Now, it is impossible. The little demons on the side of the green bull demon have been almost killed because of the impact. Although there are still people on both sides, they can't get close at all in the current situation. Thinking back, it was no wonder that when the Demon King gave the order, he asked them to bring demons to set up the formation. Perhaps the Demon King who gave the order knew this situation. Taking a deep breath, the Python demon who figured out the reason wanted to retreat. It was difficult for him and others to kill them, and it was difficult not to injure them, but the other party could hurt them. Not only that, after such a long contact, it had almost figured out the other party's realm. It was not mature enough to achieve the great perfection of the Tao, and it needed time to accumulate. And obviously, this accumulation could be practice or fighting. It had experienced this stage, and was very clear about it. Therefore, continuing to stalemate like this would be the worst result for them. They were not human beings, and they did not have, and would not suppress the seal technique. There was no doubt that there was only one result of the war, and the other party would escape. I could not help them practice, so I had to leave. Immediately, right away. After leaving, go and summon the human evil cultivators. It would be best to find a way to borrow a human evil cultivator with the strength of the Deo realm and proficient in the seal technique to come and encircle and suppress them. Capture him before the other party achieves the Deo realm. Otherwise, this boy will become a huge obstacle for the monsters to enter the central plains. After another round of impact, the python monster let out a fierce roar, and a large amount of information burst out from it, directly piercing into the sea of consciousness of the leopard monster and the blue bull monster. The two monsters were shocked, and their pupils dilated at the same time, undoubtedly frightened by this extremely shocking news. Xiangang technique? No wonder, a mere Chengdao realm can't be killed. So that's it. In an instant, the three monsters reached a consensus, and didn't intend to continue to entangle with Li Su and let him improve. As for the besieged Li Su, he was extremely excited at the moment. It was totally unimaginable to encounter a monster in the Udao realm. The strength of the three big monsters was undoubtedly extremely amazing. If he hadn't mastered the Shanking immortal method, his body had the ability to change, and could directly integrate into the Dao rules, and transform into various element. I'm afraid he would have died countless times. Now, this few minutes of extreme battle is undoubtedly beyond his imagination. The 36 diagrams were lit up throughout the process. Under the shadow of death, he operated them to an unprecedented height. Almost every second showed an astonishing number of revolutions, which was several times or even dozens of times more than when practicing alone. Every minute that passed was like dozens of days or months for Li Su. He needed to change constantly, and he would change more than 10 times every second. Only in this way could he pour out the power of the Udao realm monster on his body and ensure that his body would not be destroyed by the opponent's power. Therefore, every second was a huge improvement for him. Wonderful ideas were bursting out, and the traces of the 36 diagrams became clearer and clearer. The degree of completion was moving at an astonishing speed, heading towards 100%. Before the war, if Li Su wanted to be perfect, relying on the Dao of the Chengdao realm to hone it, it would probably take thousands or even tens of thousands of times. However, now this less than 10-minute death battle has deducted nearly 1/3 of the degree. This is not his biggest gain. His biggest gain was the excitement brought by the battle, which was unprecedented. The 36 diagrams themselves were also refined, reducing the time required for accumulation and formation. The effect produced was that one was greater than one. That's it. It has to be like this. Continue and continue. In this way, as long as you persist in fighting for an hour, no, 40 minutes, no, half an hour, as long as you persist in half an hour, you can accumulate enough experience. Even if you can't break through on the spot, go down and find a place to sit in seclusion. At most, in about a week, you should be able to complete the transformation and achieve the Imperial Dao. Li Su became more and more excited. His pupils were extremely hot. At the moment when the story of Journey to the West had a huge bug, the whole person had been under high pressure for these years, and he was very uncomfortable. But he didn't expect that a group of monsters would come to him at this time to help him, and they were the kind of coal that came from thousands of miles away. He was so excited that he almost went crazy. A week later, he achieved the Imperial Dao. Before the story began, it should be no problem to reach the limit of the Imperial Dao realm. After all, unlike other world fragments, here, he has no shortage of resources, and there is a spiritual world accumulated for who knows how many years. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. His whole body was about to be sublimated, and his soul was emitting a carefree light. Although in terms of fighting, it was the weak against the strong. Obviously, in terms of understanding the Tao and means, he was stronger than the opponent, but he could not cause much damage. On the contrary, he was very cautious in every attack of the opponent. Otherwise, if he was careless, he would lose half his life. Although it was the same adversity as before, Li Su was very happy at this moment. Come again, come again. His spiritual light was constantly flashing, and he became more and more proficient in the use of Taoism itself. The battle and collision with the High Realm not only accelerated his accumulation, but also strengthened his application of means. The damage soared from 5 points to 6 points. Although it was still a long way from breaking the defense and severely damaging, it was actually equivalent to increasing the output by 2/10. Don't underestimate this kind of improvement. It is very scary. This means that he, who was standing in front of the ceiling, once again pushed the ceiling up a distance. The two realms should be flat, but he pushed a small peak out of it and stepped into the realm of Imperial Way at the surface of the realm of becoming a Dao. Once the mirror is broken, there is no doubt that he will be stronger. Theoretically, it is impossible to kill them instantly, but it should not be a problem to severely injure the three in front of him instantly. My goodness, just after breaking the mirror, he is going to severely injure the monsters who have been in the realm of Imperial Way for who knows how long. Basically, there is only Lee Su in this world. With a thud, accompanied by another collision, the next second, a shocking scene happened. The three Imperial Realm monsters turned their bodies. At the moment, when Lee Su exhausted his power and performed the art of transformation, the huge bodies disappeared. At the same time, the blue bull and the python monster grabbed the leopard monster at the same time and turned into a yellow light, which disappeared into the horizon in an instant. The whole process was incredibly short, not even a blink of an eye, and the yellow light that cut through the sky was a whole afterimage. Standing there, Lee Su was stunned for a long time and couldn't come back to his senses. After being stunned for more than 10 seconds, he started to curse with a livid face. Fuck. The price had been agreed upon, the pants had been taken off, and now he said he didn't want to do it anymore. If he continued, he would do that. For a moment, his face was distorted. Chapter 652 ending. The air was shaking. The earth was like waves, spreading out in circles. His fighting spirit was high, his pupils were blood red, and his anger was surging. In battle, whether he was in a life and death fight or a tangled fight of chase and escape, it didn't matter to him. It was all about honing himself and making his steps perfect. No, if he really chased him, there would be big problems. Don't forget, he was only in the realm of enlightenment, while the other party was in the realm of control. Half of the reason why they were so big was because they didn't take him seriously and were taken advantage of by Lee Su. Although the power that invaded their bodies did not cause enough damage, it remained inside, forming an anchor point that allowed Lee Su to clearly capture their every move. Among the three monsters, the leopard monster was the one that was too fast, which made Lee Su a little tricky. It moved too fast and could cross a long distance in an instant. However, at the beginning, he used the thunder of earth to impact its internal organs, which reduced its state and made it unable to maintain the highest speed at all times. It needed to leave some power to repair. After that, Lee Su also kept an eye on the other party, basically not giving him time to fully recover. This is also the reason why he could hold on for so long. Except for the great consumption at the beginning, Lee Su was actually prepared for their moves in advance. He did not just dodge them by changing, but also actively dodged. Of the 100% of the power, less than 5 layers actually fell on him. If the other party had a chance to rest and recuperate by chasing and escaping like this, and the three Udeo realm monsters regarded him as an opponent, he would be the one in trouble. Don't get too excited, don't get too excited. Lee Su slapped his face several times with his hands, trying to suppress his anger. Although there are some flaws, it's enough, it's enough. As a person, you should be content. As the saying goes, contentment is the greatest happiness. It took a long time for Lee Su to suppress his inner anxiety and dissatisfaction. He let out a long breath, and as his anger subsided and he regained his rationality, Lee Su's tense body suddenly relaxed a lot, and he broke out in a lot of cold sweat. He moved and disappeared directly, and appeared again in the south. There were many monsters. There were more than 10 in the Enlightenment realm alone, and even more in the Foundation Establishment realm, hundreds of them. These monsters were undoubtedly fleeing. With the outbreak of the war, although they were far away, the soaring demonic energy and amazing magic power made them realize that the leader who led them here was fighting an extremely fierce battle with something. Although they could not sense the breath of the Enlightenment realm cultivator, they could still capture the massive energy turbulence of the heaven and earth. After a short stay, the Enlightenment realm directly called the Foundation Establishment realm monster to retreat. Obviously, although they were not very smart, they also understood that such a battle was not something that these little monsters could get involved in. Unfortunately, they were a little smart, but it was limited. They did not flee separately, but gathered into one group. Without the cover of the Udeo realm monster, even if they tried their best to restrain their demonic energy, in Lee Su's eyes, they were no different from being naked. Facing the appearance of Lee Su, the Enlightenment realm monster was stunned for a moment. After all, there was no one in front of them just now. Without any intention of dialogue, the Chengdeo realm monster shouted and rushed directly towards Lee Su. Its body flashed, and its true form appeared. It was a rhinoceros spirit with a huge body. When it walked, it shook the earth. Its strength was already quite good in the Chengdeo realm. Even if it was perfect, it had to consume it first before killing it. If it was before, Lee Su would have had to fight twice. Now that he had fought a big battle with the Udeo realm monster, facing this ordinary Chengdeo realm, he naturally had no interest at all. His body lit up and turned into light. He raised his hand and punched, hitting the strongest horn of the rhinoceros spirit head on, looking for death. Facing this scene, the rhinoceros spirit flashed a mocking look in the depths of his eyes. It undoubtedly had great confidence in its own horn. Even if it was 10 mountains, it could break through with one horn. No one in the same realm could stop its sprint, and all the obstacles in front would be shattered. Its horn began to glow, forming a strange reflection on it, like a crescent moon, gathering a lot of lunar aura, with an incomparable heaviness. The half-curved horn was like the huge moonlight in the sky, indestructible. And the reality was just as it thought. Lee Su was smashed by its horn on the spot without feeling any resistance. I thought it was something, but it turned out to be nothing. Facing this scene, the rhino demon couldn't help laughing, feeling that he had made a fuss. To deal with this kind of garbage, there was no need to use his horn magic. It yelled and was about to call on the others to speed up and leave. Clang. At this moment, the sound of a sharp blade breaking through the air sounded. The rhino demon was startled and looked around subconsciously. It would have been better if he didn't look. When he looked, he was stunned. Behind it, within a radius of 100 meters, all objects were cracked. Flowers, trees, rocks, and earth. They were cut off and chopped into pieces by some terrible sharp blade. Not only the grass, trees, rocks, but also the monsters with it. Most of them were broken into 7 or 8 pieces. Some were directly bloody. The most amazing thing was that there were 2 people with the same strength as it, but they did not escape. They were cut open, and the thick skin did not provide even the slightest protection, and the strong bones could not withstand it. The strong magical powers were cut open, and the special talents formed by the monsters, after they became spirits, were also cut off in the flash. The rhinoceros spirit couldn't help but let out a terrified cry. Who is it? Who? It was extremely panicked and at a loss. It was so scared that it twisted its bulky body and wanted to escape. Looking at it for a while, the rhinoceros spirit found that there was a hand on the horn that it was proud of, holding its horn. The rhinoceros spirit was puzzled and wanted to speak, but found that cracks appeared on the picture in front of him, and they were gradually expanding. With a hiss, its body cracked. Except for the horn that was caught by someone, its whole body broke into pieces and fell to the ground. In the moment before the complete darkness, the rhino spirit suddenly saw that the person he smashed into pieces, at that moment, really turned into light, an extremely sharp light. He bypassed his own horn, cut open his body, and then exploded out, killing all the monsters behind him. Not only were the monsters killed, the light penetrated the area of more than 100 meters, and everything was chopped apart. It was not that he smashed the other party, but that the other party smashed them. Who is this human? Why haven't I heard of it in the intelligence? With extreme panic and trembling, the rhino spirit lost all sense of everything and fell into endless darkness. This horn is not bad. Weighing the only complete object of the rhino spirit, it can be used as a material for a magic weapon. It has complete magical powers, which is quite good. Well, it should be able to sell for a lot of money. Unfortunately, the remaining Chengdeo realm was just a little short of perfection. Either it was not yet perfect, or it was not like the rhinoceros spirit that could condense such a treasure. The skin can be sold for some money. After all, It is the Chengdao realm, but the attack was a bit ruthless, too broken, and the value dropped sharply. Although I have already held back, the battle with the Yudao realm has greatly improved. The ceiling was retreated for a distance by Li Su, but I didn't expect that the power was still great. Forget it, there is no time to sort it out. Reaching out and grabbing, nearly 100 different Dao rules appeared. They were the Dao bases of those monsters. While smashing them, I took them out by the way. For me now, although it is a bit useless, it is better than nothing. 36 figures shook and swallowed it directly. The quality is not good, but if the quantity is increased, it should not be bad. After finishing, Li Su disappeared again, and the next time he appeared was in the west. Or thunderbolt smashed more than a dozen monsters in front of him. Li Su couldn't help but blink his eyes. The people here are very smart. They all know how to divide the troops. It seems that there are experienced guys in the team. After several consecutive moves, he harvested almost 100 more monsters. Li Su was stunned and then sensed silently. No, the thing that proposed to divide the troops was not found. Halfway, it fell out of the team. The demonic energy, well, there are too many interferences around. Almost 300 people died in total, and more than 100 were killed in the north. In addition to the fate of the Yudao realm, the demonic energy is a bit too strong. In addition, this monster is estimated to be very good at hiding and escaping. After sensing for 3 or 5 seconds, Li Su sighed. Forget it, there is no time to find it now. It's time to go back and deal with what's the name, right? Wei Feng, I remember this name. Shanking Zenshan. It's really incredible that such a famous and upright sect actually joins hands with the demon clan. But why? If I said that I killed his parents, robbed his wife, killed his brother, kicked his son to death, and hated him for that, and hated him to the point of betraying the sect, it would be more or less understandable. I didn't offend him in any way, right? Because the old man and his friends accepted me as their apprentice? This is undoubtedly the only connection that can be thought of between the two. But not to that extent. This is not narrow-minded. This is fucking stupid. Even if this matter is really important, why do you go to find those 3 old men? What do you want to find him for? Damn, it's not his decision. After thinking for a while, Li Su didn't plan to think about it anymore. The reason for the feud didn't matter. He took action, which was enough to crush Li Su to dust, no matter what his identity or background was. Li Su jumped up and headed directly to the southwest. Escape. Escape. In the forest, when Li Feng fled madly, his expression was distorted, and his pupils were panicked. After the great shock, what followed was a bone-chilling chill, and he realized an extremely terrifying reality. The other party was beyond his imagination. Although Wei Feng was arrogant, and looked down on everyone, he acted very domineeringly in the sect. This was his status and strength, but it did not mean that he was stupid. In fact, he was not stupid. This robbery was like this. He was able to prepare various means to rob and kill a child who had practiced for less than 10 years. Although he was mad with hatred for the broken path, he was also afraid and did not want to give Li Su time to grow up. The sooner he killed him, the better. This was also the reason why he couldn't wait, because the longer the time dragged on, the easier it would be to kill the other party. So when he realized Li Su's strength, especially when he saw a corner of the scene where he was fighting with the leader of the monster side, he was afraid and terrified, and fled desperately. Although the 3 demon clan Yudao realms took action, no matter how strong Li Su showed, the possibility of winning was not great. But not being able to win does not mean that the other party cannot run. Thinking of this, he did not dare to stay for a second. He knew too well what the consequences of being exposed would be if he did such a thing. No one could protect him. No matter how good the reason was, he would not be able to escape death if he attacked the 8th generation disciples of Shanking, let alone joining forces with the monsters. Therefore, he could not stop, could not stay, and had to leave, and leave immediately. Shanking sect had his life lamp, and it was useless to hide there. He had to go to find his mother. With the protection of Yudao realm, he could avoid being captured by Shanking sect. As for how his mother would react after knowing this, she would be angry and furious, but at least she would not die. He was extremely fast, with 2 talismans shining with golden light on his feet. They were the magic talismans given by the seniors of the sect. Once used, they would burst out with unimaginable speed, and could travel several miles in an instant. From realizing how powerful Li Su was to starting to run away, it took only more than 10 minutes. In fact, he ran past Kehe from a position close to Hangzhou, that is, from Zhejiang to the edge of Jiangxi. It's almost there, it's almost there. Wen Yifeng ran as fast as he could, and he could almost cross 2 or 3 mountains in one step. The surrounding scenery was retreating at a rapid speed. With all his strength, Wen Yifeng's speed was undoubtedly very fast. After that, he would reach Senqing Mountain, then Shangreao, and then he would enter the territory that his mother sect could radiate. As long as he got there, he would be safe for a short time. As for what would happen after that, Wen Yifeng had not thought about it, and he had no time to think about it. Asterisk 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 what a fast speed. After chasing for almost 30 seconds, although the distance between them was constantly closing, Li Su behind was still a little surprised. Did he use some means of escape? This speed was not something that could be burst out by the state of enlightenment. Li Su could be so fast because he used the Kinkson method as a basis and performed the element escape method, entering the wind, entering the earth, and entering the water. At the edge of the 15-mile mark, as long as he could sense the corresponding, he could directly transfer there. 15 miles in 1 second, 30 seconds, a full 400 miles, that is, more than 200 kilometers, enough to cross the province. At this speed, it felt like it would take about 10 seconds to catch up with the other party. Is it going to Jiangxi? Li Su was somewhat puzzled. There were many sects in Jiangxi, and the most famous ones were the Xianqi and Lingbao sects. Others included the Magu sect and the Jexin sect. There were undoubtedly many sacred places of Taoism in the Central Plains. Thinking of this, Li Su frowned slightly. A person who joined forces with a monster and ran towards the Taoist Holy Land was either out of his mind or had a backer there. Although the other party was mentally abnormal and had a mental disorder, he was undoubtedly not stupid. In other words, there was a high probability that he had a backer who ran here, and the relationship between this backer and him was probably very close. After all, the crime he committed was not light, and ordinary people would definitely not pay attention to him. 99% of them were blood relatives within 3 generations. The Wei family was not a small surname in the Shanking sect. One of the peak masters of Shanking was surnamed Wei. Li Su accelerated immediately. He was going to kill the person, and it would be useless, even if the King of Heaven came, but it would be better not to let the other party find a backer. To raise such a crazy child, it is necessary to be spoiled. Besides, Li Su still had something to ask. For example, how did the other party lock him? Li Su was not bragging. As the owner of the Shanking immortal technique, it was not easy for the Udao realm to lock him. He could directly merge into the Dao law, not to mention that he came out so late. Avoiding his perception and clearly locking him, the other party must have used some special means, which was probably done when he was in the Shanking sect. Therefore, not only do we have to kill people, but we also have to ask and find out the reason. Otherwise, what is the difference between being in the wild and a child walking in a busy city with a large pile of gold? Closer. More than 10 seconds, although it was a bit regrettable that I didn't dare to get to the other party before entering Jiangxi. Fortunately, I didn't let the other party run into a certain sect. In that case, it would be really troublesome. After all, although he can fight the Udao realm, he can only fight, not kill. His figure flashed again, and Li Su turned his eyes and looked at Wei Feng, who was running rapidly not far away. Taking a breath and reaching out his hand, Li Su did not hesitate. There was no need for dialogue, and he took action directly. Kill him, seal his soul, take him away, and do it slowly. Not far away, Wei Feng, who was running away frantically, also had his pupils shrink when he saw the figure that suddenly appeared. When he saw Li Su's nightmare-like appearance that was branded deep into his soul, he trembled all over, and the fear in his pupils spread rapidly. He he let out an extremely huge roar, and his eyes were really like a little white rabbit blocked by a big bad wolf, extremely desperate and panicked. Then, "Mother, save me. Mother, save me." As he shouted, Wen Feng's left hand lit up, and there was a talisman in his hand, a very special talisman, and as he shouted, the light and shadow flashed. Li Su's pupils shrank. Is this a prayer talisman? The first treasure of Zuenman. It has huge functions, and can ignore the distance and directly call the person who made this talisman. He stretched out his hand and flicked it, and the shanking immortal method flashed and disappeared, turning into thunder to shatter his body, and then grabbed it, and detained his soul. After doing it, Li Su flashed and left. Bold. The prayer talisman shook, and a face emerged from it, 3 parts beautiful, 7 parts noble, wearing a Taoist hat, and wearing a purple robe different from the shanking style. She was an adult woman. Her phoenix eyes were like knives. Her voice was like a sword, and she was extremely angry. "Who? How dare you kill my young son? You are looking for death." The voice was very pleasant. It was like a spring dripping on a stone, but the moment it entered the ear, it was like thunder. This was not an ordinary word, but a word from heaven, with unpredictable power, and a word could determine life and death. Li Su, who had run more than 10 miles away, couldn't help but tremble. The words entered his body, and the Tao inside flashed, with extremely complex Tao rhymes flowing, wanting to dig out his bones and dig out his heart, and cut off his path. The element of his body were dissolved on the spot, turning into the 5 element, and turning into wind and thunder. In this way, several times, the invading force was cleared out. Fuck. Li Su took a deep breath. His face turned black. There is no doubt that this woman is even stronger than the 3 big monsters. Chapter 653 Magu Fairy. Boom. 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 It's coming so fast. Li Su couldn't help but jump his eyelids after running less than 50 miles. Behind him, where he had just killed Wen Feng, there was a large fluctuation of heaven and earth spiritual energy in the sky. This was not when the monster came. The scope and degree were incomparable. Monsters need to hide, but human cultivators don't. Under the full strength burst, the fluctuations formed were naturally beyond imagination. Even if they were dozens of miles apart, Li Su could feel the vibration transmitted from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and there was a murderous intention accumulating. I don't know which sect this guy's mother is from. Li Su had a headache. After all, there were too many big sects and big bosses in Jiangxi. I remember that the other party's biological father seemed to be in the realm of enlightenment. Such a mother is so awesome. This is not an ordinary realm of imperial control. The level is quite deep, at least in the middle stage of imperial control. In other words, it is only one realm away from the supreme elder of Shanking sect, and it is on par with the head of the sect. This situation is no longer cabbage being pushed by pigs, but the snow lotus of Shianshan mountain is being offered by pigs. Li Su couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling, and he sped up his pace, not just one level. Although he was running east, he was walking south, that is, southeast. It's not that he changed direction, but there should be a river that can go directly to Hangzhou. Running on land, if the opponent has the corresponding means, it is still too dangerous. Moreover, from ancient times to the present, when men chase strong enemies, such as Li Su himself, most of them go alone, and it is obvious that this time it is a woman, which means that there is a high probability that once they catch up, there will be a bunch of people behind them. It's not that the opponent is inferior, but it is determined by gender. Therefore, Li Su must prevent himself from being caught up, and the best way here is to find a river and go down the river. Although among various elements, you can rely on wind, but wind is erratic, especially in the past of Jiangxi, which is the Zhejiang area, that is, the coastal area. It is easy to run over, but be blocked by the wind from the coast. Only water. It will inevitably go east, and because of its fluidity, it is not easy to be detected. Li Su's speed was extremely fast. In just 3 or 5 blinks of an eye, a very wide river appeared in his eyes. He jumped up, and his body melted in an instant, plunged into the river, and merged with it, indistinguishable from each other. After falling into the river, Li Su was not idle either. He directly began to extract Wei Feng's memory, and obtain the information he wanted. He mastered the shanking immortal method and had the state of great perfection of the Tao. Even the Udeo realm would find it difficult to find him unless they were locked face to face. How did Wei Feng and those monsters find him? This reason must be found out. After a while, as the soul reader understood the situation, his eyes shrank slightly. The result was undoubtedly somewhat unexpected. The means of locking him came from outside the central plains. It was a tracking technique of a certain monster king. Faced with this result, Li Su was undoubtedly a little uncomfortable. The pursuit of the Udeo realm was already too much, and the means actually came from above the Udeo realm. Is this really reasonable? Damn white bone spirit, didn't it just beat up your maid? I didn't kill her, so why did you retaliate against me like this? He actually personally ordered and sent 3 Udeo realm monsters to snipe him. Li Su is not Wei Feng. In his opinion, the good intentions of the Demon King and the pity for his difficult cultivation are just lies. Only Wei Feng, the idiot, believed them. 3 Udeo realm monsters. The SYNOPSIS is just to prevent him from having someone to protect him, or is there a way to escape? When did the Udeo realm become so worthless? Even if that is true, 1 Udeo realm with 2 Chengdeo realm monsters is enough. The SYNOPSIS, if you don't know your own strength and think that you are not easy to kill, how can you send them like this? Looking back at his memory, he had contact with the monsters, that is, the white bone lady he met in the spiritual world. Basically, Li Su can be sure that the monster that the black shadow mentioned in Wei Feng's memory should be her. Wu Liang, you immortal board, you obviously fled in a hurry at that time, but you turned around and prepared such a big gift. If Li Su hadn't wasted about half a year, the other party might have succeeded. It must be the white bone demon. This sinister calculation. No wonder that in Journey to the West, even if he died, Monkey King suffered a great loss that he had never experienced in his life. I remember the description in the book that Monkey King's brain was almost squeezed out. When Tang Seng stopped, Monkey King was completely exhausted. Throughout the entire Journey to the West, Monkey King suffered such a big loss only once, when he met Red Boy, and it was obvious that he was careless that time. He didn't expect that Red Boy's Flame Dragon King could not be extinguished. Li Su took a deep breath, and his mind sank into the depths of his own soul, sensing it inch by inch. After a long time, he opened his eyes, his face a little ugly. There is indeed something very secret, stained on the soul, very light, colorless and tasteless, and it has been spreading outwards. A trace, even with the above Kingston method, can only be barely detected. This is an unimaginable method, mainly because his realm is too high, far beyond the realm of enlightenment. Even if he has advanced a considerable distance against the ceiling of the realm of enlightenment, he still cannot reach it. It is possible only when the realm breaks through. It was really bought last year. Cough cough cough. A guy who can be suppressed by just stretching out his hand has really caused him a huge trouble. Especially in the current situation, the best way is undoubtedly to return to Maocean and wait until the mark disappears before taking action. But unfortunately, he was taken to Jiangxi by the other party and got into trouble again. This guy, is he poisonous? Why do I feel that, although I killed someone, I'm in a dilemma of impending disaster? Li Su took a deep breath, and with a move of his magic power, he directly chopped the other party's soul, completely cutting off the possibility of the other party's rebirth in any way, and then gathered up the remaining true spirit and memory, and sealed it with a talisman. After stretching out his hand, and throwing out the part containing his true spirit, he closed his eyes directly, and let the river carry him down. Asterisk 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 on the other side, where Li Su killed Wei Feng, a figure appeared. The leader was none other than the figure that appeared on Wei Feng's prayer talisman. Her real body was hundreds of miles away, and she rushed over in less than a minute. Too late. Dead. Feeling the strong smell of blood all around, and the same smell emanating from it, the woman's originally red pupils suddenly became more and more scarlet. The one who died was her own son. Although they had not seen each other for a long time, because of different sects, as a mother, she had high expectations for this son. Wei Feng was able to become the true disciple of Shanking sect, so his talent was naturally not fake. Although there were some problems in breakthrough, there was no doubt about accumulation. Compared with his useless father, he was more than 10 streets ahead. It can be said that once Wei Feng achieved the Udao realm, he would definitely be a very strong one in this realm. In the future, it is possible to surpass Udao and become an immortal. Therefore, the woman loved this son very much. She was afraid that he would melt if she held him in her mouth, and she was afraid that he would fall if she held him in her hands. As a result, he died. As the familiar smell quickly dissipated, the images buried deep in the memory kept popping up one by one. When she was just born, when she just knew how to call people, when she just knew how to run. Ah. The woman couldn't help but roar. Tears of blood flowed from her eyes. The already shocking killing intent was directly filled with a blood red at this moment. The world was greatly affected and couldn't help but distort. The atmosphere no longer looked like a Taoist practice, but more like an evil practice. Junior sister. There were 3 people who came with him, all of whom were in the Udao realm. Their costumes were different, and they were very different from the woman. Obviously, they were not from the same branch, but from various major sects in Jiangxi. One of them spoke, and the aura of thunder on his body was very heavy, and the surface was stained with a layer of light gold. This skill situation undoubtedly explained a lot of things. Langhu Mountain, Xianxi Mansion, Udao realm, that is to say, the Xianxi of Xianxi Mansion. He spoke softly, and his voice was like a cold spring, rushing down from the sky, soaking the woman's heart. The woman shuddered, awakening from her boundless anger. After a slight pause, she said softly, "Thank you." As she spoke, tears could not help but slide down her face, revealing an extremely sad look. The 3 looked at each other and sighed. The death of a parent or child, that kind of pain, if you have not experienced it, you can't understand the pain at all. The 3 of them were in a very high realm and had a long life, so they had watched the people they cared about wither away one by one and knew the pain inside. The other party's son was obviously killed by someone, and it was not a natural death, so the pain was naturally greater. Although the sects were different, the feelings of knowing each other for hundreds of years were naturally different. Let's go. The soul is gone. It should have been taken away. Let's catch the murderer first, and then see if there is a chance to revive it. Someone spoke, with a huge magic sword hanging above his head. The magic weapon becomes a spirit, and the skills are integrated. This is the symbol of Lingbao sect. The other 3 also nodded. Yes, find the murderer first. Hearing the word murderer, the pupils of the woman who was originally full of sorrow could not help shrinking, and a trace of bloody red that could not be dissolved quickly formed, and boundless hatred was accumulating. Murderer. Yes, the murderer must not be let go. 3 brothers, wait a moment. The woman took a breath and circulated her own magic power. But seeing a huge amount of Dao Rhyme gathered and intertwined, the place where Wei Feng died began to vibrate, and a little red gathered, was absorbed by the talisman, and merged into it. After a moment, the woman trembled, her eyebrows shook, and a drop of blood that was extremely red and flashing flew out. Facing this scene, the eyes of the 3 people flashed. This drop of blood was not ordinary. It was the essence of life, and it was the essence of life in the realm of Udao. This is actually equivalent to the other party's lifespan. Every drop is extremely important, equivalent to the origin of the cultivator. Any loss, unless it is a natural treasure, it is extremely difficult to replenish. But the woman in front of her seemed to have no feeling. The formation and dripping of a drop of blood had no effect on herself. In this case, we have to mention the woman's master, which is a feature of the school. In ancient times, there was a woman who saw an old woman starving to the ground, so she fed the peach she got to her. And that old woman was actually the legendary immortal, the mother of Mount Li. In the end, the woman was accepted as a disciple by the mother of Mount Li and passed on the law to become an immortal. The woman was named Magu. After she became an immortal, she left behind a sect called the Magu sect. The practice of this sect is extremely special. It practices the method created by the mother of Mount Li for Magu, the Longevity Sutra. This sutra has no other abilities, and it has the greatest effect on improving lifespan. Almost all of the cultivation is concentrated in this aspect, and the method she is performing at this moment is to offer the Longevity Sutra. Magu became an immortal by giving peaches to prolong her life. Offering the Longevity Sutra is the origin of this. It can increase the lifespan of others, which is a very rare healing system in the Central Plains Zuanman. Because of this, in Jiangxi, people from the Magu sect have a lofty status, on par with Cheyenne Shifu and Lingbao sect. Of course, although the Magu lineage is a rare healing power, it does not mean that they can only heal and kill people. And because of their special power, when they kill people, although it is not as grand and unparalleled as the Cheyenne Shifu, nor as world-renowned as the Lingbao sect, it is also a different taste. Killing people with lifespan naturally kills lifespan. Therefore, the older and weaker the people are, the more they are afraid of the Magu sect, and it is easy for them to exchange their lives for their lives, and directly exchange their lives for death. Lifespan is a prayer, blood is a network, cause and effect are intertwined, and trace the source. Because the essence and blood floated out, her face turned slightly pale, and the woman said coldly, cause and effect not, stand. As the words fell, the Taoran took shape, and turned directly into a wishful knot. One end was in the woman's hand, and the other end pointed to the distance. This is a tracking method unique to the Magu lineage. It is extremely magical, using lifespan as consumption, involving the cause and effect layer, and it is extremely difficult to avoid. This is also the reason why the Udeo realm of Lingbao sect would directly start tracking. One is to distract, and the other is to kill the murderer, and eliminate the anger in his heart. The woman's expression moved slightly, and she turned her head and looked southeast. In Guojiang. She moved, and in an instant, she was dozens of miles away, almost in a straight line, rushing towards the river, where Li Su was. The other three followed, and quickly headed towards Guojiang. Not long after, the four arrived above Guojiang. The woman stared at the Ruai knot in front of her, and according to its direction, she looked at the entire Guojiang river. Soon, she moved and appeared directly at a certain position in Guojiang. She stretched out her hand, and grabbed something directly in her hand. After a moment of sensing, the woman trembled, her face was as hen, and she broke the talisman, and took out the suppressed thing inside. That was Wei Feng's true spirit, which was dissociated, and the soul was completely shattered. This was undoubtedly complete death. Even if the true spirit was reincarnated, it would no longer be her child, and the soul could not be restored. Although she knew that her son was in great danger, she was mentally prepared. When the prayer talisman appeared, the other party still wanted to kill him, which was very clear. Otherwise, he would not have continued to kill people at the cost of offending a Udeo realm. Now that she was sure that her son was dead, the woman's heart of Taoism could not help but tremble. Sadness and murderous intent intertwined together, forming an extremely huge impact, and the water of the entire Guojiang river could not help but churn. Causal knot. The woman directly used her own magic power to develop the causal knot to the extreme in order to lock the murderer. However, this time, no matter how she operated, the causal knot in front of her shook repeatedly, and the other end of the association void was always erratic, and could not find the direction. In front of it, a thick fog appeared, covering this tracking. Facing this scene, the woman's face was extremely ugly, and the other three people also frowned. Spells involving cause and effect are very difficult to avoid. Not only are there few means in this regard, in fact, the 8-level Zuanman monks and monsters in the world do not even have the basic concept of cause and effect. In the mortal world, there are many fortune tellers and feng shui masters, but the real identities of those who are capable are basically questionable. The others are all liars, who just make slogans, but don't understand the details. Therefore, only the upper level Zuanman and the sects with immortal traditions can know the surface of cause and effect. There are even fewer Zuanman who have the means of defense, and only the top few sects have it, such as Cheyenne Shifu and Lingbao sect. The fog in front of the cause and effect knot that seems to be impenetrable and intangible is actually the protection from the sect, blocking the tracing of cause and effect. The reason why it was able to lock just now should be related to the talisman that the junior sister took away, which restrained Wei Feng's true spirit. This is also part of the cause and effect, so she was brought here. In other words, the person who killed the parent and child of the junior sister of Magu sect was also born in a big sect. This signal is not good. After all, a big thing happened not long ago, which led to a very thorny problem. There was a problem with the Zuanman sect, and someone joined forces with the monster. full of hatred and murderous intent. The woman's expression became more and more gloomy and ferocious. Unlike the three Udeo realm masters, she had her own true spirit and something in the jade talisman. She saw that it was her son's memory, and then she destroyed it without hesitation. The other party seemed to be telling her that I killed your son, not for killing innocent people, but for a legitimate reason. He had a reason to be killed, and his crime was unforgivable. Connected with monsters? Haha, ha ha ha. Killing my own son, I don't care what reason you have, how just and reasonable this reason is. And, you said my son is connected, so is it connected? My son has been killed innocently, and you dare to put such a crime on him, and tarnish his reputation. Boom. The woman raised her hand and slapped a palm. It was not a spell, but a wind pressure generated by pushing with lifespin. With a loud bang, the nearly 100-meter wide Guojiang River exploded directly, and everything within a range of almost 1 mile on both sides was torn apart by her power. It directly changed the terrain and formed a huge lake. Her eyes were like ice for thousands of years, and she turned her head with a sad face. 3 senior brothers, please help my junior sister to uphold justice. The 3 were stunned. But they saw that the parent-child true spirit in Li Qing's hand was vibrating, and a large amount of life was injected into it. As the life was injected into it, a picture emerged. It was a fragment of memory left in the true spirit, which was deeply imprinted. With the stimulation of power, it was directly presented. It was a pity that Li Su was not there, otherwise he would have found that it was the picture of him killing Wei Feng. This person deliberately let my son escape, and waited until he entered Jiangxi to rob and kill him in front of me, and then deliberately destroyed my son's soul, leaving the true spirit. But he didn't know that, although the true spirit does not have the ability to remember, it can retain some strong pictures. For example, it encountered great fear before. Lingdao Sectu Daojing's face showed murderous intent. The Magu lineage has a special status and a high status in Jiangxi. As a rare healing system, all sects and schools always need it, and at that time it is often a life-saving grace. Really rampant. Junior sister, don't worry, such a thug must not be let off. The other 2 also nodded. Not only did he kill someone, but he also deliberately sealed the person's true spirit and threw it into the Guojiang River. Is he confident that he will not be found? Unfortunately, the means of Zuanmen are not what you can imagine. Inform, spread this person's face. This confidence is rampant. I think the face should be the original face. Asterisk 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 at this moment, the lower reaches of the Guojiang River are dozens of miles away. Down the river, accompanied by the noises coming from afar, Li Su, who didn't know what was happening, sighed softly. Although there is an idiom in China that says destroy relatives for the greater good, there are too few people who can accept such a thing. To be honest, if such a thing happened to him, he might not be able to guarantee it. But he still gave a reason to let it go. Considering being a parent. In the river, Li Su opened his eyes slightly, feeling the killing intent that was obviously more crazy, but not shaken, even though they were more than 10 miles apart. His eyes were cold, and without any fluctuations. Your son wants to kill me, so I will naturally kill your son, even if he has no connection with the monster. If you don't accept it, and still want to kill me, then I will beat you to death without even the slightest hesitation. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 654, Integrating into the Great Dao. Melting into the river, Li Su completely let go of himself. He completely merged himself with the heaven and earth in his area, and his body and soul continued to penetrate into the rules of heaven and earth. This is not the unity of man and nature, nor is it swimming freely in the avenue. This is to completely turn oneself into a part of the Tao, and completely immerse oneself in it. This immersion is very deep, not only in the river, where his body is, but also in the earth and the air. This attempt is very amazing. A few hours ago, Li Su himself had never thought that after learning that something had been put into his soul, traces would be left in the places he had entered, and he would be captured by people. Faced with this situation, although there is no way to expel that means, then let the smell become everywhere. This method is undoubtedly very simple and very rough. Since the traces cannot be eliminated, then create a large number of traces. To this end, Lee Soo needs to completely elementalize his body and soul, completely spread out, completely merge with the heaven and earth, let the whole world be touched by his soul, leaving countless traces. Originally, he planned to do so, and he did so. But as he continued to go deeper and deeper, he continued to spread himself and become compatible with the world. The situation gradually began to change beyond Lee Soo's expectations. He turned into water, wind, light, land, metal, too many, and the surface span was beyond the imagination of others. Although the art of transformation is powerful, it is basically one change at a time. If there are more than a few, the difficulty will undoubtedly be multiplied by several times, or even dozens of times. In other words, this is basically impossible for normal cultivators. The body cannot withstand such multiple changes, and the soul cannot load the huge amount of information. Once it is carried out, it is not a question of whether it can be used or not, but it will be severely damaged if it does not die. But Lee Soo is different. First of all, his mental power is abnormal. Looking at the life in the world, even the heir of the Demon King cannot do it like him, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to survive shortly after being born. This behavior itself is actually cross-species, and it should not be a means that flesh and blood creatures can master. But Lee Soo did it. For several years, he took root in the ground like a plant seed and absorbed nutrients, relying only on his own mental power. Then, even if the actual skills were not brought over, under the constant infiltration of his soul, especially the special experiences of those few years, his flesh and blood were actually affected, and possessed some of the characteristics of the supreme flesh and blood. Although it could not reach the level of the supreme flesh and blood, there is no doubt that the activity intensity is definitely difficult to compare even with the monsters with good physical bodies. As for the last, it is his talent. The bonus is too terrible. In fact, even though Lee Soo performed amazingly, he still could not fully play it. He can learn everything, and even be able to draw inferences from one example, be able to bring forth something new, and be able to transcend the ordinary, and become a saint. In the eyes of others, it is undoubtedly like a miracle and a monster. However, this situation is only for people with full enlightenment. Is Lee Soo full enlightenment? No. His enlightenment broke the highest level of this world, a bonus of 230%. If the lowest enlightenment in Journey to the West is 1 and the highest is 10, Lee Soo's talent is indeed not outstanding. When he first came to this world, it was a question whether he could cultivate immortality. But even so, with a 230% bonus, even if his talent is only 1, he can reach an astonishing 2.3. Moreover, he is no longer the same person as he was at that time. There are so many worlds, so many practices, so many battles, and he has also experienced the constant transformation of the 7 saints. In this world today, even without the bonus, he can still be at the top and surpass everyone. What realm is a saint? The world can't simulate the existence of the Long River. Lee Soo, who has obtained the 7 saints Taoism, can fully imagine the extent to which his bones have been improved. So, even if it is assumed that his talent in this world has not broken through the upper limit, but is only full value, how terrible is the concept? After multiplying it like this, full value is 10 points, he is 23. Monster? Superb. With such a bonus, the level defined by this person is completely inappropriate when applied to him. This description is no different from the forbidden frog saying that the sky is great. Someone might ask, if it is so awesome, why is it that when Lee Soo was practicing shanking immortal technique, although his performance was beyond imagination, it seemed that he could not match his double talent? The reason is simple, because Lee Soo was limited by shanking immortal technique itself. After all, this so-called transformation technique, even if it can avoid the 3 disasters, is amazing. But in Journey to the West, it is still just a relatively advanced, or even top-level technique. It is not the top, nor the end. Therefore, although Lee Su showed amazing comprehension and learning ability, in fact, what he played was far less than what he actually mastered, and there was a huge bottomless shadow hidden underneath. With this comprehensive and deep integration, his potential was completely stimulated. Abnormal mental power, extraordinary learning talent, and the supremacy of flesh and blood. When Lee Su was faced with the integration of the huge rules of heaven and earth, he was not assimilated by the information of the rules of heaven and earth, but completely dissipated. On the contrary, he was transforming and improving in an amazing way. His grasp, perception, and control of details were undergoing qualitative changes and strengthening almost every second. Of course, although Lee Su improved very quickly, it was obvious that the amount of world-class information was still terrible and beyond imagination. His realm was too low. He was just a Dao, not even a Dao of enlightenment. Even if his processing speed was amazing, there were still too many problems in front of him. It was as if hundreds of millions of problems were placed in front of him at the same time. While they were lined up in a row, there were billions of long queues behind these hundreds of millions of problems. No matter how fast he solved them, he still couldn't see the end. Fortunately, he improved quickly and accumulated himself to form a huge foundation. Otherwise, in this case, he would most likely die directly, completely integrated into the world, and completely became a part of it, and was completely assimilated by the other party. At this moment, his thinking was infinitely stretched, and too much information was injected into his brain. Fortunately, the range he could cover was not large, and he was only stuffed with content within a range of more than 10 miles in diameter. Otherwise, no matter how earth-shattering his talent was, it would not work. It's incredible. Flowing in the vast amount of information, Lee Su was not aware of his own crisis, but was attracted by the scene of the world itself. It was so beautiful. It was so beautiful. 10,000 completely different desperate situations appeared in front of him. Do you know photosynthesis? That is the most basic function of plants. According to the description, it can be explained in just a few words. But what about in reality? What if it is viewed from an all-round perspective? From sunlight, to soil, to nutrition, what kind of scene would it be? From element to matter, from matter to element. Even in the flow of river water, Lee Su can see countless pictures, which are loaded with countless information. Faced with such a huge amount of information, he was completely engulfed and drawn into the ocean called world. His consciousness was constantly expanding, and everything seemed to be dissipating. Time was passing by rapidly. Even if he could handle hundreds of millions of problems in 1 second, hundreds of millions of problems would flow into his heart in the next second, and there was no time to breathe at all. Of course, for Lee Su himself, it was full and incredibly fulfilling. His mind seemed to be fully opened and completely immersed in it, and he could not feel the time outside at all. Asterisk 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 why stop? Did you find someone? It took a day to return and report the matter. After finally sending an evil cultivator of the Udeo realm in, he ran non-stop. One of the 3 Udeo realm monsters who came all the way to pursue the traces left by Lee Su, the python monster stopped, and his face turned black. On the side, looking at the stopped python monster, the leopard monster couldn't help but speak. Its face was not good either. Not only was it dusty, but it was also very thunderous and very tired. How could it not be tired? To be honest, if this method had not come from the Demon King, the leopard monster would have suspected that the person had been lost. Although it did not dare to doubt the Demon King's method, after so many days, it still couldn't help but complain in its heart, and now it had no energy to complain. At the beginning, it was normal to find Lee Su, just a straight line. But all this went wrong. After arriving at the river named Guojiang, named by the human race, Fangilion's strength, mountains, water, flowers, grass, air, clouds, wind, all carry the breath of the Demon King's magic. The demon insects brought were all stunned. Looking at the marks that seemed to be full of stars, the whole insect was stunned and trembling with fear at this scene. As a result, a 100-mile-long river, 3 Udeo realm demons, and a Udeo realm evil cultivator went all out for 2 whole years. Yes, they are not new here, but have been delayed near Guojiang for 2 whole years. Life is simply not a demon's life. For the first time in his life, the leopard demon had a strong disgust for the hunting target and felt extremely disgusted. It is a leopard, and hunting for food can be said to be a gene engraved in its bones, and it can be said to be a natural instinct. As a result, it was actually bored and disgusted, and just wanted to turn around and go back to sleep. Within 100 years, whoever talked to it about hunting, it would be angry with the other party. It is totally unimaginable what the leopard monster had encountered, which caused such a disparity in its own instincts. Of course, it's not just the leopard monster. The blue bull monster and python monster on the side are not much better, with deep fatigue flashing in their eyes. If it weren't for the task of the Demon King, I'm afraid these two would have given up long ago. It's so fucking pitiful. Do you know how many traces there are in the 100-mile river of Kwajang? And in order to ensure that they don't miss each other, how many things have they checked, destroyed, and destroyed? This is Jiangxi, the holy land of Zuanmen. Not to mention the Taoist sects, the Shi and Lingbao of the strongest sect of Zuanmen are also stationed here. So even if it is destroyed, they dare not make too much noise, and can only come secretly. The result is extremely tragic. It's okay to have traces on the stone. After all, it won't move. But once grass grows, trees grow, etc., it will be terrible. It turns out that plants actually spread their seeds in this way. It can be through wind, animals, and insects. Oh my god, no wonder there are always weeds growing in my cave for no reason. I have hoed it dozens of times and burned it with fire, but it grew again the next year. It turns out that there are so many channels. It's amazing. Recalling the experience of the past 2 years, the leopard demon laughed and couldn't help but doubt his leopard life. It didn't come here to learn the habits of plants. It came here to kill people. He lowered his head and couldn't help but look at his skin, which should have been extremely shiny and was called money by humans. Now it has split and twisted together, black and grey. At the beginning, it used to take care of it frequently, as a leopard who loves cleanliness. But as it drilled holes, bushes, and underground again and again, it got annoyed and tired. After all, although mana doesn't cost money, it also requires strength. Although it is a trivial matter for the Udeo realm, it happens thousands of times every day. It has gloriously changed from a clean and hygienic leopard leader to a larger threat. I have decided that, if I can catch this human, I must tear him apart bit by bit. By the way, I will ask the mortal government to ask for an executioner. I want to eat human beings. Facing the words of the leopard demon, the python demon did not answer. After hearing the information conveyed to it by the tracking demon insect, it was stunned and stood still. What are you doing? Hurry up. The leopard demon was very direct. Although the blue bull demon beside him did not speak, his eyes were also very clear. Although the past 2 years were enough for them to doubt the lives of demons, they also accumulated unimaginable anger in their hearts. Everything was because of that human. Find him no matter what. This is no longer a public matter, the order of the Demon King. This is a personal grudge. If they don't get rid of this breath, as the leader, they can't swallow this breath. As for the evil cultivators of the human race, they are also very annoying, but there is no way. Their lives are not in their own hands. They are also angry, but they want to finish the matter quickly. After all, although they left Jiangxi and came to Hangzhou, who said Hangzhou is safe? Such big cities are almost always the focus of attention of the Zuanmen. Once there is a problem, a strong person will rush to the city quickly. The python monster stood there for a long time, staring blankly at the outside of Hangzhou city, and then said after a while, "Here, did you leave it in the stones and water again?" The leopard monster frowned. "Which stones are there? I'll go. You are better at water, you go. Here." The python monster's tone was extremely stiff. "I know this place. I'll ask for details." The leopard monster was impatient. After spending so much time, his heart was filled with kerosene. If there was a spark, the whole monster would explode on the spot. The green bull monster was still a little calm. Looking at the weird appearance of the python monster, it couldn't help but widened its eyes and said, "Brother Python, you are not talking about everything outside, right?" The leopard monster, who was a little annoyed, was stunned when he heard the words, and couldn't help but raise his head to look at the almost endless sea outside Hangzhou. "Oh, what a joke. How long will it take to get such a large area? That's the sea. They searched all the way here and have confirmed that, although they don't know how the other party did it, they left countless smells. You know, this kind of smell can't be left casually. It needs to meet certain conditions. Otherwise, it will present a straight line. This is why they have to spend so much effort. Every line pointed out has a clear direction. The tracking monsters can't be sure, so they can only dig 3 feet into the ground. Rivers, mountains, these are easy to say. The sea. Even land monsters rarely wade in water, but they know something about the sea. The sea is all water. Please forgive the monsters for being so straightforward. 99% of them are uneducated. Whenever a fish takes away a line, they can waste countless time. The whole piece is like this. The loss on the riverside. I really don't want to come again. At that time, a few fish went upstream, causing them to chase in the opposite direction for most of the day. Of course, this is not the point. The real point is, time is not enough. The python monster's face was extremely ugly, even livid. No matter what kind of surface level Tao is tracking and locking, it can't last forever. There must be an end, especially the special smell, which is almost equivalent to being consumed all the time. That is, the other party's realm is relatively low. If it is the Judeo realm, I'm afraid that the effect has long been gone. It has persisted for 2.5 years, which is already beyond expectations. Now the reaction of the demon insect has weakened, and it can no longer be identified as clearly as before. It can only tell that it is probably here and can't accurately lock the direction. The faces of the blue bull demon and the leopard demon are extremely ugly. Although it has nothing to do with them, that it has become like this, and the Demon King will not punish them for it, but they can't swallow the anger in their hearts, just to let Lisu run away. The leopard demon's eyes flashed with cruelty. After such a long time, the evil has been accumulating in his heart. It's not just him, the other two are basically the same. Originally, this group of monsters were not law-abiding people. They were not the masters of peace when they were outside. They grew up along the way, not to mention their own tribe, and they killed their compatriots. They are the most primitive beasts. Even if they have become Judeo realm, this beast nature has not been eliminated at all. Because of the situation in the Central Plains, and the instructions of the Demon King, they had to restrain themselves and suppress themselves. Otherwise, when they entered Hangzhou and saw so many human beings, they would have rushed down long ago, listening to the wailing of their beloved human beings and enjoying their blood. Otherwise, let's have a big fight. A hint of cruelty flashed across its pupils. It had to vent and wash with blood, otherwise it would go crazy. The eyes of the green ox demon and the python demon moved. What do you want to do? Dao, I remember that your sect is very good at cursing. The leopard demon suddenly looked at the evil cultivator. The evil cultivator was stunned, a little strange, but nodded. How powerful is your method? It depends on the situation, the number of spellcasting materials, and the items related to the opponent. The more spellcasting materials there are, and the closer the items related to the opponent are, the greater the effect. Will 100,000 people be enough in Hangzhou? As for items, can the demon insect's useful tracking work? The evil cultivator was startled and couldn't help turning his head to glance at the vibrant Central Plains city. His pupils were a little weird, very vibrating, and excitedly vibrating. He couldn't help but take a breath, and after a moment of silence, he said, in this way, it can only be said to be feasible, but not guaranteed. However, it is certain that once it succeeds, even the Judeo realm will be severely damaged, and the curse formed will be like bone and marrow. His eyes were shining, flowing with fanatical light. Although he was a human evil cultivator, it was obvious that from the moment he became an evil cultivator, he was actually another species. He didn't care about safety, because using 100,000 people to cast evil spells was undoubtedly a huge task for him. Casting it once could bring him countless experiences, which would be of great help to his pursuit of the Tao. It was an opportunity that could not be sought. The leopard demon turned around and looked at the blue ox and the python demon. It didn't say anything, and it didn't need to say anything. After a moment of silence, the two demons' pupils gradually became ferocious. Undoubtedly, this proposal was very good. What are you going to do? The leopard demon turned his eyes directly to the sea and said with a gloomy face, "Isn't it all outside? Then stir up the entire outer sea, and by the way affect Hang Sao. We came here because of him." Doesn't Zuenman often claim to be the spokesperson of the heavenly Dao? Is it the guardian of the mortal world? Hang Sao has suffered countless casualties because of him. Can his Dao heart still be the same? The two demons and one evil were stunned at the same time, and then the four of them couldn't help but laugh at each other. The laughter became louder and louder, extremely happy, extremely vicious, and in an instant, the curses of 100,000 people didn't matter. On the contrary, they were more looking forward to the twisted expression on the other party's face when he knew this scene. I believe that it will be very pleasant. Chapter 655 Resurgence. HMM. Flowing in the infinite information, allowing oneself to completely integrate into the great Dao, the body and soul have become part of it, and experience the interpretation and evolution of the great Dao. The operation itself is undoubtedly very coquettish. The enlightenment of the Dao almost killed himself. Li Su can definitely be said to be one of the best in the ages. If it weren't for his special spirit in the flesh and blood with certain properties of the supreme flesh and blood to ensure his immortality, coupled with his terrible understanding, he probably wouldn't have the slightest chance of being spared, and would be directly assimilated by the great Dao. However, at least he held on, although a little reluctantly, he still retained his self. Although something terrible happened, I couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when I recalled it, and I was terrified. However, Li Su was soon attracted by the surrounding scenes, attracted by the scenes interpreted by the great Dao, and then indulged in it without hesitation. There is a saying that doing questions is fun for a while, and doing questions all the time is fun. This kind of indulgence in the ocean of asking questions is really too much to extricate oneself. The comfort transmitted from the spirit is called a climax, which makes people unable to stop. Sure enough, humans are creatures that are pleasure offenders. For pleasure, they can do anything, such as killing teachers, wearing brothers' clothes, and so on. In short, once things become pleasant, it is basically difficult to turn back. Li Su is the same. Facing the avenue, it is like a peerless beauty with an angelic face and a devilish figure looking at him gently, and then stripping him naked. How can a man tolerate such a thing? So from that day on, Li Su had a party every night, and from then on he lived a life of drunkenness and dreams, and the king never went to court early. It's really terrible, more vicious than internet addiction. Because the more you do it, the more energetic you are, and the more energetic you are, the more you want to do it. Not only did he not have back pain and leg pain, his realm was like a wild horse that ran away, soaring to an unimaginable height. Faced with this gratifying scene, how could Li Su let go? So, this one, for 2 years. The taste is simply not worth mentioning, as if it was a wet kiss, not only fierce as fire, but also filled with honey, sweet and dizzy. Faced with this result, Li Su did not intend to move. He was ready to wait until the time of the demon elimination order was almost over, and enter the last second of the Zuenman Foundation before waking up. Anyway, he had undoubtedly killed enough monsters. Although some of the auras were isolated, and the demon elimination order did not completely capture them, 6 of them were in the Dao realm, more than 10 were in the Foundation establishment realm, and with the time he had spent practicing, it was enough to get in. There was no way. If possible, he would not want to stop. The Zuenman Foundation was very important. He had to see what was inside. After all, the problems he would face later were huge. The current situation alone was not enough for him to live to the end of the story. Why not come in when Sun Wukong was making trouble in the Heavenly Palace? In this case, it would be 500 years before the beginning of the story, or when the monkey was born. Ah, I'm really happy. There is less than half a year left. I must cherish it. That was what I thought. However, the next moment, Li Su felt a vibration. Something was wandering around in his body. Several people released dirty power rudely, disrupting everything. That feeling was simply indescribable. Just as if a gangster had stretched out his hands to your wife. Li Su, who had been immersed in the magnificent breasts of the wife of the Dao, was suddenly awakened. Monster? As his consciousness was awakened and revived, Li Su couldn't help but think of a very ugly python in his mind. Once again, interrupting someone's Dao is like killing their parents. What's more, this snake had attacked him before and spit dozens of mouthfuls of thick phlegm at him. The next second, when he thought he could complete his own Deo realm through it, it ran away. Interrupting others' enlightenment once was enough for Lisu to have his muscles pulled out, skin peeled off, and be exposed to the sun. Twice? For a moment, new and old hatreds came up. Lisu's eyes turned red on the spot, and he was furious. The face that made the king and the demon woman indulge in it was directly distorted, becoming gloomy and terrifying. Bastard, I'll kill you. Asterisk 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 under the sea. After confirming the plan above, the python monster went directly into the water and dived deep. Its body trembled, and the Deo patterns were densely covered. It shed its human form, and revealed its true form. It was extremely huge, 100 meters long and 3 stories high. Its weight alone exceeded 150 tons. With its own magic power, it directly doubled nearly 10 times, nearly 1,000 tons. As its body twisted and churned, the calm sea was stirred up in an instant, and terrible waves were constantly erupting with the python monster as the center. However, this force was quickly gathered by it. Although it was a land creature as a python, it was not a problem for it to practice to the realm of Deo. It not only rolled its body, but also dispersed the waves again and again, and gathered them through the Deo rules and surrounded itself. It was accumulating strength, and preparing for a thunderbolt. Not only that, because this is the Central Plains, it is protected by the Zuanman. If a big city is attacked by a monster, support will come quickly. It is also a habit, and the instinct developed over hundreds of years is in it. Although there are no so-called demon slayers outside the area where it lives, the flesh and blood of the human race is a great tonic for the monsters. Therefore, after the unification of the Monster King, humans were basically kept in captivity, divided into territories, and given a home. Not to mention flesh and blood, even a bunch of hair has a birthplace, and belongs to someone. If you want to make extra money without being noticed by the Monster King, you must be quick, accurate, and ruthless. It has been a long time since it tasted the flesh and blood of the human race. It couldn't help licking its tongue, because the anger of not being able to catch up with the target dissipated at this moment, and a huge desire rose in its heart, full of greed. Repeat a few times, and repeat a few times. The python monster was not impulsive, not anxious, and needed a bigger wave, a big wave that was enough to cover the entire Hangzhou. Only in this way, even if the people of Zuanman came, they would not have time to track them, and they had to go to disaster relief first. Not chasing can save many people, but chasing will only kill more. As for whether the Demon King would be angry, given the Demon King's attitude towards the human race, it would be enough for them to make a big fuss, and make him more disadvantaged in Zuanman. The leopard demon's plan, their nods, was not just a simple vent of anger. This time, they must taste it well, and they can't gobble it up like before, eating it up, before they even tasted it. What's going on? Am I too eager to eat people? Why can I see people in this tsunami I created? Hey, you know what? This person looks like the guy I was chasing, just a reflection of the same mold. Suddenly, the python demon's pupils shrank violently, and the rolling huge body stopped directly, staring at the figure not far away. Its image was very strange. It was very light, only a thin layer, but it became heavier as time passed. The breath was very ethereal, but it was not wrong, absolutely not wrong. It was him, the target that made them spend 2 whole years, and couldn't find it. Beep. Beep. There was a sound coming from the python monster. It was the monster insect, making a very sharp sound. It was obvious that it had also felt it, and determined Lisu's location. I thought that when it really saw it, it would not be able to help but spit out fragrance and spit out all the words it had learned in its 1,000-year monster life to vent its inner anger. But when it really saw Lisu, it had no thoughts at all, and all its emotions turned into 2 words. It roared the only roar in its life, roaring, human race. These 2 simple words were enough, and all the information and emotions were contained in them. Kill. The python monster's pupils were blood red, and it had only one thought, to kill the other party. At this moment, Lisu, who was forced to wake up from enlightenment, gradually separated from the great Deo, and reorganized his body, also looked at the damn bastard in front of him with an extremely ferocious look. Almost infinite hatred accumulated in his heart, and all words could not express it. Only by scratching the other party could he calm down. Kill. It was as if they both saw their father's murderer at the same time. Without any communication, the demon and the man started the bloodiest and cruelest fight. Lee Su raised his hand and grabbed it. The endless water laws were pulled and gathered by him. They changed and reorganized to form an extremely huge sword. Without dodging, he rushed directly towards the Python demon. The Python demon also gathered the surging waves of the past. The terrible water pressure of tens of millions of tons was formed on its body, forming an extremely huge white water column, which crashed into the other party. With a loud bang, the diameter of the originally quiet sea surface outside Hangzhou exploded, rolling up huge waves of hundreds of feet, covering the sky and the sun, and shaking the earth. However, the next second, the waves that rose to the sky did not have time to disperse, but they were shaken and pulled by some force, split into two halves, and went in two directions. Then, two huge black shadows emerged from the water on the seabed. A sword and a stick. The sword was azure, gathering the endless water laws. The stick was white, and there was a terrible pressure that kept vibrating back and forth. Then, the sword and the stick collided directly in the void. It was as if a master held them and fought. In one breath, there were dozens of terrible collisions, and each collision would form a huge impact that could spread dozens of miles. The sky was in chaos. Because of the terrible impact of the two weapons, it was distorted, and tornadoes, thunder, and earthquakes. It seemed like the collapse of the end of the world, spreading outward with the two weapons as the center, plundering. The first to react was naturally the city of Hangzhou. There were Taoist patterns emerging, and there was a symbol of light rushing into the sky. A huge formation rose directly, sheltering the entire Hangzhou. It was a formation specially arranged by the Zuanmen, which was awakened by the huge impact and unfolded. Almost the next moment, a huge bell rang directly, sounding a piercing alarm. Even if the formation arranged in Hangzhou responded quickly, the city itself was still affected by the first impact, because it was too close, which was equivalent to a storm erupting in the city. There is no doubt that this is catastrophic. Once it exploded, at least half of the hundreds of thousands of mortals in Hangzhou would be killed or injured. The full-scale collision at the level of Yudao realm was no different from a natural disaster. The Zuanmen disciples who were arranged in Hangzhou acted immediately. Even those who were in the Chengdao realm could not help but turn pale when facing this scene. They could not stop it. The Dao in the storm was too violent, and they could not control it. Hangzhou was finished. Hundreds of Zuanmen disciples were horrified, and many Chengdao realm couldn't help but roar in their hearts. Damn it, who is it? Who is fighting so close to the mortal city? Aren't you afraid of retribution from the heavenly Dao? Mortals are the flagpole of humanity. Killing mortals in large numbers is equivalent to destroying humanity. This behavior will inevitably be hated by the heavenly Dao, and sins will be rampant. In the future, the immortals will be punished by thunder. However, at the moment, when the storm was about to affect the city, it suddenly shook and lost all its power, like a breeze, passing through everyone. Originally thinking that they were dead, the Zuanmen disciples couldn't help but be stunned. It was not just the Zuanmen disciples who were stunned by the terrible natural disaster. They were really staggered by the vibration and subconsciously hugged their loved ones. The mortals who were desperately waiting for death were also stunned. Not only that, because of the violent tremors, the countless collapsed houses also trembled and were swept up by the whistling wind, sweeping away the rubble, revealing the people trapped underneath. Stay calm and stay with your family. A cold voice sounded in the ears of the Zuanmen disciples and the uninjured mortals. Everyone was stunned. The mortals didn't feel anything yet, but the Zuanmen disciples couldn't help but gasp. The moment the disaster occurred, their faces were very pale, and they felt that something big had happened, and countless people would die. In fact, it was true. The collapse of a large number of houses was nothing to them, but it was absolutely catastrophic to mortals. As a result, a deadly storm came over. Not only did it not cause any casualties, but it swept away the collapsed buildings and exposed the people buried underneath. And if you feel it, you will find that even those buried under the rubble are only slightly injured, and the unlucky ones have broken legs, but no one has died. By the way, although Hangzhou is protected by a formation, it is not activated by induction, but requires people to activate it. In the city, there are 3 Dao Enlightenment Realm and 30 Foundation Building Realm. In fact, they are arranged to quickly activate the formation and protect mortals when something happens. Obviously, because such a thing has never happened before, they have been slack and are not at the center of the formation at all. Who is it? No matter who it is, they are saved anyway. Exclamation mark. Thank you for your help, senior. Realizing the situation of himself and others, the disciple of Zuanman in the Dao Enlightenment Realm immediately clasped his fists and thanked him sincerely. Undoubtedly, if it weren't for him, Hangzhou would definitely be a different scene. Go find the government officials, organize the staff, and ask everyone to leave the building and stay on the street. Don't move around. At the same time, be alert to those who take advantage of the chaos to cause trouble. Soon, a Taoist monk spoke directly and directed his disciples to make arrangements. The earthquake and storm didn't kill anyone, but people died because of improper management. Seeing the disciples taking action, the 3 Taoist monks looked at each other and flew directly to the tower in the direction of the shaking. They wanted to see what happened and why a war broke out so close to Hangzhou. Although they were prepared in their hearts, when they flew up to the tower and looked outside the East China Sea, the emotions that the 3 Taoist monks had finally calmed down became agitated again, and their faces turned pale. The war continued. The terrible collision was beyond imagination. Fortunately, the Hangzhou formation was activated to protect the city. At this moment, outside the East China Sea, it had completely changed. The terrible tsunami spread layer by layer, affecting hundreds of miles. The mountains and rivers continued to crack, and millions of tons of rocks and soil rushed into the sky. The terrible tornado was almost 10 feet wide, and hundreds of them descended around Hangzhou city. Lightning surged inside, emitting a breath of destruction. Hangzhou, with a radius of dozens of miles, was affected, and it was extremely tragic. With such an environment, the figures fighting in the center can be imagined. The terrible Dao was twisting and shaking, constantly bursting out with destructive power, and the trembling killing intent continued to erupt from it. Even though the breath was several miles away, and in the big formation, it still made them feel cold and horrified. What made them shudder the most was that there was demonic energy in the central area, extremely terrible demonic energy, beyond the realm of becoming a Dao, belonging to the level of the realm of controlling the Dao. Is this a senior from the Zuanman, fighting a war with a demon in the realm of controlling the Dao? And the demonic energy is not just one, but plural. There are at least 3 great demons in the realm of controlling the Dao. Not only demonic energy, but also evil energy, resentment, not strong, but can't be dissolved, and there are evil cultivators, and this feeling, that makes people feel cold at the bone marrow. There is also an evil cultivator in the realm of controlling the Dao. The pupils of the 3 Zuanman disciples were filled with horror. When did so many great monsters and evil cultivators appear in the central plains? Whether it was the demonic energy or the evil energy, it was undoubtedly very unfamiliar, and had never been felt before. Oh my god. What happened? Who was that Zuanman senior fighting these monsters? Asterisk above the sky, the fighting continued. As Li Su and the python monster came out of the sea, the 3 leopard monsters naturally found them at the first time. At first, they were confused and strange, but soon the leopard monster and the blue bull monster recognized from the breath that the person fighting the python monster was the target they had been thinking about for 2 years. Like the python monster, the leopard monster and the blue bull monster instantly fell into boundless anger and murderous intent. Kill. With a roar, the 2 monsters rushed directly into the battlefield. The blue bull showed its true body, stepped on the sea, and set off endless earthquakes. The leopard monster turned into light, and in an instant, it had thousands of bodies and tens of thousands of bodies. The 3 monsters directly covered Li Su, and launched a crazy siege on him. The only evil cultivator who did not react directly, after a brief moment of confusion, realized something and took action. He threw out a bone banner, summoning the dead souls that were being sacrificed in it. The terrible evil power burst out directly from the bone banner, and thousands of ghosts roared out and were controlled by him to form a high platform. He began to chant and make a mysterious sound. The platform was pulled by the sound, and chains appeared one by one, making real sounds. It was composed of the resentment of the dead. It rose silently, pierced into the void, and entangled with the target entangled by the three big monsters. Facing three Udeo realm monsters and an evil cultivator in Udeo realm, Lee Su did not retreat. The shanking immortal power continued to gush out, and the 36 pictures shone in his body. The five element gathered around him into thunder, interweaving and bursting continuously. There was also light falling from the sky, and turning into swords that cut through everything. There was also a storm forming a sharp blade, and thunder turned into a long whip, which kept whipping. Facing the leopard monster, the surrounding storm stirred thousands of times per second, and collided with it. Facing the green ox demon, the 5-element thunder kept colliding with it, and each collision would make a huge roar. Facing the python demon, the long whip of thunder kept pulling out and entangled it. Facing the chains of the evil cultivator, the sharp sword formed by the light falling from the top of his head kept slashing out, chopping it one by one. The fight lasted for several minutes. Lee Su's face did not change at all, but the three demons and one evil gradually became frightened. Especially the three demons. The opponent was also very strong in the previous collision, but that was only because he had the ability to change and not die, and they could not do anything to him. But now it is different. Lee Su is colliding with them head on, and his Taoist magic is already on par with them, and they can no longer touch each other's flesh. How could it be? How is it possible? It's only been 2 years, just 2 short years. How could his progress be so great? It's only been 2 years, not decades or hundreds of years. Even if he really honed his Dao Cheng realm, so what? The three demons were not in the initial stage of Dao Cheng realm, but had advanced to Dao Cheng realm for many years, and had already stood at the peak of Dao Cheng realm. Facing a cultivator who had just entered Dao Cheng realm, one could fight three. But now they were turned around and tied with the other party. On one hand, the three demons were shocked, and on the other hand, they felt terrible, so terrible that their souls trembled. Even if it was unbelievable, the facts were in front of them, and they had to believe it, and they had to be afraid. Compared with the three demons, the evil cultivator was undoubtedly more shocked. If it weren't for the three demons holding him up, he would have doubted whether the Demon King had asked him to come here to kill him. Too strong. The other party was really too strong. Especially his Dao magic power, which was a natural nemesis to him. That terrible lightsaber not only cut off his curse chain, but also melted it. Although the loss was not great, it actually wore away his bone banner. Bone banner, for him, is not just a magic weapon, but also a tool for Dao Cheng. Such melting is equivalent to destroying his Dao. Damn, what is the monster doing over there? Question mark? Didn't they say it was the realm of enlightenment? Whose realm of enlightenment can fight 4 people at the realm of control? Such a cultivator. Let me seal it? How can I seal it? No, I have to find a chance to leave. The reason why evil cultivators are evil cultivators is that they naturally don't have the concept of prosperity together. Realizing the horror of Lee Su, he did not hesitate to retreat, not planning to continue, and prepared to escape. What are you waiting for? At this moment, Lee Su suddenly spoke. His eyes were cold and full of anger. The 3 monsters and 1 evil were stunned by Lee Su's inexplicable words. What is this guy talking about? It's been long enough. How long do you want me to wait? Lee Su didn't even look at them, but turned to stare at the void and said word by word, "Wake up, my flesh, my bone marrow, my soul. It's time to return to my body." As the thunder-like voice sounded, it kept shaking and spreading out. The next second, the void was inexplicably shaken, and it actually began to move. Something broke away from it, a little bit at a time. Not much, but a huge area. Almost the entire battlefield where they fought was full of them. Countless light spots like particles flew out, and then quickly gathered towards Lee Su. In an instant, the 3 demons were very surprised. Why was the target so faint? As if only a thin layer of body began to change. There were white bones taking shape, nerves growing, and flesh and blood reorganizing. The light of the soul was combined and integrated into Lee Su's body. And with this return, Lee Su's aura began to rise, an extremely violent rise. So was his strength, so was his realm. The 3 demons were stunned. The evil cultivator trembled. Although they didn't understand how the other party did it and didn't know what was going on with the other party's current situation. However, there was one thing they could be sure of. It was obvious that the target who had just faced the four of them and fought equally was just a shell, and there was nothing inside. How could it be possible? How could this be possible? It was only 2 years, just a nap. How can he be so powerful? Chapter 656. Don't chase after the enemy. The green bull demon was going crazy. It could not help but roar, "I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it." The other two demons were the same. This was too shocking to their worldviews. How could this be possible? Cultivation is not a joke. It is not something that can be successful just by having an idea. Although they are powerful as demons now, they know best how difficult it is to get here. Since they were born, they have experienced countless life and death crises. Even if their spiritual light was not awakened at that time, they still remember clearly what happened. The difficulties accumulated in each step forward are completely unimaginable to others. For a cow to become a demon, it is already 1 in 10,000. And for a demon to grow from a small demon to a big demon, it is 1 in 100. In other words, a big demon of their level has nearly 1,000,000 corpses behind them. This shocking number alone is enough to show how difficult it is to grow to their level. How bloody and cruel is the path of cultivation. The most cruel thing is that they are at this level, just out of the most basic level, and they haven't even completed 50% of this terrible road. Above them, there are 2 levels of demon soldiers and demon generals, and then they can enter the ultimate level of demons, the Demon King. But even the Demon King is not the end of this road. There is still above it. Therefore, they have the best understanding of how much the great demon has paid to reach this level. Now, a human race has grown above them in just 2 years. How can they accept this? The 3 demons are about to collapse. Because even for the human race itself, the time and years required to practice and become immortals are extremely long. Although the process is simpler than that of demons. After all, the other party has a Taoist tradition and inheritance, and they need to explore more on their own without guidance. But even so, what happened to the target in front of them is incomprehensible. The 3 demons went crazy. Realizing this extremely terrible situation, they naturally would not watch Lee Su become stronger, approaching, or even surpassing them. Once it becomes like that, there is no doubt that there is only one result waiting for them. The 3 demons rushed up like crazy and launched a frantic attack on Lee Su. The green bull demon kept stomping, erupting one terrible shock wave after another, forming an infinite vibration force. It swung its horns, gathered these forces, and threw them towards Lee Su. The python demon spewed out a terrible breath from its mouth, which was no longer a simple corrosive gas, but light, with an extremely terrible high temperature, forming rays that could penetrate everything. As for the leopard demon, its body was almost invisible. Thousands, tens of thousands, formed terrible flashes, almost annihilating and covering Lee Su. Not only was it attacking Lee Su, but it was also stirring the void, trying to break those awakening and returning light spots to prevent Lee Su from being complete. Facing the desperate attacks of the 3 demons, Lee Su became more and more calm. The body and soul that were integrated into the avenue were awakened and returned by his strong will, and his Taoism was rapidly improving. Originally, the final tempering of the Tao realm would take a certain amount of time for him, but it would never be as long as 2 years. He had completed many steps before, but he had been obsessed with the Great Dao and had not reorganized, which led to unstable aura. In fact, in 2 years, let alone understanding and absorption, just by integrating into the Great Dao and bearing the impact of the world, his realm was rapidly improving, and the 36 diagrams became more and more consolidated and condensed. With this return, not only the understanding returned, but also the condensation of the 36 diagrams was also gathering. He raised his hand and slapped it, and the diameter of the 5-element divine thunder exploded, colliding with the vibration force slashed by the green bull monster. In the rumbling explosion, his power became more and more huge, and the vibration force was quickly eliminated by him. The terrible recoil force continued to explode, shaking the green bull monster's body, hitting it back continuously, and the terrible lightning penetrated into it, exploding it all over. With a glance, he saw endless winds gathering, forming thousands of sharp blades inside, all around Lee Soo. No matter where the leopard monster came from, it would be sniped and interrupted by them, and it would be entangled and cut through its body. After repeated collisions, the leopard monster was extremely miserable, with its entire body cut and stained red. As for the python monster, Lee Soo held the thunder in one hand, turned it into a long whip, and waved it continuously, smashing the terrible flames that the opponent spewed out, and hitting the opponent's body several times, each time with a huge roar, making the python monster tremble. And the evil cultivator was also greeted by Lee Soo. He seemed very rational, and realized the crisis. Although he was cooperating, he was actually retreating. Although the existence of the Udao realm has broken through the realm, it is still a big gift package for Lee Soo, and naturally he cannot let it go. The light that was guided down from the top of his head continued to burst out, forming countless sword lights that slashed towards the opponent. Facing this scene, the evil cultivator's scalp tingled, and he resisted frantically. However, it was obvious that facing the increasingly powerful force, not only did his chains evolve in large quantities, but the light rain began to affect the high platform where he was, impacting his body. Facing this light-like power and the impact of his own absolute aspects, the evil cultivator was undoubtedly in the worst situation. He was not as strong as the three monsters in terms of hard power, and was restrained. All his 7 orifices began to bleed, and his foundation was cut and shattered by Lee Soo bit by bit. The more time passed, the more terrifying Lee Soo's aura became, and the stronger his strength became. Breaking through and surpassing, getting closer and closer to the realm of controlling the Dao. As the 3 monsters were gradually suppressed, their faces became paler and paler. Aura can deceive people, but strength cannot. Before, they were slightly better, but now every blow can form a huge impact on them. Their flesh began to be injured, and their foundation began to vibrate. The situation was completely reversed. It was no longer them hunting the other side, but they were about to be hunted. Escape. In an instant, this thought appeared in the minds of the 3 monsters. They may go crazy, because they can't accept it, but they are more afraid than anyone else when faced with the reality. As monsters, the reason why they can live so long is not because they are brave and fearless, but because they are more timid than anyone else, and afraid of death. Seeing that the situation is not good, running away is the norm for the monsters. Fighting to the death is something that only humans would do. The first to act was the leopard monster. It was the fastest. When the idea formed in its mind, its body had already moved on its own. In an instant, it stretched out a long yellow light, intending to repeat the previous situation. Its speed was so fast that by the time it reacted, it had already pulled out a long distance. Facing this scene, the faces of the remaining 2 monsters and 1 evil changed immediately. Now that the 4 of them were besieging at the same time, they were just barely holding on. Once one of them left, the pressure on the target would suddenly decrease. Would they still have a way to survive? Although they thought about it, the 2 monsters and 1 evil had no time to curse and scold at this moment. They wanted to activate their own methods and escape. However, at this moment, the leopard monster that flew far away inexplicably turned a corner and came back. Not only that, it also crashed directly into the storm released by Lee Soo and was cut by the terrible wind blade. The sharp blade composed of countless Dao rhymes directly cut the defensive Dao pattern on the opponent's epidermis, cutting out an extremely terrible wound, and shocking blood splashed out. This is not over yet. The next moment, the wind force on the leopard monster's wound was gathering, combining, and changing its nature. It's a talisman. 5 mountains, Mount A. With a buzzing sound, even the leopard monster in the realm of enlightenment couldn't help but tremble at this moment. The extremely strong body sank and was bound by the huge gravity. Puff, it spit out a large mouthful of blood, and the leopard eyes that were shining with brilliance appeared a little dim at this moment. It was really hit hard. Facing this scene, the leopard monster was undoubtedly terrified. It had obviously run away, and ran away far away. When it came back to its senses, it was not only hit, but also returned to the original place. In fact, the other 2 monsters were also shocked and had already run away. They didn't think the leopard monster would turn back. From the moment it ran away, it had exposed its intention to use them as a scapegoat. Realizing that something was not right, the 3 monsters and 1 evil turned their heads, their pupils bursting with light, and looked around. With careful observation, they immediately found that the sky around them was like a curtain, with infinite diorame falling, weaving into a net, evolving into a large formation, and forming a cage. Formation? Question mark? When the 3 monsters and 1 evil were horrified and almost collapsed, it was incredible enough that he could master the art of change in the realm of enlightenment. It was even more ridiculous that he could not beat 4 Deo realms in 2 years. Now, when he was fighting 1 against 4, he still had the energy to arrange the formation. What on earth did the Demon King want them to deal with? What kind of monster was this? Looking at the reactions of the 3 monsters and 1 evil, Lee Su's cold eyes were filled with infinite chills. Run. How could he let you run? If you run away, who will be responsible for his losses? Question mark. After a moment of fear, the 3 demons quickly showed a decisive look in their eyes. Although the formation is not unsolvable, they are undoubtedly the ones who have no time now. Lee Su's aura is getting more and more terrifying. Perhaps he doesn't need to recover completely, and they will all die in his hands. Originally, they didn't intend to do so. This will cost a huge price, lose a lot of Taoism, and even directly fall into a lower realm. But compared to their own lives, it is not important. The green bull demon took a deep breath, and its body converged, turning into a half bull and half human shape. Not only it, but also the leopard demon and the python demon, they also turned into a half human and half demon shape. They did not besiege Lee Su, but turned their heads, and locked their eyes on the evil cultivator not far away. Facing this scene, the evil cultivator was shocked and showed a look of horror on his face when he found that he was called to deal with such a monster. The eyes of the 3 demons gave him a bad premonition, and the hairs on his body stood up. You. Before the words fell, the 3 demons appeared around him and surrounded him. The next moment, the 3 demons knelt down, with extremely pious expressions on their faces. They opened their mouths and began to chant loudly. It was not the language of humans, but the voices of their own races. Mao. Hiss. Ah. The voice was extremely long. There was an indescribable ancient flavor in it, as if it was singing, as if it was praising. Although the long voice was incomprehensible, one could feel what it was expressing. It was chanting a great person, calling the name of that great person, with an extremely pious and humble attitude. Calling with all one's heart, mind and soul, like a sacrifice. The evil cultivator was terrified to death. He twisted his body frantically, trying to get out of it, but there was an inexplicable invisible force that enveloped him, making it unable to move. No, you can't do this. You can't do this. We are allies and comrades in arms. You can't do this to me. Let me go. Let me go. He was extremely crazy, because he knew what the 3 demons were doing. This is calling the saint. It may be a little strange, but if you say it is the art of summoning gods, you will understand it. Summoning a saint is a method similar to the art of summoning gods mastered by the monsters. The specific origin of this method can no longer be traced, but it is certain that it appeared more than 1,000 years ago, and it originated from several top monster kings at that time. One day, they gathered together, and proclaimed themselves saints. Then they summoned their tribes, worshipped themselves, believed in themselves, and finally became monster gods. Now the 18 monster kings outside the domain are all like this. For example, the evil cultivator himself belongs to the great saint of desolate heaven, one of the 18 monster kings, the lord of 9 heads. As for the 3 monsters in front of him, they belong to the monster king who was named Pingshan 500 years ago. It is an ultimate method, and is not used under normal circumstances. The reason is simple. Summoning a saint requires sacrifices, and burning oneself to connect with the dark and let the great sense. The reason why the evil cultivator is so panicked is undoubtedly because the behavior of the 3 monsters is to regard it as a sacrifice. Although as an evil cultivator, I like to sacrifice others, I definitely don't want to be sacrificed. As for the reason, it is very simple. The process will be very tragic and extremely painful. Not only will it be worse than death, but it will be worse than death afterwards. Ah. An extremely tragic wail sounded, and the flesh and blood of the evil cultivator began to peel off, being devoured by something, generating puffs of black smoke. Not only him, but also the three demons. A large amount of flesh and blood on their bodies was peeled off and directly turned into black smoke. With this change, their breath was weakening, madly weakening. And with this strange change, it seemed as if there was a sense, and in the dark, there was a conscious reaction and response. The sky, inexplicably darkened. The blazing sun above the sky seemed to feel something and dimmed. The originally shaking heaven and earth seemed to be frozen at this moment. The terrible storm, the raging thunder, and the vibrating earth all stopped at this moment. It seemed that an existence beyond the standard had descended, and everything surrendered. The billowing black smoke began to interweave, and it was outlined into an extremely grand picture scroll. There was a figure. The horns that soared into the sky seemed to be able to pierce through everything. The black armor was inexplicably heavy, and the red light on it was flowing with endless blood. Its eyes were like the sun, and its blood was like a dragon. It sat on a terrifying beast with a dragon head, a horse body, and dragon claws. The water system was intertwined all over its body, and it looked like it was facing the vast ocean. It was obviously just a scroll of scenery, but the evil cultivator couldn't help but feel his mind oscillating. He was infinitely shrinking at this moment. There were infinite methods inside. His own existence, everything, in front of him, was not even dust. It stood up, and the stars were flowing in the cow's eyes, spreading the infinite vastness. The cow's ears moved slightly, fanning out a terrible storm, as if it was a little confused and a little surprised, but soon it looked at Lee Su, whose body was gradually solidifying not far away. Interesting. The bull demon's eyes flashed, and the black smoke that formed it began to twist, with a shrill wail inside, and the three demons sacrificed also had more and more flesh and blood peeling off, revealing white bones in some places. Their auras plummeted, and in the blink of an eye, they actually fell from the Udeo realm to the Udeo realm. The next moment, the black smoke directly formed a huge body, which was 3 feet high and extremely huge. Its aura began to change rapidly, and continued to rise. Although it was still at the initial stage of Udeo, its strength was undoubtedly so strong that it was suffocating, and it was qualitatively different from some of the three monsters. Asterisk 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 at this moment, Lee Su's face, not far away, was undoubtedly very dark, and he felt like he had bought a watch. From the strange movements of the three monsters, he realized the problem and planned to stop it, and directly launched an attack. As a result, there seemed to be some strange power around the three monsters, blocking his attack. Before he could make a second move, the special ceremony had been completed. When the scroll of the scene appeared, even Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and his scalp was numb. Others didn't know it, so how could he not know it? That look, that mount. There was only one monster in the entire journey to the west, the famous Bull Demon King. Although the Bull Demon King has mixed reviews in the book Journey to the West, especially its parentage is questioned. The three flavors true fire as the means of Taishang Laojin to make elixirs, let alone the banana fan of Princess Iron Fan. What is the fire of the flame mountain? The fire poured out of the alchemy furnace, but the fan can actually extinguish it. It's not that readers like to think about it, it's really that the author is stupid. Well, that's not the point. The point is that this method is undoubtedly something Lee Su didn't expect. Isn't this the Zuenman summoning technique? When did the monsters also master this trick? And the most outrageous thing is that such an important thing is not written in the Zuenman and Shanking sect's little knowledge. Isn't this a pitfall for the disciples? Unfortunately, when he realized the problem, the opponents all had already descended. Obviously, the opponent's level was higher, so it was impossible to stop it. But the only good thing is that, although the consciousness came, the strength did not. Obviously, it's not that the other party doesn't want to, but can't. Lee Su could feel that at the moment, when its consciousness descended, there were also eyes in the sky that fell directly, observing and searching. Obviously there are restrictions, which is why there are so many terrible monsters outside the Tang dynasty, but no big monsters have entered the central plains after losing contact with the heavenly court. However, even if it is only consciousness that comes, it is still extremely terrifying, and people can't help but spit out fragrance. After all, the Bull Demon King's surface is far superior to the Green Bull Demon. Even if it is only the Udeo realm, it can show unimaginable power. You must know that Lee Su is known as an invincible existence in the same realm. Facing this old bull, he still feels an enormous pressure, and the cells in his body are shaking. Sure enough, if you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer. Don't chase the poor enemy, it really makes sense. Looking at the three monsters who fell from the Udeo realm, the evil cultivator who was sacrificed, and the Bull Demon King who made his scalp numb, Lee Su wanted to cry, but had no tears. In an instant, he understood the mentality of General Zhao and almost spit out blood. Losing the wife, and losing the army, this is what it feels like. Chapter 657 Battle for High Position. Bull Demon King. I never thought that I would face him directly at this time. Looking at the huge body in front of me, I can feel a terrifying smell just from its breath. It's not just a matter of realm, the level of combat is also very amazing. The experience accumulated over time makes him feel that he can't fight, even if he just stands there. Damn, Journey to the West didn't introduce that Bull Demon King is so strong. Unexpectedly, Bull Demon King himself didn't take action immediately. He was also looking at Lee Su, and there was a hint of interest in his huge bull eyes. This human in front of me is very interesting. Although the realm is not worth mentioning, the atmosphere is unexpected. No wonder Mrs. Begu made a sudden proposal to let the monster in charge of the Central Plains take action to kill him. Indeed, the talent of the person in front of me is quite tricky. The vitality is very strong, and it keeps changing, which makes it impossible to lock it completely and form a one-shot kill. It is indeed a bit unexpected that a mortal has learned the magic that only immortals can master. No, it should be said that it is quite tricky. The art of change is a super high-level Taoist magic. Different from the transformation that the three demons mastered, it is a change in the nature of life. This change is basically equivalent to having an extra life. And this kind of life is not as simple as being able to chop off the head twice, but a special concept. Let's put it this way. Under normal circumstances, a person will only have one life. If he has more, then he is no longer a human being from the biological level. Because people don't have two lives. Since he is no longer a human being, that is to say, the vital points and weaknesses that will cause death to humans no longer exist. He will not die if his head is chopped off. He will not die if his heart is dug out. He will not die if he is burned by fire. And he will not die if he is drowned. This is the most terrifying part of the art of transformation. As a Taoist magic power used by immortals to avoid the three disasters, it is quite unsolvable. At least, it is difficult for the Udeo realm to kill the existence that masters the art of transformation. The Chengdeo realm is not so bad. Under the same realm, the former is the winner and the latter is the loser. There is no need to compare, this is a destined result. Therefore, after Madame Whitebone made the proposal, the Demon Kings immediately agreed to send out the hidden commander level demons and kill them before they grow to the realm of imperial power. Otherwise, it will undoubtedly become a huge variable and affect the arrangement of the demons in the Central Plains. Is this another resistance mechanism triggered by the Heavenly Deo? But what's the use? Although the art of transformation is powerful, it is not unsolvable in the eyes of a superficial person like me. At most, it is a little troublesome to deal with, and the human in front of him will not know that the confrontation with the three demons should have made him eat enough of the benefits brought by the art of transformation. Immortal body, no matter what kind of creature, once it obtains this ability, its character will undoubtedly become arrogant and conceited, thinking that transformation is equivalent to invincibility. Outside the domain, there are many demons with such brains. As soon as they learn to transform, they can no longer suppress their ambitions in their hearts and want to overthrow the Demon King who is stepping on them and become the new king. And there is no doubt that these demons are all dead and there is no bone left after being eaten. Don't you think about why the Demon King would teach you the art of transformation to make you invincible? The Bull Demon King moved, and almost as soon as the particle-like light spots around Lee Su returned to their bodies, they attacked. It was incredibly fast, and they grabbed Lee Su with bare hands. That palm was very unusual, and there seemed to be stars flowing in it, as if it contained a piece of heaven and earth. With a simple grab, the huge space around Lee Su was directly collected. Lee Su took a breath, and all the means he had used to deal with the big demon disappeared. Facing this existence in front of him, half-hearted attacks would not be useful. Moreover, although this guy seemed to wait until he recovered before taking action, he was actually very thoughtful, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was insidious. If the body and soul were all returned, Lee Su would usher in an integration inside, and a huge chain reaction would occur. Whether the realm was rising or falling, it would inevitably cause turbulence. The other party took action at this critical moment, and it was a good thing that he was stuck. Some particles were still floating outside, and had not completely returned. Lee Su grasped the void, and dozens of Dao rules were subdued and mastered by him. With a thought, these Daos began to interweave their goals, and reorganize their structures. This is the magical power in the Shanking Sutra, an advanced version of the Five Thunders True Solution. Although the Five Thunders True Solution is a magical power, its essence is to learn, master, and change the attributes of Dao rules. The higher the realm, how can you still be simply confined to a certain technique and a single Dao rhyme like ordinary people? It will inevitably become more complicated and master more power of heaven and earth. At least, the Dao magic power of the Shanking school follows this route. The so-called 10,000 Daos are one, and the Dao of heaven and earth is refined as a tool. Dozens of Dao rules were squeezed into a bundle by Lee Su, turned into a long stick, and directly chopped towards the palm of the Bull Demon King. The long stick was shining with countless lights, and a huge amount of rules gathered inside. The combination was intertwined to form a world. The simple stick hit with earth-shaking power. It was as if a world was exploding towards the Bull Demon. The Bull Demon King was startled, and there was something incredible in his eyes. The nature of this move was a bit too high. It had the prototype of true meaning. It directly changed its claws into a punch, and before the stick fell, it clenched its fist and hit it head-on with the stick of Tao formed by Lee Su. With a thud, a huge force burst out, and the two people fighting each other trembled. The Bull Demon King's body shook. Lee Su directly drew a long distance. There was blood dripping, and it was the same for both of them. However, the Bull Demon King only had the skin of his fist cracked, and black smoke came out. Lee Su's palm shook violently, the tiger's mouth cracked, and blood flowed. Not only that, his stick also cracked, and dense cracks appeared on it. Hiss. Damn, what a great strength. Feeling the severe pain from the finger bones, Lee Su's eyelids kept twitching. Although another nickname of this guy in Journey to the West seemed to be the powerful Bull Demon King, he never expected that the opponent's strength would be so great. With a bare-handed punch, he almost defeated the dozens of Dao rules that he had gathered into a shape. Although he barely resisted, his body was still inevitably injured. It was the first time that he saw blood after completing the practice of Shanking Immortal method. His realm was still too shallow. Although he had now crossed the realm of enlightenment, it was not complete. Although what he displayed was only understood and carried out by the surface level of the Dao, it undoubtedly required a higher level of realm to promote it. In addition, the remaining particles did not return, and in fact, he was not completely complete. He undoubtedly suffered a great loss in the fight. Although I have always known that the physical body is terrifying, such as the Witch Clan, such as Pandu, they are undoubtedly representatives of the strength. But it is undoubtedly the first time to really face such a master. Unreasonable and domineering. The taste transmitted through the Dao stick is like the word violence itself, wanting to destroy everything, and being able to destroy everything. No wonder when the Monkey King made trouble in the Heavenly Palace, the heavenly soldiers and generals were directly defeated by it. With the Shanking Immortal technique, Lee Su is actually half a person in the heavenly court system, although his current realm can only be said to be the scum of the scum, and there is still a distance between him and the real heavenly soldiers. But in terms of the use of Taoism, it is undoubtedly the same. The Tao of Order is naturally very uncomfortable in the face of such disorderly violence. After all, compared with construction, destruction comes faster. Maybe Journey to the West is a monkey show, but there is no doubt that if the Monkey King and the Bull Demon King in front of him belong to the same system, its strength is definitely not a joke. Lee Su's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Although it was just a tentative contact, the opponent's power conveyed to him an extremely fatal feeling. instinctively issued a harsh warning, reminding him not to be hit directly by the opponent's fist. At least, the transformation technique he mastered at this stage is not qualified to resist the opponent's power. Cold sweat slid down, and his heart seemed to be grabbed by someone. Emotions that had not been there for a long time grew in his heart. The resurrection coin had no effect. The stimulation brought by this was not ordinary, which made him highly tense. Exhaling, Lee Su's eyes began to shine with unprecedented light. Although he said that he would avoid a life and death battle if possible, when this moment came, his heart could not help but jump again. He stretched out his hands and gathered them together again to weave the Dao principle instrument. It was inevitable that it was rough, but this was not the time to care about that. The Bull Demon King was also quite touched. He looked down at the back of his broken hand, and a trace of tyranny flashed in his pupils. As a demon king, if you think it has a good temper, because it is a bull demon, or because the younger brother was beaten in Journey to the West, but it took the initiative to make friends with the Monkey King, then that is an illusion. It smiled on its face. This was the first opponent who could make it bleed. Moreover, they were at the same level, but the situation in front of them was very different. Although they were at the same level, the levels they had experienced were undoubtedly very different. It can no longer be described as worthy of praise for being able to hurt it. The Bull Demon King moved, and his figure disappeared in an instant. The next second, a huge will descended between heaven and earth, like a peerless divine weapon, directly piercing through this large world. The willpower was extremely cold and incredibly violent. The avenue was affected, frozen, and twisted, as if it had become another world. Lee Su, who was in it, was naturally the same. His flesh and blood seemed to be pierced by steel needles, and the overbearing will was like a steel brush brushing back and forth on his body. All kinds of negative emotions could not help but grow, and every inch of his skin was screaming, as if the throat was hooked by the sickle of the god of death. His instincts trembled, and the emotion called fear was scattered to every corner. Although I know that people who have killed people are different, and they will convey a kind of terrifying smell. But to this extent, it is really a bit creepy. The Chengdao realm is probably just pierced by this will, and the spirit will be directly destroyed. The Udao realm may be better, but the combat effectiveness will also drop to half, and I'm afraid that I can't even have the heart to resist. As for Lee Su, after his skin trembled spontaneously for a moment, he cut off all emotions, completely isolated his reason, and isolated himself from the instinct deep in his flesh and blood. His eyes moved, and he raised his hands, and chopped out instantly. Ding. A huge sound exploded, as if two small worlds collided, and the sky was broken on the spot. The winds that rolled around, and the thunder formed evaporated directly. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was torn apart by this force, forming a huge gap between the two. After the collision, Lee Su also disappeared. Above the vast sky, only the sound was constantly echoing. Colliding, madly colliding. The two figures exchanged fierce fire, and each collision would form an extremely terrible vibration. The terrible power would not even disappear after the outbreak, but formed a real crack, staying there, and constantly strangling each other. Once, 10 times, 100 times. This surface collision was really amazing. Countless cracks appeared in the sky outside Hangzhou City. Some were cut and some were broken. The avenue was difficult to repair in a short time, forming an extremely terrifying scene. Blood was splattering. Facing the unimaginable Bull Demon King, Lee Su was clearly at a disadvantage. His body was constantly shaking, blood was oozing out from under his skin, and his terrifying power was transmitted through the Dao rule instrument in his hand, and invaded his insides. The brutality was too shocking, and his flesh and blood could not bear it at all. If he did not have the art of transformation, and was not hit directly, I'm afraid that the confrontation at this moment would be enough to shatter him to pieces. Undoubtedly, this was definitely the most difficult decisive battle Lee Su had ever experienced. Under the same realm, he was in a state of being beaten from all sides. Although this level of collision, the Bull Demon King, who was also only in the Udao realm, could not avoid being injured. Black smoke kept rising from his palms. Obviously, the recoil force was too shocking, and the body formed at this moment could not fully withstand it. This scene was absolutely shocking and terrifying. At least the 3 demons who summoned the Bull Demon King were already dumbfounded, and the row of Zuanman monks standing on the top of Hangzhou City were not much better. Although the previous scene was beyond imagination, it was also at the surface of understanding. The battle that was happening at this moment was beyond their cognition. Looking at the traces formed in the void, they almost forgot to breathe, because the distortion inside was enough to make them lose their souls. As for the 3 monsters, they had to summon the saint, because they didn't want to die. They thought that the battle would end quickly with the arrival of the Demon King. No, it should be said that it would not be an exaggeration to kill them instantly. After all, he was the Demon King, the supreme existence in the demon group, and he controlled the pinnacle of endless demon soldiers and demon generals. As a result, it turned into trembling. A small human race actually fought on equal terms with Pingshan Demon King, one of the 18 Demon Kings. How is this possible? That's the Demon King, the Demon King. As the battle continued, the 3 monsters were about to go crazy, not only because of Li Su's strength, but more importantly, the sacrifice was continuing. The price paid for such a summoning was undoubtedly terrible. The existence of the king was based on their dedication. Therefore, every extra second, every battle, consumed their flesh and blood, their souls. At this moment, most of the flesh and blood of the 3 demons had disintegrated. Not only the internal organs, but also the bones had melted away, turning into black smoke, replenishing and continuing the existence of the Demon King. The situation was very miserable, almost like watching everything of his own disappear bit by bit. This despair was simply indescribable, as if he was waiting to die. Asterisk 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 in the void, Li Su was also panting. After all, he was facing the Bull Demon King, and the consumption was really huge. Not only the consumption of strength, but also the mental consumption was extremely huge. This was an unprecedented battle. As long as there was even a 0.001 second of slackness, he would be killed by the opponent. Under high tension, the passage of 1 second was like several days. It was as if someone was pinching his neck, and then it was shrinking little by little, and the living space was shrinking infinitely. Despair, fear, and various emotions, even if isolated, still blocked the door of his heart, constantly knocking. The shadow of death had enveloped most of his body, and began to approach his neck little by little, dragging him into the bottomless abyss. Spirit, body, and Tao. They were all being attacked from all directions by this existence who appeared only a few times in the novel. Facing everything unprecedented, Li Su was a little sluggish, as if a mountain was pressing down on his body, and it could collapse at any time and anywhere. However, he ignored it. All his thoughts and wills were always focused on one point. Facing the attack of the Bull Demon King, he just counterattacked, resisted, and fought back again and again. It was not that he wanted to do this, but that he had no choice. Finally, after almost a minute and a half of extreme suppression, the Bull Demon King stopped. It was not that Li Su could not hold on, nor that the Bull Demon King showed mercy, but its body became lighter. Especially in the collision just now, its right hand was shattered. Stopping, the Bull Demon King glanced at the location of the 3 demons who summoned him. At this moment, only the last bone was left, and most of it was melted. The sacrifice of summoning the saint has stopped, and it has lost the foundation for its existence here. The Bull Demon King was silent for a moment, without saying a word, and didn't even look at Li Su. His body just drifted away with the wind. As the power on the Bull Demon King's body disappeared, the huge pressure formed was greatly reduced, and Li Su quickly regained his consciousness. His mind was no longer highly concentrated, and the whole person returned to normal. Watching the other party disappear, he exhaled a long breath, and then his body lost strength and fell down, smashing straight into the sea. Damn it, although he knew that the Bull Demon King in Journey to the West was ridiculously strong, this was too outrageous. Not only was he completely defeated, but it was really dangerous just now. If he held on for a while longer, something would really happen. Lying in the sea, Li Su complained for a moment, and his expression did not look relaxed. He did not feel relieved and happy after surviving the disaster, but was extremely solemn. He slowly sat up, his eyes flashing with uncertainty and coldness. It's so smooth. That guy should not have found it. At the same time, outside the domain, the mountain accumulated. 10 feet tall, standing between heaven and earth. The aura is like chaos. Zalzao space is affected and distorted. Heaven and earth are alienated. All the creatures here even begin to mutate, grow black cow hair, or cow ears, cow tail parts. It is the true body of Pingshan Dashing, the real bull demon king. Its eyes are like the sun, and there seem to be stars flowing in its body. The rules of the avenue are all subservient to its feet. It simply stands there, but it is like the center of everything, the master of all. It slowly raised its head and looked at the sky. There were countless clouds there, projecting an extremely magnificent palace, and a pair of eyes were looking at it, not blinking. It was not until the Bull Demon King's consciousness completely returned, and the node with the central planes was completely disconnected, that the gaze that locked it began to be retracted, and the grand building in the colorful clouds on the horizon began to disappear little by little. Come here, King. Notify the 17 Demon Kings, and tell them that the plan is advanced. 6 months later, before the Foundation, the Central Plains Dao sect will be destroyed. Chapter 658 Imperial Road. Li Su drank some seawater, feeling a little excited and a little silent. Can he deceive the other party? If he changes to a more ordinary one, he will be sure, but if he changes to the Bull Demon King, he will probably have to prepare for the worst. Is this battle hard? Very hard. The pressure caused by the strength displayed by the Bull Demon King? In fact, to be honest, it is only about 1/3 of the total pressure. The opponent is indeed very strong, and the level is too high. Even if he is suppressed to the same realm, it is still beyond imagination. But don't forget that Li Su himself is also very abnormal. The Chengdao realm can fight the Yudao realm 1v3, forcing the Yudao realm to call for reinforcement. This situation has never happened, at least in the world of Journey to the West. But he did it. He has been integrated into the Great Dao for 2 years. Not only has his realm been greatly improved, but his understanding of the Great Dao is also unprecedented. That's 2 years, and he has 200% of his comprehension. Facing the situation of the Bull Demon King, it is certain to suffer some small losses, but it is a bit too much to say that he was beaten without any room for fighting back. Why is it so? Because Li Su is afraid. The Bull Demon King was summoned and descended at the peak of the early stage of the Imperial Dao realm. He didn't care at all. It might not be easy to win, but it was really difficult to lose. But Li Su didn't dare. Not to mention winning. Even if he didn't lose, he had to act like he was extremely exhausted and helpless. Facing an opponent of this level, he had to do such a thing. For Li Su, the pressure was really great. But he couldn't not do it. He had to do it, and he had to do it beautifully. Because Li Su couldn't give the other party a reason that would make the other party want to kill him at all costs. That is, he couldn't let the other party flip the table. Yes, this is what Li Su was afraid of. Once the ability he showed created too much pressure and threat to the other party, which was higher than the price he paid for a complete explosion here. Based on his understanding of the Bull Demon King, the other party was definitely capable of flipping the table. Not flipping the table was half the victory. This was also the reason for his excitement. After all, at least he wouldn't be beaten to death at this moment. As for silence, it was naturally the attitude of the Bull Demon King when he left. He disappeared almost without saying a word, and his consciousness returned directly. To be honest, this attitude was very problematic. Realizing something, this is a high probability, but it is not to the point where it will do it regardless of everything. So, there is not much time left for me. Thinking of this, Li Su was a little confused. It was fucked up enough for a person to run to a strange city, not to mention running to a strange world. He was chasing so closely, and he was blowing his life. Can't I spend some time in peace? At least I can hold on until the official start of the Journey to the West. I just went to the spiritual world, and I was directly locked by the highest level of combat power in this world, and it was more and more excessive. Aren't the monsters in Journey to the West stupid? Why is it the other way around when it comes to me? This is not how villains act. How can you let the righteous fight back if you do this? Li Su was very uncomfortable. He hadn't completed the transformation of the Yudao realm yet, but he had a sense of deja vu that the final decisive battle was already in front of him and was about to be staged. Rubbing his eyebrows, he took a deep breath placed himself outside first, and recycled the remaining particles. Although the situation was very critical, at least he improved quickly enough. The accumulation of the past 2 years not only allowed him to break through the damn limit of the realm of enlightenment, but also made him go a long way in the realm of controlling the Dao. At least, the understanding of the Dao is enough. In addition, there is a huge spiritual world to help him with resources. Although there is not much time left, it is not hopeless, right? With the return of the last part of the particles, Lee Su's body and soul are completely complete, and the most important 36 pictures are completely formed, completely integrated into his body, and become one. This is a real image, which is completely reflected in reality, and turned into a part of his body. The aura around Lee Su began to fluctuate, and his life and soul began to take their own steps, crossing the level that blocked him for almost 2.5 years. This kind of change, the outside movement is not big. It is mainly inside. Although it seems to be a small improvement, it has formed a change like the collapse of the sky and the earth. The main aspect of the improvement is elementalization, which is deeper. For a while, Lee Su's body was constantly shaking, and his flesh and blood changed back and forth between many completely different elements. This change is hard to describe. It is not as simple as a flesh and blood changing, but it is like he has gained a new life. The expansion of each element is almost equivalent to Lee Su getting a new life. Each of the 36 pictures of Shanking Immortal method is equivalent to the change of an element, which is equivalent to a life. This Shanking Immortal method, can it really be the Xiangang transformation technique? Feeling the amazing changes that have taken place in himself, Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath. His expression was a little shocked. Although he felt that this method was extraordinary and had a high foundation from the beginning, when everything happened in front of him, it was still a little unbelievable. After all, whether it is the Xiangang transformation technique or the Disha transformation technique, it is undoubtedly the most famous technique in Journey to the West. There are only 3 people who have clearly learned these 2 sets of spells. 2 of them are the Monkey King and Erlang Shen of the Disha method, and then there is the Marshal of Xianpeng. Let's not talk about Sun Wukong and Erlang Shen. Although Zhu Beiji is lazy, laziness and poor talent are 2 different concepts. Can the talent of someone who can become the Marshal of Xianpeng and control the water division of the Heavenly Court be poor? Is it completely based on background? Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath. If this is true, then it's awesome. Xiangang Disha, regardless of their superiority or inferiority, in fact, parallel Taoist magic, when it reaches the extreme, has the ability to turn decay into magic, and cannot be determined by quantity alone. In Chinese culture, there is no saying that the more the number, the more powerful it is. Just like a certain boxing method in a comic, 4 palms, 8 palms, etc. At first glance, it is a wrong concept. Unless you can finish all in 1 second. Otherwise, if you delay for a while, you will die on the way to attack. I couldn't help but take a look at my world book and found that it still had the 4 big characters Shanking Xianfa written on it. Lee Su was a little uncertain again. If it is really the Xiangang transformation technique, shouldn't it be directly updated here to become the Xiangang technique? Moreover, the authentic Xiangang Disha technique is used to avoid the 3 disasters, not the method of cultivation. He obviously has the ability to improve cultivation, and it is obviously not a pure transformation technique. Shaking his head, Lee Su didn't plan to think about it. It didn't matter what, as long as it was useful. In front of his powerful talent, it will only be more powerful, not just as powerful. The vibration lasted for quite a while, several minutes. Fortunately, Lee Su did not remember to upgrade when the Bull Demon King did, otherwise the impact would have been on him, and he could not effectively cast spells at all. The movement inside his body was too loud, as if the structure had been completely reorganized. With the complete formation of the 36 diagrams avenue and the complete transformation of his body, Lee Su finally went all the way up from the ceiling of the realm of enlightenment, almost squeezing out a human form, and finally stepped into that realm. It's different. It's completely different. Before, if he stood between heaven and earth, then at this moment he was equivalent to being completely integrated into heaven and earth. This made it easier, faster, and more extensive for him to use the power of heaven and earth. It seems that there is no change similar to qualitative change, but in fact his strength is equivalent to that of before, almost several times the gap. Facing himself 1 second ago, he could crush him to death with just a stretch of his hand. Facing the Bull Demon King at the level of the Imperial Dao realm, it is still not possible to just dodge and fight. After all, the power it controls is at a very high level. The gap is not a matter of quantity, but quality. However, the confrontation is not so difficult, and it should be almost evenly matched. And with this improvement, Lee Su's body, which had been full for a long time, immediately began to convey an incredible sense of hunger. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was stored before, and even the immortal energy of shanking, were disappearing rapidly, and were devoured by him at a speed visible to the naked eye. Too fast. You should know that the energy stored in his body is very amazing. Almost every cell contains a lot of nutrients, but in an instant, he actually felt like he was going to starve to death. It is obvious that, although he has advanced, it is not over yet. The level of the Imperial Dao realm is just the beginning, and the real improvement is behind. Lee Su took a breath, and opened his heart without hesitation. A large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth gushed out, and flowed into his body, that seemed to be reborn. Fortunately, even though he had already absorbed it, he still did not stop absorbing the spiritual world. Now, the outside of the heart gate is almost covered by the ocean of spiritual energy and spirit, and the amount has reached an extremely astonishing height, far exceeding before. The mountain made of dirt is densely packed below, and there is already a tendency to form a mountain range. The flesh is devouring, the speed is extremely crazy, so fast that it is unbelievable. Facing this endless power of heaven and earth, the spiritual power, it is like a bottomless hole, disappearing at an extremely astonishing speed every second. At this time, the order lasted for a full half day, and after swallowing nearly 100 times the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the realm of enlightenment, the speed began to decrease, showing a feeling of fullness. Faced with this situation, Lee Su was undoubtedly a little frightened. Fortunately, he prepared in advance, and the amount was sufficient. Otherwise, if he sucked it openly, he was afraid that the whole Hangzhou would be drained by him, and all the spirituality would be sucked away by him. When the job was done, it would probably be a large desert and endless dry bones. Of course, there were results. His flesh and blood became extremely full and full of power. Something was taking shape, being nurtured by the flesh and blood, and filling the whole body. It is similar to the shanking immortal key, but its nature is undoubtedly higher, as if it has been smelted again, and you can feel the energy like a volcano inside. It is very explosive. The quality and weight of a drop are quite terrible, equivalent to several times more than the previous shanking immortal key. With their appearance, Lee Su's soul has become more and more stable. If it is separated from the body at this moment, it will be found to be like a substance, giving people a heavy feeling. Lee Su's eyes flickered slightly, and his consciousness opened. In an instant, the area within a radius of 50 miles fell into his perception. Everything was extremely clear, not to mention the ground, even under the ground, was sensed by him. This improvement is huge, very huge. He not only advanced to the Imperial Dao, but also went all the way, until he reached the initial stage of the Imperial Dao realm. The improvement in strength gradually slowed down, and did not transform again. Feel it, this is not the end, but it has begun to accumulate again. After 2 years of enlightenment, his improvement is amazing. The situation of the 36 diagrams is not as simple as just perfect, but has involved deeper, enough for him to reach the perfection of the Imperial Dao and summon the Thunder Tribulation. The reason for stopping now is that the body and soul have not been able to fully adapt to this drastic change. They need a certain amount of time to make the flesh and blood perfect and the soul full. As long as it is completed, Lee Su can immediately break through again and enter the middle stage of the Udao realm. This world will not be too long, less than 10 days and a half a month. More than 30 or 40 days will be enough. Undoubtedly, this is good news. With the opening of the Zuanman Foundation, he should be able to reach the perfect level of the Udao realm. The only trouble is the problem of resources. He needs to go to the spiritual world and move more residual memories. However, this problem is not big. After the upgrade, Lee Su's mental power has been extremely improved. The strength is several times more terrible than before. The residual memory that can be moved at this time will naturally become larger and more. On the whole, the speed of his practice will only continue to accelerate and will not decrease at all. It took most of the day to completely upgrade. The inside has already calmed down. The only thing left is to fully adapt. Lee Su jumped up, flew out from the bottom of the sea, and came to the surface of the sea. The scene outside Hangzhou City is not good. The sky above can still see the terrible power interlaced, and something is constantly colliding above. Fortunately, although there are many remnants that are dissipating, they have not reached the point of permanent retention. In about 3 to 5 days, the power above should disappear completely. If a strong person takes action, it will be faster. Of course, the degree must be very high, at least in the late stage of the Udao realm, but if it is just the early or even middle stage, forget it. If you are careless in the middle stage, you will probably be hit hard. In the early stage, you will most likely have to rebuild your account. Lee Su blinked his eyes and turned his head to look at Hangzhou City not far away. After most of the day, strong people came to the city. Their realm was not low, and there were 2 in the Udao realm. It should be the high-level people from the nearby Zuanmen who came. They should be people from Yuhuang Mountain, which is the nearest Zuanmen here. Hangzhou is mainly in charge of them. Lee Su thought about it and planned to go there first to remind them not to run out to clean up the energy above, and also the compensation for Hangzhou City. The monsters came here because of him, and he still had some self-awareness of this. This is a big problem for Lee Su himself. His power is easy to solve, but the main thing is the power of the Bull Demon King. Lee Su really doesn't want to touch it now. If the other party can sense it and explode him, he will really have no place to cry. Before he grows up, he doesn't plan to have any contact with those demon kings outside the domain. He must survive this last period of time no matter what. After that, he will go to find the storage bag he hid before integrating into the avenue. There are many resources in it, not to mention that there are many resources in it. The demon killing order and Lee Su shanking disciple card are all in it. This can't be lost. There is less than half a year left in the 3-year demon killing. This activity cannot be missed. After all, according to the introduction of the master, the so-called Zuanmen heritage was left by the senior brother Zuandu of the human teaching. He is the eldest disciple of the taking saint. Even if his senior brother doesn't have any innate treasures, he may have acquired them. In addition, there must be no shortage of skills. The Xiangang Disha technique may contain a full set. It can be said that Lee Su is now looking forward to the fact that Shanking Immortal method and Xiangang technique are not related. It means that there is a higher level of magical power, which will be more powerful. Lee Su did not hide anything and came directly to the top of Hangzhou City. He directly said, 2 Taoist friends from Yuhuang Mountain, please come and see. Hearing Lee Su's voice, the 2 Yuhuang Mountain Udao realm monks who were originally arranging were stunned. Master, it's this voice. On the side, one of the Chengdao realm monks suddenly opened his eyes wide and couldn't help saying, when the Hangzhou City formation was activated, and there were attacks that affected people, but did not cause death, it was this voice that made us calm down. The 2 Udao realm monks took a breath when they heard the words. To be honest, when they received the alarm, although they came quickly, their expressions were undoubtedly extremely serious, and they had a bad premonition. When they were close to Hangzhou City and could see from afar, it was even more so. Demonic energy rising to the sky. There are also terrible energy fluctuations, which are aging wildly. This undoubtedly means that an extremely terrible battle has taken place in Hangzhou, involving a surface level beyond imagination, far beyond the scope that the T can handle. Fortunately, both the demonic energy and the fluctuations formed after the battle were dissipating. Obviously, the war was over. Otherwise, the 2 might not dare to come over. The main reason was that it was useless to come over. At best, they would just be sending their heads. The people fighting were at least in the middle stage of the Imperial Dao realm, or even perfect. Facing this result, the 2 were almost pessimistic. I'm afraid that only 1 in 10 people in Hangzhou City would survive. No, I'm afraid that only 1 in 10,000 would survive. However, they did not expect to find that after arriving. Although Hangzhou City was also affected and suffered a huge impact, the buildings in the huge city were almost half destroyed, but they did not feel the breath of wronged death. No wronged souls everywhere, and no bloody smell. Were they captured? At first, the two thought so, but when they got closer, they found that, although they had experienced a huge disaster and people were also panicked, they were a little calm in panic. The most important thing was that most people did not show sadness on their faces. Obviously, if the problem was huge and there were many casualties, this would not be the reaction. After finding the disciples and asking, they learned that, when the war happened, a master activated the formation and protected the mortals inside. Hearing this answer, the two of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Hangzhou belongs to the Jade Emperor Mountain. If there are major mortal deaths due to demons, they really have no way to explain. The two looked at each other, jumped up, and went directly to the place where the sound came from. After a moment, they saw Li Su standing on the top of the city. He flew over and landed. One of them said directly, "Thank you for saving the lives of hundreds of thousands of mortals in Hangzhou." Li Su heard this, shook his head, grabbed the void, and the next moment saw a huge amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth sweeping in, forming a scene like a tornado in his hand, involving a range of 10 miles. Gather these spiritual energies from heaven and earth, transform them, and turn them into dew. With a flick of his finger, the dew flew to the center of the sky above Hangzhou, and then exploded. In an instant, a hazy spiritual rain fell, covering the entire city of Hangzhou. This rain was very strange. It fell on the people of Hangzhou City, but did not wet them, but merged into their bodies like mist. At one time, many people groaned, and old illnesses or wounds were recovering and healing quickly. Not only that, everyone felt that their bodies were changing, and full of strength. Li Su did not hide anything, but with a hint of apology, "It's not a rescue. Those monsters were coming for me, and Hangzhou was affected because of me. Unfortunately, I don't have any gold, silver, or jewelry, so I can only use this rain to compensate the people in Hangzhou." Watching Li Su's casual operation, the two Udao realm couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling and their eyelids twitching. As Udao realm, it is easy to restrain the power of heaven and earth. They can do it with all their strength, but it is terrible to instantly transform the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into this kind of light of life. This is much more terrifying than the destruction spell. There is no doubt that after this spiritual rain, although Hangzhou City experienced a disaster, it also gained great fortune. The physical strength and lifespan have been greatly improved. It is easy to live to be 100 years old, and the most important thing is that most people can die without illness. Not only mortals, but even the disciples in the city have benefited greatly. And Li Su's compensation is for individuals, and others cannot take it away. If I'm not mistaken, the fluctuations in the mist flowing in are very special. Although it is impossible to see what Li Su has performed, the two can be sure that, if someone attacks this group of mortals, the end will probably not be too good. This is not just compensation, but also protection. Although it is said that Zuenman will protect mortals, it is extremely rare to achieve the level of Li Su. After all, the more one practices, the more indifferent one's human nature tends to be. After making up for it, Li Su directly stated his purpose. To Taoist friends, don't worry about the power over there. It will dissipate by itself after 3 or 5 days, because it loses its support. Don't touch it before that. There is a residual breath of a big monster inside. It may be conscious and there is a possibility of an accident. The two couldn't help but look at each other, and the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. Touch the power outside? Taoist friend, you really think highly of us. Just standing here, the residual energy has made them tremble with fear, and they feel that a disaster is about to happen. Only a lunatic will go up to eliminate them. I was planning to report it, but now, I just need to wait for 3 or 5 days. Looking at the reactions of the two, Li Su immediately understood and didn't plan to stay any longer. He said directly, "In this case, I will take my leave first." After that, Li Su jumped up and flew directly to Guojiang, going back to retrieve the storage bag first. The two people from Yuhuang Mountain were startled. They didn't expect Li Su to go so directly. One of them hurriedly said, "I haven't asked for your name yet. It would be the best to make friends with such a strong man. With the strength he showed, no matter which sect he came from, he would be very important in the future. Shanking, Li Su. The voice sounded, and the person went away. Li Su? The two took a breath, and looked at each other. Shanking sect was the top sect in the Zuenman sect, but they didn't expect another one. Suddenly, one of them shrank his eyes. He said his name is Li Su. He is also a monk from Shanking sect? The other person was also surprised. Impossible? Recalling Li Su's previous behavior, the two showed extremely shocked and puzzled expressions on their faces. When the other party made compensation, even if it was against mortals, he obviously showed an apologetic look on his face. It was obvious that he was really sorry for causing Hangzhou City to be affected because of himself. How could such a person do such a thing to harm his fellow disciples? It must be a mistake, right? By the way, it seems that the other person is only at the Chengdao realm, while the Taoist friend in front of him is obviously at the Yudao realm. No. The two looked at each other, their eyes trembling inexplicably. No, we have to inform the sect. If it's not, it's nothing, but if it is, it's a big problem. It's rare for the same sect to have the same name and surname, especially for Li Su's realm. The sect will avoid it. Looking up, I took a look at the terrible energy fluctuations outside Hangzhou City, as well as the operation of the spiritual energy turning into rain just now. The other party is at least at the peak of the middle stage of Yudao, or even in the late stage. And it is obvious that now on the Zuenman side, because of the relationship with the Magu sect, many sects have secretly issued arrest orders, and have also explained that, if there is resistance, there will be no mercy. On the Yuhuang mountainside, the head of the sect has also explained that, although he will not personally go out to arrest, if he finds any trace, he will report it immediately. If this really happens, it will definitely be a big earthquake. Chapter 659 Moving Bricks. It took some time to find the storage bag that he had hidden before he merged into the world. Li Su glanced at the smoky bag, and the beautiful Guojiang River, which was originally a river, became as if it had been visited by a husky. Thinking back to the monsters that had been chasing him all the way to Hangzhou, Li Su felt a little toothache. He had to say that they were really perseverant. Although he went all the way down to the sea, he had touched countless objects on the road he passed, both alive and dead. Under such circumstances, there were probably more than hundreds of thousands of clues left. It was a pity that they could persist all the way. If it were me, I would have been impatient a long time ago. He exhaled, and there was no doubt that he was touched. He was so persistent, and the spirit was really scary. Li Su shook his head, opened the storage bag, and took out a set of clothes from it to change himself. He was not wearing anything at the moment, and his flesh had been melted into it. When he recovered, he was naturally in a state of brilliance. The external service was just his manifestation through magic power, woven with the rhyme of Tao. Although the nature is similar, and ordinary people can't tell the difference, it's still a bit uncomfortable. Now that it's on, it's undoubtedly much better. He had seen the things in the storage bag before. There are a lot of spiritual essences, about 20,000 pieces. In addition to the rewards for the disciples' trial, there are more. For the enlightenment realm, the number is not small. For the imperial realm, it is undoubtedly not enough to fill the gaps between teeth. In addition, there are several magic tools, a wooden sword. The material is extraordinary, with a strong vitality. It should be made of lightning-struck wood, a very special bell, and 3 paper talismans. The bell is used for calling for help. Once activated, it will transmit a sound. It's not loud, but it will be very far. The Shanking disciples within 100 miles can hear it. 3 paper talismans, 1 for defense, 1 for attack, and 1 for escape. It's almost equivalent to the equipment for a novice to go out, attack, defense, escape, and call for help. Although there is no more, it is basically enough for the enlightenment realm. If it's just to save your life, it's not a big problem. Of course, for Li Su now, these things are basically useless. He took out the demon killing order. He practiced at the foot of Mount Mao for half a year. After leaving here, he spent more than 2 years on enlightenment. The time for the 3-year hunting was almost the same. He should have obtained the right to participate. Although he was isolated, He also recorded 1 Deo Enlightenment realm and 5 foundation building realms. For a little guy who has practiced for less than 20 years, it is not a big problem to be the first on the human list. Since 3 gangs have been opened, it should be no problem for him to be selected. I don't know where to gather. Otherwise, go back to Mount Mao first. Holding the demon killing order, Lee Su couldn't help blinking his eyes. Feeling Lee Su's magic power, the demon killing order in his hand shook slightly and moved. Congratulations on getting the 7th place in the second round of the heavenly ranking, and the 1st place in the human ranking. Please go to receive the reward according to the instructions of the demon killing order. The preparation is still quite thoughtful. Lee Su narrowed his eyes, felt the direction of progress, and did not hesitate. He quickly got on the road. By the way, there is quite a lot of time, so I split some of my spirit and went to the spiritual world. Although I prepared a lot, the amount consumed by the initial level upgrade alone is a bit scary, almost using up 70% of the accumulated energy. Next is the middle stage, and then the late stage. Undoubtedly, each one will be bigger than the last. In his current situation, he needs to store at least 10 times more spiritual energy. After thinking about it, Lee Su left a part of his mental power to control his body. While going in the direction of the demon killing order, his original body went directly through the heart gate and slipped directly into the spiritual world from the passage. The speed is faster. It almost arrived in the blink of an eye. The realm is improved, and another point is undoubtedly that the road has become smoother because of the constant back and forth. This time, the scenery that he saw halfway through the upper layer did not appear before Lee Su crossed it. Standing in the vast spiritual world, Lee Su couldn't help but take a deep breath. There were more spiritual fragments nearby because he hadn't been here for a while. When he realized the truth, he had completely forgotten everything. Many tiny fragments appeared around the already sparse spiritual world. Lee Su flew over quickly, his spiritual consciousness vibrating and spreading out like a wave, like a planet full of gravity, directly attracting the spiritual fragments around him, gathering them, and sealing them around him. He moved quickly, and soon collected a large and dense piece. These fragments were of different sizes. The smallest was as big as a fingernail, and the largest was almost the size of a human head. After spending almost 2 days to form a huge sphere around him, Lee Su began to go home. Although it has become easier to capture fragments in the spiritual world due to the improvement of the realm, has the number of fragments around increased? Not just the quantity, but especially the quality. There are nearly 1,000 fragments as big as a human head. This size. Before, it seems that you have to enter the middle of the shallow layer to encounter it. Lee Su was a little surprised. The information about the spiritual world that Jiang Tong gave him did not record this situation. No, this kind of fragment is no less than poison for the cultivators in this world. It is only because Lee Su is too special that he can make use of waste, otherwise he would not absorb too much of this kind of fragment. No one would do such a thing as himself, so naturally there would be no relevant records in this regard. Lee Su went back quickly. This time the number was extremely large. After all, most of the main consciousness had gone there, and the number brought back was naturally not comparable to the previous one. Standing outside the heart gate, watching the spiritual residual image he brought back through constant stirring, refining a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy, as well as the original spiritual power, and the scattered residue, Lee Su nodded with satisfaction. The speed increased, and the space outside the heart gate also became larger. In this way, it can undoubtedly hold more and refine faster. Without stopping, he began to act as a porter, constantly traveling back and forth between the spiritual world and his heart gate. Not only that, with repeated attempts, although the number of fragments he brought back was decreasing, the size was getting bigger and bigger. The higher the quality, the bigger the size, the more complete the memory inside, and the more power of heaven and earth it possesses. The human head is big, the human body is big, 2 cubic meters, 3 cubic meters, 5 cubic meters. After continuous attempts, 10 cubic meters of spiritual fragments can be brought back. If it is higher, it will undoubtedly become a bit difficult to pry it. And as the cubes brought back become larger, the more memories contained in them will be. Once, Lee Su even saw a picture of someone practicing, and it seemed that he was learning some kind of spell, the art of transformation. In an instant, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and stretch his neck. Unfortunately, the other party was not learning, but practicing. There was no beginning, only the process, which undoubtedly made Lee Soo a little painful. However, facing this result, Lee Soo was not disappointed, but a little excited. After all, the spiritual world is so big, there are so many memory fragments in it, there will always be a complete one. So, Lee Soo worked harder. Just collecting resources for a long time is a bit boring, but there are also skills hidden in the resources, which is another matter. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Almost 99% of the time was spent in the fragments of the world. Although he also stayed in the heart gate for a certain period of time, as long as he did not go out, the ratio of time inside and outside was basically maintained at about 1:30. That is, 1 day outside was equal to 1 month inside. He gained a lot. Although he did not get the top Taoist magic, Lee Soo saw a lot of Taoist magic in the mortal world. Although it is not worth practicing specifically, it can broaden his horizons. The essence of the practice is the idea formed by the practitioner's perception of the Tao. It has also improved Lee Soo a lot, and increased his perception of his own realm. Although the realm has not been improved, the aura has become more and more powerful, almost improving by 1 level. It can already move fragments of 11 cubic meters. Looking at the spiritual fragments as big as a mountain in the distance, Lee Soo couldn't help wiping the saliva left at the corner of his mouth. These small ones are like this. What kind of information will be hidden in the huge ones? Unfortunately, he can only think about it now. At that level, it is probably difficult to move in the Judeo realm, and he needs to go to a higher level. But it doesn't matter, it won't take long. Lee Soo once again brought back a large number of fragments, and he felt a little regretful that he couldn't fit them in. After all, he had gone back and forth too many times, and the number of fragments he brought back was too huge. The accumulated number was almost blocking the door from the heart. It was no longer a full return, but it was too full to fit. I'm afraid I'll have to wait a long time next time. Lee Soo shook his head and disappeared directly from the spiritual world. As he left, a pair of eyes suddenly opened in the depths of the spiritual world, very abruptly. With its appearance, the entire spiritual world inexplicably solidified, and everything, even those huge spiritual remnants like mountains, all stopped. Time no longer flows. It silently looked at the place where Lee Soo disappeared. Its big eyes were very smart and blinking. It looked left and right. Then an extremely huge body appeared, big and small, big because of its tonnage, small because of its image. It was an extremely huge baby. It moved quietly, twisted its body, and the left leg connected to Lee Soo's exit moved slightly, from 2 toes to 3 toes. Immediately, the range that Lee Soo had almost emptied in a month was full again. At the same time, the little guy shook his body. So, this time the quality was higher. After doing everything, his eyes narrowed, as if he was smiling, with a cheerful breath flowing, and then disappeared silently. Asterisk 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 Lee Soo was very happy to come out of the heart gate. A day outside, the experience inside was really comfortable. A lot of heaven and earth spiritual energy, a huge amount of Yuan-Shi spirit, and various Taoist arts. The harvest was very great. It can be said to be full. With the time before Tang Monk went to the west, to obtain the scriptures getting shorter and shorter. For Lee Soo now, every minute and every second is undoubtedly very important. The speed of physical adaptation is also very fast, and it should be about 8 or 9 days. When the adaptation is completed, you can immediately upgrade and directly advance to the middle stage of the Judeo realm, and the accumulation in the heart gate should be cleared a lot. Repeating this way, maybe in a month or 2, he will be able to reach the perfect state of controlling the Dao. It can be regarded as entering a virtuous cycle. Of course, he did not relax because of this. After all, he went to the mountain at the age of 6, practiced for 7 years, and came for another 3 years. That is to say, when the activity of the demon exorcism order is over, he will be 16 years old. There are only 2 years left before he turns 18. Although there is hope to break the catastrophe before the age of 18, it is not safe to become an immortal. At least he must reach Tai. Well, the distance should not be far. Feeling the demon exorcism order in his hand gradually getting bigger, Lee Soo couldn't help but take a breath. not to mention his own gratifying achievements, the Zuenman Foundation, left by the great master Zuandu. For this, to be honest, he has high expectations. He doesn't even ask for any peerless magic weapon skills. As long as the time inside and outside is different, it is enough to buy more time. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. While Lee Su continued to move in the direction specified by the demon exorcism order, on the other side, there was a towering mountain about 200 miles away from Lee Su. This mountain is extremely extraordinary. According to legend, Zuan Wu, one of the 4 sacred beasts in ancient times, practiced in this mountain, and finally achieved enlightenment, and became one of the 4 imperial beasts. The water vapor here is extremely heavy, and the power of water permeates between heaven and earth. All things live because of water. The grass and trees are extremely lush, and the earth is covered with green clothes. There are countless birds and animals in the mountains and forests, and the sound of play is endless. There is an inexplicable Taoist rhyme flowing through the mountains here, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is several times that of the outside world. For those who seek immortality, it is a rare paradise. Nowadays, people gather here, and a large number of people seeking Taoism and cultivating immortals are constantly gathering. Some came here according to the guidance of the demon eliminating order, and some followed the head of the sect to come, ready to participate in a unique event of Zuenman in the ages. Zuenman heritage. According to legend, this heritage was established by the famous disciple of the saint of the human teaching, the great master Zuandu, during the ancient conferred god period. As the only direct disciple of the saint of taking of the human teaching, the great master Zuandu not only has a mysterious identity, but also has a very high status in Zuenman. Because the legendary conferred god war affected the 2 sects of Zuenman, resulting in 1 death and 1 disability. In order to prevent this situation from happening again, and to prevent the loss of the Zuenman Daoism, it was specially established. Although it was opened because of a disaster, the Zuenman heritage itself is undoubtedly a treasure for the entire Zuenman. No matter what is inside, it will undoubtedly be a great opportunity for the disciples of Zuenman. Even if it is just opened, it is also a blessing to be able to see it on the spot. Not everyone is qualified to see the methods of the Zuandu master. There are dozens of disciples from different sects camping at the foot of the mountain. There are top sects, such as Xianqi, Shanking, Lingbao, Xingxiao, etc. There are also medium-sized sects such as Magu, Yuhuang, Jekson, etc. There are also small Taoist temples, as well as some strong and experienced cultivators with only 3 or 5 disciples. There is no doubt that the strong men of the Central Plains Zuenman have gathered here, waiting for the heritage to be opened. At this moment, there are almost dozens of Udeo realm level cultivators gathered together at the foot of the mountain. Among the many Zuenman disciples, a little girl looked at the top of the mountain with a worried look, and her expression was very anxious. Junior Master, why did you kill Wei Feng? It's fine to kill him, I don't like him either. But why did you leave evidence for others to find? His mother, leaking from the Magu sect, found him. Although the Xianqi mansion didn't say anything, the middle and lower levels have already expressed their views in order to please the Magu sect. The Udeo realm of more than a dozen sects have expressed their views that the murderer must be punished and killed. Senior sister, teacher, how long will it take for you to end this? If you don't speak up, Junior Master will be in big trouble. Chapter 660 Arrival at Zuenman Foundation. After almost a day and a half, Lee Su finally arrived at the location indicated by the demon killing order. Looking at the half-buried clouds not far away, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is extremely rich, and the Tao rhyme of the whole world is very active. Although it is dominated by water, it is not exclusive. It is thriving, and fully demonstrates the concept of being good like water, benefiting all things without competing. Compared with Maoshan in Shanking and Langhushan in Xianqi, this place is not much inferior. It is undoubtedly a paradise. As for why such a good place is not occupied by the Taoist Zuenman, Lee Su glanced behind him. If there is no demon killing order to guide, it would be difficult to find here. It is covered. There is a natural formation surrounding it for dozens of kilometers. Even if the Udeo realm does not have clear coordinates, it is difficult to enter. It will be confused by the formation outside and miss it. The formation is very special. It does not have the effects of trapping people and illusions that will be noticed after entering the formation. Instead, it is a very special hiding ability that hides this huge paradise. Even if you pass by in a straight line, it is difficult to detect. The thought process of arranging the formation is quite peculiar, and it can be regarded as a unique one, beyond the expectation of ordinary people. The person who designed this formation is probably not simple. With Lisu's understanding of the Great Dao, he only felt a little abnormality, but could not find any flaws in it. Shaking his head, he returned his attention to the towering mountain itself. There are quite a few people in the Udao realm. On the top of the mountain, you can feel dozens of strong fluctuations, and the power of the Great Dao is constantly gathered. It is almost imperceptible outside the formation, but when you are inside, you can feel that most of the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth in this blessed land is concentrated on the top of the mountain, and only 1/10 or 1/12 flows down. It seems that the energy required to open the foundation of the Zuanman is not low. As for the foot of the mountain, there are even more people in the Udao realm, almost approaching more than 30. However, they are basically in the early stage of the Udao, and basically all are in the perfect realm. There are more than 10 above, and more than 30 below. Now the top level combat power of the Central Plains Zuanman has been gathered here, right? In addition to the Udao realm, there is the Chengdao realm. There are several hundred, and in addition to those who meet the conditions, there are also many who come. There are fewer people in the foundation building realm. Among the three lists, only the human list has people in the foundation building realm, and there are less than 100 people in total. Their auras are extraordinary, and they are undoubtedly much stronger than ordinary people who have achieved enlightenment and built foundations. They can be said to be the future pillars of Zuanman. It would be very interesting if the monsters found this and blocked the door. If one person died here, it would be a huge loss for Zuanman. If they were all wiped out, it would be almost the same as beheading. However, considering the formation outside, without guidance, even the immortals would not be able to help. So Lisu just thought about it. He put away the demon killing order and walked directly into the depths. Just as he approached the foot of the mountain, a disciple of Zuanman flew over. The team was a bit mixed, with 5 people in a group, and they were not from the same sect. The leader was Fijianman, a medium-sized sect from Shushan, a branch of Jianzhang. This sect also practices swords, but unlike the Shushan sword sect, they mainly practice flying swords. Their ancestor once cut off the head of a great demon in the Udao realm hundreds of miles away with one sword, which was famous all over the world. If a flying sword is pulled away by him at a certain distance, even sects like Shanking and Chai Shifu will have a headache. After all, the flying sword is too small and the speed is fast. Although the main body is relatively weak, it is far behind the Shushan sword sect in close combat, but it should not be underestimated. There are 2 people, I don't know. Small sects, or casual disciples. The aura is undoubtedly much worse than that of the people in the flying sword sect. There are 2 more, very distinctive. Journey to the west is divided into 3 realms, namely the heaven, the human world, and the underworld. These 2 people belong to the Zuanman of the underworld faction. Not to mention that their clothes are quite alternative, mainly dark green, heavy, and full of dejection. Their skills are also very gloomy. It's okay during the day, but at night, it's really hard to tell whether they are human or ghost. Juman, one of the 8 major sects of Zuanman in the mortal world, the founder is said to be the judge of the underworld. It is not clear who it was, but the reason for its establishment is very simple, corresponding to the explosion of the human population. After the conferred god, the number of human beings increased at an extremely terrifying rate. Not only the Central Plains, but the entire southern Zhou has entered an era of great explosion. The gods in the sky undoubtedly have a deep understanding of this. Yesterday, I saw 100 people building a village somewhere. I closed my eyes, opened them, and then found that, damn, it became a small town. It is too fertile. Because of the conferred god, the heavenly court Dao supplemented a large wave of troops, and all departments were crowded with people. The underworld is different. Although it is said that after How to Niang Niang established the reincarnation, in order to have a certain voice and control in the underworld, the heavenly court, Zuanman Seren, and Buddhist sect also stuffed people. But an obvious problem is that the people stuffed into these 3 are all big guys. That is, they manage people. At the beginning, it was nothing. But with the explosive increase in population, the underworld soon couldn't bear it. Not only were there too many people, but there were more things to do. Especially the 18 levels of hell. There is an urgent need for talents. There is no other way. In places where people are punished, jailers must have a strong mental value. And the strong here does not mean the hardness of a psychopath, but the hardness of a heart as hard as stone. There are requirements. After all, the tone of the 18 hells is for punishment, not for torture. Faced with this scene, the big guys couldn't sit still. After all, they couldn't end up like this, right? The rank was too low, and the style was too low. Therefore, expansion became their savings and an extremely strong demand. Then the Juman, an institution that provides employment for the underworld, was quickly put into operation, and its status within the Zuenman was not low. At least small and medium-sized sects, especially casual cultivators, dared not offend them at all. After all, as long as you can't become an immortal, how awesome you are in life, how angry you will be after death. It doesn't matter if you offend those who can become immortals, but if you offend those who can go to the underworld as yaman runners, you really have to consider it. Another Taoist friend is here. The disciples of the Fijian sect smiled and flew down directly. Those who can arrive here alone are all cultivators who participated in the demon killing order and have also obtained the qualifications. Although each list has 5 people on it at a time, and there are 6 rounds in total, with a total of 90 places, it seems like a lot. But when you think about the terrifying number of Zuenman disciples, which is more than 50,000, their talents and abilities are undoubtedly top-notch, which is 1%. You should know that being able to become a cultivator is 1 in 100, and being able to gain the foundation to enter Zuenman is close to 1 in 600. Such a person is almost equivalent to 1 in 10,000. He is definitely a genius, and most cultivators need to look up to him. Therefore, the disciples of Fijianman behaved very politely, smiled before speaking, and clasped their fists directly. "Brother, may I ask your name? Which sect are you from? I'll take you there." Li Su said, "Shanking sect, Li Su." The other party nodded and smiled even more. As one of the top 8 sects in the world, Shanking sect is naturally powerful and has a leading position in the entire sect. He said directly, "So you are a brother from Shanking sect." Halfway through his words, his expression suddenly paused and immediately returned to normal and continued, "I'm Chenming, from Fijian sect." After saying that, he turned his head and looked at his teammates and said directly, "Brothers, you continue patrolling. I will send this brother to the Shanking sect." The other people looked at each other and nodded. "Brother, please follow me." Chenming jumped off the flying sword and landed in front of Li Su, showing a gesture to lead the way. Li Su glanced at the other party, nodded, and motioned for him to lead the way. "By the way, I saw in the notice of the 3 lists that it seems that you are in the second batch and directly ranked first on the list. It was almost 2 years ago. Why did you come here now?" "I have been practicing for a while." Li Su smiled. "Really? Congratulations, senior brother. I think your realm should have improved in the past 2 years. It is indeed gratifying. It has improved a lot. If something hadn't happened and you had to leave the retreat early, you might not have come yet." "I see. Then you are really lucky. The activation of the Zuenman Foundation is much smoother than expected. It may be opened earlier, at most in about a month. If you come late, you may miss it." "Really?" Chenming led Li Su forward all the way, getting closer and closer to the towering mountains not far away. "Are we almost there?" Li Su suddenly said. Chenming smiled and said, "That's right. I'm afraid it will take a while for us to register and count whether all the qualified people have arrived." "Is that so?" "Yes." "I see. Thank you for your hard work." "Thank you for your hard work." "Yes. You led me slowly over here, and your teammates followed behind. Are you protecting me?" "Not only that, but there are also a large number of Zuenman disciples coming here quickly. This registration method should be very hard." Li Su naturally discovered Chenming's abnormality at the first time. Although he concealed the sudden pause very well, his fellow disciples were another matter. 2 of them who didn't see the sect showed ecstatic expressions and hostility. The people of Juman were much calmer, but their hands touched the chain hanging on their waists. It was a treasure exclusive to Juman, and also a magical power. It was passed down from the underworld, and could lock souls and spirits. It was very difficult to deal with. Although they separated later, Lee Su saw the actions of the four people clearly. First, they notified, and then they hung behind. Moreover, the distance was damn close, less than 1,000 meters. They also separated by a certain width, as if to ensure that even if he escaped, he could quickly block the way. Lee Su was very curious about this. It was okay for the Juman sect, but were the Fijian sect and the other two really so bold? So bold? He was not an ordinary disciple, but the 8th generation of Shanking, with a political status equivalent to the head of the sect and the peak master. The nature of a disciple of one sect attacking the head of another sect was completely different. As Lee Su spoke, Chen Ming's face rose. Not only did he find something unusual, but even the people following him felt it. As companions, they had been acting together for a long time. Those four people were not rookies, and they had rich practical experience, so they would not keep a distance too close. At least before the blockade was completed, they would not rush forward. Therefore, they were at least 1,000 meters away, and they used Taoism to hide themselves. He could find it at such a long distance? And what did he say just now? A large number of Zuanman disciples gathered here? When the notification arrived, even if the fellow disciples over there took action, they had only just started not long ago, and the distance was about 25 or 26 miles. Even if the movement was louder than the four behind, how did he find out at such a long distance? No, how he found out is not important. The important thing is that, since he was able to find out, it means that his strength is much stronger than Chen Ming imagined, far exceeding the news brought back by his own elders. Brother, I don't know what you mean. Chen Ming suppressed the panic in his heart and smiled. Really? Okay, we are almost there. Lee Su didn't look at the other party, but raised his head. But in the blink of an eye, he saw several figures coming quickly. The aura of the people who came was undoubtedly very strong, and they were all at the level of perfection in the realm of enlightenment. There were a total of 6 people. Among them, there were 3 from the Juman sect, 2 sword cultivators, and 1 Lingbao. As soon as they arrived, one of the sword cultivators spoke up. I didn't expect that he was really like that. With such a face, he is really lawless. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand, and a flying sword with cold light suddenly appeared. It's just right. I've been idle for several months. After saying that, he was about to take action. Wait. On the side, the person from the Juman said, Fei Han, what if you kill him? Catch him first. After all, he is from the Shanking sect, so you should give him some face and let him deal with it by himself. The sword cultivator was stunned for a moment, and then he thought about it. The flying sword, that exuded amazing coldness, immediately cooled down. Don't let him run away. Don't worry, if you pierce the clavicle and lock the 3 souls, then that means the king of hell is on his way. Life and death have nothing to do with him. The person from the Juman sneered, and he moved his palm, and the soul-locking hook fell vertically, with green fire floating on it, which was extremely weird. Not only him, but the other 2 people from the Juman also moved. When they heard the clanking sound, it was as if the door of the underworld was opened and someone from the netherworld came. A trembling breath burst out, and rushed directly to Lee Su himself. Looking at the other party's actions, Lee Su frowned, and his eyes were a little cold. He was a little strange at first, and wanted to talk about it. But no matter the behavior of the sword cultivator or the behavior of the Juman, it undoubtedly touched his nerves. Especially the disciples of the Juman. The soul-locking hook is the strongest means of the people of the Juman. It is a Taoist magic power and a magical weapon. This hook has completely different powers depending on the realm of cultivation. The hook burning with green fire at this moment is also rare in the Juman. It is only used when dealing with some vicious ghosts. Not only is this hook powerful, but it also hurts the soul. Once the body is hit by this hook and the soul is locked, it will be severely injured on the spot, and will be punished by ghost fire. The 3 souls will be directly burned, which is extremely painful. What's more terrifying, is that this kind of green fire will cause pollution and stain the soul. For a cultivator, the 3 souls and 7 spirits are all important, but there is no doubt that among the 3 souls and 7 spirits, only the soul belongs to oneself. Once a person dies or dies, the 7 spirits leave the body, the heavenly soul returns to heaven, and the earthly soul returns to earth. Only the life fire entangled with the true spirit belongs to oneself, and will be thrown into the underworld. Therefore, once this soul locking hook hits him, the polluted soul will be burned all the time, and it can only be taken out by going to the underworld. This is a trick specifically used to target some terrible evil spirits, so as to force them to give up staying in the mortal world and go to the underworld. And if it is used on the living, it will undoubtedly cause great pain, like slow slicing, and it is better to die than to live. No matter what the reason is, using this method, Lee Su is not interested in talking to the other party. As an 8th generation disciple of Shanking, this behavior is enough for him to kill the other party. As if Lee Su was sure of it, the 3 people from Juman directly threw the hook and went towards Lee Su. There were no extra movements, nor were there any extra movements needed. The soul locking hooks of Jumen were neither gold, silver nor iron. They were not real world materials, but came from the netherworld and were smelted with supernatural powers as fire. Unless a cultivator at the level of the enlightenment realm possessed a magical weapon of a certain level or above, there was no way to resist. According to the information provided by the Shanking sect, the 8th generation disciple in front of him did not have any treasures of that kind. In other words, from the moment he appeared, if he did not escape at the first moment, his fate was doomed. Just when the 3 people looked at the motionless Lee Su with a cold face and thought they had succeeded, Lee Su suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed it. The void water path seemed to have a physical body and was gathered by him, forming into a stick. He raised his hand and swung a stick directly at the 3 chains, refining the Dao into shape. An extremely simple action instantly made the faces of the 7 people, including Chen Ming, pale. With a bang, the 3 soul locking hooks that posed a great threat to the soul were smashed on the spot by Lee Su's stick. As mentioned before, the soul locking hook is the most terrifying means for the Juman, and it is also equivalent to their life tool and the foundation of Taoism. With the breaking of the soul locking hook, Leng Li and the other 2 were shocked. Not only did blood spurt out of their 7 orifices, but their souls were also in turmoil. Facing this scene, the faces of the remaining few people changed drastically, especially the sword cultivators, who were shocked and said, "Not good, he is in the Udao realm. How dare you? Who hurt my Juman disciples?" At this moment, an angry shout sounded, and a terrible figure flew up from the other side of the mountain. It was the Udao realm of the Juman. Feeling the vibration of the disciple's life card, he immediately woke up from his retreat and rushed over in great anger. Along with his movements, dozens of Udao realms at the foot of the mountain also opened their eyes in an instant. What happened? Leaping over, when he saw the situation of his disciples, the Udao realm of the Juman completely went berserk. His pupils emitted an extremely cold light, and there was a terrible aura lingering. A huge ghost gate appeared behind him, and there was an endless sound of chains rattling inside. Who are you, and why are you so cruel? Let my disciple. Senior, this person is Lee Su, Shanking Lee Su. The sword cultivator disciple injured the discomfort brought by the huge yin energy and spoke loudly. We came here to arrest him, but we didn't expect that he was actually in the Udao realm. The 3 senior brothers of Juman didn't investigate, and were severely injured by him. Juman Udao realm's pupils shrank, and he laughed angrily. Okay. I didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but you are looking for death, so you can't blame me. With a loud bang, terrible pressure rushed down from the sky, forming a huge black shadow that directly pressed on Lee Su's body. There was a ghost in the black shadow, stretching out countless hands, grabbing him directly, grabbing his body, and even grabbing his soul. Facing this scene, Lee Su didn't look at the black shadow covering him, but instead glanced at the sword cultivator who spoke, turned his head, raised a finger, and said lightly, "Light." As soon as the words fell, his fingertips were like the sun, bursting with shocking light. In an instant, the black shadows were like ice and snow, extinguished by the terrifying sunlight emitted by Lee Su, and the countless evil spirits inside also screamed, and died in an instant. He stretched out his hand, and grabbed the void. Unlike before, he countered, tens, and dozens of roads. The dense roads were directly grabbed by Lee Soo, and the roads within a radius of several miles were gathered by him. In the blink of an eye, his breath was gathered by him, and he raised his hand and chopped. With a crackling sound, the power of dozens of roads gathered, turned into a ripple, sweeping across the space, and slashing directly towards the Juma New Deo realm. The old face turned pale, and the originally arrogant Juma New Deo realm's eyes almost popped out when facing this scene. The moves formed by the interweaving of dozens of roads made him feel cold all over and sweat profusely. He shouted, and thousands of chains flew out, not for attack, but for defense, directly covering and wrapping him. With a clang, the ripples of the Great Deo collided directly with the thousands of chains. The terrible power was exploding, and the thousands of chains were suppressed by the ripples in Lee Soo's palm and collapsed. The extremely strong chains were completely unable to withstand the power of the ripples of the Great Deo at this moment. Not only were they chopped into pieces, but the people were also chopped and flew backwards. It took several miles to stop. As the chains slowly disappeared, Juma New Deo realm spat out a mouthful of blood, and his breath was slightly confused. Not only was he beaten back, he was obviously seriously injured. A simple battle process, an astonishing battle result. At this moment, not only was the center of the battlefield silent, but several Cheng Deo realm were dumbfounded and pale-faced. Even the Yu Deo realm who woke up in the distance and looked here were shocked, and their faces kept changing. Who is this person? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 661, Revenge. Come one, kill one. Who is it? This question was still rising in everyone's heart. Leaking, the mother of Wei Feng, who also came here from the Magu lineage, was shocked and her pupils dilated instantly. It's him. It's him. The murderer who killed her young son. In an instant, Leaking's eyes turned red, and the anger and pain that had been suppressed for 2 years burst out at this moment. She had waited for this day for too long. Too long. It was not just hatred, but mainly because things were somewhat out of her control. She didn't expect that the person who killed her son had such a high status in the Shanking sect. He was actually an 8th generation disciple, which means that he was Wei Feng's uncle, an elder, and a supreme disciple of Shanking. This nature is a little different. Fortunately, all the high level people of Shanking sect, including the head, were on the mountain, preparing to open the Zuanmen Foundation. They didn't know the situation below. Otherwise, it would be basically impossible to want the other party to pay with his life just by relying on the pictures left by her son's true spirit. Moreover, Lee Soo not only left behind his true spirit, but also her son's memory. Once confronted, the problem would not be the murderer, but her son. Therefore, for her, it was not just revenge, but also silencing. Before the people from Shanking sect came down, she had to find Lee Soo first, then kill him, and put an end to everything. Later, even if the head of Shanking sect had objections, the other party would have no choice without evidence. After all, she had a reasonable reason. Therefore, during this period of time, she made many preparations. Obviously, it should be the disciples of Juman who attacked Lee Soo just now, which led to the Yudeo realm of Juman. That damned mortal bastard actually became a Yudeo realm. Facing this scene, Leaking bit her lip. Chengdeo realm was fine, but Yudeo realm was not just difficult to kill. As the top existence in the mortal world, unless the crime was determined, they would not take action at will. Moreover, in this extraordinary period, every Yudeo realm was very important to Zuanmen, and was an extremely important fighting force. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Leaking's mind. The next second, she moved directly. Although as a descendant of Magu, they mainly practice the Longevity Sutra, which is a rare healing profession in the entire Central Plains sect, it does not mean that they will not fight. In fact, their fighting methods are quite amazing. The moves produced at the cost of life are powerful and cannot be underestimated. The light on her body increased greatly, and a large amount of life was activated by her. A phantom like an oil lamp appeared on her head and shoulders, and there was a fire burning inside. In an instant, Li Qing's strength began to increase wildly, rising again and again. Burning life lamp. Faced with this scene, the people of Magu sect were stunned, and then their faces changed. This is not a conventional method. It is a trick that Magu's lineage will use when they are desperate. This kind of ignition will burn a lot of life every second. Even if you practice the longevity sutra, you will never be able to withstand this burning. In terms of Li Qing's realm, it takes at most a cup of tea. If it exceeds, she will die because of burning life. Li Qing let out a cry full of hatred, turned into a bloody light, and rushed directly towards Li Su. She almost didn't need to say anything. Facing this scene, the elders of the Wei family, Wei Hua, and especially Wei Feng's father, Wei Jiang, who were not far away from the Shanking sect, reacted immediately. The person who killed his son is here. Dear seniors, although this matter is an internal problem of Shanking, now Shanking, including the head and the peak master, are all on the top of the mountain preparing to open the Zuenman Foundation. Please help me to prevent fellow Taoist Li Qing from getting hurt. Immediately, Wei Jiang clasped his fists and spoke. The people of the Magu sect reacted first. They have lived together for hundreds of years, and their feelings cannot be faked. Not to mention that the Magu lineage is all women, and many of them have their own children. They can't say that they can empathize with Li Qing, but they can understand Li Qing's pain. If it was their own son who died, they would not dare to guarantee that they could sit here so calmly. I'm afraid they would go crazy looking for him. Another Yu Daojing from Magu Mountain stood up and clasped his fists, saying, please help me, fellow Taoists, and suppress this man first. No problem. Killing a fellow disciple is an unforgivable crime, no matter who he is, or what his identity is. The Yu Daojing of Xingxiao sect spoke directly. Well, let's arrest him first. Xian Shifu Yu Daojing glanced at his junior brother Zhao Zenzan, who was ready to make a move. The other party had a good relationship with Li Qing, and was most concerned about this matter. However, after knowing that the person who killed Li Qing's parents and children was the 8th generation disciple of Shanking sect and the successor of the Supreme Master, Yu Daojing of Xian Shifu, who was in charge of the mountain, was a little hesitant. The 8th generation disciple is different from others. It is equivalent to the Xianxi of Langhu Mountain. It is okay for Shanking sect to handle it by itself. If they intervene, it will be difficult to explain once the head of Shanking sect comes down. Okay, senior brother, On the side, Zhao Zenzang, who was already impatient, had his pupils brightened and said immediately, be careful. Xian Shifu Yu Daojing took a deep look at his junior brother and had a headache. Yes, first capture him and notify the brothers of Shanking sect to deal with him. The head of Lingbao sect nodded. It is definitely not appropriate to kill him directly. After all, he is the 8th generation of Shanking. As the top sects of Zuenman spoke one after another, more than 10 Udao realm masters left their original places and quickly flew towards Li Su's location. Li Qing flew very fast, but in a moment she was less than 100 meters away from Li Su. There was a cold light in the depths of her eyes, and she attacked Li Su without hesitation. Although her husband was useless, there was no need to doubt at this moment. He would do the rest. Pay for my son's life. Raising his hand, it was an ultimate move. With one palm, he slapped Li Su. Life turned into a raging flame. A simple palm, entangled with incredible high temperature, accompanied by the burning of life. Unexpectedly, everything was burning. The heaven and earth, stone, and soil, and even the Tao, all made a violent sound under the flames, and were burned. Burning, in fact, is just an appearance. This is exchanging life, killing life with life. As soon as he defeated the Udao realm of Jumen, Li Su immediately raised his head and frowned at the flames coming straight towards him. He had already performed the fusion Dao, and he instantly understood what the opponent's attack was like. Everything covered by the flames was not burned, but in fact, the years of its existence were forced to pass. Some kind of time method? Although it is very rough, at least in his eyes at present, it is full of loopholes and there are many ways to fight against it. What made him frown was the person who came. Sure enough, did he come again? Wei Feng's mother. That's right, no matter what the reason, parents will naturally not let go of their own children. There is no other way. since you don't want to reconcile, then send you and your son on the road together. Lee Su has a simple personality. He will not let go of those who want to kill him, and he will not hold back on those who want to avenge their relatives. One comes, kill one, a family comes, kill a family, and all 9 clans come, then all 9 clans will be killed. The thought fell, and the murderous intent rose in his heart. Lee Su's pupils were scarlet, and he had decided to sit down. There was no need to hold back, like he did when facing the Udeo realm of Jew men. Thunder. He opened his mouth, and uttered a word. With a rumble, the terrifying thunder flashed directly in his palm. From appearance to formation, it took only a blink of an eye. It was not just a dot, but a foot or a foot. As soon as it appeared, the world was illuminated in white, and the sunlight above was blocked. Lee Su stretched out his hand, and grasped the lightning. Fire. Violent. The nature of the lightning in his palm changed, and it became a flame, jumping and burning. The extremely terrifying temperature directly distorted the surroundings of Lee Su. He raised his hand and threw it. The terrifying fire thunder, with 2 completely different properties, merged the only power into a spear, and stabbed directly at Lee King's palm, and also at her. Good. Facing this scene, Lee King's pupils were filled with joy. She was afraid that the other party would retreat and be reasonable. It would be best to take action directly. Especially when she felt the murderous intent of the other party. She almost laughed out loud. What an idiot. In this situation, he actually wanted to kill her, and showed such obvious murderous intent. Are you proud of your luck to become the Udeo realm? Are you proud? Haha, you are looking for death. Before, other people from the Zuanman might still hesitate, and not be too cruel. But now, there will be no hesitation. He has already killed his fellow disciples, and now facing his angry mother, he still kills him without hesitation. With a preconceived impression, it is completely imaginable what the reaction of the people watching all this will be. As long as I get hurt a little, it would be best if I look miserable. This guy in front of me will definitely die. Being strangled by all the major sects at the same time, even if the high level of shanking sect comes, there is no way to punish him, and can only let this mortal bastard die as a sinner. Haha, ha ha ha. Taking a deep breath, Lee King prepared to take the opponent's attack, and then let some of it go. When the fire and thunder spear pierced her special flame, the special life fire that could burn everything, she found that the opponent's power could not burn it. 2 completely different natures are intertwined, and the rules inside are extremely dense, and they are pregnant with extremely terrible energy. Huge pheromones are bursting every second, and her life fire cannot be processed, or offset at all. Boom. The life fire that should have been extremely powerful was directly pierced by Lee Su's thunder and fire spear, and it went all the way forward, completely beyond her imagination, and came straight to her. Facing this scene, Lee King's face changed, and her face turned pale. She could feel the terrible power inside, and the terrifying murderous intent towards her. The other party really wanted to kill her without any hesitation. How could it be? How dare he? Although countless thoughts rose in her mind in an instant, it was completely unimaginable that Lee Su actually wanted to kill her without hesitation in this situation, and had the power to kill her. Obviously, although she was full of hatred, it did not mean that she wanted to die. Facing the terrifying spear that her life fire could not completely eliminate, the life lamps on her head and shoulders burst out instantly, and life energy was madly filled into it. The terrifying flames rushed up several feet high, like 3 small suns. Lee King's hair was turning white quickly, and her face was getting older at an extremely fast speed. She directly extracted a full 50 years of life energy, and gathered it between her hands. Eliminated with life. The moment Lee Su's spear arrived in front of her, time seemed to be suspended. With her as the center, everything was stopped. The next second, time was flying, and the years were flowing wildly. Days, years, months, years. But in the blink of an eye, a full 50 years of time flashed away. An incredible scene occurred in the 30-meter diameter around Lee King, as if a white horse passed by, and it was gone in a flash. Everything was lost under this terrifying time. However, what made Lee King tremble was that although she had a lot of life flowing, Lee Su's spear did not. It still existed and always existed. Decades of time seemed to have left no trace on it. No, it should be said that it has become stronger. It was enough to kill her before, so now it is enough to make her disappear into ashes. It is indeed interesting to involve time, but it is too shallow. Looking at the other party's behavior, Lee Su's eyes are still cold. His power is not just magic and magic, it also contains the rules of the world. Decades of time may make mountains and rivers deform, and rivers change course, but can it make the world live and die? No. Lee King's slightly old face showed an extremely horrified look. This is the first time that Magu Mountain's methods have encountered such a trick that is completely beyond her understanding. Go. Realizing that time is helpless, Lee King did not hesitate to push away and avoid this blow that can almost kill her. It's over. Lee Su's eyes are still cold. Since he has decided, he will not hesitate. Explode. With a thought, the terrible power inside the spear began to boil and exploded directly in front of Lee King. Infinite thunder snakes bloomed, and thousands of flames rose. A full mile in radius was directly covered by thunder and fire, and everything was shattered and burned. Ah! With a shrill scream, a dark figure flew out of the thunder and fire. His whole body was on fire and pierced by thunder. His skin was burnt and cracked. Miserable, extremely miserable, no longer in human form, and there was no trace of integrity. If it weren't for the life lamps on his head and shoulders, with a little residual fire burning inside, he would probably have died on the spot. Even so, the situation is still extremely dangerous, and the burning life fire inside is already shaky, and may disappear at any time. Lee Su blinked his eyes. Although it can't be said to be all out, that blow was indeed aimed at killing the other party. Unexpectedly, he survived. The other party's Taoist magic is really special, almost equivalent to a kind of transformation power. With the idea of cutting the grass and eradicating the roots, he stretched out his hand again, intending to directly raise the other party. After all, it is revenge for his son, so I won't work hard. Not good. Evil creature. Stop. At this moment, more than a dozen Dao realm masters who came from behind faced this scene. Originally, some of them planned to see the situation first before deciding whether to take action, but their faces changed. Not only was the opponent's strength somewhat shocking, but more importantly, his ruthless behavior. He had already killed the opponent's son, so he also wanted to kill his mother. The Magu lineage had a very different meaning for the entire Zuanmen. Before, they were unwilling to offend the Shanking sect too much and wanted the opponent to take action, but now it was different. If they watched Lee King being beaten to death, it would be really difficult to explain. The Dao realm of the Shinxio sect took action at the first time and did not hesitate to perform the Five Thunders righteousness, raised his hand and attracted it, and received the Sky Thunder. With a loud bang, he took action with all his strength, and a huge thunder that was nearly 10 feet thick rushed down from the sky and directly struck Lee Su. Almost at the same time, the Dao realm of the sword sect also drew out the sword in his hand, and the terrible sword intent was gathering. One sword cut 3,000, the sword was like silk, and the power was broken. Ling Dao sect's Dao realm side raised his hand and threw out something that looked like a paperweight. It was not big, but it had amazing power, like a huge mountain, and almost distorted everything it passed. The other Dao realm also took action, and none of them held back. After all, Lee Su's behavior had exceeded the upper limit of their tolerance, and they were extremely angry. How could he stay with such a cruel person? Haha, ha 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 ha. Lee King was severely injured and almost died, but after hundreds of years of continuous storage, she had a long lifespan and quickly recovered after the most dangerous moment. She became like an old woman. Facing this scene, she was laughing. Although she was still afraid deep in her heart, facing this scene, she couldn't help but want to laugh. Laugh crazily. If she survived, then it would be the other party's death. With eyes wide open, Lee King stared at Lee Su, acting like a ghost, wanting to watch the other party die tragically on the spot. Oh no, oh no, oh no. At the foot of the mountain, a figure was running madly towards the mountain. It was the little girl. At this moment, she was sweating profusely and kept running up. Lee Su's amazing appearance, not to mention the Dao realm, even the Cheng Dao realm saw it clearly. In an instant, she realized that something was wrong and something big was going to happen. And the fact was just as she thought. Sure enough, Wen Yifeng's bastard mother really brought a large number of Dao realm to besiege him. Although the opponent's improvement was a bit incredible, it had only been a short time, and he had already broken through the Eudeo realm, but facing so many Eudeo realm besieging, even with amazing talent, it would not work. Stop, senior sister. Just before reaching the road up the mountain, a figure came out and blocked her way. You. The little girl's face changed, and her face turned red. Wei Shan, get out of my way. I don't like Wei Feng either, but he is my cousin after all. The man sighed. Killing someone for his life, and paying money for money, is only natural. Besides, even if you let him go, do you think you can catch up? The little girl was startled, and then she felt something, and turned back suddenly. In an instant, her pupils shrank, and her heart sank directly to the bottom of the valley. Zuanman Eudeo realm took action. And not just one, but more than 10 people took action at the same time. Feeling the murderous intent that spread along the sky, there is no doubt that everyone who took action had the intention to kill. In an instant, the little girl's face turned extremely pale, and she couldn't help but muttered, "Little Uncle Master." Although because of Jiang Tong, her influence on Li Su was not very good, and she even pitied the other party in the spiritual world, but she did not forget that the other party rescued her later, not only saving her, but also saving the crisis that she was extremely afraid of every time it sounded. I'm not afraid of dying, but if I harm my senior sister, she will never be able to forgive me. Thinking of this, the little girl's pupils turned red, and she was fuming. She said in a hoarse voice, "Get out of the way." Ah. Wei Shan shook his head and stretched out his hand and said, "It is rumored that my senior sister not only cultivated the most powerful physical method of our sect, the Huangting Sutra, but also cultivated the most advanced physical method in southern Xinjiang, the Jiuli Great Wilderness Sutra. As a fellow practitioner of the Huangting Sutra, I'm very curious about what the Great Wilderness Sutra, the first miracle in southern Xinjiang, looks like." Chapter 662. Unimaginably powerful. Facing the siege of the Eudeo realm, Li Su took a deep breath. His pupils brightened, and a special Dao rhyme began to emerge on his body, with amazing legal principles densely covered in it. They separated from Li Su's body, and combined in the void. The light inside flowed, as if nurturing the vast starry sky. With its appearance, a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy began to gather, undergoing amazing changes, forming a sphere that nurtured terrible energy. That was the highest mystery of the Shanking Sutra, one of the 3 major mental methods of the Shanking sect. The Great Dao Law Ball. The Shanking Sutra is a method of understanding the rules, applying the rules, and finally mastering the rules thoroughly. This is a higher level reference to the 5 Thunders True Solution. It is a means of cultivation that can only be practiced after mastering multiple laws of heaven and earth and being able to use them freely. In a sense, it is the limit of mortal magic and the strongest mystery of the Eudeo realm. The Thunder Method of Xian Shifu, the Lingbao of Lingbao sect, the Thunder Method of Xingxiao sect, and the Soul Locking Hook of Juman are all the strongest means below the immortal. The moment the ball appeared, it went straight up to the Xingxiao sect's Thunder Method. Boom. With a shocking sound, the Dao ball collided with Xingxiao's positive thunder, and terrible energy burst out instantly. The lightning that fell from the sky was like a knife, and all matter would be shattered and crushed by it. But when it fell on the Dao ball, it was blocked. The ball kept vibrating, and the 36 patterns inside kept glowing, weaving an invisible barrier. No matter how strong the thunder was, it could not penetrate. Without even looking at the situation above his head, Li Su's pupils kept shining, and a huge door appeared inside. It was the heart door, the entrance to the spiritual world. The place where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had been flowing out began to emit light. At this moment, the life talisman of the spirit fragment mixer flew out. It flew out from Li Su's eyebrows, and turned into an extremely huge talisman. On it were the same 36 patterns as the Shanking Sutra Dao ball. They shone with amazing light, connected with heaven and earth, and compatible with the Dao. As soon as it appeared, it flew directly to the front of the infinite sword intent slashed by the sword sect. Instantly, the talisman burst into a shocking light, and was directly implanted into the void. The void trembled, and turned directly into a cage, suppressing the sword intent of the sword sect's Eudeo realm, and restraining it inside. That was Shanking, the supreme mystery of the Dadang Sutra, the life talisman. And finally, Li Su stretched out his hand. At this moment, his 5 internal organs made extremely amazing sounds. It seemed that there were gods living inside. They were vibrating, chanting, and making mysterious sounds. The same 36 pictures appeared, illuminating 5 completely different lights. They flowed and formed a colorful cloud robe on Li Su's body, directly covering his flesh. That was the Huangting Sutra, the only method of shanking to cultivate both sex and life, and also the ultimate Taoism developed by the flesh treasure technique. 5 internal organs, divine clothes. Then, Li Su raised his hand and faced the magic weapon that was like a paperweight from the Lingbao sect's Udao realm. Boom. Very heavy, very heavy. The small paperweight, like a mountain, directly pressed on Li Su. Facing this terrible weight, as if the heaven and earth were suppressing it, Li Su just shook his body, stood firm, and caught it. Everything happened in no time, not even a blink of an eye. However, the Udao realm of Xingxiao sect, Jian sect, and Lingbao sect who made the move could not help but shrink their pupils. Not only did Li Su successively use the 3 major sect suppressing mental methods of Shanking sect, but what was more terrifying was that he resisted head-on when he was 1 against 3. On the side, the Udao realm of Xian Shifu couldn't help but change his face. This is very unusual, this is too problematic. Shanking sect and Xian Shifu have always had a very good relationship, and both sides know some things about their sects. For example, the 3 scriptures of Shanking sect, although they have the same roots, in fact, in the historical records of Shanking sect, let alone practicing 3 scriptures at the same time, it is extremely rare to practice 2 scriptures at the same time. There is only one person in the 1000-year history, and there is no doubt that in the case of only 2 scriptures, in that era, there is no doubt that he is the best in the world. Terribly strong. What exactly is the situation of practicing the 3 scriptures at the same time, and what level will it reach? The Heavenly Master Talisman's realm of control is not clear, but it is certain that those who can cultivate the 3 scriptures will definitely have a very terrible talent, and their strength will undoubtedly be amazing. Because the 3 scriptures of the Shanking sect are actually disassembled from the immortal law, and have the same nature as the thunder law of the Heavenly Master Talisman. Cultivating the 3 scriptures is equivalent to the Heavenly Master Talisman completely cultivating the Thunder Law, which is equivalent to mastering the Immortal Law itself. Immortal Law, what is the concept? It means that it transcends the surface, that humans can touch. Li King concealed something, and the people of the Shanking Wei family also concealed something. Such a disciple's identity in the Shanking sect is definitely not simple, and his status is definitely so high that even the head of the sect cannot and will not easily deal with him. Unless he commits a serious crime and is as strong as an anvil, such as falling into evil ways or betraying the sect. The former is obviously impossible. His talent is terrible to the level of mortals. He has mastered the immortal law, and evil ways have no attraction to him at all. As for the latter, killing a true disciple is not really a betrayal of the sect. At least, if they understand the situation clearly, they will at least ask and understand the details. After all, just a picture of him killing Wei Feng cannot explain anything. Unfortunately, it is too late now. Too late. A round of attacks has not stopped, and it has not ended. No wonder he is so rampant. Do you feel confident? The eyes of the Udao realm of the Xingxiao sect turned cold, and the hand he stretched out was inducing. In an instant, a larger lightning fell, wanting to completely kill Li Su and turn him into ashes. The actions of the Udao realm of the Xingxiao sect made the pupils of the Lingbao sect and the Giant sect shrink. Just like the Udao realm of Xian Shifu, they also realized that something was wrong. Such a proud child of heaven is not too much to hold in the palm of your hand. How could the Shanking sect convict him so easily? However, it is too late to stop now. Seeing them take action, the Udao realm of other sects also took action, and there was no sign of stopping. The first to arrive was the Udao realm of Fijian sect. Although he was a bit slow, he slashed at Li Su's back almost the next second after the paperweight was caught by Li Su. As expected of a sect known for its sword that can send hundreds of miles of cold light, the flying sword was not only incredibly fast, but also extremely tricky in angle. Not only was the attack position difficult to defend, but Lee Su was suppressed by the Judeo realm of the three major sects, and had almost no chance to resist. His eyes turned cold, and Lee Su shook his left hand. The terrible power overflowed and filled the space. He was moving mountains, very slowly, but incredibly fast. Everyone saw every centimeter of his movement clearly, but until he opened the paperweight, time had not passed even on one side. With a thud, as if a huge mountain was moved by Lee Su, the air could not help but turbulent, and the paperweight of the Judeo realm of Lingbao sect was forcibly lifted away by Lee Su. His body was shaking, and a figure appeared behind him. His fingers were like knives, covered with the 5 internal organs' divine clothes, bursting with dazzling light. He waved his hand and directly chopped on the extremely tricky sword of the Fijian sect's Judeo realm. With a loud clang, the two peerless magical powers were the same, and the void was distorted. The collision position flashed with an extremely amazing Deo principle. In the collision and fighting, it was like a planet colliding with the earth, and an incredible impact occurred. Little by little, under the shocked eyes of everyone, Lee Su's fingers not only pressed down the flying sword, but also twisted it, and bent it down. Cracks began to burst out on the flying sword, and the dense Deo principles were twisted and shattered little by the terrible force. Snap. With an incredible sound spreading, the flying sword of the Shushan Sword Sect branch, which was ranked below the 8 top sects, and had the title of the strongest attack, was cut off by Lee Su's knife. In the distance, the smiling Judeo Jing of Fijian sect, who felt that he had succeeded, froze immediately, and his pupils could not help but tremble. The flying sword undoubtedly carried everything he had, and being cut off on the spot, was equivalent to a severe blow to his foundation. His body trembled, and a blood mist of 10 feet high burst out. An extremely huge gap appeared on his waist, and his spine was cut off, leaving only less than 2 inches of flesh and blood. After cutting off the flying sword and severely damaging Judeo Jing of Fijian sect, Lee Su did not show any joy on his face, but looked down instead. Below, there was a power fluctuating. It was a formation. It was a seal. It was a very special method. The mountains and rivers were all used by it, and there were a lot of rules of heaven and earth gathered in it, as if the earth under his feet was controlled by it. Shan sect, one of the 8 major sects, the inheritance came from the lineage of mountain gods and land gods. The master ancestor enshrined was not the immortal god in the sky, but the legendary lord of the earth, Zinio and Axon. The people of this sect practiced the method of earth immortals, and did not seek heaven. After obtaining the Tao, they would directly serve in the local mountains and rivers, and become land gods. Lee Su's pupils flickered, and thousands of great waves flowed in them. The earth is also an element. As a person who has merged with the heaven and earth once, the mastery of this element is a bit of a show-off for a human Judeo realm, not to mention the gods. He raised his foot, and stepped on it. There was no cracking, no shaking, but the ground under his feet was like water, and a huge stone was thrown into it, and it rippled directly. The land of dozens of miles seemed to have turned into a huge lake, splashing huge waves. This scene stunned countless people, and also stunned the Judeo realm of the Shan sect who performed the mountain and river suppression technique. Is this a change in nature? The earth turns into water? There is also this kind of magical method in the Shan Sutra of the Shan sect, but it is obviously the highest method of this sect. Only those who are in the late stage of the Judeo realm and have reached a very high level of understanding of the earth can learn and master this spell. The ground surged, and the Judeo realm of Shan sect was directly squeezed out. No, it should be said that he was beaten out, and he began to spit blood in midair, and was severely injured. His face turned pale, and he couldn't believe it. This suppression technique of Shan sect was unusual. It required the soul to be integrated into the earth, so that the earth under his feet was himself. As the successor of the god of land, he was kicked out of the earth by Shanking sect. What kind of concept is that? Not only that, Lee Su's kick was not only a change, but also a huge turbulence. The soul that was integrated into the land was hit unprecedentedly on the spot. If he saw the wrong opportunity and let himself be shocked out, he would even die directly under that kick. Lee Su ignored that guy. At this moment, a very special mark appeared on his chest. It was a talisman, but also a spell. There were 5 pieces, with completely different properties and functions. Some were forbidden, some were suppressed, and some were killed. There were 7 Judeo realm outside who jointly attacked. At the moment, when Lee Su was besieged, they naturally did not dare to get too close to avoid being affected. Therefore, they jointly performed the talisman technique, hoping to kill him from a distance. Lee Su's eyes flashed, and he snorted softly. His body began to vibrate, and his flesh and blood directly turned into wind, water, fire, and soil. In the blink of an eye, there were dozens of changes. Every change would form a very special light, which was the avenue and the rules. It directly washed and cleansed the runes formed on the body, like light shining on snow, and melted it in an instant. Lee Su spread out his 5 fingers, and grabbed the void directly. The shanking immortal technique was activated, and the complete 36 diagrams vibrated and glowed, and began to extract the heaven and earth directly. Countless laws were forcibly grabbed down, and the avenues of several miles were emptied. They intertwined and transformed in Lee Su's hands, and the color was like glass, and the shape seemed to be dazzling. That was the weapon of the avenue. He split the air, and pulled it out. The heaven and earth seemed to be substantial, and were directly hit by Lee Su, and then burst, forming large pieces of Deo iron particle fragments that flew towards the few Deo realms of unknown sects who attacked from afar. The faces of the 7 Deo realm masters turned pale, because what they saw were thousands of Deo rule fragments, the shattered Deo. They shouted, and the 7 of them attacked at the same time, using all their strength to circulate their magic power and form a shield. Boom. With a loud noise, the shield shattered, and was pierced on the spot. 5 Deo realm masters were beaten, and flew back with blood. Although they blocked the direct impact of Deo Yun, they could not withstand the terrible power contained in it. Their bodies were shaking as they flew back, and their bodies collapsed. Shadows flew out of them. They were their souls, and they were all beaten out under this terrible impact. Unlike the big sects, they did not have the inheritance of immortals. Facing the same realm, Lee Su, who was far superior to them in both skills and enlightenment, was directly beaten to death by this blow. After cleaning up everything, Lee Su turned his head, his eyes like 10,000 years of ice, and looked directly at the Deo realm master of the Xingxiao sect. He was quite restrained. Ling Bao and Jian Zhang were mainly trying to hurt and suppress him, so he stopped blocking them. The one from Fujian Zhang obviously wanted to kill him, so he cut him in half, but he didn't kill him. As for Shan He Zhang, although he seemed to be shaken out by his kick, it was not because he could escape in advance, but because he gave him a chance to escape. Otherwise he would be shaken into minced meat underground. After all, there are many friendships between the sects, and it is likely that the woman used some means, so he can't be too cruel. As for the few people who didn't know the sect, Lee Su had a different attitude. Although they were fine, they were definitely seriously injured. As Lee Su performed the shanking 3 sutras, Ling Bao and Jian Zhang actually withdrew their strength. They should have realized something. The Udeo realm of Juman not far away also stopped, and didn't go up. As for Shai and Shifu, he didn't make a move from beginning to end. Only Xingxiao sect, only the Udeo realm of Xingxiao sect. Not only did he not stop, but he also increased his strength. In fact, from the beginning, he was aiming to kill him. The upper 8 sects have a friendship, and can even be said to be of the same blood. But this scumbag's behavior undoubtedly touched Lee Su's bottom line, twice. Therefore, Lee Su's pupils showed murderous intent without reservation. Naked murderous intent. This person must be killed! Exclamation mark. If the Xingxiao sect is not convinced, then the entire Xingxiao sect will be killed. As Lee Su pushed away the paperweight of the Ling Bao sect, shook the Shan sect out of the land, cut the sword of the Fijian sect, and waved his hand, to severely injure the Udeo realm of 5 middle and lower level sects, the originally cold eyes of the Udeo realm of the Xingxiao sect changed a little. How can they be so strong? They are more than a dozen Udeo realm joined forces to besiege. As soon as the thought fell, the Udeo realm of the Xingxiao sect found that Lee Su was looking at him, and the murderous intent fell directly on him. A chill rushed directly from the soles of his feet to his forehead. The heart of Udeo Jing of Xingxiao sect turned cold. He, who had always been domineering, felt regret for the first time. He didn't regret killing people. In fact, He came here to kill people. What he regretted was that he was too straightforward and too early. It shouldn't be so obvious. He should first figure out the opponent's strength and then think of a way. He took a breath and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. He could only take a step back here. With his strength, he couldn't solve the opponent. Just when he was about to say something, he found that Lee Su, who used the Dao magic ball to block his thunder magic, was gone. At the same time, an unprecedented crisis directly pressed on his heart. The huge shadow of death enveloped him. This was unprecedented. Even if he had been in dozens of life and death crises, it was never so strong. He will die. If he doesn't do something, he will die. Yu Daojing of Xingxiao sect turned pale and sacrificed his life-saving item without hesitation, a special magic weapon that could die once. As soon as the thought came to his mind, he felt choked and his body could not move. The laws of the Dao flowing inside him were all stagnant and could not function smoothly, as if they were suppressed by something. That's right, a talisman, the natal talisman. The shanking natal talisman that suppressed the sword intent of the sword sect appeared above his head at some point. It was densely packed with various Dao patterns. There were too many and too amazing. They formed countless chains that penetrated his body and flowed into every cell of his body. He was blocked, and the invisible Dao was hooked. Although it was not a complete ban, it prevented his mana from flowing smoothly. The degree was not high, and there was a delay of about 1 second. But at the surface level of the Yu Dao realm, a delay of 1 second is definitely a concept of life and death. He didn't have time to open his mouth or to react, and he saw Lee Su appear, and the extremely terrifying weapon formed by pinching the Dao in his palm directly chopped towards his head. This was not a joke, nor a threat. It was as if he wanted to kill the other party, and the other party wanted to kill him without any hesitation. Bang! Without any pause. Even the Yu Dao realm such as Shi and Shifu beside him were stunned. Lee Su hit the Yu Dao realm of Xingxiao sect directly from the head with a stick, and smashed it on the spot. Although I know that the guy from Xingxiao sect is a bit too much, too domineering, often offends people, and will be dealt with sooner or later. But I never expected that Lee Su would be so decisive and resolute, and killed him directly without leaving any room. For a while, several people from Shi and Shifu, Jian Zhang, Ling Bao Zhang, and Shan Hazang were sweating profusely. As for the Yu Dao realm of Juman not far away, his eyelids were twitching, and he had a new understanding of this Shi and Jiao giant of Shanking sect. Although the big sects are harmonious, in fact, there are quite a few Yu Dao realm between them, but they are all relatively restrained. But the one in front of him is really different. If you dare to provoke him, he really dares to kill you. The next second, the body that should have been shattered suddenly burned, and a little man covered with special patterns appeared in the center, and it shattered directly. At the same time, a figure appeared not far away. It was the Yu Dao realm of the Xingxiao sect. He was sweating, and full of fear. Without the magic weapon, he was undoubtedly dead. Damn it, bastard. I'm Xingxiao. The Divine Sky Sect's Yu Dao realm was extremely angry and furious. The life-saving magic weapon was not a piece of junk on the street. Each one was extremely important and precious. How could he accept that it was gone? The loss was too great. He looked at Lee Su with great hatred. He was originally an extremely domineering person. At this moment, he completely hated Lee Su. This hatred? Escape. Without having time to say anything, or even a word of heroic words, the Divine Sky Sect's Yu Dao realm summoned an extremely magical talisman, and activated it directly. Then his body began to fade, and disappeared out of thin air. Almost at the same time he disappeared, the Shanking Benming spirit talisman on his head trembled, and the Dao that fell lost its direction. And Lee Su also appeared again, swinging his stick in the air, ran away. With a slight frown on his brows, his divine consciousness blossomed, and he directly scanned the area of dozens of miles several times. After failing to find any traces, he determined that the person was no longer nearby, and it was very likely that he had left this place of Zuanman's heritage directly. Lee Su put down his hand with an unhappy face, and the great Dao soldier disappeared. Facing this scene, the corners of the mouths of Shi and Shifu and others not far away twitched wildly, and they also breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel distressed for the Judeo realm of Shinxio sect. The death substitute magic weapon, the escape talisman. This time, the guy of Shinxio sect suffered a big loss. Although the Judeo realm of Shinxio sect ran away, Li Su's killing intent did not dissipate. Instead, she turned her head and looked at Wei Feng's mother, Li King, who had a cruel smile in her pupils about 5 seconds ago. When she saw Li Su defeat the joint forces of more than 10 Judeo realm with a backhand, severely injuring 6, slightly injuring 1, and letting the Judeo realm of Shinxio sect run away directly, her old face changed from the initial complacency to panic. If it weren't for the serious injury and still unable to recover, she would almost scream and question, thinking that all this was fake. This was impossible. Even if it was a middle stage Judeo realm, it was impossible to face so many Judeo realm at the same time. Why? It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. Of course, no matter what Li King thought, Li Su walked over step by step. With every step, his killing intent became stronger, and he walked straight to the other party. Ignoring the other party's pale face and the twisted hatred in his eyes, Li Su stretched out his hand to grab the other party's head, slowly lifted it up, and under the gaze of everyone, he said lightly, "Your son wanted to kill me, so I killed your son. Now you want to kill me, I will kill you. It's fair. So if the Wei family is not convinced, come. If the Magu faction is not convinced, come. If all your relatives and friends are not convinced, then come. I, Li Su, stand here, waiting for you to kill me." After saying that, Li Su clenched his 5 fingers and directly cracked the other party's head, then raised his hand and shook it, turning the other party's soul and body into ash. Chapter 663 Traitor. The whole situation was reversed so quickly. From the time that more than 10 Judeo realms attacked Li Su at the same time, to the time that the Judeo realms of the Shinxio sect escaped, and Magu Li King was directly beaten to death by him, the total time was only a little over a minute. Until Li King was raised, everyone was still in a daze, unable to wake up from this amazing change. The wailing of the Judeo realms of the Fijian sect was still echoing, and the blood of the 7 Judeo realms from the middle and lower plains had not stopped. An amazing battle has ended. Not to mention the remaining Judeo realms in the center of the battlefield, the Chengdeo realms who were watching the battle, and the dozens of sects and more than 20 Judeo realms waiting for the result in the distance. All were stunned. The result of this game was simply unbelievable, which they had never expected. Looking at Li Su standing in the void, everyone couldn't help but feel cold and horrified. Not only the strength he showed, but also his words were transmitted, and everyone heard it clearly, like thunder. Even though the Judeo realm of the Magu sect, who had already prepared that this matter would never end, if the Shanking sect did not give the Magu sect an explanation, could not help but look pale. The content was not complicated, but the meaning was extremely clear. If you, Magu Mountain, are not convinced and want to continue, then you will all be beaten to death. The Judeo realm of Cheyenne Shifu and Lingbao sect could not help but twitch their eyelids. It was too direct, too domineering, and too decisive. You should know that Magu Mountain is not only a female sect, but also a female sect. As a result, they directly said, if you, Magu Mountain, want to continue, I will destroy you, Magu Mountain. This is a killer. Involuntarily, most of the Judeo realm could not help but turn their heads to look at the Shushan Sword sect. What are you looking at me for? The Judeo realm of the Sword sect rolled his eyes. In terms of domineering personality, the Sword sect is undoubtedly famous all over the world. It is one of the few sects that can provoke me. To anyone, no matter who it is. To be honest, Li Su's personality is undoubtedly quite suitable for the Sword sect. What a pity, what a pity. How could this idiot not be one of ours? What a wicked creature. After being shocked, the Judeo realm of the Shinxio sect spoke up. His face was very ugly and cold. Everyone had seen what had just happened. Li Su's counterattacks were fierce, and he had killed the Judeo realm of the Shinxio sect. If his junior brother hadn't run fast enough, he would have been beaten to death on the spot. The Judeo realm of the Shinxio sect spoke coldly, everyone, are you going to let such a lunatic run rampant here? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and their brows couldn't help but frown slightly. The situation at this moment was obviously different from before. First of all, the battle, although it was short, but what Lee Su showed was very different. If I'm not mistaken, he obviously mastered the core skills of the Shanking sect, and not just one of them, but all of them. Shanking Sutra, Dadang Sutra, and even Huanting Sutra. Good fellow. It is said that the 3 scriptures of Shanking were created by the Shanking Patriarch after disassembling a fairy method. In the long history of Shanking sect, there are records of 2 scriptures being cultivated at most, and there is only one at that. With the 3 scriptures mastered at the same time, Lee Su's position in Shanking sect is completely unimaginable. To be honest, the behavior of Shanking sect now is undoubtedly problematic, especially since the person in charge is a member of Wei Feng's clan who was killed by Lee Su. This is very wrong. The Judeo realm of Shanking sect has all been razed. Because the 3 scriptures have the same origin, even if the 3 Judeo realm are at the initial stage, they can be equivalent to a Judeo realm in the middle stage when combined. In other words, when the top leaders were not there, they made the decision to list Lee Su as a traitor. However, the talent shown by Lee Su, the top leaders of Shanking sect could not be unaware of it. The cultivation of the 3 scriptures requires the consent of the supreme or the head of the sect. It is absolutely impossible to deal with Lee Su in such a crude way. Not to mention that Lee Su just said that, if Wei Feng wants to kill me, I will kill him. In other words, at least Lee Su is not killing without fate. In other words, in terms of position, it is no longer tenable. As for the Divine Sky Sect's Judeo realm who was almost beaten to death, there is nothing much to say about that guy. Not to mention that he has been acting more and more domineering in recent years. In the previous battle, he attacked twice to kill Lee Su. Who can he blame for being killed? Of course, the most important thing is that everyone present is in the early stage of Judeo realm. Maybe a little stronger, but not much. They are just fellow apprentices. More than 10 people. What a scene. It's like beating a son. Look at the Judeo realm of the middle and lower sects. With 1 stick, all 7 of them were lying dead, all seriously injured. That's because Lee Su didn't chase them. If he chased them and hit them with another stick, the 7 Judeo realm would have been killed. Now look at the Judeo realm of the small and medium sects. They all look pale, and in their eyes, there is shock and fear, absolute strength. Unless the brothers on the mountain come down, even if they have a lot of people, if they really want to fight, it's really no different from sending them. Any of Lee Su's methods can seriously injure them. After all, they are the top Taoist methods of Shanking sect. As for the method he used to refine the Great Dao into a weapon with 1 hand, to be honest, even the Judeo realm of the Xianqi mansion couldn't help but sweat coldly. This method, Wuliang Xianzhen, I can't understand it. Is that the method of Shanking sect? Shanking sect, there is such a method? The Great Dao of heaven and earth. How did he do it? When the Judeo realm of Xingxiao sect was smashed, they saw it. It was shattered. The body protection magic didn't work at all. The person and the soul were swept away by a stick. If there was no special death substitute treasure, it would really be dead. Although the Judeo realm is a pinnacle of the mortal world, it is still a human being. What's more, the immortal cultivators themselves are a group of people who want to change their fate against the will of heaven and seek immortality. No matter how you look at it, they can't beat it. Continue. Go up and give yourself a head. At this moment, even the Judeo realm of Jianzhan couldn't help but look at the Judeo realm of Xingxiao sect strangely. Is this thing overbearing? The brain has turned into water. Facing the obviously cold scene, not only did no one respond, but they looked at him strangely. The face of the Judeo realm of the Xingxiao sect became more and more ugly, and there was a constant cold light in his pupils. Seniors. At this moment, a small figure rushed in. It was the little girl. She was about to have a conflict with Wei Jiang. She wanted to go up the mountain and inform the elders of the Shanking sect no matter what. The shocking ending appeared. Lee Su killed more than a dozen Judeo realm, as if beating his son. Facing this scene, the little girl was stunned. Her eyes almost fell out, and Wei Jiang beside him was not much better, and the whole person showed a serious doubt about life. Lee Su went up the mountain to practice, and they both knew that it took 7 years in the sect and 3 years outside. Facing the appearance of this scene, Wei Jiang's mentality was broken, and he felt that he had lived 100 years in vain. The little girl was also shocked, but she soon came back to her senses and ran directly to the place where the Udeo realm was. In this case, as long as she reveals Lee Su's identity, the rest of the people should not embarrass Lee Su before the elders on the mountain come down. As the 8th generation disciple of Shanking and the direct disciple of Shanking Taishang, her status is equal to that of the headmaster. If something big happens in Shanking sect and the headmaster is not there, even if the deputy headmaster wants to do something, he must first discuss it with Lee Su. In other words, the Wei family is not qualified to decide this matter. The main reason is that there are not many Shanking disciples coming here this time, and most of them have relationships with the Wei family. In fact, she herself is from the Jiang family faction. Although Jiang Tong and Wei Feng have some conflicts, the Jiang family and the Wei family are undoubtedly connected by the same bones. When they heard that Lee Su had killed Wei Feng, the faces of the Jiang family were naturally not much better. During this period, she was closely watched. It was when Lee Su appeared that the people of the Wei family relaxed, and she took the opportunity to run out and prepare to go up the mountain to inform. For example, that Wei Jiang, his Jiang is actually Jiang, and his mother is from the Jiang family. As the little girl entered the scene, everyone was stunned. Zhao Hongxiu. I remember that name. Although he was only at the Enlightenment realm, he was very talented. He had learned the Great Wilderness Sutra of the Jiuli clan, and combined with the Huangting Sutra of Shanking, his physical strength was somewhat unstoppable. He was the second batch of finalists, and ranked third on the heavenly ranking. He had a record of using his fist to kill a black bear monster at the Enlightenment realm. It is well known that the strength of bears among animals is undoubtedly the strongest, but he was beaten to death by a little girl with a fist. To be honest, many Daoyu realms were stunned. What kind of beast lived in that small body? Little Master Uncle? No, it's Little Master Lee Su. He is the 8th generation disciple of my Shanking sect, and also the direct disciple of the 3rd Taishang of my Shanking sect. As the little girl spoke hurriedly, everyone was stunned. 8th generation disciple. Directly taught by the Taishang. The Daoyu realm of the Xianqi mansion frowned immediately, and turned to look at the position of the Shanking sect disciples not far away. Wei family, Wei Quan. There is no doubt that the other party did not say this. If he had said it, the arrest of Lee Su would have never happened from the beginning. 8th generation disciple, taught by the Supreme Master. Are you kidding? What's the difference between this and directly attacking the head of Shanking sect? At this moment, Wei Quan's face became paler and paler. In fact, from the moment Lee Su counterattacked, his face had never been better. Why was it so strong? Why? Seeing Wei Quan's reaction, although he did not speak, everyone present at this moment basically knew what was going on. How can such a heinous person be allowed to talk nonsense here? I will kill you first to set the record straight. Suddenly, the Divine Sky Sect's Udeo realm moved. He looked directly at the little girl, filled with shocking murderous intent. He raised his hand mercilessly and pointed. A thunderbolt fell from the void and directly struck the extremely murderous one. The move was very powerful, and it was obviously going for the little girl's life. No. In an instant, the faces of the people from Xianqi Mansion, Lingbao sect, Jianzhang and others changed. What's the situation with Xingxiu sect? Has it gone astray? Zhao Hongxiu is a Shanking Xianjiu. What are you thinking about? Without giving everyone time to think, Lingbao sect and Xianqi Mansion took action one after another, intending to stop it. Yes, you actually pleaded for such an evil person. You should be killed. However, unexpectedly, the Udeo realm of Fijian sect also took action, directly offering his natal flying sword, instantly piercing through the void, and stabbing towards the little girl. The speed was so fast that it was unbelievable. As soon as he took action, he had already arrived in front of the little girl. Faced with this scene, the little girl was stunned, even forgetting to defend herself, staring blankly at the flying sword stabbing at her. What? Fijian sect? Jianzhang's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but roared. What are these guys doing? They are. Traitor. Suddenly, Lingbao sect's Udeo Jing thought of something. His pupils widened instantly, his face was cold as ice, and there was a terrible murderous intent blooming. Realizing something. Everyone, little. Boom. Lingbao Sexu Dao Jing's words had not fallen yet, but the thunder from the sky suddenly separated and struck everyone, including the Xianqi mansion. Die. Xingxiao Sexu Dao Jing's pupils were extremely ferocious. His expression was like a devil, and in the stunned eyes of Xianqi mansion and others, he killed them. This scene was too unexpected, too incredible, and too beyond imagination. After all, too many things happened in succession, one after another, and the stable mind had already fluctuated, especially when seeing the other party attacking the little girl. Although several people from Xianqi mansion also took action in order to protect the other party, it was too late at this moment. Damn. Not good. Everyone's face changed drastically, but it was obviously too late to return to defense at this moment. Suppress. At this moment, at this critical moment, a cold voice fell, and a figure suddenly appeared in the center of the chaos at the foot of the mountain. He stretched out his palm, exerted force with his 5 fingers, and grasped the void. But he saw that the infinite Dao was grasped by his bare hands. The Dao rhyme of several miles and hundreds of thousands of square meters was distorted at this moment, unable to operate according to the rules, and was forcibly pulled over by him. Obviously, not only the rules of heaven and earth, but also the thunder method of the Xingxiao sect and the natal flying sword of the Fijian sect were greatly affected and forcibly stopped. He opened his 5 fingers and directly grasped the natal flying sword of the Fijian sect's Dao realm with his bare hands. The next second, his 5 internal organs glowed, and an extremely high temperature formed inside. In the extremely shocked eyes of everyone, he directly melted the natal flying sword of the Fijian sect's Dao realm into molten iron. Ah! A shrill wail sounded, and the Dao sect of Fijian sect was set on fire on the spot. The terrible fire covered him. In the blink of an eye, not even ashes were left. Together with the soul, they were evaporated completely. Hiss. The previous scene was already horrifying enough, and this time it was undoubtedly even more terrifying. It was simply enough to scare a person to death. After destroying the Dao realm of Fijian sect, the visitor turned around and looked at the Dao realm of Xingxiao sect with a cold look. At this moment, the Dao realm of Xingxiao sect, with a very ferocious expression, lightly sighed. The delay just now naturally allowed the people of Xianqi mansion to react. The body protection magic power had already been formed. Now it was obviously another matter to kill him. I didn't believe it at first, but it's really hard to deal with. The Dao realm of Xingxiao sect unexpectedly spoke softly, with amazing admiration for the person in front of him. He didn't expect that such a monster would appear among the mortal ants. Well, see you later, Li Su. The divine sky sect's Dao realm smiled and waved his hand. A talisman appeared. It was the same talisman as the one from the divine sky sect before. The person who came was naturally Li Su. He had been sensing everything. When he sensed that the divine sky sect's Dao realm had taken action, he immediately rushed over. Otherwise, he would have been taken advantage of. The Lingbao sect's Dao realm stepped forward, staring at him with a cold look in his eyes. Why? Why did you betray Zuanman? The people from the Xianqi mansion were also angry at this moment. After reacting, they immediately realized who the picture brought back by the Lingbao sect said. How could it be you? Shenzhou sect. I was still thinking that maybe it was just someone I knew, not someone from the 8 great sects, but you should know that the lineage of the Xingxiao sect hates the demons the most. They are the most upright in practicing thunder magic. In fact, compared with them, the Juman sect is the object of suspicion. After all, their skills are somewhat evil. The more they practice, the more indifferent they become. Now it is not just the heavenly court that has lost its shadow, but also the underworld. It is not surprising that they have changed their positions without constraints. The general trend is with the demons, so follow the trend. Dear Taoist friends, don't say that I, Chengdong, don't remember the old friendship. As long as you kill any cultivator here, no matter how high or low your elm is, you can still pass through with your head. What a joke. The pupils of the Xianqi mansion Dao Jing were blood red, and his handsome face was rarely distorted. He looked at Chengdong in anger, rampant. You. Chengdong did not wait for the other party to finish, and suddenly said with a mocking face, what gave you the confidence? Zuanman's background? In an instant, everyone's pupils couldn't help shrinking. Could it be Well, goodbye, everyone. Think about it. It won't be like this next time. As the other party's words fell, his body began to disappear little by little, fading, just like the divine sky sect Judeo realm that disappeared before. Did you leave? Suddenly, Lee Su spoke. Listening to Lee Su's words, Cheng Dong showed contempt on his face. Although he didn't say anything, his attitude was very obvious. If I leave, what can you do? You can't do anything. Because this talisman was not made by the Judeo realm, but came from outside the domain, and was given by the Demon King. Once activated, let alone the Judeo realm, even the immortals who are almost there can't stop it. The rules and principles involved here are far beyond the surface that the Judeo realm can understand. Lee Su jumped up directly, and in Cheng Dong's disdainful eyes, he punched the void in front of him. With a huge muffled sound, the whole void shook. Cheng Dong was still disdainful and full of teasing, because this kind of attack seemed terrible, but in fact it couldn't hurt him at all. He dared to be so exposed here. This escape talisman was his biggest confidence. Lee Su did not stop, punching, and punching again, constantly bombarding the void, making the void where Cheng Dong was constantly turbulent. Not only was the power huge, but the speed was unprecedented. Turbulence, constant turbulence. Cheng Dong, who had been teasing and despising, gradually began to change his expression. His body, which was originally untouchable, was blown by something. So that's how it is. Not only is there a method of transfer, but it also involves the dislocation of the void. Lee Su's eyes flowed with cold light. No wonder there was a sense of impact before. A shell was made for projection and placed in the original place. The monster who is proficient in space art is a little unexpected. This fluctuation is the main body here. Boom, boom, boom. As if sensing something, Lee Su's power was no longer a simple and directionless full-scale explosion. He gathered it up and sent it to a certain point. Why don't you? In the blink of an eye, Cheng Dong's face changed completely, panicked, and his eyes widened with fear. The confidence he had just had disappeared completely at this moment. There was a force coming continuously, getting stronger and stronger, and his body began to twist and collapse, and his flesh and bones were ground into pieces bit by bit. Stop, you stop. Unable to calm down anymore, Cheng Dong screamed in fear, completely panicked and confused. Boom, boom, boom. Punch after punch. Lee Su didn't care about the enemy's words, but just passed his power over again and again, through the void, and hit the place where Cheng Dong's real body was. Bang, bang, bang. Under the gaze of everyone, Cheng Dong gradually deformed, and was hammered into minced meat by Lee Su. His soul was shattered by the hammer and completely kneaded into a ball. Finally, the time was up, and Cheng Dong, who had turned into a ball of flesh and blood, disappeared. Exhaling, Lee Su swung his hands. It was indeed difficult to kill the man from a distance. Under normal circumstances, a slap should have been enough. He took a step forward and came to the still silly little girl. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He gently patted the head of the little girl in front of him and said, "Junior niece, I haven't seen you for 3 years." The little girl was stunned for a long time. In a trance, she seemed to have returned to that day, that extremely desperate day. Because too many things happened later, she didn't have time to thank the person in front of her. Now he saved her again. With a pursed mouth, the little girl's tears began to fall. Although she has lived for a long time, she has not experienced much. Just now, she almost thought she was really going to die. In an instant, the experiences of her whole life echoed in her mind, but she found that she only practiced and ate and slept. As a result, in the long life of mortal, she only ran around in the spiritual world with her friends she knew a few times. Wow, the little girl burst into tears. Little Uncle Master, it's not that she is not firm enough. It's already quite remarkable that she didn't collapse in the face of the killing intent of the Judeo realm. Lee Su sighed, without saying anything, but silently patted the other person's head, and turned his head to look at the other Judeo realm. The monster's people appeared here, and I'm afraid that not only the other party has known about the Zuenman's background, but also the place is probably exposed, and even the current situation up there is also a problem. Fellow Daoists, can you contact the people up there? Everyone woke up, as if from a dream, and inevitably showed panic on their faces. The betrayal of the Xingxiao sect and Chengdang's last words all showed that there was a high probability that there was a problem with the Zuanmen's background. Yes, before the masters went up, they left a contact. The Udao realm of the Xianqi mansion took out a jade talisman at the first time, directly integrated it into the magic power, and wanted to connect with the upper level. The signal was sent out, but there was no response from the upper level. Something happened! Exclamation mark. Faced with this situation, even the Udao realm was completely panicked for a while, and a huge look of uneasiness appeared on his face. How could it be? How could this be? The Zuanmen's background, at the moment, when the heavenly court could not be contacted, can be said to be the last reliance of the Zuanmen. There is also a problem with this, and the Zuanmen is really dangerous. What should we do? What should we do? Many people were at a loss at this moment. Although they were all high-ranking officials in the big sects, and had experienced crisis moments before, the current situation was beyond their expectations, especially the betrayal of the Xingxiao sect and the problems with the Zuanmen Foundation. The impact was too great and almost crushed their minds. Calm down. Li Su spoke, and his words contained thunder, which directly awakened the panicked people. Seeing everyone looking at him, he said directly, "First, gather the disciples here, and all the people from the Xingxiao sect and Fijian sect will be restrained. Everyone will go up the mountain together, and set up a formation halfway up the mountain. Then send a few people, to go to the top of the mountain with me to find out the situation." Chapter 664, Breaking the Formation. The disciples were quickly gathered together, and all the disciples of the two sects of Xingxiao sect and Fijian sect were also arrested. However, it was obvious that even the Fijian sect disciples who attacked Li Su at the beginning were shocked at this moment, and they obviously did not know the situation of their sect. The Fijian sect Udao Jing, who was cut by Li Su and took away most of his body, ran away. He disappeared without recovering from his injuries. The main reason was that he did not expect that his own natal flying sword, which was almost indestructible and had the characteristics of top-level magical power, was cut in the opposite direction. The magic weapon of death substitution usually made a blood contract with people, not magical power, so it could not play a role. But there was no time to care about him at this moment. The first thing now was to contact the high-level people on the mountain and find out what happened inside. All the disciples were gathered together directly. The people at the foot of the mountain gave up directly, and everyone went up the mountain directly. After arranging the people in the middle waist, and leaving some Udao Jing to preside over the scene, Xian Shifu and other Udao Jing directly invited Li Su to go to the top of the mountain together. After all, Li Su has a very special identity. He is an 8th generation disciple and a true disciple of Shanking. In fact, he is equivalent to a high-level sect leader, and has a very high status. Not to mention the strength he has shown. He can almost suppress everyone here. The world of cultivating immortals is still a world of the survival of the fittest. Absolute strength naturally represents absolute right to speak. In fact, even if everyone present has calmed down a lot, there is still no backbone when they cannot contact the upper level. Li Su's existence replaces this position very well. Not to mention the panicked people, he was very calm from beginning to end. Strong strength, stable aura, and most importantly, for the people of Fijian sect and Xingxiao sect, after confirming that they themselves had nothing to do with the betrayal, it was still Li Su who set the tone, and did not pursue it. In fact, he did not hate all of them, because of leaking. Fair and just. Although there is some care for the disciples of Shanking sect, who is not. At least he had guaranteed fairness in the general direction, so everyone didn't say it in their hearts. In fact, this team had already regarded Li Su as the center, and was very convinced of him. There is a formation. Standing at the foot of the mountain, looking at the situation that covered the entire mountain top, Li Su turned his head and looked at the Imperial Dao realm of the Xianqi mansion and said, "Fellow Daoist Zhao, do you know anything about this formation?" The Imperial Dao realm of the Xianqi mansion was named Zhao Xianqi, one of the 8 great Xianqi in the Xianqi mansion, and one of the 2 great Xianqi under the mountain. Zhao Xianqi said, "This is not an independent formation, but a combined large formation. Fellow Daoist Lee should know that, although there are many factions in the Central Plains Zuanmen, in fact, they are basically related to the Heavenly Court. Lee Su nodded. More than related. In fact, the Central Plains Zuanmen is in a sense a talent recruitment and training institution of the Heavenly Court, which collects mortals with cultivation talents, trains them, and finally provides them to the Heavenly Court. Although there are not many people, the advantage is that they have always been there, and they are a renewable resource. The Heavenly Court is very short of population. Although they can give birth, they must understand that female immortals are a minority in the Heavenly Court after all, and even fewer are willing to get married and have children. In addition, the heavenly rules stipulate that immortals and mortals cannot intermarry, not to mention reproductive isolation. The fundamental purpose is to prevent chaos in the human world and affect humanity and even the operation of heaven, so it is very difficult for the Heavenly Court to increase its population. Not to mention that when immortals marry, the childbearing time is also very long. Even if an immortal is pregnant, it takes a year, but one day in heaven is 1 year on earth. Moreover, when most immortals give birth, the little bastards have to stay in the mother's womb for at least several years. If they are born too early, they will have serious congenital problems. So it is very clear what the situation of the Zuanmen organization in the Central Plains is. Therefore, although we are divided into many sects, in fact, there are many things in common. For example, this formation is actually a combination of formations, which is a combination of the formations of Shanking, Qianqi, Lingbao, Jianzhang, Shan, Juman, and Xingxiao. Speaking of the Xingxiao sect, Zhao Qianqi couldn't help but grit his teeth. Obviously his hatred had not subsided, and his anger was hard to calm down. It's not just betrayal. He was almost killed by Cheng Dang, that bastard. Thinking back on it, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He had protected a person weighing more than 100 pounds for more than 200 years, but he was almost sent away. You can imagine how he felt. The main purpose of setting up this formation is to cover up the Zuanmen's background. Once the Zuanmen's background is opened, the movement will be very large. Relying only on the formation outside will not only fail to cover it, but may expose this place. Therefore, it is set up on the top of the mountain. Lee Su suddenly realized that it was no wonder that he felt a little familiar. The formation of the Shanking sect was also mixed in it. However, he took a look at the situation inside the formation, the interwoven Dao rhyme texture, and frowned slightly and said, "This formation doesn't seem to have been set up just now. There are too many fluctuations inside, thousands of avenues interweaving, and a huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy gathered in it. It doesn't look like it can be formed in 2 years." Tang Cheng, a member of the Lingbao sect's Dao realm, shook his head and said, "No, this formation is the mountain protection formation of our 8 major sects. After the major sect leaders asked their disciples to go down the mountain to eliminate the monsters, they activated the formations of their respective sects and moved them here. Can the mountain protection formation be moved?" Lee Su was a little surprised. The mountain protection formation should be connected to the sect's spiritual veins and should be a fixed fortress. Zitao, a member of the giant sect's Dao realm, said silently, "The mountain protection formation of the Central Plains Zuan sect was left by the ancestor. So that's it, an immortal method." Lee Su nodded, indicating that he understood. "Can you open it? Or send someone directly into it?" Several people looked at each other, and soon Zhao Qianqi gritted his teeth and nodded, "Yes. Any questions?" Tang Cheng smiled bitterly. "There were originally 2 ways. The first is to use the pass directly. It was made by the means of my Lingbao sect. The reason why it can enter is because it is injected with the Dao rhyme of the leader's order of the 8 major sects. After entering, it will be automatically determined as a person who can enter and pass safely. The other is that the 8 sects Dao realm will take action separately, resonate with the core magical power of the sect and the formation, and open the formation." At this point, Tang Cheng showed an extremely helpless look on his face, and the magical power of the Xingxiao sect can only be considered complete after advancing to the Dao realm, and can resonate with this formation. The 8 major sects. Xingxiao sect. Lee Su's eyes couldn't help but flash, and he understood why Zhao Qianqi was so hesitant. The betrayal of the Shinxio sect really dug a big pit for the Zangyu and Zuanmen. Is there a problem with the leader? This undoubtedly blocked the first method. The two Udeo realms that could be used as the key to open the door were actually traitors, which blocked the other method. Especially when the two Udeo realms left behind had problems. The probability that the entire Shinxio sect's top leaders had problems was undoubtedly very high. In this case, the identity token would undoubtedly have a big problem. If the Shinxio sect's formation inside failed the test, it would really be no joke. This is the 8 sects mountain protection formation. Once activated, it can kill even the peak Udeo realm. What's more, they are only in the early stage of the Udeo realm. Lee Su thought about it, stretched out his hand, and slowly approached the formation. Be careful. Everyone was shocked. This is not a joke. The mountain protection formation of the world's top Zuanmen is not a joke. It is a real immortal formation, a magical method that can only be used by the heavenly court, far beyond the level that mortals can understand. Even for them, although they can use it, there are too many things in it that they cannot understand, and the degree of its coverage has already surpassed the surface level they are in. As expected, the moment the finger touched, the formation produced an extremely violent reaction. Just like pouring water into boiling oil, extremely terrible power erupted directly from it and rushed towards Lee Su's body. That power was very deadly, and it was entangled with several kinds of great power. It was very extreme, with the power to wipe out all matter. Although it was a combination of the formation, it was actually integrated. Once a reaction was formed, the power of the 8 formations would be concentrated and counterattacked at the same time. The terrible power made Zhao Xiangqi and others standing far away feel an unprecedented suffocation, and their hearts seemed to be suppressed, dying, and being completely destroyed by this exciting power. Standing in place, with the huge power rushing down, Lee Su did not retreat or move. In just a moment, his physical body changed, from real matter to elemental matter. Facing the falling power, it directly underwent several completely different changes in nature. In an instant, the terrible energy flowed directly from his body and tilted onto the ground. In the blink of an eye, the ground of several square meters, where Lee Su stood, evaporated directly. In the eyes of the crowd, it was smashed to pieces, leaving no ashes. Retracting his hand, Lee Su glanced at his fingers, his eyes flashing. There was blood on his fingers. There was no doubt that this was the first time he was injured when he used the elemental transformation after cultivating the shanking immortal technique. Although he was also injured when the Bull Demon King was injured, he was not in the Udeo realm at that time, and the elemental transformation had not been completely completed and entered the real immortal surface layer. Therefore, it was only used to reduce the impact, and the injured part was caused by the recoil of the flesh. He was not injured when he was completely transformed into an element. At least before the opponent directly attacked him, he could not hurt him, even if he was only in the Chengdeo realm at that time. This energy was quite violent, and the degree was beyond his expectation. It could even strangle the element, and even after several changes in nature, he was still injured. In his current situation, if he just broken, even if he had 36 diagrams and 36 element changes, he would probably have to pay a huge price. Not only that, this formation has been connected to each other, forming a chain reaction. That is, as long as one reacts, the rest will respond together, so it will burst out such a terrible power. This is why Xian Shifu and others hesitated. Knowing that Shinxio sect is thunder, the identity token must not be used. If there is a thunder inside, the people who go in may not even have ashes left. It's a bit annoying. Normal means don't work, and it's impossible to force it. After all, it's so difficult for him, and who knows what's going on inside? If there is some kind of crisis inside, how should he deal with it? At the same time that Lee Su came to the conclusion, Zhao Xiangqi and others on the side were undoubtedly stunned. Although the energy that was hit was only for a moment, they still clearly captured the terrible lethality inside. It was enough to instantly destroy their bodies and souls. It was not cooked, but it was directly like the ground under their feet, beaten without even ashes left. The opponent actually made direct contact with his flesh. Although he used some kind of Taoist magic, there is no doubt that he withstood this terrible attack without any magic weapon protection. Although everyone present knew that there was a big gap between the two sides from the strength shown by Lee Su, at this moment they found that the gap between them was not big, but a desperate gap. This time, they really saw clearly the means by which Lee Su avoided the impact of the formation. That is, the art of change. In this world, the meaning of the art of change no longer needs to be reminded. Change means immortality and invincibility. In the same realm, the gap between mastering and not mastering is no different from that between immortals and mortals. Zhao Xiangqi and others couldn't help swallowing their saliva, and they were extremely fortunate in their hearts. First of all, they were naturally fortunate that Lee Su's character was not the kind of arrogant and overbearing. Otherwise, I'm afraid that there would be only a pile of corpses left except for the little girl from Shanking. Don't you have any other means? Yes. Zhao Xiangqi nodded unexpectedly, although he was a little hesitant. After looking at the others, he said, in fact, since Ling Bao sect brought up the possibility of traitors inside Zuanmen, we have prepared a backup plan. Tang Cheng smiled bitterly and said, it's almost the same here. Although the remaining few people didn't speak, it was obvious that their attitudes were not much different. That's right, as a major righteous sect that has stood at the top of Zuanmen for thousands of years, how could they not make corresponding preparations when they knew there was a problem? Although they had prepared 3 plans, they still didn't relax, and each prepared a 4th plan. But that's not a way to enter, but to prevent any eventuality and cut it off. I guess the other sects are the same. Zhao Xiangqi looked at Tang Cheng and others. As expected, the others nodded. Cut? Although the combined formation is combined, it is still just a combination, not a whole. Zhao Xiangqi said slowly. Therefore, we can resonate by arranging the formation, so that the part that is integrated into the formation and belongs to the Xianqi mansion can wake up and get out. But there will be a problem after doing this. That is, the formation that has been separated will automatically return to our sect. No wonder he hesitated. This is undoubtedly equivalent to withdrawing the protection of the Zuanmen Foundation and exposing it directly. And the person who came up with this plan probably took into account a very terrifying aspect. That is, no one can trust, only oneself. Is there no other way to notify? Lee Su rubbed his eyebrows, a little headache, because he could not determine the situation inside and could not act blindly. The opening of the Zuanmen Foundation is not that you can walk over with the key, poke it, turn it, and get it done. The process is quite complicated and cannot be interrupted, otherwise such a formation would not be moved here. The inside is hidden, and the outside is also defending. Zhao Xiangqi and others are also very headache. Obviously, they did not expect the situation to evolve into this. Wait a little longer. If there is no problem inside, once the foundation is opened, the people inside will naturally find a way out. But if there is a problem, waiting here will undoubtedly be a waste of time. Boom. 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 Just as Lee Su frowned and thought, a violent roar suddenly sounded. The sound was very loud, resounding for 100 miles. It was not nearby, but came from a very far place. This sound. Everyone was stunned, obviously a little stunned. However, the next second, there was a movement in the distant sky. Something was speeding at an incredible speed. Whether it was the sound that came, or the black spot that appeared, they were just the remnants of passing by. When you see it, it has actually flown past. It was so fast that it left a picture of a full kilometer away, and then formed an extremely huge shockwave. It was not just the air that was torn apart, the space was in turmoil, and was hit hard. This speed is really horrifying and unimaginable. From the moment it appeared, it circled around this area of hundreds of kilometers. It was so fast that you could see the track of its circle. In just a few blinks and 2 breaths, it had circled the void for more than a dozen times. As it moved, the outermost formation was constantly fluctuating, and the formation hidden here was being disturbed a little bit, and it was approaching rapidly. What was that? For a moment, Zhao Xiangqi and others were shocked, because it was not only the terrible speed and sound that came, but also its breath. Fierce, extremely ferocious. Just being infected by that breath, it actually felt like a frog being stared at by a snake. An unprecedented fear invaded the heart, and the soul seemed to be torn apart. In a trance, they saw a bloody big mouth, taking out their internal organs from the body, and they became a feast on the plate, and they could only watch the other party eat them bit by bit. This terrible scene not only appeared, but even directly infected them and overwhelmed them. The pupils opened wider and wider, and the Deo hearts of the people present were trembling and cracked. If this goes on, I'm afraid there's no need to wait until the terrifying beast approaches. This group of Udeo realm, and even the Chengdeo realm on the mountainside, will be frightened to death by it, and their souls will be completely destroyed because of fear. Facing this scene, Li Su's face was extremely ugly. He stretched out his hand, flicked his fingers, and directly shook the avenue, making a sound like an ancient bell. Ding. A loud noise spread for several miles, and directly awakened the people who were subdued by the peerless murderer Sora. The Udeo realm of Shan sect couldn't help but let out a loud cry. It's not that he couldn't calm down, but the picture presented in his mind was too terrible. In a trance, he seemed to see himself turned into a piece of skin, hanging on a tree, unable to die, and drying there bit by bit. What made him most desperate was that around him was an extremely huge mountain range with countless dead trees planted, and hanging on them were human skins that were peeled and hung here to dry like himself. There was almost no end in sight. Although the others did not scream, their faces were not much better, as if they were dead, seeing an unbelievable scene, enough to suffocate their souls. It took several seconds for Zhao Xiangqi and others to recover. The fourth plan, after the formation is separated, it will automatically return. What about you? Li Su spoke softly, his eyes were dim and cold without a trace of emotion. He did not even look back. His eyes were always fixed on the black shadow in the void, which was constantly circling around the formation. We will be sent away and taken back to the sect by the core of the formation, and then the mountain will be completely sealed off. Unless the head of the sect returns, the mountain will be sealed off for 100 years, and no one can enter from outside or come out from inside. Zhao Xiangqi said immediately. Okay, each of you go down and take your disciples with you to carry out the fourth plan, quickly. On the side, the little girl couldn't help it and stepped forward and said, "Little master, you too. It's too late. I have to buy time for you." As the circle drawn by the phantom became smaller and smaller, getting closer and closer to the center, Li Su patted the girl's head and flew up directly. In an instant, his body vibrated, bursting with countless radiances, and rushed directly to the top. As Li Su pounced directly on the black shadow that was about to approach the top of the sky, Zhao Xiangqi and others also reacted. Quick, go. With a whistle, the 7 Udeo realm flew directly down the mountain, and Zhao Xiangqi directly pulled the little girl along. When they came to the middle of the mountain, they didn't even look at the disciples who were also awakened by the shock, but were bleeding from all 7 orifices and their souls were injured. Instead, they looked directly at the other Udeo realm and said, "Bring people, follow me up the mountain." In just a few seconds, hundreds of disciples were directly pulled up by the Udeo realm. One group on each side. The people on the girl's side follow me, and follow me to Langhu Mountain first. Don't worry about shanking. When the 7 formations are disintegrated, the shanking formation will automatically return. After saying that, Zhao Xiangqi directly activated his own power and activated the strongest Taoism in Langhu Mountain. The people from the other 6 major sects were not much different. They had almost no intention of chatting with others. After dividing the people, they immediately activated their own magic power and used the highest Taoist magic of their sect to pull the formation in front of them, which belonged to their own sect. While Zhao Xiangqi and others were activating the formation, Li Su also came to the top of the sky, silently watching the black shadow getting closer and closer. Although the other party had not arrived in front of him, and even what the black shadow was hard to underestimate, Li Su had basically judged the monster in front of him. His expression was unprecedentedly solemn. Even though the monster that came was not a complete body, and its realm was still only the Udeo realm, he did not dare to be careless at all. Unlike the time when the Bull Demon King was here, this monster obviously had a body to carry it, and it would not fight like the Bull Demon King, which would consume the person who summoned it, and it would not last too long. To be honest, he really didn't want to take risks. The first bird to stick its head out gets shot. In the case of no guarantee of safety, with Li Su's cautious character, when it was time to be timid, he would not hesitate at all. especially at this moment, facing this monster. If he guessed correctly, there is no doubt that once it breaks through, it will definitely be the most terrifying opponent he has encountered since he came to the journey to the west. As for its identity, such a realm, such a terrifying speed, and the degree of ferocity that can destroy people's souls just by relying on its breath. Throughout the entire journey to the west, Li Su could only think of one monster, Young Chengwan Li Peng, or the Great Peng Golden Winged Eagle, the third of the three great monster kings on the 800 Li Lion Camel Ridge. The sight of its territory could make Monkey King's scalp numb and his back cold. In the book, in order to capture this monster, the entire Lingshan mountain was mobilized, and even the Buddha Tathagata was killed. That treatment was undoubtedly unique in the entire journey to the west. But even so, he could not retreat or hide. On the contrary, the more so, the more he wanted to go in, and he had to, immediately. Otherwise, escaping here would only bring one result, doomed to death. He had been forced into a corner, and had no way to retreat. Asterisk 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 finally, the black shadow stopped. Through the extremely terrifying speed, this hidden formation, which should have no guidance, and could never enter, was forced to find an exit in an extremely alternative way. Hiding, no matter what, is better than disappearing. So after searching all the places, naturally the only place left had to be exposed. A figure walked in. It had an eagle head, a human body, bird claws on its hands and feet, a pair of amazing black wings behind it, and wore a black iron frame. It was so special, the aura was completely different. Although the Bull Demon King was also extremely violent, his body was full of wildness and extremely ferocious. But the golden winged dapping eagle in front of him was so different. It was completely another life, a real ancient beast. Wherever his pupils and eyes looked, his soul seemed to be frozen. It was the breath of the top predator. Even the Dao itself was subdued by this fierce flame, and could not flow freely. This breath was too terrible. It almost naturally suppressed everything. Even Li Su felt that the flow of Dao Rime in his body became stiff, and his strength was severely suppressed. When in direct contact, you can even see that around its body, there are evil dragons entangled, and countless evil ghosts and wronged souls are surrounded. Not only are they eaten by it, but they are also controlled by it, and become part of its ferocity. No wonder they dared to take action when they went to Lingshan in the TV. The Arhats were all hammered by it, and finally the Tathagata Buddha took action himself. The head of the big eagle moved slightly. It looked around and said arrogantly, "You came in just now. You are nothing more than this." The legendary Zuandu master. Facing the person who just appeared in front of him, it was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his body, as if he was placed on a plate. He could only watch the butcher knife fall, cut him, and devour him. Li Su, who was filled with despair and fear, took a deep breath. Facing such an opponent, any hiding and holding back is not a matter of respect or disrespect, but a matter of death. His eyes gradually turned red, and blood began to appear inside. The violent emotions that had disappeared for a long time were gradually drawn out from the depths of his soul and called out. The flesh and blood watered his will, and the soul began to roar. It was not just the Taoism in this world, but also the flesh and blood method and soul technique that were brought along with his soul were activated by him. In an instant, Li Su's flesh and blood woke up and began to speak. It was a scream of life and a roar of hunger. Li Su's aura changed, and he became a beast that had been hungry for countless years and was eager to devour everything. With the change of aura, the golden winged dapping eagle, which had been looking around since it appeared, and even evaluated the methods of the Zuandu master, was startled for the first time, and turned to look at Li Su. It didn't say anything, but its eyes gradually became fierce. As the top predators, when they see the same predator, both sides will not say anything, but will directly start the most tragic fight, to decide who is the king of this world, and who is the top of the food chain. Bang! With a sound, the man and the eagle who were looking at each other in the void disappeared. Then, boom boom boom. The sky exploded, as if there were millions of thunders running, and it seemed like the Milky Way was hanging upside down. In a blink of an eye, there were tens of thousands of confrontations, bloody battles, and fights. The world rolled, and everything was in turmoil. a natural disaster came, and a terrible tornado with a diameter of 10 kilometers formed, pulling hundreds of kilometers of clouds to roll, and surging like the waves of the angry sea. An indescribable and extremely terrifying war broke out at this moment. Chapter 665 Doubt About Life. Boom. Boom. The amazing battle was unfolding, and the two figures were like fire, and there was an amazing collision in the void. One was fast, so fast that it was unbelievable. Often, the attack had already landed, and the sound, impact, and even afterimage would appear, forming thousands or tens of thousands of scenes in the void. That speed was too terrifying, and the five senses could not capture it. When you see it, in fact, a long time has passed. The other was broad-minded, as if the avenue of heaven and earth was completely in his hands. With a wave of his hand, a snap of his fingers, and a step of his feet, the infinite avenue was constantly fluctuating and changing by him. Sometimes flames shot up to the sky, sometimes heavy rain poured, sometimes violent winds rolled, and sometimes thunder flashed. Around him, the avenues were so strange and changing that it was simply shocking. Upside down, changing left and right. Gravity also became his means, and was controlled by him. The two figures fighting each other fought fiercely. This was a battle between top predators, and there was no room for even the slightest gap. There was an extremely terrifying murderous light in the pupils of both of them, and amazing killing intent continued to burst out from their bodies. Lee Su stretched out his hand and pinched the void. Hundreds of avenues were captured by him, their properties changed, and he gathered them to form a terrifying avenue instrument. He waved his hand and slashed, and dozens of miles were interrupted by him in midair. The body of the golden winged rock was constantly changing. It was too fast. It only took milliseconds to move several miles. With a slight movement of its wings, it could form thousands of changes and evolve into endless afterimages. That was not a simple clone, but a kind of break in time. At that moment, all his afterimages were his real body and could not be completely locked. Clang. As if cutting a piece of tofu, the huge cloud was directly cut by Lee Su, and the terrible storm and sharp thunder in the cloud were cut off by him. However, the golden winged rock quickly approached Lee Su under such an attack. His speed was too amazing. Obviously, the space in front of Lee Su had been distorted by him with the law of the Tao, and there was no distinction between up and down, left and right. There were also countless energies densely packed, like a fatal trap trapped in countless super mazes. But he managed to break through with his own speed, which made time stop and shortened the distance between himself and Lee Su. He kicked out, and the tip of the eagle claw instantly tore the void, rubbing the rules of the avenue, igniting a flame that could melt everything, like 3 flames of divine seal, stabbing Lee Su's chest. He was really fast, approaching Lee Su, launching the attack, and reaching Lee Su. The whole process took less than 0.0001 seconds. This is no longer a speed that can be described as lightning. This is the limit that the neurons used by living things to observe cannot react. Lee Su, however, reacted. In fact, the avenue centered on him was in his hands, and his soul and body were integrated into it. This is the fusion of the avenue. This is the body into the world. All the changes and movements around him were controlled by his mind. He did not capture it through reaction. It was too late, too slow. Instead, he used the whole world as a carrier and controlled himself through the world itself, not only feeling, but also arranging. In other words, the unimaginable attack was actually designed by him. Therefore, before the golden winged peng eagle launched an attack, Lee Su gathered back the Dao weapon that he had chopped out, raised his hand, and chopped it in front of nothing. Almost at the same time as his Dao weapon chopped down, the opponent's flaming divine spear hit him. Boom. A terrible sound rang out, and the power of the two people burst out with amazing power as they collided head-on. The two extreme powers formed an incredible conflict, and the space could not bear it and cracked. There were dense sparks inside, and thousands of energies were burning, expanding, strangling each other, and grinding each other. Boom. 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 However, it was clear that the terrible impact here had not ended. In another direction, the same scene was staged again. Everything that happened here had actually passed long ago. The fight between them had already lasted for dozens or hundreds of moves. Asterisk 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 there is no doubt that the collision between them has completely surpassed the concept of battle that mortals can touch. On the mountain, although everyone was trying their best to activate their own magical powers, they wanted to activate the formation and rely on their own formation to leave here. However, his sight was involuntarily attracted by the amazing battle in the sky and was shocked by the peerless grace displayed between the two. Even though the situation was extremely dangerous at this moment, his heart was still not only captured by the battle above, but also couldn't help but sink into it. Is this still a mortal cultivator? Feeling the two people fighting at the level of the Eudeo realm, Tang Cheng spoke with a dreamy face. This level, let alone the Eudeo realm, even immortals and heavenly soldiers and generals can't do it. It must be a higher realm and a higher level to show such a terrible speed and such a terrifying mastery of the Tao. Zhao Xiangqi looked at the sky. Li Su raised his hand to grab and pull, and the infinite avenue and millions of Tao rhymes were directly fluctuated by him, arbitrarily fiddling with reality and twisting the rules. The shock in his heart was so great that it was completely unimaginable and could no longer be described in words. This is a real cultivator. This is the real Eudeo realm. Let's not talk about the unknown monster, but Li Su's fighting style, in the eyes of this group of Eudeo realm pupils, is really an extreme interpretation, the ultimate interpretation of Eudeo realm, a scene that can touch their hearts and make their Deo hearts tremble just by watching. There are too many insights and feelings. But seeing Li Su suddenly turned into thunder in the sky, the great Deo of thunder was instantly interpreted by him in an unprecedented direction, and the changes formed in it completely surpassed the understanding of the thunder method by the monks of Xianqi Mansion. Then Li Su grasped the void, using the great Deo as iron and the magic power as fire, and directly refined countless spiritual treasures, including knives, swords, ancient bells, spears, and various weapons, hundreds and thousands. They burst into amazing luster, interpreting terrible Deo rhyme, forming extremely terrifying power. Even Li Su personally took the sword to the stage, showing amazing sword intent. The five elements of heaven and earth, and the great Deo of water and fire were actually presented by him with swordsmanship. Too much, too much. Li Su, who was standing on the sky, was like the incarnation of Taoism and the pinnacle of art in the eyes of all the Zuanmen monks. After watching the battle for more than a minute, even in this terrible scene, everyone's Deo had improved greatly. Many people at the peak of the Deo realm found their own way and realized their own shortcomings as they watched. Then they had an epiphany. Even the Deo control realm itself had improved greatly. The barrier of the realm that had been calm for dozens or hundreds of years was trembling and cracks appeared. The Deo heart covered by the dust underneath was bursting with amazing light, trying to break the cage. Asterisk 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 no wonder the Bull Demon King, that rubbish, couldn't be taken down. After thousands of attacks, the eyes of the golden-winged Dapping Eagle changed a little. It no longer regarded Li Su as a bait that could be killed at will, but a rare look of fear appeared. Although the other party's realm was low, like floating in the air, this Deo realm was quite scary. It had crossed the surface of the mortal world and touched their world. This was very scary. As an ancient fierce beast, the golden-winged pen eagle is divine and sacred. It not only has extraordinary footing, but also has a shocking bloodline. Among the 18 demon kings outside the domain, only the blue bull is qualified to be compared with him, and the others are basically not worth mentioning. But even if it is said that it has extraordinary talent, extreme speed, involves the origin, and shows a true meaning, it is not achieved overnight. It is the accumulation of hundreds of thousands of years. From the ancient times to today's extraordinary achievements, breaking the cage of time. Although this power is less than 1% at this moment, even so, killing the heavenly soldiers is like a chicken egg. As a result, it was blocked by the opponent, and fought back and forth with him. This human race, I heard that it was only in the realm of Taoism before, and the Bull Demon King was just controlling the Tao at that time. How long has it been? Even if he has realized the Tao since his mother's womb, it is too exaggerated. There was a record of the opponent before going to Mount May Ocean-like taking, and it has been a total of 10 years now. It took the golden-winged pen eagle 50,000 years to be born, which is even more outrageous than the monkey who can fight with his original body. But that thing itself is extraordinary. It was conceived not long after Noah repaired the sky in ancient times, and it could reach that state in 1,000 years. This one in front of me, only 10 years. This is outrageous, outrageous. No wonder both the white bone demon and the bull demon king changed their original decisions because of him, and planned to kill this kid in advance. It is very likely that he is arranged by the way of heaven, and he is the son of destiny, who wants to break the situation, where the demon race is prosperous and the human way is destroyed. Thinking of this, the golden-winged pan-eagle's mentality has changed greatly, and his murderous intention has become stronger. His eyes are shining, his mind is shaking the dark, and he calls out, and then something hears his voice, and begins to respond. The void began to shake, and the golden-winged pan-eagle stretched out his palm, and a black light appeared on the palm. Something is projecting over, and shining into reality. After a short pause, the golden-winged pan-eagle had an object in his hand, a magic weapon. Yes, the Fang Shan Huaji. The golden-winged pan-eagle's natal magic weapon in Journey to the West. Not far away, seeing the magic weapon appear, Li Su couldn't help shrinking his pupils, and his face changed slightly. Not to mention the status of the Fang Shan Huaji in the hearts of the Chinese people. All peerless masters use this thing. Just the fact that this thing can collide with Monkey King's Ruai Jingu Bang without damage in Journey to the West shows too many things. Li Su was about to curse. It was too much for a high realm to fight a low realm. Now that the weapons were taken out, why didn't he come down in person? It would be better if he could just cross the border in person, so there would be no need to fight. The golden-winged pan-eagle naturally didn't know what Li Su was thinking at the moment. He shook his long halberd and swept the void directly. Broken. With the opponent's movements, the long halberd in his hand directly cut into the avenue. The special field arranged by Li Su was like paper, and was shattered by the long halberd in the opponent's hand. Li Su's eyelids twitched wildly, and he was about to burst into a curse. At this moment, he and the opponent were probably equivalent to the mage and assassin in the game. Although they were in a stalemate, the mage was actually quite passive. But this was not enough. The opponent directly took out a crystal ball and banned magic. Facing the golden-winged eagle's roaring attack again, Li Su's face was already dark. The weapon had too much restraint on him. Just holding it, the avenues around the opponent were constantly collapsing, and it was impossible to effectively control it. It became very easy to get close to him, and there was no need to dodge continuously as before. When the distance between the two became a straight line, Li Su's danger level suddenly rose sharply. In just less than 2 seconds of entanglement, he was bleeding. There was no way to fight with the opponent, and he was completely dodging. The gap between his own avenue method and the weapon in the opponent's hand was too big. It contained special rules, which was undoubtedly a realm of suppression. Once, twice, 3 times. Li Su's face became uglier and uglier. That weapon not only restrained the Great Dao, but also affected the power of change. If the main body was hit directly, it would be extremely dangerous, and he would die. He dodged the opponent's attack again, and looked at the wound on his waist. It was almost there. If he was slower, his kidney might have been cut by the opponent. Of course, the most dangerous thing was not this, but that the opponent was gradually adapting to his way of moving. The speed was too fast, and he could only transfer through the Great Dao. Although the effect was very good at the beginning, he was adapting quickly. The injuries on his body were enough to explain everything. If this continued, at most 1 minute, the opponent would be able to completely capture him and directly cut him. Looking at the fierce look in the eyes of the golden-winged Dapang, which pounced on him again and again, Li Su's face became darker and darker. The white bone demon, the bull demon king, the golden-winged Dapang, 1 by 1, 2 by 1. This was a performance. People and ghosts were all showing off, but only he was being beaten. Li Su was furious. He really couldn't stand it. Since he came to this world, he became Tang Monk for no reason. As a result, the Heaven Palace disappeared, the underworld was gone, and the big bosses of Taoism and Buddhism were gone. The plot was like a mountain, pressing on his heart. That's fine. Give it some time, and he will kill it. What's the result? He met the white bone demon for no reason, and faced the bull demon king for no reason. Now the golden winged eagle came directly to him, wanting to kill him, before he grew up. Other protagonists and villains kept sending like fools, but when it came to him, it seemed to be holding his neck, getting tighter and tighter, not giving him time to breathe. If I don't fight you, and I'm so big with you, can I not beat you? No. It will be like this. It won't break the upper limit of your tolerance, and it won't do anything that will make the original body go down directly. Boom. Just when Lee Su's evil anger was bubbling out, there was a movement, a very big movement. In the distance, there was movement on the top of the mountain where the disciples of Zuenman gathered. Cracks appeared on the great formation of the 8 major sects, and it was separating little by little and dispersing again. Obviously, the 4th plan was successful, and the mountain protection formation was separated. The next second, the light flashed dimly, and 6 strange lights rushed out of the formation, directly covering the disciples who were divided into 6 pieces in advance, and then rushed up with them, piercing the void in the blink of an eye, and disappeared directly back. Just as Zhao Xiangqi and Li Su said. The moment the combined formation disintegrated, the remaining 3 formations also trembled for a while, and could not be combined again. They separated and turned into rainbow lights, piercing the void and left open. When all the formations flew away, the covered mountaintop was completely exposed. Even the golden-winged eagle couldn't help but frown and looked at that position. It was really that the fluctuations there were a bit too obvious and huge, and there was a high-level immortal power flowing. On the top of the mountain, contrary to Li Su's expectation, there was no one. None of the high-ranking officials of the 8 major sects was seen, and there were no signs of fighting or bloodshed at the scene. It was just empty. However, above the void, there stood a door, emitting an amazing wave. Entrance? Li Su, whose eyes were about to spit out evil light, was stunned for a moment and attracted. The next second, the entrance was blocked by a figure. It was the golden-winged dapping eagle. He directly blocked in front of Li Su, not looking at the so-called Zuenman heritage. Like the white bone spirit and the bull demon king, solving the anomaly in front of him has become his primary goal. Haha, good Zuenman heritage, the son of anomaly, Jinpeng. Don't let him go, wait for us to come. At this time, laughter rang out, far away, dozens of kilometers away, in the great formation that protected this void. There was a voice, there was a sound of footsteps, a full 17 figures, trying to break through the isolation formation through some method, and were about to walk in from the outside. The Demon King, the 18 Demon Kings from outside the domain, they all came. Like Jinpeng, it was not the original body, but the clone that came, but there was no doubt that the aura was terribly strong and extremely shocking. The world was distorted, forming a terrible scene. There were bones everywhere, blood and energy soaring to the sky, fierceness like flames, and infinite killing intent. Just standing there was enough to make people tremble and go crazy. The soul could not bear it, and was about to perish. Not only that, I don't know when it started, countless monsters appeared on the periphery of the entire formation. They surrounded this dense land, and were moving forward. Looking around, there were tens of thousands, no, hundreds of thousands of small monsters and big monsters. At this moment, there was no doubt that Li Su was deeply trapped in an unprecedented desperate situation. Waiting for you to come in. The golden-winged dapping eagle's eyes were always cold and fierce. He did not answer. There was no need. The son of wonder would die here, in my hands, and his blood and bones would be devoured by me. Facing this extremely desperate scene, Li Su also took a deep breath, and made a decision. The Shanking Sutra, Dadang Sutra, and Huangting Sutra all vibrated at the same time. They no longer glowed externally, or displayed their ultimate power. Instead, they became the cornerstone and the most basic structure, paving the way, and creating another environment inside Li Su's body. It was an environment different from this world, another world. Originally, if possible, Li Su didn't want to do it. The cost would be great, mainly because it would cause a reaction from the heavenly Dao, and he might be regarded as a foreign body, attracting attention and killing. Moreover, his current foundation was too low, and this state could not be maintained for a long time, with many disadvantages. So if possible, he really wanted to practice little by little, improve and strengthen himself through the rules of this world, until he reached a decision. But, you are bullying too much. Li Su's eyes turned red, and the bright red light shone inside. There was a soul light flashing inside, and a terrible shadow was taking shape. The golden winged eagle felt a chill in his heart for no reason. He should have been extremely unruly, violent, and looked down on all living beings. His heart trembled inexplicably. What's going on? What's going on? He couldn't help but glance around, trying to find something that made him uneasy, but he found nothing for a long time. Could it be? He couldn't help but raise his head and look at Lee Su, whose pupils were bloodshot, and whose aura was like the abyss of 10,000 years. Him? No, impossible. Just a Udao. Suddenly, Lee Su moved, and a sword appeared in his hand, silently and formlessly. He raised his hand and slashed at the golden winged rock with a sword. His face suddenly changed, and an unprecedented crisis of death filled the body and mind of the golden winged rock. This sword not only gave him the feeling that he could be killed, but the more terrifying thing was that he couldn't dodge it, he could only block it. This attack ignored his speed and slashed at him from the surface of the rules. The original body still had a chance here, but the clone was not enough. He raised his hands and held the Fang Shanhuaji across his chest. Clang! With a light sound, the golden winged Dapping Eagle was broken. The Fang Shanhuaji did not play any role. Lee Su's simple sword cut off everything. The great Dao of heaven and earth, everything, was cut open by him. Not only the golden winged Dapping Eagle, but also dozens of miles of void were cut open by Lee Su, and a 100-foot high mountain behind him was broken. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow. The Fang Shanhuaji was broken. The terrible sword split him in half, and the dense white bones and internal organs were exposed. The next second, the golden winged Dapping Eagle's body twisted rapidly, and the broken body fell directly, began to disintegrate, and disappeared. At the same time, there was another golden winged Dapping Eagle in the original position. That was the art of transformation, and it was immortal. Lee Su cut one off. Although he survived, the golden winged Pen Eagle did not look relaxed at all. Instead, his pupils suddenly widened because his life was cut off by the opponent, and he died completely. It was not the life of the original body, but the life of the clone. However, it was also extremely terrifying and completely beyond his expectations. The only good thing was that after the sword, the invisible in the opponent's hand also shattered, and the suffocating smell was gone. Special means, some kind of secret? Just when the golden winged Pen Eagle just relaxed a little, he saw Lee Su raised his hand again, and a banner filled with ancient breath appeared in his hand. In an instant, the suffocating smell came back. The golden winged Pen Eagle's face turned green. The clone was not the original body, and there was not so much life. More importantly, this clone had a trace of his soul. If it was cut off, it would have an impact on his original body. He moved his body and wanted to leave. The next moment, he found that he could not move and was stripped away, as if he had entered another world. Bang! The world was chopped to pieces, and the golden winged Pen Eagle was also shattered. He recovered quickly, even though he had lost another life. His speed didn't work, which meant that it was another extreme power. At this second, the golden winged Peng wanted Malayang. This kind of extreme power, it was already outrageous to master one in a lifetime. A Udao realm, he used two completely different powers, and the levels were terrifying. However, before the golden winged Peng Malayang finished, another thing appeared in Lee Su's palm, black and white intertwined, yin and yang mixed. This aura, you don't say. The golden winged Peng is familiar with it. He has such a treasure with this power in his hand, called the yin and yang Taki bottle. As long as he enters it, it will turn people into blood in a short time, and the earthly evil technique cannot resist it. So, he turned, and the clone naturally couldn't resist this terrible power. The third life. After resurrecting again, the golden winged Peng's eyes were a little sluggish, and he began to seriously doubt his bird life, thinking that he was dreaming, a terrible nightmare. But as the fourth item that made him shudder appeared on Lee Su's body, the golden winged Dapping went berserk. As a noble golden winged Dapping, how could he accept being killed again and again? He began to summon his true body, desperate to let the original body come down, to kill the insect that dared to cut off his physical body 3 times. But, outside the domain, the 800 Li Lion Camel Mountain, above the terrifying demon mountain, which was 100 times more terrifying than what was described in Journey to the West. An extremely tragic breath rose, and an extremely terrifying killing intent erupted, with anger that could poke a hole in the sky. Or thunderous roar sounded, and the terrifying sound spread thousands of miles, and countless creatures were directly killed on the spot. And the next second, a pair of eyes suddenly appeared, huge eyes, above the clouds. It stared at a demon cave on the Lion Camel Mountain, where the demonic energy was soaring to the sky. Unprecedented thunder was gathering, forming an extremely huge ocean. There were ancient mythical beasts such as dragons, phoenixes, unicorns, white tigers, and black tortoises. They were silent and speechless, but the terrible energy was gathering and concentrating. On the ocean of thunder, there was a huge golden fairy palace, and there were countless people wearing golden armor inside. At a glance, it was almost impossible to see the end, all of them. The leader held a golden pagoda in his hand, and on one side stood the three-eyed god general. A well-behaved puppy squatted, and on the other side was a child stepping on wheels. A little above them, there was a little girl holding a pair of big scissors, a little girl with a golden bowl on her head, and a little girl holding a lotus lantern. Then wait, quietly. Soon, the 800-ly Lion Camel Mountain, where the demonic energy was soaring to the sky, became quiet again. Only a very small voice was transmitted in the mountain. This is not fair. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In front of the Zuenman Foundation, Lee Su exhaled a breath, smiling brightly, looking at the completely rotten golden winged eagle with no signs of resurrection, and vented all his evil anger. The whole person was sublimated. Comfortable. I didn't expect that the heavenly Deo didn't bother me. It's great. The opponent's original body didn't come either. It seems that the suppression of the central planes is much stronger than I thought. This top level monster still can't turn the world upside down. Lee Su thought so, and walked directly to the Zuenman Foundation in the guise of the 17 monster kings and hundreds of thousands of little monsters in the formation not far away. Suddenly, he thought of something, and took out something that had been sealed in his body for a long time. With a flick of his finger, Lee Su stepped into the open door and disappeared. When Lee Su disappeared, the things he threw out immediately lost their shackles, and suddenly a shocking Buddhist intention burst out directly. Although most monsters were unfamiliar with this aura, the 18 monsters in the lead, as well as many monk-like monsters in the monster group, were as if struck by lightning. Their faces were like dying workshops, colorful and very beautiful. A pilgrim? He was a pilgrim? Chapter 666 Return. Alas, I'm so arrogant. How can a person be so arrogant? I'm too irrational. After entering the door, Lee Su, who had vented all his anger, immediately regretted throwing out the Buddha's will sealed in his body. It was too wasteful. It was simply out of control. Because the 18 demon kings had inexplicably targeted him, kept chasing him, and did not give him a chance to relax. They had to kill him, which put a lot of pressure on him, and accumulated a lot of anger. But exposing Tang Seng's identity was too irrational. This would definitely make the Demon King desperate to find him, although based on his behavior in fighting the golden winged Dapping Eagle, the other party would also try their best to find him. Now, killing him and finding Tang Seng had become one thing. Lee Su dared not think about how tragic the next chase would be. He was scared just thinking about it. Zuenman's Foundation, you have to be powerful, you have to work harder. Using the Supreme is definitely something Lee Su is unwilling to do. At this moment, although he looked fine on the surface, in fact, he was in a terrible state inside. Dozens of tendons were burned, not to mention the flesh. It was only 4.5 layers cooked. If it was someone else, he would have died long ago. The injury was not light, and it would take a long time for him to recover. This was not good. The situation was getting worse. Now he could only hope that the Zuenman Foundation had everything: inheritance, resources, and a lot of time, preferably 300 to 500 years. Otherwise, there would be no way to survive the next few days. Lee Su's eyes went dark, and a huge pain spread throughout his body. The unbelievable pain was spreading, and every cell in his body seemed to be wailing, being destroyed by humans. Shit, what was going on? Although he admitted that his injuries were serious, they were not serious to this extent. 3 layers of flesh and blood were burned, and more than a dozen major nerves were gone. How could it hurt so much? He had mastered the means of elementalization, which could switch his body from a flesh and blood body to an energy body. It should be able to shield such severe pain. Lee Su breathed hard, and the pain stimulated every nerve in his body, almost breaking him. This injury. No. Too many. It seemed as if billions of cells in his brain were wailing, and his soul was constantly trembling, as if he had been put into a punching machine, and punched back and forth for hundreds of rounds, and no cell was intact. After entering the Zuenman Foundation, he was attacked again. No, this is not it. Lee Su seemed to remember something, and couldn't help but feel it. The next second, he was stunned, and an incredible look appeared on his face. He came out. From Journey to the West. How could it be? The story, obviously, has not ended. No wonder it hurts to this extent. His consciousness is torn apart, and he has returned to his original body that was swept by the power of the extreme Dalo realm and almost torn apart. Lee Su was shaking constantly, and his injuries were much more serious than he had imagined. The power of the extreme Dalo realm is obviously not something that the true immortal realm can withstand, even if it has the supreme saint, the so-called limit. In fact, the great Dao has reached a very terrifying level. The height of power is infinitely close to the highest. The reason why Lee Su was invincible before was because his saint's supreme level was too high. Now he encountered a level that was not much worse than him, but the realm was very different from his. It was not surprising that he was seriously injured. The situation was extremely bad. Let alone moving, he couldn't even heal himself at this moment. The opponent's power not only penetrated his body, but also affected his soul and even the Dao fruit of the inner world. The hall was affected and a large area of collapse occurred. Because he realized that it was not good, he immediately opened the world fragments to escape. Now when he came out, he found that he was basically equivalent to stepping on the coffin board. If it weren't for the extremely high immortality of the body, the glory of the 7 Supremes would never be extinguished. Even if the world was about to collapse, and the chapter itself was cracked, he would still be stubborn and strong. In fact, he would have died. Now, although he is not dead, it is not much better. Apart from being able to barely sense the situation in his inner world, he could do nothing. Even if he was immortal, he could only hang on to his life, and was unable to repair it. Even though Lee Su knew that this would not work, facing his extremely bad situation, he felt extremely powerless for the first time. At this moment, Lee Su couldn't help it. Why did he come out? He couldn't figure out this question. The plot hadn't been completed yet, and Journey to the West was still 2 years away from opening. It couldn't be that he had beaten the golden-winged dapping eagle, so it was considered perfect. How could this be possible? That was a clone, not the original body. The most important question was, if he came out like this, would there be any rewards for completing the copy? If there were no rewards, it would be the worst ending for him now. To open the world fragments, first of all, he was too seriously injured, and he didn't dare to bet whether the other party would make such an impact for the second time. Extreme Dalo, no joke, it was like this once, and if it happened again, he would definitely die. The second idea was to want to improve. Although it was not long after reaching the true immortal realm, and it was not completely perfect, he could also enter the world fragments once. He still had quite a few times left, and he still had 2 world keys in his hands, which could offset the number of times he entered. He had entered twice in the martial arts realm, twice in the magic realm, and twice in the supernatural realm, a total of 6 times. Including the consumption of 1 world key, he had only entered 6 times in the true immortal realm, and 7 times in total. There were still 3 more times to go to the 9th time. Although he was forced to a certain extent to enter this time, Lee Su was still confident that he would get the best results. Although this confidence dropped a little after he knew that it was Journey to the West, and when he knew that he was Tang Monk and that there were obvious bugs in the world of Journey to the West, this confidence was only a little bit left. But even so, he still had some expectations. Xiangsun, Tai, and Alo seemed to be 3 realms, but in fact they all belonged to the immortal realm. That is to say, they were the same as the martial arts realm and the magic realm, but they were just 3 levels. so it is not necessary to enter after perfection. It is also okay to go now. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the challenge of the growth chapter of Journey to the West. Host, please be prepared. The journey to the West will begin in a year. Please enter the world fragments in advance and wait, otherwise the host's soul will be forcibly transferred to Journey to the West. Achievement Summary. Achievement 1. Drowning Crisis. As a newborn, you, with your extraordinary talent, changed your ending of being drowned in the river. Achievement 2. Survival Crisis. With an incredible growth method, you actually planted yourself in the soil and spent your childhood relying on photosynthesis. Achievement 3. Join Shanking. As a Buddhist monk and a future pilgrim, you actually joined the Taoist Zuanmen. It's really terrifying to think about it. Achievement 4. Extraordinary Talent. As a mortal, you actually succeeded in practicing the immortal method. It's incredible. Achievement 5. Bone Crisis. As a terrifying monster in Journey to the West, you managed to escape. Achievement 6. Bull Demon Crisis. As a terrifying monster in Journey to the West, you didn't lose. Achievement 7. Dapan Crisis. As a terrifying monster in Journey to the West, the future guardian of Buddhism, you actually beat him. Achievement 8. Heaven's Favor. As a heaven that has been troubled by dirt for a long time, you helped it to clean up a small area, and it has set its sights on you. Achievement Statistics completed. Ready to issue rewards. Please be prepared. The rewards will be settled later. Although the consciousness was locked inside, and the 5 senses were completely lost, the sound of the world fragments still sounded, making him slightly restless, because he couldn't handle his own situation. His eyes lit up. Undoubtedly, this voice was like a drop of sweet dew from heaven for him at this moment. A timely help. Lisu took a deep breath. Although it was a bit unexpected that Journey to the West was unexpectedly divided into 2 parts, it was a good thing to have a reward. At this moment, he was undoubtedly in a dilemma and needed a way to break the deadlock. It was the 8th achievement that made Lisu feel a little confused. Heaven's Favor? What was that? When had he cleaned for heaven? What did he use? A mop. However, this was not the time to think about this. He had to be prepared. The reward of the world fragments was not very wonderful for him. Every time, it seemed like he had been rotated 100 times. It was really hard to describe it in words. However, this time he was looking forward to it. In fact, he should be quite impatient. With so many achievements, it would be better if the storm came more violently. As long as he didn't die, he would do his best. Lisu looked forward to it and was ready to meet the storm. After practicing for his age, what else could he not see clearly? Besides, he was the only one here, so it was not a big problem. Lisu didn't wait too long. Energy fell down, bit by bit, hitting his body and integrating into his cells and soul. The feeling was indescribable. It was not painful. In fact, he was in so much pain at this moment that it would not have much impact even if it increased. But the reward this time was different. It was comfortable, like a super massage. The comfort spread throughout his body. The cells that were almost dying were awakened. They felt something and began to work hard, devouring this energy. Unbelievable, it didn't hurt. This was simply a fragment of the world. The impression he had always had was overturned. Faced with this tolerance and this special feeling, Lisu's body, which had almost died for 9 layers, began to recover rapidly. The cells became stronger and stronger. Under the eroded skin, in the deepest part, a large area of cells gained vitality. They began to wriggle rapidly. Every time they wriggled, the incomplete and necrotic parts would be squeezed out by them. At first, there were dozens of cells, hundreds of cells, and thousands of cells. The further they went, the faster the speed. Not only the cells, but his soul was also rapidly recovering its activity, bathing in the rain and rejuvenating. As the flesh and soul began to repair, the world that was almost collapsed inside began to reorganize, being pulled back from the edge of collapse and returning to its original state bit by bit. And the core palace was also shaking constantly, recovering its original shape bit by bit. It was completely beyond Lisu's expectation. There was no pain at all. He felt comfortable like a dead tree in spring, like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon and starting a new life. This was not a simple recovery. The injuries caused by the extreme Dalo realm were too severe. Even the Supreme was powerless. Without the help of external forces, he could only rely on himself to compete with the other party in endurance and use his immortality to endure until his strength was exhausted, and then break out of the cocoon and be reborn. This is the Tao. He had this feeling before, when he just entered the mythical world, and came into contact with the Tao rhyme of this world, thus completing himself. Now, he felt it again. The fallen material contained a lot of Tao rhyme, which was filled with unimaginable Tao power. These Tao rhymes undoubtedly made his flesh and blood soul more complete, and the world became more and more complete. Even the most important halls had special patterns, which intertwined with the previous ones, and turned into special patterns. The reward this time was obviously different from the previous ones. It should be related to the immortal realm itself. After all, this realm is mainly based on the enlightenment of the Tao. Li Su's eyes flickered constantly, and he was very shocked, but he soon calmed down, closed his eyes, and felt the reward with all his heart and soul, absorbing and digesting the Dao rhyme inside. The speed was very fast. The fullness of the Dao rhyme, the manifestation of the rules of the Great Dao, was just like when he merged with the Great Dao in Journey to the West. The improvement of himself was visible to the naked eye and amazing. The degree of completion of the world was improving. This gain was extremely different, which was equivalent to adding more colors to his original world and making it more real. Originally, if he wanted to improve the height of the world, he could only practice the Supreme, and through the Supreme to understand more Dao rhyme, integrate it into his own world, and make it more perfect. But now it is different. This reward itself is helping him to fill it up. There are many things that even the Supreme did not involve, and it is independent. The benefits brought by this improvement are beyond imagination. It is equivalent to strengthening Li Su's Dao foundation and making the world in his body have the same properties as the real world. 1%, 2%, 3%. The degree of completion jumped in an astonishing way. Not only was the entire internal world repaired, but the quality of the Dao rhyme contained in it was also raised to an astonishing level of 3 layers. The effect began to decline rapidly and gradually stopped. The reward can be said to be extremely astonishing. Although the high level has not been promoted, the bottom level has been further consolidated. The benefit brought by this is that Li Su's 7 Saints Supreme Avenue is smoother. It's not that there is a problem with his 7 Saints Avenue, but the level of the Dao method he has mastered is too high. For the method of the Saint, it is already very good to be able to learn 1/10 or 12 of it. Li Su is different. Because of the terrible talent bonus, he directly buried the Saints Supreme in his flesh, blood, soul, and bones, and the depth is amazing. This caused the Saint's road in his body to be very strong, and 7 saplings that have grown into towering trees have grown. In this case, it will become extremely troublesome to cultivate and breed. It requires not only a terrible amount of resources to fill it, but also great requirements for his own foundation. For ordinary immortal methods, the soil depth requirement is 100 meters, the middle grade is 500 meters, and the upper grade is 1000 meters. The top grade required a terrifying 5000 meters. As for the super grade above the top grade, it was even more amazing. Therefore, even though Li Su's world was very high, with 22 layers, the number of layers alone was already 1/4 or even 1/3 more than some of the top monsters. But it was still not easy to bear the 7 Saints Avenue. It was quite crowded inside and filled with the 7 Saints Avenue, with no gaps. Therefore, this improvement was very important for him now. It would make his accumulation of the realm of true immortal easier, and the speed would be greatly increased. If he was given a sufficient and stable environment, even if there was no opportunity or good fortune, at most 10 or 100 years, he should be able to complete the 7 Saints Supreme practice and form a Saint Road that truly belonged to Li Su in his own world. Once the Saint Road was formed, for Li Su, even in this terrible mythical world, he could be regarded as touching the upper surface, taking the first step as an absolute strong man. At that time, it was not easy for the Dalo realm to kill him. Only the 8 saints in the myth world, or the top few in the extreme Dalo realm, could really kill him. Li Su couldn't help but smile when facing his internal situation after a long breath. Although there was still a long way, to go before he could reach the goal of having no enemies. The road was already smooth, and he had sorted it out. Although he was a little urgent and even forced to enter the world fragments this time, the result was undoubtedly good. He slowly opened his eyes and found that he was still lying on the ground. Although the injuries on his flesh and blood had recovered, the marks left on his clothes were so shocking. That was the Taoist robe, which was directly affected. It was considered Li Su's first layer of defense. It was seriously damaged and had to be remade. Facing the attack of the extreme Dalo realm, its level was too low. It was also because of this that Li Su was not exposed when the other party destroyed everything. Otherwise, he obviously had the Xinhuo flag. As long as he opened it, although he could not be completely immune to damage, he would not be so seriously injured. I was afraid that the fluctuation of the Xinhuo flag would be noticed by the other party. I don't know what's going on outside now. It takes 7 days to enter the world fragments. After so long, has that bastard demon clan given up? If nothing unexpected happens, it is likely that he has not. After all, 7 days is no different from a blink of an eye for a cultivator. However, although the space is not fluid, the large-scale impact directly broke through tens of thousands of world barriers in the other world, causing catastrophic destruction and turmoil. The huge power must have made the other world lose its original stability. Unless the other party directly suppresses that space with great magical powers, the impact will last for a long time. After 7 days, when Li Su goes out, he may not even know where he is. Soon, he made a decision to go out. After all, staying here will not change anything. Going outside, it will still be 7 days. What is coming will always come, and it will not change, because he is here. There is no fluctuation of energy in the fragments. Unless there is a reward, it is impossible to practice here. However, just as he took his first step, a huge movement suddenly came. Above his head, the huge river, that seemed to be able to penetrate the past and lead to the future, was making a sound, and the sound was very loud. Li Su looked up in surprise and was shocked to find that the long river that was supposed to be far away from him and connected to him through a tributary was now above his head, as if he could reach out and touch it. It was huge, so huge that it was unimaginable and unbelievable. Not to mention the sight. Even Li Su's terrifying divine sense in the realm of true immortality could not capture its size, and could not tell that it was wide and that was long. You know, now he can even cover more than 100,000 miles, but he can't even measure the width of this river. It is still so vast. The real immortal himself seems to be an ant. Just when Li Su was shocked by the hugeness of the long river above his head, there was movement in the tributary. Originally, there was only a small gap, but now it is constantly cracking in an extremely exaggerated way. If it was only the size of a palm before, it would be like a dam with dozens of cracks on it. Facing this scene, Li Su's face instantly turned green. For a moment, the dangers outside the world fragments were all forgotten. He looked at the huge crack above his head in horror, extending little by little to the original gap. Boom. I wonder if you have seen the dam release water? That scene, that exciting, suddenly understood the artistic conception of Du Fu's words when he climbed the height. Ah. With a shrill wail, Li Su hugged his head tightly, feeling like he was splitting apart. A river was stuffed into his brain, and blood was gushing out of all his orifices. Not only that, as his brain seemed to be splitting apart, a shocking picture appeared in his pupils, accompanied by a sound that seemed to be the creation of the world. Enter my world, and become my Taoist school. With that voice, Li Su's soul seemed to be separated from his body, and he flew high up, flying above the long river. He had experienced this scene before, but this time he could see more, and bigger than before. However, his consciousness had flown out, so why was it still so painful? It felt like his soul was bleeding from all 7 orifices. Is this reasonable? Is it appropriate? Li Su held his head and complained crazily, while many pictures kept appearing in his eyes. Main roads, tributaries. They appeared one by one, and he even saw the one that belonged to him, which was very thick and large, and had exceeded the huge part. If this continued, there was a high probability that he would be the most ? Just as Li Su was thinking about this, an incredible scene appeared. This huge river is actually not that big, only half of its original size. it was intercepted. In that distant direction, it was divided into two streams, one of which flowed to where he was, and the other flowed to the unknown. As if sensing something, a pair of eyes suddenly appeared where the terrible torrent was intercepted. They were extremely demonic and evil, not like humans. For a moment, Lee Su was horrified. The next second, he came back to his senses. Then he rolled his eyes, and he, who had just stood up, fell back down again, as if he had epilepsy, and kept twitching there. Chapter 667 Brother. Damn, does every reward need to be so exaggerated? Lee Su pressed his brow. 3 days had passed since the world reward, and he was still in constant and intense pain. Of course, there are disadvantages, but there are also advantages. The first advantage is naturally that he gained more energy. You must know that, since Lee Su advanced, it is very low to rely on himself to absorb energy. He can reach the true immortal so quickly because he has consumed many star cores. The long river energy transmitted by the hole through the seven saints' Deo fruits and the supply under the Hades opened up under his feet are enough to sustain his battle. At this moment, as the long river was dug up by him, a large amount of energy flowed into the world. At least before the Zhuangsan surface, he didn't need to worry about this anymore. The second advantage is that this overly violent energy, after being absorbed, digested, and transformed into his world energy, also made his mana extremely domineering. With the same amount, the power is far greater than before. The effect brought about by this is that the consumption is lower and the power is greater. Faced with this result, Lee Su realized that, although he had dual Deo bases, golden elixir and magical powers, but in fact, although the golden elixir had broken through the immortal realm, the magical powers were not. What he lacked was to enter the world fragment once and get the blessing of the immortal level Chang. Now he is a true dual Deo base immortal. Although the attachment is this continuous headache, it may take a long time. This can only be adapted little by little, by constantly comprehending the avenue, strengthening his own world, and finally completely adapting to this explosive energy. Therefore, even if he had a headache in the past few days, he was constantly comprehending the world, to capture more Deo rhyme, and replenish his own world. Fortunately, Lee Su himself is extremely sensitive to the avenue, and the constantly accumulated talent bonus allows him to easily capture more Deo rhyme. In a few days, he has harvested almost 1,000 small paths, and the 7 saints have been supplemented by him. The accumulation of the 7 saints should be completed in about 2 months at most. Thinking of this, Lee Su couldn't help but let out a long sigh. This time, the world fragments were worth entering, and the harvest was huge. Not only the reward, but also the realization, after entering the journey to the west, was extremely important to him, especially the experience of merging into the Deo with his body for more than 2 years, accompanied by returning to his original body, which gave him a great shock and inspiration. In his eyes, it can even be said that it is not much less than the reward given by the world fragments. It gave him a clear understanding of himself, and a clear direction for the future. Until now, he realized that he had been influenced by the cultivation path of the mythological world without knowing it. If he had not entered the world fragments once, he might have taken a detour. After a few days, as he continued to digest the feelings and journey to the west, Lee Su found that the way of the 7 saints was not as simple as he imagined. He thought too one-sidedly. As the strongest existence before the ancient times, the only 7 saints of the heavenly way in the prehistoric world, after countless epochs of accumulation, how could their way be just 7 kinds of power? What Lee Su now possessed was just the unique power they used to achieve the Deo, or the one introduced in the book. This was never the whole of their power. It's just that Lee Su made this judgment subjectively, because of his own foresight. Therefore, when reading the Supreme chapter, he would move towards this aspect. The Supreme Saint carries their Taoism, and the supreme power he has learned is just one of them. Although it is undoubtedly the ultimate power and the most powerful means among the means of the saints, it still only reflects part of the saints, not all. Now, look at yourself again. Life, soul, yin and yang, space, killing, world, and Zumi. This is the power that he learned from the 7 saints. This clarification is undoubtedly very important to Lee Su. This made him figure out an obvious problem that must be understood. The power of the 7 saints is a direction indicator to the Holy Realm, but it is not the core of his achievement of the Holy Way. Speaking of this, we must pay high praise to the 7 saints of the primordial desolation. It is too terrible and beyond imagination. This is not only for their strength, but also for the great achievements they have achieved. Created a method that can directly lead to the Holy Realm. This is terrifying and unimaginable. The Saint Realm should be an illusory level, an unimaginable height, and there is no road. After everyone reaches Daluo, they can only move forward in the dark, and they have no idea whether their direction is right or wrong. However, they did it, and sorted out a road that can lead to the Saint Realm, and put it in front of you. As long as you practice according to their path, becoming a saint is no longer an illusory thing. Sailing in the Black Sea. How deep is the understanding of the Saint Realm? How terrible is the feeling to be able to do it? It is simply unimaginable. At least Li Su himself has no way to imagine how powerful the 7 saints of the primordial desolation are to be able to do such a thing. In this regard, he sighed a lot, and when he looked back, the scenery ahead was no longer the same. His own ways in the core world, in the understanding of the great Dao, not in the Supreme Saint. Of course, the Supreme Saint must also practice, and must practice. Because it is very powerful, at least before Li Su achieves the Saint Realm, he cannot learn or create a more powerful Taoism than the 7 Supreme Saints. Let's put it this way, a complete avenue has 3000 middle ways, and a middle way has 3000 small ways, totaling 9 million ways. But the 7 saints are different. They are dual ways, that is, one method, 2 avenues. What does this mean? It means that the 7 saints are the methods of 18 million ways. So in the future, when Li Su practices, the 7 saints will still be the route he must take, and the route for him to achieve the Holy Way, but at the same time, he will not fall behind in the practice of his own avenue, and will not specialize in the saintly avenue. For example, in the past few days, although he has added more than 1,000 small ways, only 1/3 of them are the saintly ways, and the remaining 2/3 are scattered ways. He captured, learned, and imprinted them in his own world. Originally, it was to stabilize the world, but with continuous improvement, perception, and the memory of merging the body with the way and journey to the west constantly flowing in his heart, he suddenly realized that the 7 saints are the way to the Holy Realm, not the Holy Realm itself. This understanding is undoubtedly very important, and it also made Li Su realize something. That is, the gifted blessing obtained through the world fragments may be the biggest reward of the world fragments. For example, Qian Long and Atan gave him the understanding of martial arts. Kayanu and Zombies gave him the understanding of magic power. Baolian and Wazayang gave him the understanding of supernatural powers. And finally Journey to the West gave him the understanding of the Tao. This time entering Journey to the West is worth it, and the improvement brought is no worse than the previous times. For him now, it is extremely important. Well. Finally summed up all his gains. Li Su, who had a headache, looked around, and his head was full of question marks. What is this place? He has come out of the world fragments. As he thought, the huge turmoil sent him away. Relying on Pangu Banner to locate it with great difficulty. After coming out of the huge maze of the other world, he is no longer at the door of Tangxi and Ao. The sky here has been snowing. Black snow. This snow is very problematic. It is filled with amazing resentment, and even affects the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which is seriously distorted. This kind of spiritual energy cannot be absorbed. Once absorbed by the foundation building level, I'm afraid that the resentment will immediately occupy the mind and completely lose reason. The Jiandan realm can't last long, at most 1 or 2 hours. There will be problems, the demons will be aroused, and it will become crazy. As for the immortals, they can last longer, but not too long. Of course, the most important thing is that this influence will go deep into it. Even if it is not completely corrupted and crazy, it will form a demon in the heart, accumulate in the depths of the heart, and may explode at some point in the future. Li Su has been walking here for 3 days. Although not fast, it has been almost 200 kilometers, and there is still black snow all over the sky. Although he is very confused about where he is, this black snow is also quite problematic. Li Su himself is not too anxious, and still walks slowly. The rules of heaven and earth here are very different. Excluding the negative effects of black snow, the rime here is very different. It is filled with a large number of unknown laws, which makes him gain a lot. Realizing his future path, he will naturally not let go of such a place. When he had almost comprehended the Dao here, he would return to GGO to continue comprehending. It was only 1 year before the opening of Journey to the West. He kept fighting, just wanting to comprehend the Dao as much as possible, and replenish his world. After all, if there were really 3,000 Daos, it would mean that the world was filled with 27 billion small Daos. What was that? Lee Su now only had about 3,000 Daos, which was just enough for one middle Dao. He had a long way to go. The water power in this place was extremely strong. Among every 1,000 small Daos, nearly 800 were related to water. Along the way, Lee Su had gained quite a lot. There were a lot of unfamiliar Daos, as many as 5 or 6,000. It would take a lot of time to absorb all the Daos in this place, at least half a month. Therefore, Lee Su was not too anxious, but just walked and comprehended. The time to comprehend the Dao was always very fast. He walked and stopped for more than half a month. After capturing most of the Dao rhymes here, he exhaled and planned to leave here. Although direct comprehension is not slow, it is not fast either. The most important thing is that with this way of comprehension, he will have to keep changing places in the future to absorb more Dao rhyme, which is too troublesome. I don't know if there is any way to directly absorb a large amount of Dao rhyme. Lee Su's eyes moved and looked at the distant hilltop. It has been almost 20 days. Although he did not walk fast, he has walked at least 700 or 800 kilometers. Finally, he encountered a living thing. I don't know if it is a human. Although Lee Su's spiritual sense is amazing, and can even resist the infection of evil demons from outside the domain, in such a large environment, although he will not be infected, the range is too large, and he is still very uncomfortable. It's like pouring a basin of foot washing water on your head. Although the damage is not high, it can't stand its disgust. However, there are people in this place. It seems that they are not good people. Lee Su touched his chin and set the tone for the life he found. He planned to go over to see the situation first. If the strength is very strong, he will follow. If the strength is very weak, he will kill and collect the soul. As for normal communication, in this abnormal place, to communicate normally with people, stop it. Lee Su moved his feet and transformed himself first. This is the art of transformation, the inspiration brought by the Shanking immortal law. He himself is proficient in Yuking Supreme, and there is also a corresponding transformation method in it. The combination of the two is undoubtedly amazing. His own world has been deeply buried by him. Unless the other party is much higher than himself, and has mastered special magical powers like the fiery eyes and golden pupils, it is basically difficult to see through his concealment. At least Zhuangxin can't. Deciding to move, the speed is naturally amazing. In 2 blinks, Lee Su climbed over the hilltop that blocked direct observation, and looked at the moving object he discovered. He frowned slightly. Is this the demon clan? Although they are wearing cloaks, almost covering most of their bodies, there are still some parts outside, half human and half beast. And it seems to be from the demon court. There are many demon clans in the mythological world, and the pinnacle is the demon court. But it is obvious that not all demon clans are qualified to join the demon court. The so-called demon court refers to the ancient heaven. Naturally, they can't accept everything, and there are requirements for the demon clans that join. Either they are gifted, or they are already in the realm of immortals. For example, the few in front of him, although their auras were covered up a lot, they were only in the realm of Jinden, but they could feel the extraordinariness inside. If they were human beings, they would at least have 5 fires or more, especially the leader, who had 7 fires, and could be regarded as a genius in a small place. With such strength, let alone Lee Su, he was only a son when he first entered the myth world. However, he was very curious about what these monsters were doing here. This place can definitely be said to be a place where birds don't shit and chickens don't lay eggs. He stayed here for more than half a month, not to mention rare treasures. He didn't even see a single weed. The black snow was too abnormal, and it was the same as a negative number for life. Even the evil demons from outside the domain would not like it here. The power filled in the black snow was very simple, just a simple resentment that could not be resolved without evil nature. And it was obvious that evil nature was to the evil demons from outside the domain, just like the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivators. That was an indispensable thing. He flew over quietly, but did not choose to take action. First of all, he was not sure where he was, but when he saw the people from the demon court appear here, he had a bad feeling in his heart. In the records of the Zaya Kingdom, there was no place with black snow all over the sky. In the records of the GGO, although there were no records related to black snow, there were not many places where it would snow, and one of them was in the East region. The East region was actually composed of two fragments of the prehistoric continent. One was Dansheng Shenzhou, and the other was from Bijilazhou, which was also one of the four major states. If he was really here, his current situation would definitely not be good. After all, among the two regions of the East and the West, only Bijilazhou was completely the territory of the demon race. The environment here was too harsh and not suitable for human survival. It was in heavy snow all year round, and there was almost no sunlight. Then, as disciples of the demon court, these demons must have left their life lanterns in the demon court. Once they die, the demon court will naturally know about it immediately. Such small shrimps should not attract the attention of the strong, and they may not care about them directly, but Lee Su does not want to take that risk. Damn it, damn it, damn it. As soon as he approached, he heard the leading demon cursing, and full of resentment. Did you lock it? No, the impact of the black snow is too great, and I can only barely sense it. Hearing the answer from the person behind him, the leading demon's face became uglier. Although they have the protection of the cloak, the resentment generated in the black snow has little effect on them, but staying in this environment for a long time is not pleasant. Damn little green snake. Its pupils are grim and bloodthirsty. As the son of the demon fairy, he should be under the bunker at this moment, enjoying the burning heat of the earth veins. As a result, because of a moment of carelessness, he had to leave the underground bunker and run to this icy and snowy place, and it just happened to run into the black snow season. Its original form is also a snake. Even though it has practiced hard and overcome its cold-blooded nature to a certain extent, it is undoubtedly very uncomfortable to stay in such a cold temperature for a long time. Now with the addition of black snow, it undoubtedly makes its already irritable mood even more extreme. Let's go. It waved its hand. The green snake bit its waist bone when it escaped, and the black snow has affected it, so that it can't run far. Hurry up. If you find it, each of you will be rewarded with a drop of her blood. As it finished speaking, the monsters following behind couldn't help but hiss, and their originally anxious mood showed excitement. Listening to their conversation, Lee Su was a little surprised. The few monsters here seem to be snake monsters, but they are chasing a green snake, and the escaped green snake's attraction to them is a bit unexpected. It's just a drop of blood. How can it be almost like taking a shot of chicken blood? Not only that, although the snake demons themselves have the habit of cannibalism, the demon court claims to be the ancient heaven and the orthodox successor of the way of heaven. Many rules have been established long ago, not to mention cannibalism. Even cannibalism of the same clan is not allowed. Are there other demons nearby? Lee Su was a little stunned. After all, everything that can move is under his perception. Obviously, there are no other moving objects within 100 kilometers nearby. Do you want to follow? Looking at the group of people speeding in a certain direction, Lee Su frowned and decided to follow. After all, Lee Su sensed the direction they came from all the way, which was close to 1,000 miles, and did not find any gathering place. In other words, it was most likely underground and hidden by the black snow. There were some guesses in his heart. At this moment, Lee Su undoubtedly needed information urgently to determine where he was and how to leave this place and return to GGO. Judging from their behavior, the green snake they were tracking should not be able to run far. He could not sense it, so it should not move. It was either hiding or too seriously injured, maybe buried. They have the means to lock each other's direction, so it shouldn't take too long. They walked forward for dozens of kilometers and climbed 3 or 5 hills. Finally, a snake demon shouted, "There's a reaction." In an instant, the eyes of the leading snake demon lit up. It stretched out its hands to form a seal, muttered something, and made a hissing sound. The sound was very strange. It did not spread like normal speech, but turned into a series of characters and spontaneously floated in a certain direction. Found you, green snake. Seeing the spell react, the leading snake demon showed an extremely ferocious look on his face. He was already a little impatient and began to think about how to torture this guy who made him so tired. There is a breath, fluctuating. In the distance, under the cover of black snow, a figure emerged. It was a green snake like glass. Its back and waist were stained with blood, and there was a shocking wound. It bit and almost bit off. Above its head, the soul appeared. It was a petite person, pierced by a nail, engraved with strange runes. With the sound of the sound, it kept vibrating, as if it was being tortured, washing the pierced soul. Although it was in great pain and its soul seemed to be scattered, the green snake turned its head directly after a slight tremor. The pierced soul stood stubbornly above its head. Although it was extremely desperate, there was no expression of surrender or fear on its pretty face. There was only hatred and fierceness. With a flash of unwillingness, the green snake raised its head high and endured the huge pain brought by the soul-locking nail, and lowered its head directly, heading towards its vital point. She opened her mouth and bit her heart without hesitation. Even if she died, she would never let herself be caught by them again. Sister, I'm sorry. Kinga is incompetent and can't save you. I can only go first. No. The face of the snake demon with fierce eyes in the distance changed drastically. Obviously, he didn't expect that the green snake could resist the torture of the soul-locking nail and commit suicide directly. Originally, because the other party escaped, it was punished to come out to find it. If it died, it would definitely be skinned alive if it didn't die when it returned. Snap. Just when the little green snake was extremely determined, and the chasing snake demon's face changed drastically, a hand appeared between the little green snake's mouth and vitals. The little green snake was startled, and the snake demon in the distance was also stunned. It was Lee Su, who had been following secretly, and appeared. He leaned over, picked up the other party in an extremely gentle way, and flicked his finger at the soul-locking nail on his soul. Ding. With a light sound, the soul-locking nail directly disintegrated under the extremely astonished eyes of the snake demon on the opposite side, and was destroyed by the flick of the finger. How is this possible? The faces of several snake demons changed, and there was a horrifying look in their pupils. That was a magic weapon, which was personally refined by the true immortal of the demon court. Not to mention the golden elixir. Even if the true immortal of the same kind came, there was nothing he could do. Even the mysterious immortal could only take it out at most. It was so incredible that it was directly shattered, and it would not hurt the locked Yuanshan. Compared with the stunned snake demons, the little green snake who raised her head was desperate and thought that she could not even commit suicide. When she saw the face of the person who stopped her from committing suicide, her Yuanshan began to tremble little by little, and trembled continuously. Finally, with a wow, she burst into tears. She could no longer hold it back. In front of that extremely familiar face, her heart, which had been as hard as iron, suddenly broke. The grievances, fears, and pains inside could no longer be held back, and turned into tears as big as beans, flowing down. Brother, if you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 668, Entering the Lair. Without interrupting the other party, Lee Su stood there quietly, listening quietly. Even if he wanted to commit suicide, he would rather not be caught and taken back. Being forced to this point, he could not imagine what the other party had experienced before. Kinga. In a Chinese ghost story, he met the white and green snake when he was still Fahei. Although the memory has been a long time, he can still vaguely remember the way the other party was fed candy by him, with a naive look on his face, and he made his sister quite embarrassed. He couldn't help but smile knowingly when he recalled it. Therefore, seeing the other party's miserable appearance now, Lee Su also had a hint of anger in his eyes. Why is the girl here? Why did it become like this? Where is her sister? When the demons in the earthly immortal realm suddenly launched a general attack, the demons and the human race were all on good terms. At that time, Lisu's realm was too low, and he was the main target of pursuit, so he had no energy to take care of other things. He cried for a long time, and there were too many things accumulated in his heart. Lisu kept a gentle face, without showing any impatience, but from time to time he reached out to wipe away the tears on the other person's face and soul. Facing the situation here, the 6 snake demons standing not far away were strangely honest. They stood there motionless, as if they couldn't bear to disturb the atmosphere between the two. There was really no sound at all, not to mention the breathing sound. The heartbeat was almost inaudible. In this snowy mountain, it can be said that apart from Kinga's crying, there was only the rustling sound of heavy snow falling. After crying for almost half an hour, the pent-up emotions in her heart were finally vented. Kinga's eyes were red, well, her soul's eyes were swollen, and she calmed down with a twitch. Lisu sighed, just like in that world. He grabbed the Deo rhyme of heaven and earth, integrated it into his own magic power, made a Deo candy, and handed it to the other party. The moment he saw the Deo candy, the memory of the past appeared, and the little girl couldn't help but burst into tears. Cry, it's okay, eat the sugar balls first, and replenish your energy. Lisu's voice was very soft, just like in the past. He fed the other party a few sugar balls, and looked at the girl who was exhausted, and fell asleep in Lisu's arms without saying a word from beginning to end. He grabbed some water-based Taoist rhyme, turned it into a quilt, and wrapped the little girl up. At the same time, he cast the calming Taoist pattern on the other party's spiritual platform to ensure that the other party would not wake up before his mental and physical strength recovered. Only then did he raise his head and look at the few snake demons who were very well behaved and did not speak to disturb him. How to say it, although they did not move, their expressions were very ferocious. Although they were different species, their colors were strangely similar, all white, and looked at Lisu in extreme fear. Do they not want to talk? Or do they not want to move? Of course not. The scene of shattering the soul-locking nails. It was not only the nails that were broken, but also their courage. Especially after hearing the name of the green snake, it can be said that it was a bolt from the blue. Even if the little green snake only knew how to cry at this moment, an obvious question is, how much grievance must it have suffered to cry so sadly? So, run. Taking advantage of the other party's attention on the little snake, run away. The mind is undoubtedly clear. The 6 snake monsters not only intend to run, but also in different directions. Obviously, they are very experienced in this regard, and maybe one of them can run away. The leader of the team even prepared to leave a certain distance, and immediately took out the talisman that its father gave him to save his life. It came from the human side, and was very useful. The effect was even more powerful than the tail-cutting survival technique it mastered. After all, that trick would have little effect on the celestial immortals, and it would almost have no effect on the real immortals. Very good, he didn't pay attention to me. The monsters thought quickly, and this first step was undoubtedly the most critical. When they found that Lisu ignored them from beginning to end, the monsters couldn't help showing an ecstatic look on their faces. The opportunity has come. Go. This was the thought of the brain, and it was also an instinctive desire, but the monsters found that their bodies did not move. It was clear that their minds had sent a signal, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea, and there was no reaction at all. Their bodies seemed to have lost contact with them, and no longer accepted their control. Faced with this result, the snakes were dumbfounded. They clearly did not feel anything. There was no suppression of magic power, no restraint of Taoism, and no locking of divine thoughts, but their bodies just lost contact with them, and would not move at all. The 6 snake monsters were crazy. They tried countless methods and even made the move of abandoning their bodies, even if it was just the soul that escaped. As a result, a more terrible situation emerged. They found that not only could they not control their bodies, but their souls could not escape, and this inability to escape was terrible, very terrible, because it was their flesh and blood that captured their souls. The flesh and blood seemed to come alive and trap their souls. This is impossible. Faced with this extremely terrible result, the leading snake monster almost roared. This kind of thing has exceeded its understanding. My own body trapped my own soul? How could such a ridiculous thing happen? Half an hour, a full half an hour, the 6 snake demons can definitely be said to have experienced a horror that they had never imagined. Their own bodies betrayed themselves. Is there anything more terrible in this world than this? Even if there was no pain at all, even if they could only stand there, the feeling of despair almost made them collapse. Finally, Lee Su turned around and looked at them. At this moment, they became more and more terrified and more desperate. This weird method had penetrated their will and shattered everything they had. Come. Lee Su spread out his 5 fingers and spoke lightly. The next second, the 6 snake demons watched their flesh and blood jump off their bodies. Their skin, blood, muscles, nerves, and even bones came alive, grew legs, took steps, ran towards Lee Su, reassembled in front of him, and were too high to reach his palm. With a shake, the 6 snake demons were transformed alive and turned into a rag, which was held in his hand. After feeling the consciousness of the 6 demons, it was obvious that there was a forbidden place that was not touched, and he quickly got what he wanted. First of all, this is undoubtedly the northern continent. As for the black snow above his head, it is not a common phenomenon, but a special phenomenon. The snow is not black, but it is polluted. No wonder I didn't see a single demon along the way. At this moment, the demons are basically underground to avoid being infected by the black snow. With a move of his footsteps, Lee Su took action. Let's not talk about anything else first. We must go to the underground bunker where the other party is. Kinga's waist and abdomen are seriously injured. The piece of bone that she bit off is very important. It is its real bone. It cannot be lost. It must be found back. Otherwise, even if she can still walk, there will be big problems in her future practice. The distance is not far. The only trouble is that there is an immortal under the bunker, which is a realm of heavenly immortals. So we must act quickly and not give the other party a chance to send a message. If we attract higher level people, it will be very troublesome. It is not a safety issue. At most, we can activate the Daozi Jade Crown. It is not a big problem to escape. The main thing is that this girl's sister, when she was in the world of a Chinese ghost story, she stopped the 1,000-year-old tree demon. She is considered a comrade in arms. Now that she is in trouble, she naturally has to help. It took less than a minute for Lee Su to reach the location of the bunker in the other party's memory. There was no hesitation, and he walked in directly. There is undoubtedly a formation to protect this place, but for him, it is not a big problem. He does not need to break this level of formation specifically, just walk through it directly. Who is it? As soon as he entered, a fishy smell came over, and then he asked in a low voice. It was a tunnel with 2 snake demons guarding it. Golden elixir? Lee Su did not look at the other party, raised his palm, and the rag made of the flesh and blood of the 6 snake demons began to glow with his movements. The next moment, the 2 snake demons melted directly, and the flesh and blood jumped down with their extremely horrified eyes, ran over quickly, and merged into the rag. Lee Su moved forward at a very fast speed, in order to find the immortal in the bunker, as soon as possible. The tunnel was very deep, and the deeper it went, the larger it became. Soon, it opened up. The inside of the mountain was hollowed out, and the walls were engraved with array patterns for stability. Not to mention, it was almost as big as a small town. People came and went. No, it was snakes coming and going. This shape-shifting technique was really disgusting. Even if it was half human and half snake, it was just in the middle, neither human nor snake. Lee Su didn't have time to check and ask one by one at this moment. Although there were a lot of them, he got them all. He instantly locked onto the location of the snake demon in the immortal realm, the largest and most luxurious house in the center. He jumped up and came directly to the center of the entire town. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous sound, it was the sound of his heart beating, which burst out directly, forming a red blood light, spreading in all directions. At the moment of sounding, all the snake demons in the hollow cave heard it, and they couldn't help but raise their heads and look at the sky. This voice was very evil. The snake demons who heard it could not help but feel a strange tremor in their hearts, feeling that something bad was about to be said. Who are you? What are you doing in my 100,000 snake cave? Hearing the noise, there was an immediate reaction in the mansion. A figure quickly flew out with an extremely fierce aura, and his cold eyes locked onto Lee Su. However, when he saw the emerald green snake lying in Lee Su's left hand, his pupils suddenly lit up. This snake was naturally familiar to him. A few days ago, it escaped because of poor supervision. Faced with this result, as the king here, the celestial fairy snake demon was naturally furious. Even his own son could not please him, and was sent out to capture people. This little snake was very important. It came from outside, and its flesh and blood had an evolutionary effect, which could effectively remove the evil in the body of a clan. Unfortunately, it was in seclusion at that time, absorbing the blood of a white snake, that also came from outside the myth world. The blood of that snake was very good, and it had been cultivated to the surface of the immortal realm. Blood was very rare for them. It and the little green snake seemed to be relatives, and it was willing to give up everything, just to ask the superior, to let the green snake go. Currently, it was waiting for the other party, to attack the true immortal, and there was still a long way to go, so the green snake must not have any problems at this time. Originally, it would not come back today, and it planned to stop digesting the white snake's blood and find the person back first, but it didn't expect that it was sent back. The green snake in your hand is from my 10,000 snake cave. Come back. It was very direct, without hesitation, and stretched out its hand to grab Lee Su. The breath was sensed, and it was only at the surface of the golden elixir. Whether it was kind or malicious, it didn't matter. This was the 10,000 snake cave. It was its territory. Although the demon court had set many rules, in other demon clan nests, as long as you were not invited, you deserved to die. Looking at the celestial fairy snake demon who pounced on him, Lee Su was a little depressed. Sure enough, the level was not enough. At the current level of Taurime, the supreme life obviously could not directly affect the physical body of the celestial fairy level. However, the other party came out by himself and attacked him, which saved him a lot of trouble. His pupils began to glow, and a huge world evolved inside, with the shadow of the Buddha, the two swaying trees, the infinite light, and the endless water of merit. The sound of Sanskrit chanting rang out in this huge hole. The cold pupils of the celestial snake demon shrank, and a creepy sense of shock instantly rushed from the snake's tail to the snake's head. The snake's face immediately turned pale, and it instantly realized that the existence that suddenly broke in front of it was not a golden elixir at all. It is not brainless, nor is it arrogant, but the northern Jula continent is the territory of the demon clan. Although it is huge and there are countless demon clans, they basically manage their own small piece of land and rarely enter other people's territory. What's more, it has seen all the monsters above the true immortal, and remembers the other party's breath. The person who came is not one of them, so it has no scruples to attack. With this burst of Buddhist will, it not only realized the power of the person in front of it, but also realized that this is an outsider. People from the Buddhist sect? The snake demon's scalp tingled. Those bald guys are not easy to mess with. What are they doing here? Misunderstanding, misunderstanding, fellow Buddhists. It shouted hurriedly, delaying, and began to struggle at the same time, first breaking free from the restraints, and then directly notifying the higher-ups. Of course, no matter what the purpose is, Northern Jalazhou is the territory of the demon court. Bald donkey, just wait for me. Thinking that it would wait for the higher-ups to come and deal with Lee Su snake demon, his face suddenly froze, because it couldn't struggle. Its body was suppressed. The extremely terrifying Buddha's light was washing over it, directly shattering the demonic energy in its body, beating it back to its original form, and suppressing it. Damn it. For a moment, the snake demon's scales stood upside down, too fast, and too terrifying. The falling Buddha's light directly melted its demonic energy, and its magical powers were extinguished. All its strength was suppressed, and it was completely unable to resist. The snake demon's eyes were extremely cold. It stared at Lee Su and said, "You are from the Buddhist sect. You attacked the celestial beings of the demon court on the territory of the demon court. Do you want to start a war between the Buddhist sect and the demon court?" Realizing that it was difficult for him to resist the person who suddenly appeared in front of him, the snake demon simply stopped struggling and threatened him directly as a disciple of the great sect. The snake demon was fearless. As a celestial being of the demon court, it had its life lamp in the demon court. As the leader of a clan, once it really got into trouble, the demon court would undoubtedly send a mysterious immortal to check the situation immediately. It can be seen from the way the other party took action, that the other party did not dare to kill it, or even seriously injure it, but suppressed it in this way. In essence, it means that the other party is also afraid of attracting the attention of the upper echelons of the demon court. But do you think that, if you suppress me, the higher-ups will not know the information here? Unfortunately, in order to avoid being beheaded, in the demon clan territory, in addition to it in the celestial immortal stage, there is another snake demon who can directly send out a warning. There are more than 100,000 snake demons here. Can you suppress them all in an instant? There are many reserve demons in the court, and they also have life lamps. If there are a large number of deaths, people will be sent down to check. Although the snake demon was a little chilled by the power and absolute crushing of the people in front of him, he still said confidently, "Come here, report what happened here, and the Buddhist sect must give a reasonable explanation." Exclamation mark. There was no response, and no alarm was issued. There were obviously tens of thousands of snake demons below, and they all saw that their own celestial being was suppressed by the people who came, but they still had no reaction. The celestial snake demon was stunned and couldn't help but lower his head. However, he saw that the snake demons below stood there motionless, with only one emotion constantly showing on their faces. It was fear, unspeakable fear. Why? The celestial snake demon was a little confused and couldn't understand why the people below showed such an expression. It didn't take long for it to wait, and an extremely creepy scene appeared. The snake demons below melted little by little. No, it should be said that their flesh and blood came alive and then separated from their bodies one after another. Soon, it began to move, turning into countless long rivers of flesh and blood, rolling towards the center, splashing huge waves, extremely terrifying. The long river of flesh and blood quickly reached below them, and then continued to rise, until it reached the floating rag in front of Lee Su. At this moment, the celestial fairy snake demon discovered that 8 faces could be vaguely seen on the rag, and one of them was particularly familiar to it. It was its son, who was looking at it with horror. Hiss. This is when tens of thousands of flesh and blood were connected to the rag. Lee Su grabbed the rag and shook it gently as usual, and the waves of flesh and blood trembled and disappeared, replaced by a much larger rag, almost the size of a cloak. There were countless faces on it, all with incomparable fear. Even though the celestial fairy snake demon was well informed and experienced, he was frightened by this scene, and an unprecedented chill swept through his heart. It screamed in fear, and all its confidence disappeared completely, and it was completely scared. This is not a Buddhist method. Who are you? Who are you? Lee Su did not answer. He carefully dispersed the opponent's demonic energy and completely blocked the opponent's power. He swept the rag in his hand and covered the opponent's body directly. The star core that had not yet achieved the world was sealed, and the flesh and blood were naturally exposed. In its horrified eyes, it fell from its body and merged into the cloak with the more than 100,000 snake demons. No, don't, you can't do this. You can't do this. I'm a disciple of the demon court. I'm a demon. Looking at the face that appeared in the cloak, which was obviously much clearer than other snake demons, Lee Su rubbed his eyebrows and exhaled. It was really not easy. The fairy snake demon is very weak, and the more than 100,000 small snakes are even more fragile. If the strength is a little bit greater, a large number of them will die. After all, now he is not only stronger, but his magic power is too violent because of the long river. If you don't pay attention, you may die. The Buddha kingdom did not dare to show itself directly, and could only use the infinite light and the water of merit to gently wash it. In this way, we should be able to buy a lot of time. Well, let's go find the bones of this little girl first. That thing must be retrieved. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. While Lee Su was solving the problem of the stronghold in front of him, several figures appeared at the place where Kinga was found before. It's too late. A cold voice sounded, with a cold tone. She was taken away. There was a smell of blood in the air. Kinga should have been seriously injured. In addition, it started to snow, so she couldn't run far and was caught. The air still has the breath of those dirty guys. Damn, it's too late. They had clearly escaped, but the damn black snow didn't fall earlier or later, and it delayed time at the critical moment. One person's face was at hen, and he was extremely angry. Now is not the time, but what to do? After this time, the other party will definitely become cautious and will not give Kinga a chance to escape. Killin. Senior sister, are you sure? There is no other way. Sister Bay can't delay for much longer. If this goes on, Kinga will not be saved. But, Xiangsan, I will hold her back, and you guys save people. No matter what, Sister Kinga must be rescued. Sister Bay was caught because of us, and we must not let her sister die here. Okay. Several people moved, and their destination was obviously the base where Lee Su was. They moved very quickly, and arrived at the base in just a few minutes. I will kill in first, and after I fight with the snake demon, you will go in to save people. Do you understand? Okay. Taking a breath, the pupils of the leading woman began to glow, and the extremely terrifying power in her body was blooming. It leaped up, rushed into the void, then turned around and swooped down. The terrible laws flowed out of her body, forming a star, a moon-like star. The light exploded, and the place covered by the moonlight quickly melted. The huge mountain was directly evaporated by her, and the covering formation was broken in just a blink of an eye, and the hole covered under the mountain was directly exposed. Captive, come out and die. The woman roared, swung the moon wheel, and slashed directly towards the central mansion. The expected resistance did not occur, and the huge mansion was destroyed and melted by the moon wheel without any resistance. The woman was stunned, obviously a little dazed. Not there? But the next second, with the perception of spiritual consciousness, she couldn't help but move her eyes and looked at the place used for detention not far from the mansion. There, a man was standing there, holding a weak little green snake in his left hand and a blood-stained bone in his right hand. The reaction of the lines, the flow of breath, that is a real bone. It is Kinga's real bone. In an instant, the woman's eyes turned red, she went completely crazy and ran away. Traitor, die. She roared loudly and rushed directly towards Lee Su. Chapter 669. Zion Nation's #1 prodigy. Through the smell, Lee Su quickly found Kinga's real bones, which were pierced by special chains, and the place where they were imprisoned had not been cleaned up in time. After taking a look at the situation around him, he immediately reached out and gently flicked the huge flesh and blood cloak floating beside him. The cloak couldn't help but tremble, and the faces of tens of thousands vaguely visible inside immediately twisted, revealing an extremely painful look. It's really clean here, and you can see that the ground has been scraped away in a huge part of the place. As a life outside the mythological world, it is completely imaginable how strong the attraction of blood is to life like the mythological world. It's not that there is no torture, nor is there no struggle. All the ground around has signs of being scraped, and some places have even been scraped repeatedly. Obviously, Kinga's blood splashed out and fell on the wall and the ground, and was scraped away. After more than 10 consecutive shots, Lee Su stopped and carefully observed the condition of the real bone. Fortunately, although it was pierced, the other party was obviously very careful and did not cause the real bone to break. The inscription on it was very complete, and the bone itself was not completely dead. After it was put back, it should be able to recover after a period of nurturing. It was similar to the material of the soul-locking nail that hit her soul before, and it should be the same person. After Lee Su remembered the breath above, the yin and yang power jumped at his fingertips and directly erased its existence. Holding Kinga's real bone, Lee Su walked out of the cage, and a large amount of vitality flowed out of his palm and merged into this real bone. In Kinga's current situation, it might take several years for her to recover. Just when Lee Su was about to give the real bone injected with life force back to the girl, his eyes condensed, and he raised his head directly. With a thud, the sky broke. The penetrating power was somewhat special. Not to mention the rocks themselves, the activated formations were all melted. The way was very strange. He did not feel the scorching heat, but a special kind of coldness. This magical power is interesting. The realm is much lower than the fairy monsters that he suppressed, otherwise the fairy monsters might not be able to defeat them. Enemies? Lee Su frowned slightly. He had planned to act quickly, but there was still an accident. He took a breath. Although he didn't know who the visitor was, and what hatred he had with the snake monsters here, there were no human beings in Beechalatau. Even if there were, they were not trustworthy. The main reason was that there were not many resources here, and the climate was extremely bad. It had been completely controlled by the demon court. Soon, he made a decision to suppress them together. Lee Su had no good feelings for the demons, except those related to the Xia kingdom, and he didn't care if he killed them all. It was strange. He could only blame the other party for his bad luck. He was originally planning to take action, but he found that the other party was so inexplicably coming towards him. But he saw a bright moon rising, and the pure white moonlight fell, with a touch of coldness, spreading towards him. The murderous intention of the visitor was extremely strong, and it could even be said that there was a hint of madness. Was his intention to silence him exposed? Lee Su was somewhat stunned. Although he had some thoughts floating around, how could a celestial being easily feel it when he reached his level? He was very sure that there was no one around him, and the other party could only rush towards him. Forget it. No matter what she thought, it saved him the effort of chasing her. In order to avoid more trouble. After all, the momentum of the other party coming in was too loud, and the formation was destroyed, and it might trigger some alarms. This time, he planned to be rougher. After the previous attempt, he had already grasped the strength to suppress a celestial being of this level. The real bone floated up, and he stretched out his palm directly, and grasped the void. The invisible void trembled, and it had a physical body. He grabbed it. Lee Su gently pushed forward, and with a click, the space of several kilometers in front of him directly cracked like glass. Not only did the space crack, but the covered bright moon and even the moonlight also cracked, and scattered around. The visitor was startled. His pupils widened instantly, revealing an incredible look. Obviously he did not expect that his magical power would be broken so easily. He immediately realized that something was wrong. His magical power was disintegrated by others. It was an extremely huge gap. It was a chasm in front of him. There was not even a glimmer of chance of winning. His body shook, and he flew directly upwards, and at the same time shouted loudly, sending out a warning. This was to use herself as bait, to lure Lee Su away. A full moon began to emerge in her body, and endless moonlight began to shine. The pure white light shone out instantly, forming a road. This was the method of movement in her magical power, which was very amazing. The bright moon in her body was connected to the bright moon in the sky, and it could travel thousands of miles in an instant, and one step was the distance of half a continent. This method was very advanced, and even a true immortal would find it difficult to catch up, so she did not use her full strength. She wanted to lure Lee Su out, and then go all out to get away, to buy time for the people outside the mountain. Seeing the other party's actions, Lee Su couldn't help showing a little surprise on his face. There were people outside the mountain. He caught it immediately after the other party came in, and the formation was forced. After all, a few golden elixirs made a lot of noise, and it was hard not to hear it. He could naturally understand the behavior of the escaped person. The other party wanted to lead him away, to buy time for the people outside. He was quite responsible, and had a good attitude. However, this was really contemptuous. No, it should be said that he was simply not taking him seriously. In front of him, dare to hold back. His pupils became ethereal, and 6 vortices appeared in them. He opened his mouth softly and said, "Come." As the words fell, extremely special fluctuations echoed, and the thousands of Deo rhymes between heaven and earth were shaken, triggering an unprecedented reaction. This is not a simple word, but a very high-level mantra technique, especially at the level of the soul. It is like the rule itself, a force that makes all souls surrender. A simple word, but it contained infinite magic power. The woman who had already activated the moon attraction technique was shocked. It seemed that a great attraction came from below, grabbing her and pulling her out. She was startled, because she saw a body that was very familiar. No, it was no longer familiar. It was her own body. Facing this scene, her calm heart was completely confused. She was pale and shocked. Soul? Her soul was pulled out of her body by the other party? The moonlight was dim. When the body lost its soul, it was naturally unable to effectively operate the Taoism. A trace of fear appeared in her beautiful eyes. How could there be such a terrible demon race in a small cave of 100,000 snakes? Could it be that the plan had failed long ago, and the demon court was waiting for them to fall into the trap? This time, not only did King not arrive, but they were all going to fall into it. No, no. She must not be captured. There was a lot of information in her mind that must not be exposed. Once the people in the demon court got it, she would be blamed even if she died. Whatever she wanted to do, she had a will to die in her spirit sea, and she would never let herself fall into the hands of the other party. However, it was useless. She could not control herself at all, and the soul that was pulled out of her body could only watch itself fall into the abyss. She stretched out her hand, suppressed the other party's soul, sealed her flesh and blood, and then the cloak beside her shook, directly decomposing the other party's flesh and blood, and gathering it in. Ah! 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 Another shrill cry sounded. Not far away, not long after the woman broke in, the crowd also quietly came in. Before the war broke out, they saw a scene that broke their hearts. Their own senior sister, who was covered by a cloak by others, was scattered with her flesh and blood and soul, and was absorbed by the cloak. It was too tragic and terrible. She was directly dissolved, and nothing was left. How could they accept this way of death? They had been together day and night, experienced countless hardships, and had long regarded her as a relative in their hearts. They didn't run, not because they didn't want to run, but after seeing their senior sister being killed by the other party, they had gone crazy and rushed towards Lee Su desperately. The three giants had good momentum. However, it was a pity. They were too weak. In this kind of surface, Lee Su could kill a lot of people with a sneeze, let alone attack. As soon as they ran into Lee Su's range, their magic power collapsed on the spot, and their giant dimmed. Their bodies began to vibrate violently. Large pieces of skin, flesh, tendons, and even bones fell directly, and were then absorbed by the flesh cloak, turning into one of the tens of thousands of terrified faces. 5 people, 4 were captured. Lee Su's eyes turned, and there was still a breath that did not come in. When he found something wrong, he buried himself in the black snow. He has rich survival experience. Lee Su's figure flashed and appeared outside the hole. He raised his finger and dug out the one who buried himself under the black snow. It looks quite like that. The life fluctuations are almost gone. It has entered a state similar to turtle breathing. No wonder it dares to bury itself so deep. After looking at the other person up and down for a while, he frowned slightly. Something is wrong. The costume is not from the demon court. This is not strange. As mentioned earlier, not all demons can join the demon court. There are conditions. Also, not all demons recognize the demons. Some just like to be the boss outside. It is not uncommon. It is a problem of breath. I didn't pay attention to it before, and I didn't want to pay attention to it. Now that I have caught someone, I naturally have to take a look. As a result, I found that, although they are infected with evil nature in their bodies, they are not deep inside. This is not a characteristic of creatures in the mythical world, but a characteristic of outsiders. By the way, thinking back, the one who came in was not looking for me at first, but for the celestial being in this cave. It was after seeing me that he suddenly went crazy. Recalling the scene at that time, Lee Su blinked his eyes immediately. At that time, he was holding Kinga in his left hand and holding the other party's bloody whalebone in his right hand. Didn't I hit the wrong demon? Lee Su thought so, and then directly sensed the memories of several giant on stage in the flesh and blood cloak. He soon exhaled a breath. You know what? I really hit the wrong one. These people were here to pick up Kinga, but they were a step late, and were taken away by me first. Originally, Kinga would pull out her demon bone and escape, because she had made good contacts, but she didn't expect that not long after she ran out, black snow would actually fall outside, causing the original plan to almost fail. After determining the cause and effect, Lee Su took the guy pretending to be dead and left directly. After all, the cave was violently broken, and the formation was destroyed. Even if it was said that black snow was everywhere, and it was inconvenient to move, it was not suitable to stay for a long time. He didn't plan to stay here. It was too smelly. Originally, he planned to find a place to heal Kinga first, but now it was not necessary. The memories of several people, especially the memory of the fairy, contain quite important information. Kinga's sister, that is, the place where Baesu was imprisoned. Not far away, just more than 1,800 kilometers away, the largest gathering place of the Snake Clan, Panlong Mountain. The Million Snake Cave, with Zhuangzi in charge and dozens of Xiangxin, is the largest group of demons. According to the memory of Xiangxin, the black snake is also there. Li Su is very interested in that black snake, the one from the earthly immortal realm, who opposes the spiritual snake clan to befriend humans, and believes that humans should be used as food. It's just right to save people and kill people together. After the job is done, he will take the two girls away from Bijilazhou and return to Jijiro. After making plans, Li Su rushed in the snow. Although the black snow is a bit disgusting, in a sense, it has become the best helper for him, so he doesn't have to worry too much. How fast can he move at full speed? In less than a quarter of an hour, Li Su arrived at the Panlong mountain in the memory of the Xiangxin. This mountain looks a bit weird, with a diameter of more than 100 kilometers and a height of 1,000 feet. Of course, this level is nothing in the mythology world. The main thing is that its appearance is as if a dragon has coiled over it, leaving huge traces. On those cliffs, in many places, you can see patches of scales. It is said that in the ancient times, this mountain was the habitat of the ancient Dragon King. Because of the long-term entrenchment, the mountain was deformed and left its traces. It is hard to say what kind of dragon it is. According to the memory of the celestial being, it is heard that the dragon clan of the West Sea Dragon Palace had a lot of grudges with the Snake clan because of this, and believed that this place was the remains of the real dragon, and should belong to the Dragon Palace. Needless to say, anyway, this Panlong mountain is now the territory of the Snake clan. Although it is not sure what kind of dragon it is, there is indeed a dragon aura left on this mountain, which is already very thin. After all, too many years have passed, and this place has been the base of the Snake clan for more than 100,000 years. After taking a look at the surrounding environment, Li Su soon didn't care. Wait for Kinga to wake up first, and after making arrangements, go in directly. Beisu, it is estimated that it is a bit difficult to save. According to the memory of the celestial being, she was targeted. The pride of the Snake clan, the realm of the true immortal, wanted to completely occupy Beisu's body. At this juncture, the other party must be guarding Beisu all the time, and it is impossible for him to leave. That is to say, there is a high probability that a war will occur, and it is not impossible to alarm the Zhuangxin, so the action must be fast, accurate, and ruthless. Before the opponent's Talou realm comes down, take the two sisters and run away to the edge of Biju. If possible, it is best to let senior Gongsun pick up people through the Daozi Palace without alarming the saints of our own family. First, heal the wound. After finding a larger mountain and hollowing out the interior, Li Su walked in. After throwing the guy pretending to be dead aside, he picked up the warmed real bone and put it directly back into the little girl's body. As the real bone returned, Kinga's body immediately reacted. It was a part of its Tao foundation, which was extremely important. It was forcibly taken at a great cost, so that the internal Tao pattern was incomplete and the texture was in great condition. With its return, it naturally moved a lot, making bursts of noise, and the missing Tao pattern began to recover little by little. After sealing the cave, Li Su took out a star core, refined the energy inside, and turned it into the purest aura to cover Kinga. It seemed that it had been a long time since Kinga had been covered by such pure energy. Kinga's body became completely active and began to absorb the extremely rich spiritual energy crazily. This spiritual energy was too pure. The evil nature that must exist in the myth world was extracted by Li Su from it, and it was naturally absorbed without any obstacles. The little girl's soul quickly became ruddy, full, and crystal-like. The flesh body became more and more brilliant, and the green inside was extremely amazing. It exuded a sense of sacredness, and there were special patterns shining, which was very extraordinary. On the side, the little guy who was playing dead and sleeping very soundly, with almost no heart beating, and who didn't know what his body was, couldn't help but twitch his body. It can't be blamed on him. The spiritual energy is too rich. The most important thing is that it is pure and clean. Unlike before, although the concentration is very high, it is mixed with a trace of evil nature, and it needs to be extremely careful to absorb it. facing this spiritual energy that seems to have returned to the earthly immortal world. Even if the heart is unwilling to wake up at all, it has to delay time and wait for companions to wake themselves up, or in the worst case, wake up and immediately send a notification to the base to inform the worst information. As a result, his body was very honest, spontaneously active, and began to swallow this extremely refined spiritual energy in big mouthfuls. The heart gradually revived, the flesh and blood began to flow, and the soul, that was dormant in the depths of the sea of consciousness, was awakened little by little. In less than a few minutes, the little guy who pretended to be dead woke up. Awakened by this spiritual energy, his mind subconsciously escaped and observed the surroundings, extremely confused. What happened? Why is there such a rich and pure spiritual energy around him? However, you don't know until you see it, and you will be shocked when you see it. In an instant, its heart skipped several beats, frightened by the perceived scene. Is it him? I was discovered by him? Found it? What should I do? What should I do? It's over. It's over. It's completely over. Among them, there is a very special sister, who is an item that has become a spirit. There are many such monsters in the myth world, but not outside. It is very rare. Therefore, she has a very special ability to reflect everything. When waiting at the entrance, she was observing everything inside through her magical powers, and naturally saw the terrifying figure in front of her. Seeing that the eldest sister was suppressed by the other party in an almost easy and simple way, several people were not only frightened, but also realized that this operation had completely failed. In an instant, he was chosen to play dead to avoid being found, and then find a way to send a message to the base, give up there, and take people away. Once the eldest sister was caught, the things in her mind would definitely not be hidden, and would be dug out. The little guy naturally knew the seriousness of the matter, so even though he was extremely scared and extremely sad, he still ran out without any hesitation, buried himself deep under the black snow, and pretended to be dead. He was very good at this skill, not only because of his racial talent, but also because of the turtle breathing method taught by Grandpa Turtle. Once it was activated, it was no different from being really dead. As a result, he was still found by this terrible demon. For a while, the little guy was extremely sad, and his big eyeballs fell down. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid that the people in the base would be caught by the other party because they failed to notify them. This is undoubtedly catastrophic. After being hunted by the demon court, there are actually not many bases left. Once this is exposed, they may even be caught in one fell swoop. When I thought of this ending, I felt even more miserable and hopeless. I'm sorry, senior sister. I'm sorry, second senior sister. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm useless. I failed to deceive this demon, and was caught by him. Damn demon, do you really think you can defeat me? In order to avoid being caught and tortured, all of us have practiced the method of self-destruction. Exclamation mark. Senior sister, senior brother, I'm here to find you. I don't want to stay in this garbage world anymore. Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method. HMM. Lee Su, who was repairing Kinga, had a reaction. He couldn't help but look back, his eyelids twitching. Why did this guy have so many inner dramas? What kind of animal did he turn into? Can his eyes only see one point? He didn't intend to pay attention to the other party. He would release the others after Kinga revived. As long as he saw that he was treating Kinga, the other party should be quiet for a while. As a result, he actually exploded. The name was so familiar. It turned out to be the Cheyenne Mogong in Shuanglang. The principles were similar. The former was based on Anshan, and the latter was based on one's own golden elixir. After taking a breath, Lee Su grabbed the person and slapped him on the head. Not to mention the skills, his soul was confused on the spot. He turned 7 or 8 times like a spinning top, before lying on the ground again. Well, it's almost done. After beating the other party, Lee Su's eyes returned to Kinga. His injuries were fully repaired, and his soul was greatly nourished, and he began to slowly wake up from a deep sleep. There was still 90% of the star core left, and he didn't plan to waste it. He directly extracted the evil nature inside, engraved the formation on it, and sealed it directly into Kinga's body. It was a pity that the little guy was still in the Giandan realm, not the realm of the immortal, otherwise he could seal more. But it was enough. She was the same as himself, also a double foundation. Although she didn't have such a terrible foundation as himself, the Dragonbone and Jade were both extraordinary. Once a breakthrough, her combat power would undoubtedly soar. Her eyelids moved slightly, and Kinga, who was in a deep sleep, slowly opened her eyes, revealing confusion, despair, sadness, joy. Before falling asleep, she tried too hard, and her brain couldn't turn around for a while. Soon, her consciousness began to recover, and her mind turned again, remembering what happened before she fainted. Suddenly, she showed an uneasy look on her face, as nervous as a little rabbit. She stayed in a dangerous place alone for too long, and she couldn't feel at ease at all. She quickly looked around, until she saw Lisu again. Kinga couldn't help but tremble, and her big tears fell again. Her body glowed, and turned into the same appearance as her soul. She was a porcelain doll about 13 years old, and she threw herself into Lisu's arms. Brother, woo woo woo. Lisu gently held the little girl, sighed, and gently patted her back. It's okay, it's okay. At this moment, the little guy who had been confused for a while came back to his senses. The big eyeballs were finally not limited to Lisu, but also saw Kinga. Although they had not met formally, they had seen the soul image. The target they wanted to save this time was actually lying in the arms of the demon who killed the senior sister and the others, crying loudly and shouting brother while crying. The young man was stunned, and his big eyeballs instantly swelled 10 times, almost bulging out, and his expression became extremely hideous and terrifying on the spot. They were fooled. They were fooled. Damn white snake, you actually betrayed us. You actually betrayed us. Lisu, who was holding Kinga, was completely speechless and rolled his eyes. He was shocked by this guy's brain circuit. He raised his hand and waved the flesh and blood cloak. Lisu flicked it, and a lot of flesh and blood peeled off, fell to the ground, and began to reassemble. After a while, including the fairy suppressed by Lisu, the others were all recovered. The body was reorganized, and the soul returned. They couldn't help but tremble and tremble uncontrollably. They couldn't control themselves, and fell to the ground. They couldn't muster any strength for a long time. It was too terrible. It seemed that everything was not their own feeling. It was really terrible. Even if the process was not long, it could definitely be said to have become their nightmare. Only the eldest sister at the fairy level was a little better, and could barely stand, but her pale and bloodless face still exposed her inner feelings at the moment. At first, they were horrified, thinking that they were being sold out, but the next second, they saw the melted eldest sister reassembled again. The little guy couldn't help but widen his eyes. Eldest sister, second sister, third brother, fourth sister, fifth brother, you are not dead. Several people were also at a loss at this moment. They thought they were dead, but they didn't expect to recover. Kinga, do you know them? There was no time for them to chat. Lisu waited until Kinga in his arms was almost calm, and spoke directly. After all, before he fainted, he cried a lot. Now he was just emotional for a while and soon calmed down. Kinga was startled. Then she looked up. When she saw several people who suddenly appeared, especially Xiangxin who was in the lead, she blinked and said, Aunt Ming, is that you? Xiangxin couldn't help but take a breath when she heard it, and her beautiful face suddenly darkened. Kinga, didn't you say to call me sister? But sister Yulong. Call me sister. Oh. Kinga, don't you know the senior? Taking a deep breath, Xiangxin took the initiative to give up the argument about age. Just now, she looked at Lisu with some fear subconsciously. Although she was trapped in the flesh and blood cloak, Lisu did not close her consciousness. As he rescued Kinga, Xiangxin immediately realized that she had misunderstood and that everyone else should be fine. Upon hearing this, Kinga shook her head and said, not senior, but brother. Brother? Kinga's eyes glowed with an incomparable brilliance. Yes, he is my brother, my sister's brother, and Yulong's brother. Xiangxin was startled. After all, they didn't live together, so it was not surprising to know other strong people. But he was not only Beisu's brother, or Yulong's brother. Why hadn't she heard of him? Wait. Her pupils shrank, and she couldn't help but said in shock, you are the little monk Zuangkang? Brother Fahei? No, you are the #1 prodigy of the Xia people, Lisu. Chapter 670 Pangu changes the world, kills. At this moment, the immortal female cultivator surnamed Ming was shocked. In fact, she had heard too many stories about the man in front of her. Not only on their side, but also on the side of Xia country, which they had contact with, in the hearts of many young people. This Xia country's #1 prodigy was a legendary existence. Since he suddenly appeared, every deed he left behind was like a legend. The martial arts realm defeated the magic realm killed the supernatural realm, and the supernatural realm could fight against the pseudo-immortal. Especially in the farewell battle, Li Su faced 7 or 8 supernatural realm peaks and a pseudo-immortal realm alone, and he broke through the battlefield and won the victory, reversing the disadvantage that Xia country had been in for all these years. In fact, it was rumored that the demon clan had been strangling him without leaving any room. Even that battle was just a trap for him. That was the demon clan that completely occupied the earthly immortal world and had multiple immortal realms. However, Li Su was targeted since the martial arts realm, and when he reached the supernatural realm, the demon clan gave everything. It is rumored that the reason why the demon race suddenly started a war was not only because of the spies and traitors on the human side, but more importantly, because of Li Su. They dared not give the other side any more time. He was too scary and too powerful. It felt that, if they gave the other side time, it would not be the human race that would lose, but the demon race. Of course, rumors are always just rumors. After all, there are too many such things in the childhood, and there is no need to list them specifically. Moreover, Li Su himself has never appeared. His name has never been heard from the myth world from beginning to end, which makes many people think that it is just an exaggeration of rumors. Think about it, although the performance is amazing, but now it is in the myth world, everything here is completely different from before. How strong can a little guy in the early stage of the supernatural realm be? As the elders of Yulong and Kinga, although there is a little expectation, and sincerely hope, that the other party is so magical, it is just a thought. I don't think that one more person will have any effect. After all, the myth world is too unfriendly to outsiders like them. Unexpectedly, the person who had only been heard from Kinga's mouth really appeared. Not only did he appear, but the terrifying strength he displayed was still terrifying to Xiangxan Nu Xiu. She didn't want to experience such a scene again. In addition to Xiangxan Nu Xiu, the expressions on the faces of the other people were also very complicated. They had heard of the name of Xia country's #1 prodigy. They had also watched the video of the ultimate battle between Xia country and the demon race. Even at that time, the strength displayed by the other party was far beyond their current strength. In fact, many of them had questioned how someone in the early or middle stage of the supernatural realm could have such a powerful force. It was simply unscientific. You have to know that they all came to the myth world and were supplemented by the Dao Yun, but they were not as powerful as the other party. This was completely contrary to common sense. This doubt was not only on their side, but also on the side of Xia country. Especially those who were born in the myth world did not think that people from the outside world had such powerful strength in the so-called supernatural realm. Now that they saw the real person, even if they knew he was not an enemy, they still couldn't help but feel numb and trembling. Especially those whose flesh and blood had melted. Even if they had recovered for 3 or 5 minutes, the fear still did not subside. How long has Xia country's #1 prodigy come to the myth world? 5 years? Or 10 years? Their eldest sister was in the immortal realm, and even in the middle stage, but she was suppressed by him without any room for struggle. How far has this legendary first prodigy reached? Li Su was stunned for a moment. Obviously, he didn't expect that the immortal in front of him actually knew him. Not only that, she mentioned her names in the 2 worlds, Fakang and Fahei, which were the names of Xian Lang and Kayanu, when they were monks. It was not surprising that he was now maintaining Fahei's face, which was also the reason why Kinga recognized him instantly. He never said the title of Fakang. How did the other party know it? He didn't remember that he had ever made this name public. Of course, the above is not the point. The point is that she actually recognized him. After all, he was not familiar with the female cultivator in front of him. Although she looked good, he was no longer able to walk when he saw a beautiful woman. However, Considering Kinga's address and attitude, they had a good relationship. It was not appropriate to kill him just because he knew who he was. Forget it. The problem of identity exposure is only a matter of time. When he was in Tangshiandao, the extreme Daluo of the demon court already knew of his existence. As long as the vest of the Gigio was not exposed, it would be fine. After coming to the myth world for so long, it is time to spread some news. Then there are the problems of the outside world. Before entering the world fragments again, it should be dealt with. It has been delayed for too long. Lee Su has not forgotten the hatred of the Crow King for attacking him several times. After dealing with the things here, he will go to find it and must pull off its bird head. Putting Kinga down in his arms, Lee Su did not chat and went straight to the point. How much do you know about Panlong Mountain? Several people were shocked at the same time. Kinga was undoubtedly the biggest one. Panlong Mountain obviously did not expect to hear this word from Lee Su's mouth. How could it be unclear? The hatred of the people present for this place is full of bones. How many brothers and sisters were captured and swallowed up without leaving anything? Countless times, they can be said to have dreamed of destroying this place. But, can't. It's not impossible, but it can't. It can't be done. It's too strong. As the stronghold of the Snake Demon clan, that has been operating in the myth world for countless years, it is too powerful and terrifying. The distance between them is like despair itself. There are as many as 10,000 giant realms alone, hundreds of celestial immortals, dozens of true immortals, and even Zhuangzans. This kind of combat power is not enough, even if all the Bichalas organizations are organized together. You must know that up to now, the strongest combat power on their side is only a true immortal, and there are only 10 celestial immortals. The celestial immortal female cultivator in front of them is one of the 10, and she can still be in the top 5. This gap is not despair, what is it? Kinga immediately raised her head, not happy, but extremely anxious. She didn't think that Lee Su suddenly asked here, just simply wanted to know the situation over there. 99% of the probability is because of her sister. She just woke up and didn't know Lee Su's strength. She didn't even know that Aunt Ming was almost killed by Lee Su not far away. Of course, even if she knew, she would not agree. Because for thousands of years, none of the compatriots who were caught came out, not one. Entering there, for them, is actually equivalent to death. Already dead. Lee Su reached out and patted the other person's head and smiled. It's okay, believe me. He is just a Zhuangzan. If there were no Daluo realm and saints above, he would dare to go straight into the demon court headquarters, not to mention Panlong Mountain. Do you know where Beisu is imprisoned? The Xiangxan female cultivator smiled bitterly and shook her head. Sorry, we don't know much about Panlong Mountain. In fact, we rarely get close here. We just know the approximate location. The demon court has a magic weapon to detect us. Once we enter the territory of Panlong Mountain, we will be identified at the first time. Panlong Mountain makes people despair. It has never been just the overwhelming combat power. There is also an anti-reconnaissance system arranged by the demon court against them. This is why they are chased around and can only hide from place to place. Is that so? Lee Su nodded, and he was not disappointed. After all, one side has only 1,000 years, while the other side has accumulated hundreds of thousands of foundations. In addition to the role of outsiders on the people of this world, they can only struggle to survive. The current situation has given Lee Su a deep understanding of the situation of outsiders, which is much worse than he imagined. Panlong Mountain is not the demon court itself, but just one of the multiple branches below. In terms of status, it is not even comparable to the upper domain sects, and can only be regarded as the scale of the middle domain. If you can't ask here, then ask the people of the demon court directly. Lee Su stretched out his hand and grabbed it. The flesh and blood cloak not far away trembled, and the soul of the demon court celestial being in the 100,000 snake cave was directly caught by him. At this moment, it was full of fear, completely different from when it was in the 100,000 snake cave. Reason and arrogance were completely worn away. Unlike the isolated celestial female cultivators, although they also experienced great terror, they were isolated alone, and they didn't stay in the dark space for long. But this snake demon is different. Hundreds of thousands of them are trapped together, and their souls are intertwined. The wailing sound alone is enough to make people collapse. At this moment, there is still a trace of reason, which can be said to be the result of its strong mental strength. If it lasts longer, even if it is the realm of the celestial being, it is afraid that it will not be able to guarantee that its thinking can remain normal. Even if it did not try its best to feel the feelings of the celestial beings in the demon court, the celestial female cultivators still could not help but tremble, and there was a shadow. As for Kinga, her eyes were wide open. She naturally knew the snake demon in front of her. It could be said that it was the source of her series of nightmares. For many days and nights, she wanted to crush it and spit it into the cesspool. Without asking, 6 reincarnations appeared in her pupils, and she searched the soul directly. Although it did not touch the prohibitions, a lot of information about Panlong Mountain was still obtained. The Snake Demon clan, although living in groups in Panlong Mountain, has a strict hierarchy, based on bloodline, from 1 to 5. The 5th is the lowest, and at the bottom, the higher the bloodline, the purer it is, and of course the stronger it is. And even if it is a superior bloodline, there is a difference. The 7 king snake bloodlines reign at the top: Zhuguin, Ming snake, Hook snake, Hua snake, Xiu snake, Fei, and Teng snake. They are all ancient species with powerful strength. The Tei Zhuangxin who was in charge was a Teng snake with awakened bloodline. He mastered the wind system and was extremely terrifying. He could travel thousands of miles in an instant and cut out wind blades that tore through the void. He was the master of the storm and could command the wind of everything. As the information of Panlong Mountain continued to come out of the mouth of the celestial fairy snake demon, Li Su was fine. The more Kinga and others listened, the more solemn and shocked they became. They thought they had seen the horror of the snake clan, but now they suddenly realized that everything was just the tip of the iceberg. The real strong men of the snake clan had never personally taken action. The enemies they encountered were actually just the other party's slaves and subordinates. Facing this result, the celestial fairy female cultivator was fine. She was actually prepared mentally and understood that there was a huge gap between herself and the forces in the myth world. The mentality of the other few people was undoubtedly a little broken. They were just listening to the other party's dull statements, but the words were like a huge mountain, pressing them so hard that they could hardly breathe. The one who wants Besu's flesh and blood is the prodigy of the snake demon clan who has awakened in the past 1000 years. He is an ancient species that has awakened the blood of Zhuguin. He is now in the realm of true immortals and is on Zuhuo Peak, one of the 7 peaks on the top of Panlong Mountain. Faced with this answer, Kinga trembled completely. As a green snake incarnation, although her mind is not mature, she also understands what kind of existence Zhuguin, an ancient species, is to the snake demon clan. She also understands how difficult it is for a snake demon to awaken the ancient bloodline. This is the case with her and her sister. Both of them have atavistic true blood and amazing supernatural powers. For example, she herself has awakened the blood of the Teng snake, and the bone pattern of the Teng snake is formed on the true bone in her body. This bloodline has undoubtedly brought her great benefits, and her strength has grown amazingly. Unless the opponent of the same realm also has the blood of the ancient species, he is not her opponent. And this is just possessing, not awakening. How strong can a true immortal prodigy who awakened the ancient species 1000 years ago, and is also the blood of Zhuguin be? That was a distance that was enough to make everyone despair. After listening to everything the celestial fairy snake demon knew, Li Su slowly closed his eyes without saying a word. Facing Li Su's reaction, the celestial fairy female cultivator was undoubtedly relieved. Although she suffered a great loss at his hands and had a shadow in her heart, as an outsider, Li Su showed strength. In the entire group of outsiders, only one person could do it. By the way, the other party was his teacher. At the same time, one thing must be understood. His teacher came earlier than him, and his realm was also higher when he entered. Therefore, Li Su undoubtedly gave her a glimmer of hope. Time, give him time, maybe he can really create a miracle, just like outside the myth world, and become a decisive strongman. Such a person must not be lost in such a place. To be honest, she was a little afraid that the other party would really take action. A genius must have pride, and she was afraid that the other party would get stuck in a dead end and recklessly As for Kinga, she lowered her head deeply. The more she understood the situation in Panlong Mountain, the more she understood how slim the hope of saving her sister was. She couldn't weigh her brother's safety and her sister's life, and it was about to overwhelm her. Sister, two souls in one body, the feelings are not what others can imagine. But Kinga, brother has saved you. Saved you. How can you be so selfish? Panlong Mountain is basically a demon cave. Once brother goes there, the only result will be the same as sister. You can't be so selfish. You can't. Sister can't be saved. But now brother is still here. He is still here. After a while, Kinga raised her head. She was trembling and crying. What was flowing was no longer tears, but blood. She bit her teeth hard, opened and closed several times, until she finally uttered a voice. Brother, thank you. It's okay. Don't take risks. Sister, she just died. I felt it. My sister and I are two souls in one body. Although we are separated, we can still feel each other. So brother doesn't have to go. I'm sorry. Sister, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's Kinga's fault. Kinga is too weak to save you. But Kinga promises, I promise, I will kill all the snake monsters in the myth world in this life. No matter how much it costs, Kinga will definitely kill them all. The pupils became more and more red, scarlet, deep red, and even stained with a hint of black, a dark black without light. Lee Su, who closed his eyes and meditated, was startled and opened his eyes. When he saw the little girl's appearance, he couldn't help but feel distressed. He stretched out his hand and flicked the other's head directly and said unhappily, "What are you thinking about? I'm just feeling the location of the candle fire peak. I also captured your sister's breath. Although it is sealed, her life is temporarily fine. But the location is a bit troublesome. If you want to do it, you have to be quick, accurate, and ruthless. You have to run away after saving people. Well, this way you are a bit of a hindrance. This place is too close to Panlong Mountain. I have to send you away first." A phantom of an ancient banner appeared in Lee Su's eyes, and then he stretched out his hand and slashed directly on the void, tearing a huge crack. "This should be your base, right?" Pointing to the other side, he looked at the celestial fairy cultivator. The other party was startled. She wanted to say something, but turned her head and looked at the other side of the crack. On the opposite side, someone was looking at this side with a look of horror. As the base of outsiders, the space was suddenly torn apart. The result was self-evident. However, after seeing the celestial fairy cultivator and others, the mana that had been gathered by the people on the opposite side froze. They were about to shout a warning to let the others escape, but the words got stuck in their throats. "Senior systeming." That's right. Hearing the words on the opposite side, Lee Su nodded, and with a shock of mana, he sent several people to the opposite side together. Facing Lee Su, who had absolute strength, even the celestial fairy cultivator could not resist, and was sent to the other side. Kinga, who had also gone there, couldn't help but yell, "No, brother, no, don't go. I don't have a sister anymore. Don't worry, we'll be reunited soon." Lee Su smiled and interrupted the little girl's words. He pinched his 5 fingers, and the void that had been cut open suddenly closed. At the same time, he rubbed it a few times to completely disrupt the movement of the surrounding space, to prevent people from retracing it. Taking a deep breath, he reached out and pressed his shoulder, moving his body. He stepped outside the mountain and looked at the huge Panlong Mountain in the distance. Then, the 5-second lightning battle begins. As soon as the thought came down, Lee Su's body suddenly disappeared. In one step, he arrived above Panlong Mountain, and the image of Pangu banner appeared in his pupils. It was not an illusion, but a real arrival, imprinted in his pupils. In the heavenly palace, a figure stepped out. It stepped on the stars. Its eyes were like the sun and the moon, and the starlight behind it was endless, with thousands of galaxies flowing, and between the infinite galaxies, a huge Pangu banner stood tall in the sky, and the power of creation and destruction was constantly alternating. After the realm of the true immortal, Lee Su came out of the fragments of the world. For the first time, he gathered all his strength. Mirror, open the scene. At this moment, on the other side, in the stronghold, seeing the space closed, the female immortal cultivator shouted at the first time, and even had no time to respond to the people who gathered around with questions. Among the few people, one nodded. She took a deep breath and tried her best to activate her own magical power. Her body trembled and she turned directly into a huge mirror. The mirror was extremely old, with a long breath of time and a history of hundreds of years. There were tens of thousands of rhyme characters engraved on it, shining, and there was a magical power erupting. Soon, with the fluctuations of the mirror, a picture appeared inside, and the huge Panlong mountain was completely presented by her in this stronghold. In an instant, everyone in the stronghold was alarmed, and thousands of people ran out. Inside, there were not only demons, but also humans. What happened? What happened? Everyone's face showed puzzlement. Although the base was extremely hidden, in fact, such a large-scale casting of spells was not allowed at ordinary times, to avoid reactions and attract people from the demon court. As soon as it came out, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Is that Panlong Mountain? After all, no matter its appearance or its status in everyone's mind, it would not be mistaken. Just when everyone was wondering why the damn place Panlong Mountain appeared, a figure appeared in the picture. Undoubtedly, compared with the huge Panlong Mountain, the figure was really small. Fortunately, everyone present was at least in the Giandan realm, otherwise, it might have been missed. The next second, an amazing breath burst out, and the figure on Panlong Mountain moved. In his palm, an object with infinite brilliance appeared. Even the ancient mirror could not show it. It gathered vastness and appeared boundless, as if there were billions of galaxies flowing. Pangu transformation. Cut. Clang. As if hearing the sound of a knife chopping the void, the figure waved at the Panlong Mountain with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers below. With a thud, under the gaze of thousands of people in the stronghold, the incomparably huge Panlong Mountain, which was also the pressure on everyone's heart, and made them extremely desperate, broke. Not only the mountain, but also the Yaoting Great Array that protected the safety of Panlong Mountain was cut into two pieces when it felt the attack, and burst into infinite divine light. It did not even hinder the slightest. What was broken was not the mountain, not the Great Array, but the world itself. Boom. 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 Thunderous rumbles continued to erupt from the mirror. At this moment, at this second, everyone in the stronghold could not help but open their mouths and eyes wide, even forgot to breathe, and their heartbeats stopped. The whole stronghold was eerily quiet, facing the same scene. Kinger and others, who were originally extremely worried and anxious, also widened their eyes one by one. The little guy who was slapped by Li Su and pretended to be dead before, at this moment, all the hair on his body flew up. Suddenly, they seemed to understand why the Xia country said that the reason why the 8th king took action in advance was because he was afraid of the first genius of the Xia country. Afraid? In this situation, tell me, who wouldn't be scared? Chapter 671. One sword. How dare you? You're looking for death. A shocking roar sounded, and a figure appeared directly in the void. It was a man with long green hair, with an erratic breath, surrounded by the wine-type Daorime. The concentration of Daorime was extremely high, affecting reality and changing the laws. With his appearance, the world seemed to have become wind, and only wind. A huge virtual image appeared, forming an amazing giant snake with wings, intertwined with storms and flashing scales. Each piece was intertwined with thousands of Daos. As soon as it appeared, great pressure followed, like a black cloud pressing down on the city, a storm at the end of the world. Even on the other side of the battlefield, in the stronghold where Kinger and others were located, which showed the image of Panlong Mountain, they felt a trembling breath. The space outside this side was affected, and there was a wind responding and blowing. That was Tank Snake, one of the ancient alien species in the prehistoric world. That was Zhuangxin. Tai Zhuangxin. As soon as he appeared, his momentum alone was enough to suppress the world. Instantly, the hearts of the celestial immortals and others, who were cut off by the mighty power of Panlong Mountain with one blow from Li Su, sank, and they felt extreme pressure. Immortal realm. Although the celestial immortal and the mysterious immortal are only one realm apart. But in fact, the distance between the two can already be described by other lives. Nervous. Looking at the scene presented in the mirror, several people clenched their fists directly, and sweat broke out on their palms. Compared with the people watching, Li Su, who was facing Tench, raised his eyes and responded. The starlight was flowing, and the stars were gathering. The void of thousands of miles was directly vibrating, and as he raised his palm, the Zaotian galaxy was formed, turning into the eternal sky. A pool of the Milky Way tilted thousands of miles. The sky dimmed, and the outer stars were summoned, and the terrible stars broke through the void, and landed on the earth. The face of the mysterious immortal Tench changed slightly. He came in anger, and obviously did not expect that the person in front of him was more decisive and fierce. He did not say a word, and took action directly. He let out a sharp roar. Facing this terrible attack, the shadow of the tank snake began to vibrate, turning into an infinite wind, pulling out an infinite speed. With a slash of his wings, hundreds of millions of violent wind blades tilted out. Like hundreds of millions of divine weapons, they swung their swords at the same time, slashing out the power of cutting the sky. The galaxy and the storm collided with a loud bang. Ding, ding, ding. The collision, which was so dense that it could not be underestimated by the naked eye, was staged directly in the sky. The two peerless forces strangled each other, like two big dragons, colliding and entangled in the void. The terrible power rolled up an astonishing storm. Panlong Mountain, Panlong Mountain, the huge Panlong Mountain all vibrated, the mountain body wailed, and the sky and the earth cracked. In just a blink of an eye, the world was shattered by the collision of the two people, and the other world hills under the world were cut out. They fought directly in, and an amazing battle broke out in the riotous world, where the golden elixir creatures could only live for a few seconds. The two fought extremely hard, one was fast, and the other was more. Before they could react, they had already killed into the depths, and shattered hundreds and thousands of world barriers. Boom. With a loud bang, the sky cracked, and the two who killed all the other worlds came out from the other side. Before they could even finish their breath, the two sides had fought more than 10,000 times, annihilating hundreds of millions of storms, and destroying hundreds of stars. Tank Snake was really fast, so fast that it was incomprehensible. With one spread of wings, one turn, and one raised head, the storm was pouring down like rain, with almost no dead angles, covering everything. Lisus was strong, incomparably strong. Every time he punched, a large area of space collapsed, and huge stars flew out, forming a force that destroyed the world and killed everything. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. This extremely terrifying scene. Not only the two sides fighting were greatly impacted, but also the people watching. Especially at the foot of Panlong Mountain, there were millions of tribes. In just 3 seconds of conflict, more than 200,000 to 300,000 snake monsters evaporated on the spot, unable to withstand the violent fluctuations of the Dao rhyme, and were strangled by the rules containing killing intent. This was because the two of them were fighting in the sky. If they landed on the ground, it would probably only take a second. Except for a few true immortals and snake monsters, all the celestial immortals would have died on the spot, and were beaten to ashes. Even so, the rest were not feeling well. Their golden elixir bodies were rotten, their souls were cracked, and the celestial immortal Dao was vibrating and showing tiny cracks. Even the true immortals couldn't stand it, and vomited blood several times. Who is this person? When did the Snake Clan provoke such a terrible enemy? On the top of Panlong Mountain, 3 true immortals gathered, their faces pale and showing fear. They are the strongest under the Zhuangxin, and the most superior bloodline of the Snake Monster Clan. They are all ancient alien species. They are naturally aware of the strength of their own king, which is extremely terrifying. Therefore, the man who is on par with the king is also labeled as terrifying in their hearts. Why haven't they heard of such a strong man before? His methods are unheard of and unseen. Is he an outsider? Their hearts were cold, and they were shocked by the decisive battle above. The high-level strong men fought on the spot instead of live broadcasting, which was very costly. The Snake Demon Clan suffered heavy casualties. At this moment, even if they wanted to report and notify the people of the Demon Court to come, they couldn't do it. The power of the two tore up the surrounding void, and with the influence of the damn black snow, they couldn't connect to the outside world at all. In other words, they could only wait until the two finished fighting. Where is ZHUJIU? One of them asked. He is still on the Candlefire Peak. He should go to see the flesh body. One person answered. That idiot, he actually has time to care about the flesh body at this time. let's go. The remaining person was very direct and didn't plan to stay in the center of the battlefield. It was too dangerous. If it was affected, even if they were true immortals, they would be seriously injured, and hundreds of years of practice might be destroyed. The 10,000-year war was not long, and it was a time when the ki was accumulating. They must not be injured at this time. As for ZHUJIU, the guy went to find the flesh body at the first time, and it was also based on this. The flesh body was very suitable, even if it was a female snake, he didn't care. The three of them made a decision in an instant and left the battlefield directly. As for ZHUJIU, he deserved to be affected. The snake demon clan does not have the sentiment of supporting each other. In fact, because of that body, ZHUJIU was highly regarded by the ancestor and has been very high profile recently. Asterisk 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 at this moment, Zuho Peak, Underground Palace. ZHUJIU ran in with a gloomy face. When Panlong Mountain was cut off, he came here as soon as possible. Other things don't matter. Besu, who is imprisoned under the palace, must be guarded. This body is too important. It is related to whether he can achieve enlightenment in the future. It must not be destroyed here. Rushing into the bottom layer, seeing that it was safe and sound inside, and the formation used to suppress Besu was not affected at all, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Feeling someone entering, the center was locked by chains, the spine was pierced through the real bones by countless iron rings, and the body was pierced by its huge steel pillar. Even though the Yuanshan was not blocked, it was suppressed by special runes. The huge white snake opened his eyes. Although it was locked again, the movement outside could still be captured. A woman in a white dress, with waist-length hair, a face like a silver plate, eyes like water apricots, and an incomparable ethereal aura, like a white lotus blooming on the top of a snowy mountain, sneered on her pretty face. It turns out that the Great Snake Demon Clan will also be attacked one day. Panlong Mountain has been cut off. May I ask what the high-ranking young master ZHUJIU is thinking at this moment? As the woman spoke, ZHUJIU's face sank immediately, revealing a gloomy look. Besu, although I do value your body and agree to your conditions, it does not mean that you can take advantage of me. The taste of the thunder and firebone all is not pleasant. Haha. Besu, the corners of her mouth curled slightly, and a mocking look appeared on her beautiful face. Use it, ZHUJIU. Are you willing to destroy this body? ZHUJIU's already gloomy face became even uglier, and her blue eyes flashed with anger, spewing out a vicious look. Besu, don't forget that your sister is still in my hands. As long as your body doesn't become mine, the contract will not take effect. Sister? Besu giggled and laughed very happily and charmingly. Her huge body couldn't help shaking, and even her soul trembled, and the hills on her chest couldn't help but fluctuate. Two souls in one body. Two souls in one body. Even if they are separated, there is still a certain perception. Although I don't know what happened specifically, the emotions in the depths of her soul less than half an hour ago were no longer despair, but excitement and happiness. There is only one possibility that can make the girl like this. She was saved. My sister has been saved. Saved. Her only obsession, and the reason why she gritted her teeth and lived even in such a situation, is gone now. Although she was slightly worried about the indescribable pain and the deep hatred just now, as long as the girl can survive, it's fine. Even if she can't live happily, even if it's full of pain and hatred, as long as she's still alive, it's the best. Kinga, my lovely sister, I'll accompany you here. You'll have to go on the road alone. I believe that, as long as you don't die, one day you will walk out of sadness and hatred. Because, I think so and pray so. As the thought fell, Besu's eyes gradually changed, with fierceness, murderous intent, and boundless tyranny bursting out of her body. Besu's appearance may look quiet, ethereal, or give people the feeling of a lady from a noble family. Just like water. But water may be gentle for a while, but it will never be gentle forever. Stormy waves are water, magnificent waves are also water, and the destruction of the world is still water. You're crazy. ZHUJIU couldn't help but widen his eyes, watching Besu twisting her body, the scabby wounds bleeding again, her body and mind filled with unprecedented terrible violence. her pupils filled with endless cruelty, not caring at all, not caring about her life, and straightening up little by little. Damn woman, that's his body, his body. Zhuguan was crazy. Even if he got this kind of damage, he didn't know how long it would take to repair it. Damn, bastard, Beisu, I tell you, don't destroy my body again, otherwise. Beisu sneered. Her eyes were without any emotion, without any fear. Otherwise what? I tell you, Suddenly, in the underground palace with only two people, a sigh that was not loud at all, but like thunder, was heard. Who? Zhujiu's pupils shrank, and his face suddenly changed. Not only did someone come, but he didn't notice it until the other party opened his mouth. Not at all. How is it possible? As an ancient alien species, and Zhujiuan, he has the sun in his eyes, and can see everything. How could he not notice someone entering? Beisu was also startled. Obviously, she didn't expect that someone else would come here. Moreover, the breath of the person who came was inexplicably familiar, which evoked her memory from a long time ago, a memory of being cheated by her own black heart, and extremely shameful. Impossible, impossible? A figure came into her eyes, and Beisu's eyes widened directly. The memory of feeding her sugar balls at the beach that year came to her mind. The person who came was naturally Li Su. He was a little tired. After all, the original body was still fighting Tai outside. Fortunately, he mastered the supreme power of flesh and blood, otherwise it would still be a troublesome matter. He strode directly towards Beisu. As he walked, he muttered in his heart, fortunately, the timing is just right, otherwise the fight outside would not be in vain. No one expected that Beisu's character would be so strong. He didn't care about his own life at all, and wanted to die with the other party, looking for death. Although he was shocked, facing the other party's actions, Zhujiu was angry. Beisu was undoubtedly his forbidden fruit, and no one could touch her. It was related to his future path, not to mention that the other party completely ignored him, and did not take him, a living person, a true immortal of the Snake Demon clan, and a genius who had awakened the blood of the ancient alien Zhuguan. Seriously. His pupils glowed like the sun, igniting a raging fire. There were terrible Daorime laws flowing in them, forming an extremely terrible high temperature, which turned into two beams of light that could pierce the void and burn the earth. That was Zhuguan's innate magical power, the sun. If it could be fully cultivated and formed into a great path, it would even have the power to illuminate the world, like the power of the sun. Even so, the power should not be underestimated. Wherever the line of sight passed, it could almost melt all matter. Even the Daorime laws could not resist. As a true immortal and a genius, there is no doubt that he is terribly strong. Li Su did not stop, but just turned his head slightly. Because his attention was on Beisu, he almost forgot about her. He glanced at the other party indifferently, with a trace of sharp murderous intent, and the sword intent gathered inside, flashing with cold light. Clang! With the sound of a sharp sword, a peerless sword intent flashed out from his pupils and slashed directly. With a hissing sound, the sunlight divine power, which should have been extremely domineering and able to melt everything, was cracked and instantly split into two by the terrifying sword intent, and cut into two parts. Not only was Beisu shocked, but Zhujiu himself was so shocked that his hair stood on end. Cut open. His own magical power was actually cut open by the other party? Are you kidding? That was the high temperature of the sun, the power that could burn everything. Zhujiu roared in his heart, and there was even a trace of fear. Although this was not all his strength, it could definitely be said to be his strongest magical power. How could it be cut off so easily by the other party? The person coming, could it be Tai? No, the aura was wrong. He was not yet. But they were both in the realm of true immortals. How could he be so strong? But now was not the time to shock the other party and cut off his magical power. Zhujiu found that, although the other party's sword intent cut off his magical power, it did not disappear, but continued to rush towards him. Zhujiu's face changed drastically, and his heart was extremely cold. He roared, and infinite extraordinary light burst out of his body. The infinite Daorime beat violently, igniting a flame that was enough to distort the void. That was Zhujiuan's lifelong divine fire, the origin of the double pupil sun eye, which he spent thousands of years practicing hard. He was reluctant to use it at ordinary times. Facing this fatal sword light, he could no longer care about it at this moment, and released it directly, to resist the sword intent. With a loud bang, before the sword intent arrived, the divine fire covered Zhujiu's body, almost blocking it at a distance of less than 1 centimeter from the sword and his eyebrows. However, he didn't have time to be happy, and his face changed again and again, because his extremely confident and extremely proud divine fire collapsed directly, and was instantly pressed down by the terrible sword intent and sunken for more than an inch. Boom. 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 But this is still not the end, but just the beginning. The power nurtured in the sword intent began to be released, and the sharp sword light burst out from it. Every bit of the Daoraemon in it was extremely heavy and extremely sharp, as if it could cut off everything. Facing the huge pressure, Zhujiu was directly pressed back by the sword intent, and kept retreating. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Blood was splattering. Even though the divine fire resisted the sword intent, Zhujiu's body, which should have been extremely strong, was constantly cracking and cracking in the process of retreating. Not only his body, but also his soul was not feeling well. The killing intent seemed to shine into his Yuan Shen, as if it was real. One sword after another was cutting into his soul. At this moment, the Dao heart had cracks, suppressed by the terrible sword intent, and the hard shell as hard as steel could not withstand it, and was about to break apart. How is it possible? He has used all his strength to resist, but the result is that he is half standing on the edge of the cliff, and is being pushed into the abyss of despair bit by bit. Especially that sword intent. What is that? Damn it, what kind of sword intent is that? Why does it seem that just by contacting it, his mind can't bear it, and is about to be torn apart? He is clearly using his magical powers to resist, but it can affect his body and his soul? In just a few tenths of a second, Zhujiu seemed to have experienced a long century. The huge pressure made his pores all over his body bleed. The sword intent not only cut his flesh and blood, but also his tendons, his internal organs, and even his bones. If he was not in the realm of true immortals, he would have been immortal, and his flesh and blood would have been constantly regenerating. He would not have needed to wait for the sword intent to cut him. This terrible pressure alone, shining into the murderous intent in his heart, would be enough to kill him. The shadow of death and the extreme oppression made Zhujiu roar loudly, squeezing everything of himself. The original divine fire seemed to gush out like money, and his own mana was also output at the cost of his life, trying to push away this terrible sword. However, the sword intent continued to emit a terrible sharp sound. Not only did the pressure not decrease, but it was not pushed away. Instead, it kept moving forward, getting closer and closer to his body. Fear, unprecedented fear. Zhujiu was almost crazy. His spirit was about to be wiped out. This was the first time, since he was born, that he was forced to this extent. Will he die? Will he die here? No, never. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, and a scorching sun rose in his pupils again. The next second, a drop of golden tears gathered in his pupils, flowed out, and dripped down. Zhujiu's face showed a ferocious look. As the tears fell, the corona in his pupils disappeared, and even his eyes disappeared. That tear was not a simple tear. The golden tears fell, and the next moment they turned directly into a golden red fireball. No, it can't be called a fireball. It should be said that it is a sun burning with terrible high temperature. That is his eyes, his foundation, and the accumulation and achievement of his 1,000 years of practice. Want to kill me? Then let's die together. Explode. Without any hesitation, he directly detonated his own magical powers, all his foundations, everything. Zhujiu did not forget the behavior of the man who came, and the look in Beisu's eyes when she saw him. It was obvious that the two knew each other, and he should have come to save her. He was determined to get Beisu, but if he couldn't get her, he would rather destroy her. With the dazzling light exploding, Zhujiu's face showed an extremely happy smile, and he looked at Lisu with great viciousness. Want to save people? No way. With a slight frown on his brows, Lisu finally stopped, with a rare unhappy look in his pupils. He stretched out his hand and grasped a sword. Red sword, scarlet sword. Trap the immortal. As soon as it appeared, the void condensed and time stagnated. It was filled and squeezed by the terrible sword intent. Too much information appeared in the small space, so that everything was infinitely stretched. Even the speed of the exploding sun decreased, and it was getting slower and slower, and even stopped in the end. Start. A sword. The moment the red sword was slashed, an extremely huge and bottomless chasm appeared where the red sword passed. In reality, and even in the heart, it can swallow everything and sink everything. Matter, in front of it, has no possibility of existence. The little sun was annihilated. Space disappeared. The other world was cut out and collapsed. Nearly 100 world walls were twisted and disappeared. This sword destroyed everything within a radius of 10 meters. ZHUJIU's expression froze, and a cruel smile froze on his face. He stared at everything in front of him dully. His lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to ask something. Then, he broke off, and the flesh and bones on his chest that were a full centimeter wide disappeared. The soul also failed to escape, and was cut off together. Without life, the body naturally could not be hidden. ZHUJIU directly turned back to the original form. It was a red giant snake hundreds of meters long. It was broken into 2 sections, and the several meter long trunk disappeared. Blood gushed out, and formed a stream in this underground palace. The underground palace, which was originally very empty, suddenly became crowded. After one sword, the red sword disappeared, and Lee Su couldn't help but stretch out his hand to rub his eyebrows. Originally, he planned to kill it when he left, but now it's good. Tengsh is likely to have discovered it, and it's probably not far from the reaction of the demon court. Well, get ready to run away. Chapter 670 To the Man Who Creates Miracles. Outside Panlong Mountain, the battle was still going on. It had been a frantic fight for more than 3 minutes. Whether it was Lee Su or the ancestor of the snake demon clan, Teng Snake, both sides did not give in, and continued to launch terrible attacks. In the void, Lee Su, who had avoided the opponent's slash, suddenly closed his hands. In an instant, a large area of space collapsed, and was directly folded by him, directly locking the speeding Teng Snake, and sealing it in. Boom. With a loud bang, Teng Snake's wings vibrated rapidly, and a large number of windlaws burst out, directly cutting open the void that bound itself. His eyes flashed with green light, and his body continued to twist, instantly sweeping out dozens of tornadoes. These tornadoes were not large, but their speed and power were extremely terrifying. At a distance of several miles, the moment it was thrown out, it had already arrived around Lee Su and surrounded him. The vortex carried an extremely astonishing force, with nearly 1,000,000 Dao rhymes gathered inside. The space could not bear it, and was directly torn apart. However, such a violent hurricane always maintained its original size. The power did not overflow at all, but was constantly gathered. A large amount of matter was absorbed by it, and even the void itself was shattered by it. Facing this attack, Lee Su made a sound of matching, put his hands together in front of his chest, and then turned suddenly. With a thud, the space he was in solidified, and the void itself seemed to have directly turned into a huge Rubik's Cube, and then quickly turned, directly replacing the surrounding space again, and transferred the wind Dao that blocked and surrounded him, and the space he was in. Boom. The move and the explosion took only a few seconds, but Lee Su directly transferred it out. Lee Su took a breath, raised his hand, raised it above his head, and then slashed it downwards. Clang. The void was cracked, the world was cracked, and the huge space was directly cut off by him. In the distance, the body of Teng Shu also trembled, as if it was about to split apart, and was cut apart by this stroke. Green light burst out, and the Dao shone. Facing the split world, Teng Shu burst into amazing brilliance. A grand world appeared inside his body, which transformed into a huge galaxy, and formed an infinite storm, directly blowing away the reality of the broken world. Facing this scene, Lee Su began to slash back and forth again and again. Clang, clang, clang. Amidst the huge noise, the sky above Panlong Mountain was like a piece of tofu, and was chopped into hundreds of cracks by him. The clouds, lightning, strong winds, and rainstorms, everything, were all cracked. Teng Shu did not stay where he was, and let the opponent attack. Under the operation of the wind law, he was divided into 10, and 10 was white. He kept jumping in the void and dodging once. However, when he moved, he found that, when he went up, the space went down, and when he went left, the space went right. Even if he was extremely fast, he could not leave his original position for a while. This was simply incredible. For an existence that could rush out hundreds of kilometers in 0.1 seconds, it was actually unable to escape directly after just breaking through this 1,000-meter distance. Taking a breath, Tench let out a low roar and directly tore apart the reality, jumped into the other world, and escaped from this maze-like void. He appeared, he disappeared, and directly killed Lee Su in a similar way to jumping. He wanted to fight in close combat, and did not intend to fight with the opponent at a distance. Lee Su's response method was also very simple. Seeing the opponent approaching, he directly struck the void horizontally, creating large cracks. These voids seemed not to be completely broken, but in fact, the slight cracks seemed to be as far away as a world. Tench did not listen and killed directly. He kept jumping back and forth between the other world and the present world, and every time he appeared, he would completely destroy his foothold. In the blink of an eye, the large void that Lee Su cut was annihilated, as if it had been hit by a strong impact, and exploded into countless pieces. Finally, when Tench was infinitely close to Lee Su, and the distance was only 3 or 5 spaces, he raised his hand and grabbed, and a startling phantom appeared in his hand, on which there seemed to be stars being born and dying, and the Milky Way flowing. An extremely terrifying and dangerous aura burst out directly from the strange phantom. Tench's face couldn't help but change slightly. The universe and the starry sky appeared on his body, turning into a grand galaxy pattern. There was a road in the pattern, which was the wind. The green wind swept open and flowed to his tail in the blink of an eye. The huge body swung, and the tail emitted a dazzling green light, turning into a magic weapon that could break everything. It shone with the light of the avenue formed by the convergence of more than 2 million diorimes, and slashed it fiercely. With a loud bang, the two shook each other, and the space avenue and the wind avenue collided with each other. In an instant, the world could no longer bear it, and the void of hundreds of miles was broken. The other world was exposed again. There was already chaos and chaos inside. Countless storms and countless space fragments were madly entangled, collided, and strangled each other. How many times? The stronghold where Kinga was located, or 3-minute, 180-second battle, has been quiet for too long. 18 times. A full 18 times. The two on Panlong Mountain would burst out almost every 10 seconds or so, shattering the 100-mile void, and presenting the chaotic realm of the other world. It was a transcendent scene, meaning that the mythical world itself could not bear the explosion of their power, and needed the other world, a chaotic place with infinite space and thousands of worlds, to bear and digest it. This terrible battle completely subverted the three views of everyone present. Especially some beings who have achieved the immortal realm. They were sweating profusely. This kind of power, this kind of battle, even the fluctuations projected through the ancient mirror, made them tremble and suffocate. Don't even mention the consequences of participating in it. The attack formed by the battle between the two is enough to shatter their bodies and destroy their souls. If they appear there, nothing will be left. For a while, some still held out a glimmer of hope, thinking that sooner or later, one day, they would be able to defeat the demon court, defeat all the eyes that coveted their flesh and blood, and stand firm in this damn world. At this moment, some were not only shocked, but also discouraged and desperate. Such an existence, such a terrifying existence. How can they win? The higher the realm, the more difficult it is. Just the resources needed by practitioners are an unbearable burden for them. What can they rely on to break through? You must know that the two people fighting at this moment are just Zhuangsun. Zhuangsun in the myth world. In the myth world, what is Tai Zhuangsun? Second rate. Not even first rate. Not to mention that above first rate, there are top rate. Thinking of this, how can people not be discouraged? How can they not despair? There is no possibility of success at all. While being extremely shocked, many people's hearts could not help but be shaken, and were about to be shattered by this impact, especially some immortals who saw the battle scene of Zhuangsun for the first time, and they were about to collapse. Not good. The leader of this stronghold was also in shock. and his face changed slightly, realizing that something was wrong. In fact, they concealed some of the combat power of the mythical world. There was no way they could not conceal it. The gap was too big, so big that they were extremely desperate. Originally, there was a way out, and they could retreat, so their mentality was still very relaxed, as if they had entered the fragments of the world. Although they were also improving their own strength, they were also messing around. As a result, a few years ago, the 8 Demon Kings suddenly launched a decisive battle, which cut off everyone's retreat. Meng Fangxiu, what are you doing? Suddenly, the leader couldn't help it and spoke angrily. The psychological pressure was already very heavy, and now a bigger mountain was thrown down all of a sudden. Wouldn't this crush everyone? After this battle, the hearts of the people in the entire stronghold might be scattered directly. Once they are completely pessimistic and desperate, what is the point of practicing, which is already very difficult to improve? Hearing the rumor, the celestial fairy cultivator was startled, and then came back to her senses. After all, compared to the shock of the people present, those who knew about it were the most shocked. Because, apart from other things, the one on their side of the two people fighting was a true immortal, exclamation mark. The true immortal realm directly fought with the mysterious immortal, and the fight was evenly matched. Oh my god, oh my god. Meng Fangxiu couldn't help but scream in her heart again and again. This is the myth world, and the enemy is one of the 7 kings of the snake demon clan, the ancient alien tank snake. This kind of talent, looking at the entire myth world, is definitely in the upper surface. For the first time, Meng Fangxiu understood why there was a group of people in Xia country who had infinite expectations and infinite longings for the first prodigy of Xia country. Even the current #1 powerhouse of Xia country, Yaren, has great confidence in her disciples. At this moment, she understood. The first prodigy of Xia country has never disappointed anyone. Never. The battle between the true immortal and Tai not only made her tremble with power, but also with hope. After entering this world, as she got to know it more and more, she understood more and more that the mythical world was a dark and desperate abyss for outsiders like them. Now, standing under the great abyss, some of them stood up and tore a crack in the black curtain on the sky. Faced with this result, how could she not be shocked? Meng Fangxiu was actually relatively stable. The few little guys beside her, including Kinga, were. The mature and steady second junior sister and third senior brother were both fanatical. The fourth junior sister's ancient mirror, who had manifested her true self, was shaking. The little guy who was stunned by Li Su's slap before, his little eyes were wide open, full of excitement and joy, and he completely turned into Li Su's fanboy and fanatic fan. In fact, Meng Fangxiu was no exception. Finally, hearing the angry voice of her uncle, Meng Fangxiu came back to her senses from the huge shock. Instantly, she felt the atmosphere lingering in the stronghold, an atmosphere of great pessimism and despair. Meng Fangxiu couldn't help but take a breath. In fact, if it were her, she would probably not be much better. Zhuangsun, too strong. And it is obvious that there are countless Zhuangsun in the myth world. What about them? 1 Zhuangsun, 2 Zhengsun perfection, 1 step away from Zhuangsun, simply cannot be compared. No wonder the uncle guarding the stronghold had an attitude, directly shattered most of their bodies and minds, and pushed them who were already in the abyss to a deeper place. Taking a deep breath, Meng Fangxiu used her magic power and spoke. All compatriots in the stronghold. A soft voice, not loud, but undoubtedly spread throughout the stronghold, and fell into the ears of thousands of people. Do you know why this battle on Panlong Mountain happened? Everyone was stunned, but most of the people's eyes did not feel anything, and they were still extremely dim. Why? Why is it important? Anyway, it has nothing to do with them. All the strong men in the myth world are their enemies, all of them. There was no answer, only a more and more depressing atmosphere and a feeling of despair. To save people. Meng Fangxiu did not wait for anyone to answer, unless he knew the truth. Save who? Save Beisu. Beisu? Who is Beisu? Many people were still confused, and did not respond. But some people thought of something and recalled something. Beisu? Beisu. The Beisu who was captured by the Snake Demon clan a few months ago. Beisu, one of the twin geniuses of the Spirit Snake clan. Save her? Who? Why? I believe many people have remembered who Besu is, right? Besu is one of ours, one of the twin geniuses of the Spirit Snake clan. A few months ago, in order to save our compatriots, he was captured by the demon court Snake clan and taken to Panlong Mountain. Meng Fangxiu's face was a little gloomy and he said, I think everyone should know that in Bijilotao, there are many places where, if we are caught, it basically means death. This Panlong Mountain is one of them. Then the question is, now someone has appeared in this forbidden area and fought with the strongest Zhuangzi here with the purpose of saving our compatriot Besu. Do you understand what this means? Meng Fangxiu's eyes sparkled and his voice gradually became louder. What does it mean? Many people were shocked and couldn't help but raise their heads. Their pupils kept dilating and began to spit out unbelievable looks. Meng Fangxiu said loudly, first, it means that he is one of us, our compatriot, and like us, he comes from outside the myth world. Second, it means that for us, what should have been a GD, a taboo place, that cannot be touched, is no longer a place from now on. And what do the emergence of the above 2 points mean? It means that our alliance has a second strong man with a Zhuangzi level, and it also means that, although we are still in the abyss, the endless black curtain covering our heads has been pried open again, and it is not indestructible. As Meng Fangxiu spoke, the atmosphere of the stronghold gradually changed, the atmosphere of despair was shaken, and a crack was opened in the extremely pessimistic mood. Among the people who fought in Panlong Mountain, one of them was one of us. Such a powerful existence turned out to be one of us, which is undoubtedly much better than two enemies fighting. Seeing that everyone's emotions began to become active, although they still failed to completely reverse, they more or less stabilized the collapsing emotions. The strongest person in the stronghold not far away couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and at the same time, he was also a little shocked. Meng Fangxiu was talking about Teng Snake, which was the ancestor of the Snake Demon clan. It was naturally another person who was still not inferior to the ancestor of Teng Snake, and showed his peerless power. He actually came from outside the myth world? Why haven't I heard of it before? When did such a powerful existence appear among my compatriots? For a while, countless questions arose in his heart, but he quickly suppressed them. At this moment, the first thing was the stronghold, and people's hearts could not be broken. Taking a breath, he was ready to speak. As for who was shown in the ancient mirror, he would talk about it later. Not only that, even if it was true, it should not be made public directly. It's not confidential, but even if there is such a strong person, what's the matter? Those who don't understand may be touched, but those who understand still understand. That is, the myth world. Zhuangzi is not the focus again, it's just another starting point. The end is still far away and still unreachable. I think everyone feels more or less relieved after hearing this, right? Feel relieved. Not so depressed anymore. Meng Xiafang did not stop. Although she was beautiful, she became rigid and serious because of the high pressure environment. She almost never smiled, but suddenly smiled. Her pretty face was extremely bright, as if she had broken free from the shackles and saw hope. She was extremely beautiful and moving. With watery eyes and endless colors, she said softly, what if I tell you that the person who is fighting with the Teng Snake ancestor of the Panlong Mountain Snake Demon clan is not Tai, but only in the realm of true immortal. Now this seemingly evenly matched battle is actually not a battle between the same realm, but a battle between a lower realm and a higher realm. Please tell me how you feel. Meng Fangxiu's pupils suddenly widened, and the words she uttered were like thunder and lightning, shocking everyone at once. True immortal? The battle on Panlong Mountain was actually a true immortal fighting a mysterious immortal? How is this possible? Maybe some of you will not believe it, some will doubt it, some will be half believing and half doubting, and some will directly think that I'm lying and just want to appease people's hearts. I can understand your doubts. If it were me, I would probably not dare to believe it. After all, if there is such a person among us, his name should have spread long ago and everyone should know it. How could a genius suddenly appear out of nowhere and no one knows who he is? Or a genius of this level? Meng Fangxiu still did not wait for everyone to speak, but turned to look at Kinga on the side, and took a deep breath. Then let me tell you, I'm not lying. He is our genius, and he is a super genius that all of you have more or less heard about, or even seen his battles with your own eyes, and know the name of. Meng Fangxiu spoke softly under the shocked, puzzled and doubtful eyes of the crowd. Who is he? He is an invincible martial artist, unparalleled in magic power, and a peerless genius with supreme supernatural powers. He is the fastest unparalleled genius in history to achieve the three realms of martial arts, magic power, and supernatural powers. When he was in the supernatural power realm, he faced the layout of the 8 pseudo-kings, but he single-handedly killed the pseudo-immortal and broke through the situation. He is the future of Xia country, for whom Xia country is willing to fight a decisive battle with the pseudo-8 kings. He is the future supreme who makes the 8 pseudo-kings afraid, terrified, and even start a war in advance, and dare not let him grow up. At this point, Meng Fangxiu paused slowly and said softly, I think I don't need to continue introducing him, right? Your Highness the Tyrant. Some people were not sure. Your Highness the Tyrant. Some people were confused. It's Your Highness the Tyrant. Soon, the pupils of the human race in the stronghold widened, and in the end, they couldn't help but roar loudly, with incomparable shock and tears. The rest of the people also became excited like the humans after a brief moment of daze. It was not simply because of their stance, but most of them had already been close to the Xia kingdom when they were outside, or even joined the Xia kingdom. They were distinguished from the demon race, and were dubbed the Xia kingdom's spiritual race. The number one prodigy of the Xia kingdom was naturally also the prodigy in their hearts. In the deepest part of this despair, if there is any hope, for many people, the first prodigy of Xia country is definitely one of the few hopes left under this night sky. It's just that he has never appeared, so that the light is dim and about to go out, but there are still many people who still hold a glimmer of hope deep in their hearts. After all, he has created too many legends that no one can surpass. Not only that, the strongest pillar supporting Xia country now is also his extremely firm believer. He has expressed more than once in public that when Sua appears, it will definitely completely change this extremely bad situation. Looking up and looking at the battle in Panlong Mountain, everyone in the stronghold began to have temperature in their pupils, and the almost extinguished flame was ignited again. Because he did not just appear simply. In this world with countless prodigies and myths everywhere, he still continues to create his own legend as always. At this moment, Li Su is no longer just a prodigy, but also a super prodigy of all of them. It belongs to them, not the myth world. The peerless figure on Panlong Mountain was so dazzling and shocking at this moment, like a shot of cardio tonic, filling their exhausted and desperate hearts with motivation again. It had been too long, too long, too long. Buried in the dark night without light. Thousands of people, old and young, roared loudly at this moment as if to vent. Oh. Chapter 673 Strategic Transfer. Panlong Mountain. The battle continued. Two figures poured out the energy of destroying the world, even breaking the oppressive black clouds. In the dark night, covered by black snow, they cut out the red light that penetrated the sky and the earth. Fighting. Not only did they fight fast, but the more terrifying thing was that the destruction left in the void was even more shocking. The present world collapsed again and again, unable to bear the conflict between the two. The boundless other world was hit out from the void again and again, filled with the power of the two, the fragments of space, the broken corners of the storm. Even if they lost their masters, they still strangled each other, making the other world extremely chaotic, and tens of millions of Dao iron particles were vibrating, spewing out the high temperature of evaporating steel, and the vibration of crushing matter. Fortunately, their battle was in the distant sky, 10,000 meters above. Even so, the huge vibration continued to erupt again and again, forming a terrifying shockwave that continued to fall. Boom. 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 The broken Panlong Mountain was shaking. With each impact, large pieces of stone would fall, and the Dao Rime light shining on them would dim or even disappear. Panlong Mountain, which had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, and was handed down from the prehistoric times, was collapsing. And the snake monsters in Panlong Mountain suffered countless casualties. A full 500,000 snake monsters had already died under this impact. Although the level was a million snake caves, it referred to the foundation building realm, or above. The total number here had already exceeded the 10 million level. The 500,000 dead snake monsters were naturally also at the foundation building realm, or above. As for those below the foundation building realm, they had already been counted. Millions, tens of millions. Countless snake monsters, with blood flowing from their 7 orifices, screamed and fled. The paradise of the past had become the most deadly battlefield at the moment, causing the entire species to let out a shrill wail. Millions of snake monsters were pressed under the soil, and their bodies were shattered by the impact transmitted, leaving a bloody mess. This was a nightmare, a huge nightmare for the entire snake monster species. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, what kind of magical power is this? Tench, the leader of the snake demon clan, had a changing expression on his face. He was more and more frightened as he fought, and was greatly shocked. It is not difficult to break the void, and control the void. The former can be done by the immortal realm. The latter belongs to the realm of Zhuangzi. When it comes to the Dalo realm, it is even more terrifying, and can easily annihilate large areas of the void. At the beginning of the fight, he thought that the other party was covering up his own magical power, and did not want to reveal his identity, so he just let go and fought, and wanted to figure out the other party's power through intensive fights. But as time passed, he gradually found something wrong. The other party was too relaxed. The operation of space has exceeded the depth that can be reached by the surface level of Zhuangzi. It feels as if the other party's power is to control space itself, which is simply unheard of. Faced with this result, Tench was extremely shocked, because the magical power of Taoism in the myth world does not involve the two absolute laws of time and space. Those are the highest rules that can only be touched by the Saint realm. The only exception is the Chan sect, which has a legacy about the power of space. Let's not talk about the difficulty of learning it. The way it is used is not so much to control space as to destroy the space structure itself. In other words, although the rules of space involved are easier to destroy than they are not easy to master. But the existence in front of him is different now. He is truly controlling space. The Taoist magic power mastered by the Chan sect is more comprehensive and amazing. Who is it? Who is the other party? And why? Why do you want to trouble the Snake Demon clan? The movement below, the Teng Snake Patriarch naturally could not fail to notice it. He could feel it, and his heart was bleeding without a doubt. The casualties were too heavy. In just a few minutes, the entire Snake Demon clan had died more than 20 million, and the foundation of the Foundation and Golden Elixir had also died. This loss was too heavy and tragic. It was equivalent to killing half of the population of the Snake Demon clan in one go. As a big clan in the Demon Court, such a loss would make even the Teng Snake Patriarch feel painful, and his heart was bleeding. To train another batch, not only time, but also resources are needed, which is like cutting his heart with a knife. The more severe the loss, the more the killing intent of Teng Snake Patriarch rises, and the more fierce his attack becomes. No matter who you are dead. Just wait, just wait. Teng Snake Patriarch was mad in his heart, and couldn't help cursing. The damn black snow seriously hindered the contact with the upper level. If it was a different time, the Dalo realm would have come to kill them long ago. How could there be such a heavy loss? Suddenly, Teng Snake Patriarch's body stiffened, and his pupils suddenly widened, revealing a trace of disbelief. Zhujiu's breath has gone. Not disappeared, but completely gone. There is usually only one possibility for this situation. He is dead. How is it possible? Although the impact was huge, Teng Snake Patriarch was actually very careful, and raised the height, and the distance was getting higher and higher. The purpose was to prevent the immortal realm of the Snake Demon clan from being affected. The death of a person at the surface level is completely different from the death of a golden elixir or foundation building. As a result, ordinary immortals were fine, but the super genius of the Snake Demon clan, the ancient alien species with one of the 7 kings bloodlines, the awakener of Zhujiuin, died. The enemy coming was not the same one. The Teng Snake Patriarch was so heartbroken that he almost couldn't breathe. The sudden death of the foundation building and golden elixir made him feel that his heart was bleeding, as if it was cut by a knife. The death of Zhujiu was really a huge blow, which made him, who was already anxious, crazy. He didn't think about whether Zhujiu might be killed by the impact. He was the strongest genius of the Snake Demon clan. How could he die in such a ridiculous situation? Therefore, he went crazy, really mad. Zhujiu is not just a genius. The strength of the demon clan has a lot to do with bloodline, so the awakening of bloodline is extremely important to the demon clan. However, if you think that every snake can awaken the ancient bloodline, you are kidding. That is the accumulation of 10,000 years. It can be said that this loss of nearly half of the total was not as great as the impact of Zhujiu's death on Tank Snake. With or from the soul, Tank Snake Patriarch no longer spared his life. He was determined to kill the person in front of him, even though he was injured, and then he would kill back to Panlong Mountain to find out who killed Zhujiu. With a thud, Li Su's attack hit Tank Snake Patriarch's body. Millions of flames flew up, and space particles fiercely cut open Tank Snake's huge body. There seemed to be a long river of stars inside, and they frantically strangled Tank Snake Patriarch's body, like a star rain falling from the sky. With one blow, it formed more than hundreds of thousands of impacts. Tank Snake Patriarch's body was glowing, and the avenue of wind continued to flow out from the position where it was cut, fighting against the broken space. The blue avenue of blood splashed up, forming a blood curtain, splashing a large piece of blood rain. Ignoring the wounds on his body, Tank Snake Patriarch's huge wings vibrated wildly, shooting out a large piece of blue light. Those are wine laws, which contain his Dao fruit. Each of them contains great power, enough to penetrate everything. Obviously, he did not expect that the Tank Snake Patriarch, a great Zhuangsun, who is high above, would choose such a rogue way to return injury with injury. Li Su obviously did not react in time. Although he dodged the fatal blow, his arm was also swept. The green light passed, and it turned into nothingness. The right arm, that could not dodge, was directly penetrated. Facing such a fatal move, Li Su's Dao could not resist at all, and the whole right arm evaporated directly. Die. With one blow, the Tank Snake Patriarch did not give Li Su any room to breathe. A grand world appeared in his body, with thousands of stars inside. His wings shook at the same time, and the huge void in front of him was filled with his power. All the Daos were squeezed out, forming an absolute vacuum, with only the rules of wind. The wings suddenly slashed forward, and a superstorm formed in the rumble, locking Li Su inside, trying to strangle him to death. Li Su raised one hand, and the same radiance was tilted in his body. The extremely vast force of space gathered in his hand, forming an elusive shadow that could not be captured or observed. His body began to twist, rolling out one world after another, which kept overlapping in front of him, compressing himself into it, hiding in this space of unknown value. An extremely sharp collision sound rang out, extremely tragic and creepy, as if a black hole was swallowing and chewing the stars, and a sound piercing thousands of miles broke out, covering and piercing the tragic whales below. Nearly 1 million ordinary snake demons were killed on the spot, and hundreds of thousands of snake demons had blood gushing out of their eyes and ears at the same time, pierced by this terrible sound. The violent wind came quickly and went quickly. It stopped in the blink of an eye, revealing the scene inside. The extremely solid space barrier was shattered, broken, and pierced by the storm. Li Su, who was inside, was also in a terrible state. His left hand was gone, his left foot was broken, and only a few bones were left on his right leg. His chest was covered with white bones, and most of his internal organs disappeared. His head was pierced, and the left half of his brain was blown away. Facing this scene, the extremely furious Tank Snake Patriarch's fierce eyes relaxed a little. He opened his bloody mouth directly, bit Li Su without any hesitation, and chewed him repeatedly here, chewing him alive. After doing everything, he moved his body and rushed directly to Panlong Mountain below. No matter who it is, kill Zhujiu, and the ancestor will make you pay with your life. Asterisk 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 ah. In the stronghold, the people who had finally cheered up suddenly changed their faces. Kinga, who had been staring at the screen, was stunned. Her eyes were completely frozen at this moment, and her soul seemed to be frozen. Dead. Brother, he, dead. After sister, brother is like this too? Dead. Meng Fangxiu couldn't help but turn pale. You know, she finally inspired everyone with her words, and raised the morale. that had sunk into the abyss. As a result, Lisu was swallowed by the demon tank snake in a blink. It is completely imaginable what the reaction of the people in the entire base will be. No, it is impossible to imagine the reaction of the entire base. It shouldn't be. How could it be defeated so easily? So easily? Even if it is defeated, it should be able to leave. It should be able to leave. Not only her, but everyone's eyes were stunned at this moment. After all, the reversal was too fast and the impact was too great. Defeated. The first pride of Zaya country, just like that. Many people shook their heads desperately, unable to believe it, especially some human beings. In fact, they were ready to pass the news that the tyrant had come to the myth world. He came. The reversal was too shocking, as if sitting in an extremely beautiful dream. Suddenly someone slapped him hard in reality, and he was directly knocked out of the bed from the extremely warm quilt. Not only was it shocking, but also cold. Unprecedented cold. How could it be? How could this happen? The ancient mirror couldn't help but tremble. With such a long distance and such a long time, she couldn't keep steady. If it weren't for the shock and excitement, the picture over there would have collapsed long ago. With the suffocating impact, the ancient mirror showing Panlan Mountain trembled, and the diameter of the picture disappeared. With a click, the ancient mirror cracked a scar. The collapse of the state of mind led to the tearing of the heart of Taoism and was injured. The interwoven Tao patterns on the body were all grey. It was completely imaginable how she felt at this moment. At this moment, at this second, the entire stronghold was silent and fell into an unprecedented atmosphere. As the highest leader of the stronghold, he was also stunned. He watched his hope being extinguished with his own eyes. He was empty and his trembling lips could not utter a word. What to say? What else can you say? That was the first genius of Zaya country, the strongest existence of the younger generation, but he still died, killed by the Zhuangzi of the myth world. Is this a special ceremony? It was so quiet that even the sound of breathing seemed to be gone. Someone spoke with a look of surprise on his face. I don't know. A light female voice sounded. You don't know? The male voice was very surprised. Should I know? The female voice was very strange. You haven't been in this base. The male voice was puzzled. I have been there. The female voice nodded. Then what is this? Is it the sequel of watching horror movies together? The male voice couldn't help asking. Horror movie? The female voice was surprised. This was the first time she heard this word. Well, let me think about it. It's a video recording of something very scary. It will be very scary to watch it. The male voice was stunned for a moment and organized his words. What's so good about that kind of thing? Is it boring? The female voice was puzzled. Forget it. The male voice shook his head and said, go find your sister. As the two talked, the stunned people around them couldn't help but look back. Who is it? Didn't they see that they are desperate now? Their mentality is so bad, and they are still talking about horror movies? The current situation of the alliance is that, even if they have 38 hours a day to practice, it still feels not enough, and they are still watching TV. However, when they looked back in despair, the next second, it froze. But the man who should have been swallowed by the demon clan tank snake ancestor not long ago, now walked by him holding a woman who was so beautiful that she was beyond imagination. They couldn't help but open their eyes wide and their mouths wide. Put me down. The female voice was still cold and ethereal, but there was a hint of other emotions deep inside. 9 sections of your true bones were pierced, from the cervical vertebra to the coccyx. Although I helped you with treatment, it will take at least 3 days to fully recover. The male voice shook his head. As a gentleman, if you don't take advantage, wouldn't you be worse than an animal? As more and more people turned their heads to look over, the man couldn't help but frown. If he hadn't been sure that there was nothing on his face, after all, he would have reached out to touch his face at the first time with his divine sense. Just when he was about to read what these people were thinking, Kinga, whose mind almost sank into hell and was swallowed up by the infinite abyss bit by bit, her almost lightless eyes suddenly lit up. She suddenly raised her head and looked at the figure walking towards her. In an instant, tears burst out, and she couldn't help shouting, "Sister, brother." She leaped, like a young swallow flying into the forest, and rushed directly towards the man and woman. This girl, Shaking his head, the man's breath shook, and the soft and extremely soft aura enveloped him, removing the weight of at least 200 tons brought by his small body. He was too excited, and his true body was almost exposed. Hugging the tit tightly, Kinga couldn't help crying again at this moment. The only difference was that this time it was no longer sadness, but joy, incomparable joy. Brother is not dead, and sister is also rescued. Great, really great. With Kinga's actions, the people in the entire stronghold came back to their senses, completely back to their senses. With a bang, everyone couldn't help but shout to the sky. Even the two strongest celestial beings, Ming Fangxiu and the manager of the stronghold, couldn't help but let out a long howl to the sky. Gujing and other little guys couldn't help but shout out loud, forgetting the identity of the man in front of them who was like a big devil in their hearts. Especially the little guy who was slapped by Li Su. He made a sound of howling, jumping, and jumping. The man who was holding one in his arms and pressing another on his chest, enjoying the blessing of having two wives, shuddered unexpectedly, mainly because the eyes of the people looking at him were too creepy. What's the situation? What do you mean? Do we know each other? If it's because of women, it's true that the one in his arms is a big beauty after all, and it's not surprising that she is sought after. As for Kinga, who rushed over, although she is just a little girl, she can also glimpse the future and must have great ambitions. But the problem is that the male compatriots don't look like they are jealous of him holding a beauty, and there are many women inside looking at him with burning faces. This made him a little scared, mainly because this is his first time here. Even if he is hospitable, it's not so good. It feels like a burning oil pan with green smoke, and it will explode if a spark falls on it. What's going on? This group of people. The person who came was naturally Li Su, and the one in his arms was Bei Su. After killing Zhujiu, he immediately chose to run away with Bei Su. Although they fought evenly, the Tang Snake of the Snake Clan was still of a certain level. It was too difficult to take him down. It must be impossible in a short time. He was originally in Bijilazhao, killing the Zhuangxin of the Demon Court in the Demon Court's territory. This has delayed more than 3 minutes. Who knows if the Dalo realm in the Demon Court has received the news and is rushing over. If you don't run now, you probably won't be able to run away later. So he took Bei Su out of the Panlang mountain area without hesitation. After dozens of jumps, he stepped into the deep layer of the other world, located himself there through the Pangu banner, and came to the stronghold. At this moment, feeling the emotions in the air that were almost completely unconcealed and directly emitted, Li Su's mouth twitched. So that's it. It seems that not only was his battle watched as a movie by this group of people, but there was also a group of people who helped promote it. Using his magic power to hold Bei Su back, Li Su raised his hand to suppress her, and then said, although it's a bit abrupt to say this as we are meeting for the first time, let's get ready. The excited crowd was stunned. Get ready? What to prepare for? It won't take long for the Tang Snake Patriarch to notice Bei Su's rescue. Once he notices, a large-scale search will begin soon. If they continue to stay here, they will most likely be wiped out. Li Su was straightforward, without any reservations, and said generously, of course, run away. Everyone was stunned again. What kind of person said what kind of person? The first prodigy of Xia country, the hope of more than 3,000 people at this moment, suddenly said to run away, which was really a bit shocking. Feeling the emotions of the crowd, Li Su was stunned for a moment. He lowered his head for a moment, then raised his head and nodded, saying, well, it's not appropriate to say that we should run away and escape. It's too pessimistic. Then, everyone, get ready. Let's make a tactical transfer. Chapter 674, a person who values feelings. The center of the stronghold. Everyone is here, so let's start the discussion. Leave or stay. As the guardian of the stronghold, Lu Leo spoke. His original body is a spirit deer, with the strength of a celestial being. He had achieved celestial being more than 300 years ago. He has a great seniority, and has been in the myth world for more than 500 years. He is highly respected here. The meeting was naturally presided over by him. After Li Su proposed the strategic transfer, he did not ask everyone to nod and agree immediately, but let them discuss it themselves, and decide whether they were willing to leave. Of course, he also analyzed the current situation. Focusing on the Xianjiao who had the blood of Zhujiuan in Panlong Mountain. Zhujiu was killed by himself, and Beisu was taken away by him. The Demon Court Snake Clan will inevitably search the entire Bijilashao, giving them 15 minutes. After careful consideration, Li Su took Beisu and Kinga to the other side of the stronghold. Whether to leave or not is entirely up to your own wishes. He is still very democratic in this regard. Your Majesty, the tyrant. It was Ming Fangxiu. She was supposed to attend the meeting, but unexpectedly, after the discussion began, she went directly to the other side of the base, and found Li Su who was continuing to treat Beisu. Just call me Li Su. Li Su glanced at the other person, who was very pleasing to the eye, especially when she took off her cloak, with snow silver hair, furry ears, and an amazing figure that fully met all the psychological requirements of men, with curvy and round. Unfortunately, the fashion style in the mythology world is too old, and women basically wear long skirts, which makes them look like fairies. However, compared with modern styles, it is too conservative. For example, the long legs under the round waist are covered tightly, which makes the beautiful scenery disappear by 70%. The person in front of him is from the Fox tribe. Like Kinga and the other spirit snake tribe, they are a race that is friendly to the human race and have deeply integrated with the Xia kingdom. Many fox women have chosen to marry the Xia people. Ming Fangxiu could feel the admiration in Li Su's eyes, and he did not hide it, which made her feel very strange. After all, since coming to this world, survival has become everyone's top priority, and everything else has become sidelined. This made her, who used to be the most beautiful woman outside, not pay attention to her makeup for almost decades. To be honest, if it were another occasion, or decades ago, she would have directly attached herself to him. Dare to tease me, my bones are numb. Now, it's only Li Su. If it were someone else, she would have slapped him directly. It's such a critical moment, and she is still thinking about such things. Sure enough, after coming to the myth world, her original mentality has been completely distorted. She took a breath. Li Su's eyes were just admiring. In addition, she couldn't beat him, so she could only suppress the strangeness in her heart and return to the topic. Then, Lord Li Su, I have a question for you. Please go ahead. I don't understand. With your strength, you can just take the person away by force. Why waste time here and let them discuss it? This world has always been a place where the strong prey on the weak. With the strength shown by Li Su, he doesn't need to care about other people's thoughts at all. He can just act directly. No one in this stronghold can resist. He killed Zhujiu. Ming Fangxiu knew what that meant. Zhujiuan's bloodline was very important to the Snake Clan. Although the Demon Court had established an organizational structure similar to that of the human race, it seemed harmonious on the surface, but it was not so deep in the subconscious. The internal competition had not decreased at all. The strong are respected, which is a concept engraved in their bones. The death of Zhujiu is an unprecedented and huge loss to the Snake Clan. The Teng Snake Patriarch will definitely take revenge. Therefore, the sooner you leave now, the better. 15 minutes may not seem like a lot of time, but in fact, it is enough for people who cultivate immortals to do a lot of things. It's not a big problem. We still have this much time. Li Su glanced at the stronghold. As for why we don't just take them away by force, well, this is indeed a simple way. The reason for not doing so is mainly based on two reasons. Not only Ming Fangxiu, Kinga, and Beisu who was recovering from injuries all looked over. First, when it comes to matters concerning one's own life and death, one must make the decision by oneself. At least I cannot accept others arbitrarily arranging my life and death, so I will respect others' choices, as long as they are not enemies. Second, the other party is willing to go with me, which means that they believe in me, and have given their lives to me, so it is my responsibility to protect their safety. The former determines that I will not force others, and the latter, Li Su said lightly, I don't think I'm a savior, nor do I want to be a savior. My mentality is very ordinary, and there is not much that can be put in it. Save Kinga because she is like a little sister to me. I saved Beisu because she is Kinga's sister. Kinga would be sad if she died. In addition, she and I have experienced life and death together, and she is my comrade in arms. so I will not think that I'm so just because others call me the first genius of Zaya country and call me your highness the tyrant. I will not think that I'm so and I will think about shouldering everything. I don't have such high moral quality and sentiment. I decided to take people away. As a person who also came from outside, and as a strong man, I have the spare strength and ability to help. So if you want to leave, I will take them away. If you don't leave, I don't care. You don't leave, you deserve to die. Meng Fangxiu was stunned. Obviously, she didn't expect Li Su to die for this reason. At first glance, it sounded a little cold. But if you think about it carefully, you will find how different Li Su is. This is a world where the strong are supreme. The principles of the strong are equivalent to the principles of heaven and earth. The weak can only passively accept it. There is no doubt that Li Su's way of thinking has a great impact on her. She stayed there for a long time without saying anything, and Li Su did not interrupt her. She sat there quietly, waiting for the time to end. After a while, Meng Fangxiu came back to her senses. She suddenly looked at Bei Su and said inexplicably, "There are still many spirit snakes in this stronghold. If they don't want to leave." Before Meng Fangxiu finished speaking, Li Su rolled her eyes and interrupted. Bei Su's injury is very serious. As for Kinga, she is not yet an adult. Meng Fangxiu burst into laughter and said with bright eyes, "Is that so? I understand. Then I'll take my leave first." On the side, Bei Su couldn't help but wavered and quickly closed her eyes. Only Kinga looked confused. What does it mean? Why can't she understand? And she is an adult. Although she looks small, she is hundreds of years old according to her actual age, much older than her brother. Asterisk 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 center, guarding the middle. It's been 8 minutes, let alone the result. There is not even any discussion. The Zaya people were decisive. They didn't come. They had packed up their luggage and were ready to leave. First of all, it was the propaganda of the Zaya people. As the number one prodigy, Li Su had a very high status in the hearts of the Zaya people. Then he was not only the number one prodigy of the Zaya people, but also a major general of the Zaya people, and was the leader of the military. Among the Zaya people in the myth world, there were only 2 people with higher military ranks than him. Faced with the current bad situation, the Zaya people have been completely militarized. Both men and women are soldiers, and as a soldier, the duty is to obey the orders of superiors. Of course, they also have their own considerations. If they continue to stay here, it is just a struggle. In the end, nothing can be changed. The only way is to leave here. Maybe there is hope in the future. Therefore, instead of living without hope, it is better to fight. Then there is the Spirit Snake clan. People came, but there was no desire to discuss. What's the point of discussing? For the Spirit Snake clan, Bei Su and Kinga are their hope. As long as the 2 of them are still alive, the Spirit Snake clan still has a future. Is there any need to choose? Although Li Su said that you guys discussed it, do you think that, if the snakes don't agree, the other party will leave Bei Su and Kinga? You think too much. The rest of the people were hesitant and wanted to leave, but they were not at ease and could not make a decisive decision. Leaving is to avoid danger, but it does not mean safety. Lu Leo asked them to express their opinions, but after looking at each other, not only did they not speak, but they became more and more silent. The atmosphere was solemn for a while. Li Su was powerful, but that was when he was alone. Now there are so many of them, and it is obvious that once there are more people, it will be inconvenient to act, and there will be all kinds of problems. Not only that, according to him, the Xianjiao of the snake clan of the demon court of Panlan Mountain was killed by him, and then the snake demon clan will inevitably look for him like crazy, desperate to kill him, and the danger of following him will undoubtedly be greater. What you have to bet on is your own life. Just when the discussion was completely without any progress, Meng Fangxiu came back. The Spirit Fox clan will leave with His Majesty the Tyrant. She sat directly beside Lu Leo, without even looking at the atmosphere on the field, and said directly, "Lu Leo, please contact the Elders Council, and tell them that I want to notify all the Spirit Fox clan members to leave with His Majesty the Tyrant." The guarding Lu Leo was stunned. Originally, because the discussion had not made any progress, he was ready to take the lead and express his support. In his opinion, since Li Su dared to say that he would take them away, he should naturally have some confidence, and there should be no big problem in this regard. As a result, Ming Fangxiu, who was not here, came over and dropped a bomb, almost knocking him out. They were only discussing this stronghold, but the other party suddenly extended to the entire northern Julu continent. Fangxiu, why? Just now when you were discussing, I went to ask His Majesty the Tyrant why he wanted us to choose whether to leave or not. He is so powerful, he can just take us away directly. Why waste time? Ming Fangxiu glanced at everyone. His Majesty the Tyrant gave me a satisfactory answer, so I made a decision. The Spirit Fox clan will leave with His Majesty the Tyrant, and will follow His Majesty the Tyrant from now on. Shock, an incomparable shock. Even Lu Leo couldn't help but open his eyes wide, not to mention the others. Even the Zio people were stunned. Following Li Su and following Li Su are two completely different concepts. The so-called following is actually equivalent to recognizing him as the king of the Spirit Fox clan. The significance of it is absolutely beyond imagination. Although there are many outsiders in Bijalasao and everyone is very united, it is only under the pressure of the external environment. The tribe still considers itself as the main tribe, and does not recognize anyone as the main. This is also the case in Zaya country, which is divided into several major factions. As a result, Ming Fangxiu made such a decision at this moment, and you can imagine how big the shock was. In this way, it means that the Spirit Fox clan has completely given up the right to make their own decisions, and handed everything over to Li Su. Although the willingness and unwillingness of the weak are meaningless to the strong, active and passive are completely two different meanings. Lu Leo frowned. Just one sentence made her make such a decision. Let the fairy of the Spirit Fox clan make such a choice? You have to know that Ming Fangxiu is not only a celestial being, but also one of the 3 celestial beings of the Spirit Fox clan, with a huge status and influence. The other 2 celestial beings are her niece and her biological sister. It can be said that once she makes a decision, the matter is basically settled. Fangxiu, are you really sure what you are talking about? He said with a serious expression. Old Lu suspects that I'm being controlled. Ming Fang understood the other party's concerns and laughed and said, don't worry, old Lu, no, I'm very sober and rational. This is the decision I made after full consideration, which took me a full 10 seconds. Old Lu's face was full of black lines. You only thought about the future of the entire Spirit Fox clan for 10 seconds? It takes more than this time to chew a mouthful of rice carefully, okay? He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Ziafang, don't joke. Ming Fangxiu also became serious. While looking directly at Lu Leo, he said very seriously, I'm not joking, I'm serious. Can you tell me what the tyrant said to you? What made you make such a decision? His Highness said that life and death are our own business. Let us decide for ourselves. That's it? That's it. Lu Leo was a little angry. He said angrily, Ming Fangxiu, do you know what you are talking about? Do you think this explanation can convince the Spirit Fox clan? Convince me? The Spirit Fox clan does not need to be convinced. As for Lu Leo, you don't understand the meaning of this. It makes me begin to doubt how you have survived for hundreds of years. Ming Fangxiu looked at Lu Leo deeply and said lightly. Lu Leo was startled and was about to say something, but when the word came to his lips, he was choked inexplicably. Life and death are our own business. We decide for ourselves. What's so strange about this? Life and death are our own business. We decide for ourselves. As the words kept flashing through his mind, Lu Leo gradually opened his eyes and looked at Ming Fangxiu in disbelief. Are you sure that His Highness said that? Ming Fangxiu laughed and said directly, that's right. I see, I see. Lu Leo laughed inexplicably and then stood up and said, the Linglu clan will also follow His Highness. You continue to discuss. I will contact the Elders Council. After that, Lu Leo rushed out. Hey, old man, wait for me. I also want to notify. Ming Fangxiu was stunned. This old man has no martial ethics. For a moment, everyone looked at each other, confused by this situation. Second senior sister, what happened to Lu Leo and the others? One of the powerful Gujing people who were also at the scene couldn't help but ask the second senior sister who had the strongest strength. She was also transformed from a spirit fox and was Ming Fangxiu's junior sister. She became a disciple of the spirit fox ancestor, and now she has reached the peak of the golden elixir realm, only one step away from becoming a celestial being. Among all people, she had the best brain, just a little bit behind the senior sister. She lowered her head. Although she did not object, she was also puzzled by the decision made by her senior sister. They were all from the same faction, so they did not have to think about whether to follow or not. The senior sister made the decision, and they just had to follow. Why was the senior sister like this, and Lu Leo also like this? Is there any magic in that sentence? Your own life and death, yourself. Wait, you decide, your own life and death. Her pupils suddenly widened, and she instantly realized the magic contained in this sentence. So that's it. No wonder the senior sister made such a decision. In this world, the weak do not actually have autonomy. In fact, they are just vassals of the strong, or even property. Everything he has, if it is said to be his, is even more so the property of the strong. Even if the strong say it is his, it is no longer his for the weak, even if it is his own life. Although no one says it, this is a reality. But now, His Highness said that life and death are your own business. You decide for yourself. What does this mean? Autonomy. I'm afraid His Highness didn't think so much at the time, but just expressed his true thoughts, and the Spirit Fox clan is best at sensing this aspect, and it is precisely because of this that the eldest sister made that decision without hesitation. In fact, most of the demons present hesitated about this point. Following means serving, which means that their lives no longer belong to themselves, and they will become vassals of His Highness the Tyrant. If they are in the base, they still have a certain degree of autonomy, but once they leave, they will have nothing. Everything can only rely on Li Su, and life and death are determined by his thoughts. As Ming Fangxiu and Lu Leo left, the people who could make the decision gradually showed a thoughtful look. After a moment, they widened their eyes, and showed incredible looks. Soon, one after another stood up, and ran out directly. Lu Leo, wait a moment, I also need to notify here. Asterisk 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 how many people do you think will follow you? On the other side, Bei-Su, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly opened his eyes and asked. Li Su was stunned for a moment, lowered his head and thought for a while before saying, about 4 or 5 floors, and no more than 6 floors at most. Although he was very charming, considering the human nature, among more than 3,000 people, the limit should be maintained at half. For example, the spirit snakes, the fox tribe, and the human race of Zaya country. After all, even if you follow him, there is no guarantee that you will be safe. Do you think so? Bei-Su laughed inexplicably, and said with a very creepy smile, in fact, the reason why you gave everyone the reason to choose for themselves is because of me and King as people, as well as the human race of Zaya country, right? Li Su paused, looked at the other party and said, why do you say that? Because you are a very sentimental person, and you will cherish what you care about. Such people are often not philanthropic, nor do they know how to share. They will always care about the group of people around them. Bei-Su said seriously, so, rather than saying that you are letting them choose for themselves, it is better to say that you are letting them choose for you. Li Su said slowly, help me choose what? A goal that can be given up. Bei-Su said, if they don't reach out, it means that their life and death have nothing to do with you, so stay away from them, right? Li Su smiled, did not nod, but did not deny it. Nonsense, I'm not their father. Reaching out is already the limit. What else do you want? Bei-Su also smiled. She was very happy and said brightly, next, it should be very interesting. Interesting? Well, this time you probably have to save not only the stronghold, but everyone in the entire northern Julu continent. Li Su widened his eyes. What? Seeing the creepy smile on the other party's face, Li Su felt something was wrong. His spiritual sense suddenly opened up and swept directly to the center of the base. The next second, his face turned green, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Why? Chapter 675 Traitor. Li Su was numb, and the whole person couldn't keep up with the pace. Although he destroyed the cause and effect, the demon court couldn't come to him along his line. But he did such a big thing after all. After entering the base, He found that there were actually human races inside, and someone had promoted him in advance. The looks in their eyes made his scalp numb. It's also infuriating. He is invincible in the world fragments, but the story ends when he is invincible. He has to pretend to be a grandson when he comes out. There is no way he can't beat him. Therefore, although I have experienced thousands of years of practice, I have basically kept my original intention unchanged. After all, I haven't changed. As a fairly cowardly, but a little conscience of ordinary people, Lee Su can help as much as he can. As a result, the dish is ruined. Not only did all these people get on the car, but they also expanded the route behind my back. The whole northern Julas. How many people are there? Seeing that, they started to notify the elders directly and planned to carry out a large-scale migration of the population. Isn't this bullshit? The ancient said it well. Eggs should not be put in one basket. Aren't you afraid of being killed in one basket? Of course, Lee Su didn't move, even though he thought about it. Because he calmed down quickly, mainly because he didn't think Ming Fangxiu and the others could succeed. The larger the organization, the more complicated the people's hearts are, and the more things are involved. If there are too many twists and turns, don't think about it for a while. Now, there is not much time left. Once someone comes down from the demon court, Lee Su can only run away with the people in this stronghold in advance. Therefore, although Lee Su had a stomachache, he still remained calm, looking like he was sitting on the Diote, but at this moment, his consciousness was not retracted, and he directly locked the situation over there. It was closed just now, and he didn't want to listen. He is not a saint. If someone comes with a weird voice, who knows what this prince is thinking? Based on Lee Su's understanding of himself, he thinks he should slap the other party backhand and wipe out the other party and his group. After all, he is really narrow-minded. Lee Su, the #1 genius of Xia country, Lu Leo moved very quickly. The communication was connected within a minute. You know, it was snowing outside. Lee Su was shocked to feel the frequency of the fluctuation carefully. It was not a cultivation method, but a radio-like audio. It was actually a technology method. Talented. You know, this world is a mortal world. Although there are telephones, they are also made by cultivation methods, not technology. In the myth world, it was directly converted to pure technology. It's not that Lee Su can't intercept this audio and analyze it. After all, he has mastered the law of sound system and can accurately capture the signal element in it. But the trouble is that the data packets in the audio are not consciousness, but wavelengths of specific lengths. In other words, unless you have the same logical thinking as Lee Su, understand the situation in this area, and have the corresponding codebook, or catch someone directly, otherwise, this thing is really unsolvable by cultivation methods alone. Talented. I don't know who thought of it, but even the World War II code was made. Sure enough, this guy, if you don't force him, you don't know how great his potential is. Under the uncertain worldview of respecting the strong, he can actually come up with such a method. Through the other party's overflowing emotions, the wavelength analysis transmitted back, and the modern scientific thinking method, Lee Su was able to interpret it without any obstacles. He appeared. Yes, he actually appeared. Are you sure? Sure. But, that bastard finally showed up. Damn, he really waited until the flowers withered. By the way, what is his current strength? True immortal. Haha, good. Taking a breath, Lu Leo said very bluntly, Elder, it's like this. Ming Fangxiu and I have decided that the Spirit Deer and Spirit Fox clans are going to follow him. By the way, please contact the Spirit Rats and Spirit Sheep Immortals if possible. Contact what? Do we need to decide? Let's all go. Huh? Let's all go? Of course we are going. Otherwise, what are we going to do here? The demon court of Bichala's how the territory cannot be developed at all. We old guys are fine, but the people below are going crazy. But, Xiaolu, you are not kind. What? Are you going to abandon us and take care of yourself? Elders, aren't you worried? Worried? Haha, I'm more confident than you are. Okay, just tell His Highness the address of the Council of Elders. We will start preparing right away. In about 10 minutes, all the bases in Bijala's house should be ready. That's settled. Listening to the busy tone coming from the phone, Lu Leo and Ming Fangxiu, who had been prepared to take their people away, even if they had a falling out with the Council of Elders, looked at each other in confusion. What's going on? They made the decision after a series of analysis. Why did they go all in when they got to the Council of Elders, just after hearing that it was Li Su, and confirming that it was really him? This bet is too fierce. If something goes wrong, it will be a complete mess. Of course, it wasn't just Lu Leo and Ming Fangxiu who were confused. They were eavesdropping quietly, ready to be doubted, questioned, and even not angry at being slandered. As a result, the other party was even more decisive than Lu Leo and Ming Fangxiu. Not only did they want to follow, they even put the real estate certificate on the line. How could they be so good, and they didn't even know it? Asterisk 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 Elders Council. Everyone, did you hear it? Yes. The opportunity has finally come. Then according to the original plan, gather everyone to make preparations. All the strongholds should be packed up without leaving a single one behind. Great Elder, can His Highness really do it? Don't doubt it. His Highness has mastered the classics of the saints and the supreme law of the soul. Now he has achieved the realm of true immortal. There is no one higher than him in Utarakiru. None of the pests hiding deep inside can escape. To be honest, we have waited for this day for too long. How many young heroes have died because of this? Those bastards not only treated us like pigs, but also raised pigs, thinking that we couldn't see it and didn't know. Why didn't we leave? Yaron planned to come and pick us up 3 years ago, but we didn't go. Because there were too many pests. If we went together, we would harm the other side. Gather everyone. Let's take a look at who these scourges are. Asterisk 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 too hasty. Li Su rubbed his eyebrows. It is said that reality is cruel. Why does this logic not apply to him? All the people in the entire northern Julu continent? How many are there? There are 3,000 in one base. For a northern Julu continent that big, there should be at least more than 2 or 3 million people, right? You can't compress them all with the supreme flesh and blood. This thing is very problematic. After all, his realm is so high. Tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands are already a leap in magnitude. If it exceeds 1 million, it can be compressed, but whether it can be restored is another matter. What's more, this kind of compression will produce psychological shadows, which is a great stimulation to the heart of Tao. So many wills are intertwined together. It's okay if you have a certain basic strength, but if your strength is too weak, it will be a big problem, okay? Taking a deep breath, Li Su slowly closed his eyes. The Tao solution began to operate, and the Supreme began to flow. Now the only way is to go through the Supreme chapter. Yuking Supreme and Zumi Supreme. The so-called Yuking is naturally the top space Taoism. As for Zumi, a world is a grain of sand, which is also the law of space. The former is creation and destruction, while the latter is infinite and infinitely small. The problem is not very big. With the help of Pangu Banner, the former can be done. Not to mention 100,000 people, even 1 million people are not a problem. The latter is a bit troublesome. Simply relying on his own realm, the lossless compression world is used as Zumi. In his current situation, accommodating 10,000 creatures is almost the limit. After all, this is not loading 10,000 people squeezed together. There must be a certain amount of space. There must be water, air, and a lot of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Adding all these together, the world of 10,000 people is not small, almost as big as a city. Li Su couldn't say the specific time of leaving Bijalotao. Even if he really left, he couldn't let people out directly before it was safe. After all, for these outsiders, the attraction of flesh and blood was too great. In addition to this aspect, it would be best to come up with a set of exercises to cover up the breath of outsiders. This is undoubtedly another headache. There are also resources for subsequent practice, etc. Hiss. Li Su's face was a little dark, and he suddenly found that there were a lot of things to do. No wonder those immortal cultivators ran into the deep mountains and old forests in groups. The world is poisonous and wastes time. Sitting in place, Li Su kept thinking. After a while, the transportation, food, and accommodation, and cultivation were settled. This was really expensive. Fortunately, everyone's realm was relatively low, and 1 star was enough to sustain many people, otherwise he would really go bankrupt. After all, the landlord's family did not have surplus food, and his own cultivation itself was a bottomless pit. By the way, Lee Soo also had some ideas about the problem of covering up the skills. In addition to management, there was basically no problem with subsequent development. When he returned to GGO, he would go to the outer space and draw a star from somewhere to transform it. It should be almost the same. Opening his eyes, Lee Soo exhaled, and after feeling the time consumed, his face suddenly became a little gloomy. 7 minutes. He actually wasted a full 7 minutes. Did you know that this was the critical moment for him? He stopped for the absorption of this Tao rhyme. At present, all the 7 saints have nearly 299 minor paths, that is, 4186 paths. The saints have 2 major paths in parallel, that is to say, multiply by 7, and then multiply by 2. Then there are the miscellaneous paths, which are quite pleasant, with more than 16,000 minor paths. Among them, 9,000 minor paths were learned after he returned to this world and walked in Bijalotao. The remaining 6,100 were learned after saving Kinga, 1,000 were learned from fighting with Tenglong and watching his wind path, and 4,000 were learned from Zhujiu. This thing with Zhujiu's bloodline, although its strength is not blinking, but the fire path in its body is really fragrant, and Lee Soo's eyes turned red after learning it. It hasn't been finished yet. It's mainly Zhujiu's atavistic blood, which has many paths and extremely high levels. It is Dalo realm level blood, and the spiritual light is endless. In 7 minutes, at least nearly 100 minor paths can be learned. Of course, it's not unacceptable, but the problem is that this is not over. There are still follow-ups. When I think of this, it's a heavy loss. After touching Kinga's head and taking a breath of snake energy, Lee Soo quietly waited after feeding her a handful of candy while she was somewhat puzzled and squinting her eyes in enjoyment. Okay, I said it myself. Even if I have to do that, I have to do it with tears. Well, I'll put it in my pocket. As Lee Soo and Xiaoqing interacted, Bei Su, who was repairing her body, felt uncomfortable. They were 2 souls in one body. Although they were separated now, they were still connected at the root. If they were far away, they would have vague emotional induction at most, but once they were close, the feeling would be infinitely magnified. Therefore, although Lee Soo was stroking Xiaoqing, it was actually equivalent to the 2 sisters stroking together. Xiaoqing was fine, and she liked it very much. But for Bei Su, it was very exciting. Whether it was the friction on the top of her head, the sweetness in her mouth, or even Xiaoqing herself leaning her cheeks and chin towards Lee Soo's fingers. It is completely imaginable how explosive Bei Su, who usually had an air of fairy spirit and kept strangers away, was. Even though she was not worldly, unlike Kinga, Bei Su was quite mature and understood everything she should understand. It was not the time when she was almost coaxed into being someone's daughter-in-law by a fat old man with a lollipop. Her pretty face remained unchanged, but the area below her neck was all red, and her little hands under her clothes were almost bleeding. When she found that Xiaoqing's body began to glow and seemed to be planning to restore her true form, Bei Su couldn't stand it. After all, the other party's idea was passed on without leaking a single thing. Was he going to let her masturbate from beginning to end? The sleeky black-hearted cotton. She couldn't help but scream in her heart. She couldn't bear it anymore. Kinga, give it to me, your highness. At this moment, Ming Fangxiu and the guard Lu Leo came over. Lee Soo paused, looked at the 2 of them, and said calmly on the surface, have you made a decision? Yes. Then how many people are willing to leave? Lee Soo cried silently in his heart. Of course, he was not asking about this stronghold. After all, there was no need to ask. There were more than 3,000 people in the stronghold, and they were all packing their luggage. Your highness, it's not just our base. The unexpected ending made Lu Leo and Ming Fangxiu hesitate to speak. After all, it was agreed that there would be 3,000 people, but now it has jumped to almost 2 million. It is really stressful. Lu Leo said with some difficulty, it's all the people in the entire northern Julu continent, 1.8 million spirit monsters, and nearly 200,000 human beings. With so many people, it would be extremely difficult to take them away. More than 2 million. Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Something was wrong. Why are there so many? At the beginning, there were only a few 100,000 spirit monsters who joined the Xia kingdom. How come the number doubled all of a sudden? What time is it now? So fertile? Don't you plan your birth control? Are you sure? Although the right to choose is given to you, there is no room for regret once you make the choice. Lee Su spoke softly, intending to struggle again. 2 million people, that is to say, 200 worlds. Although the resources are not insufficient, he will really be poor if he does this. Looking at each other, the two gritted their teeth and nodded without hesitation. They did not come right away, but waited until the notice from the Council of Elders was sent over again, and only came after they confirmed that everything was correct. Alright. Lee Su stood up. Let's go. He held Kinga in his arms, lifted Bei-Su up with his magic power, and headed directly to the center of the stronghold. Arrived. People have gathered. Most of them have brought their own gifts, and most of them have made preparations. However, before Lee Su spoke, someone in the crowd spoke directly. Old Lu, I think this matter should be discussed again. Undoubtedly, it was very sudden. Suddenly, both Old Lu and Ming Xiafang couldn't help but change their expressions. Their eyes narrowed, and they looked directly at the person who spoke. He didn't pack up his gifts, and obviously didn't intend to leave. You know, before they came here, they naturally didn't forget to ask for everyone's opinions and go to Lee Su, because no one objected at that time. As a result, when Lee Su came over, he suddenly said this. What does it mean? Someone else spoke up, looking worried. Yes, Lu Leo, I think this decision is a bit hasty, and I think we should discuss it again. Your Highness, the tyrant, it's not that we don't believe you, but so many people have many problems. Even if we really leave Bijulazhao, the current mythology world is no different to us. Where can we go? You glanced. I spoke. Many people spoke, and none of them prepared to salute. And obviously, with their words, the people who had already made a decision suddenly became hesitant, with uneasiness on their faces, and looked at Lee Su. Undoubtedly, the concerns of the people who spoke up were also the most concerned issues for them. How to leave. How to solve the problem of food, clothing, housing and transportation. After leaving, where to go? Shanzhang, what do you mean? Lu Leo's face darkened first. He didn't say a word just now, and now he waited for Lee Su to come over before speaking. This seemed to be not considering the future, but in fact it was throwing the problem to Lee Su, asking Lee Su to answer, explain, and give a satisfactory answer. You must know that Lee Su had said before that, if you are willing, you can leave, and if you don't want to stay, you can stay. He didn't ask everyone to leave with him, but now he put so many conditions in front of Lee Su. What's his intention? The first person who spoke slowly said with a helpless look on his face, Lu Leo, I'm just talking about the facts. After all, everyone is very uneasy. We can't act blindly because of this, right? You. Lu Leo's pupils turned cold, and he was really angry. Meng Fangxiu's expression was not much better, and it was very ugly. The timing of the other party jumping out was too bad. It should be made clear that Lee Su did not beg them to leave, but the attitude of whether they want to leave or not being messed up by these bastards. It was completely messed up. Even if they were left, it caused a rift in Lee Su's heart. After all, they had discussed it, but they did this? Do you think Lee Su is cheap? Do you have to take you away? This behavior itself is too serious, and it can be said to be a betrayal. Once such a question leaves a knot in the heart of His Highness, how will they deal with it if they still have to rely on His Highness in the future? Shanzhang seemed to be worried about everyone, but he was destroying their impression in Lee Su's heart. Killing intent flashed. Even Lu Leo from the spiritual deer clan, at this moment, really wanted to kill, and wanted to directly kill the group of people who spoke. Facing this scene, Lee Su suddenly raised his hand to block Lu Leo, and then laughed. It's really disgusting. If it were someone with a more explosive temper, he might just turn around and leave. Well, just satisfy your wishes. I won't make any guarantees. Those who are willing to leave can go with me, and those who are not willing can stay. Shanzhang gritted his teeth, a little aggrieved, uneasy, and a little scared, and slowly said, Your Highness, the tyrant. I'm really just worried, not wanting to deliberately question you. Every day in Bijalathao, I will wait. Okay, okay. Li Su waved his hand and interrupted the other party's words. Shanzhang was startled for a moment. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he swallowed it quickly. He just lowered his head in fear, as if the previous words had exhausted all his courage. The other people who spoke up were also like this. However, as a weak person, facing a strong person, it was already the maximum that he could muster up such courage. With the reactions of several people, uneasiness was growing rapidly. The people who were originally a little uneasy became difficult to calm down. They began to look around uneasily and became indecisive about their original decision. At this moment, Li Su suddenly smiled and said, although I will not give any guarantees, I can give you a reason to leave. Everyone was startled and raised their heads directly. I don't know what your highness means. Shanzhang was a little uneasy because Li Su looked at him in a strange way, as if he had found something interesting. Did he see it? No, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. He is just a mere true immortal. Even if he can cross the border to fight against the Zhuangzi, his realm is still only the surface of the true immortal, which is impossible to see. Li Su's pupils changed dramatically, showing the 6 reincarnations. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the void, and an inexplicable force erupted, silently, but the reaction was extremely huge. In an instant, more than 3,000 people present were shocked, feeling that their souls were unstable, as if they were about to be hooked out. Your Highness, what do you mean? What do you mean? I was wrong, Your Highness. I will not leave. I shouldn't ask, Your Highness. Please let me go. Let me go. The faces of Shanzhang and several others changed drastically. They also felt the vibrations in their souls, which were out of control, and were about to be hooked out. Before he finished speaking, the souls of several people left their bodies at the same time, and were forcibly grabbed out by Li Su. Li Su did not explain. He lightly snapped his fingers. With a snap, the souls of several people suddenly split apart, and the 3 souls and 7 spirits were all separated. And it was this separation that shocked the people who were originally shocked by Li Su's toughness, and their pupils shrank into a point in an instant, revealing a look of horror. Including Shanzhang. In the souls of several people, a red thing like flesh tendons was entangled on the soul that dominated the life. It was filled with amazing evil and huge demonic energy. Facing this result, Lu Leo still didn't understand what it meant. He roared loudly. His pupils were extremely red. I was wondering why the action that was obviously well hidden was exposed inexplicably. It turned out to be you damn bastards. Damn it, damn it. Ah. Not only him, but everyone's eyes were red at this moment. They didn't expect Shanzhang to be a traitor to the stronghold. No wonder he jumped out to question his highness at that critical moment. He did it on purpose to anger his highness. Even though his soul was separated, Shanzhang and the others did not die. They opened their eyes wide in panic, looking at Li Su in disbelief and shock. How did he do it? However, Shanzhang, who was in the lead, had a flash of soul light. He didn't want to die, and struggled violently, as if he wanted to explain. Facing this scene, Li Su was still smiling. He hooked his finger and gathered the other party's soul, giving him a chance to speak. Although he didn't know why Li Su did this, Shanzhang didn't think much about it. He just shouted, I admit that I betrayed a lot of people, but this is also the way to ensure that most people can survive. The demon court has long known where our base is. They have already known that if we don't do this, everyone will die. Everyone will die. As soon as his words fell, Li Su smiled and moved his soul away and began to look through the memories inside. After a while, he took out one of them and threw it in front of everyone. The perspective is Shanzhang and several others who are talking. I say, Shanzhang, how much do you still need? One of them said. 13 golden pills. As long as you send 13 more golden pills, you can get enough power to transform into the demon court demon clan. Shanzhang's voice sounded. Sure enough, you are still fast enough. I'm much closer, with more than 20 more to go. No hurry, as long as the base is still there, the pigs will grow back after being cut, so just take your time. Right. Ha 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 ha. As the laughter continued, there was no sound at all in the base, and the atmosphere was terrifyingly quiet. Blood red, extremely blood red. Everyone looked at Shansang with endless murderous intent and resentment. Standing there trembling, Shansang's soul was pale, and all the words were stuck in his mouth. No matter how eloquent he was, he still couldn't spit out a word at this moment. Suddenly looking up, Shansang looked at Lee Su with a horrified face, and he screamed hysterically, "This is not true, it's him, he did it to me." Boom. A full moon fell, directly melting the souls of Shansang and others, along with their bodies. Meng Fangxiu withdrew her hand with a cold face. "Do you think we are fools? Who can resist what His Highness wants to do?" She turned around, bowed deeply and said, "I'm sorry, Your Highness. I've let you see a farce. It won't happen again. Those who want to leave can stay, and those who don't want to go back to their rooms. From now on, if anyone dares to question, don't blame me, Meng Fangxiu, for being ruthless." Lu Leo and other senior people didn't say anything, but the coldness in their eyes was obvious. Everyone showed shame on their faces. After looking at each other, they knelt down directly. The most terrible thing about this matter was not that it planted the seeds of unrest in them, but that it was nailing a nail in the heart of the tyrant His Highness. "Your Highness, I'm sorry, Lee Su waved his hand and directly raised the people who were kneeling on the ground. He stretched out his hand and rubbed his eyebrows, feeling heavy. "Your Highness?" Meng Fangxiu and Lu Leo, who thought Lee Su had risen, couldn't help but feel nervous. Especially Lu Leo. He took a breath and planned to say something to take responsibility. "Okay, it's not your problem." Lee Su stopped Lu Leo from speaking. He really didn't blame them. Traitors are disgusting. It's the problem of the whole Biju. Everyone was stunned, and then their pupils shrank. That's right, such a small base has 7 or 8 traitors. So how many are there in the whole Biju, with more than 2 million people? Spicy chicken. Why call it Biju Lozhao? Call it Tragedy Lozhao. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.